The Fengxian sword, as the foremost of the celestial swords, had never been acknowledged by anyone for 10,000 years. That was until a young man appeared and became the first master of the Fengxian sword. People said there was hope for the revival of the human race. And indeed, the young man led them into a peaceful and prosperous era by subduing demons for the good of all. Over time, the sword spirit grew fond of this young man. However, for reasons unknown, the young man sealed the sword spirit's powers when it was not paying attention and abandoned it on the street. Bound, the sword spirit could only watch the young man's departing figure. After its powers were restored, it frantically sought to find him, but suddenly realized that their karmic connection had been severed. Later, it sought out the Oracle Pavilion, but even the master of the pavilion could not deduce where Jing Tian had gone. It was as if he had never existed in this world. Every time it recalled each life and death parting with Jing Tian, its heart ached uncontrollably. Why abandon me without any explanation? You risked your life to rescue me from the longevity ceremony, and you saved me over and over again. Why do you now discard me without a second thought? Over the years, it traveled across the 5 continents, asking the strongest of each path about Jing Tian's whereabouts. Invariably, none knew. Each time it heard this, its charming peach blossom eyes became a bit more hollow. Why must it be him? I think I deserve it more. The words came from a man among the crowd with considerable cultivation, his words dripping with sarcasm towards Jing Tian. As he spoke, the temperature around them noticeably dropped. Fengxian fixed its gaze on the man. Then in a flash, it appeared in front of him. What did you just say? The flamboyant man swallowed nervously, forced to speak. Why must it be him? I am more deserving. In the next second, the man was torn apart, his body chopped into countless pieces. After killing the man, Fengxian took a hairpin from its bosom that Jing Tian had spent 2 days creating for it. It cherished it deeply. Usually, when interacting with Jing Tian, it was gentle and refined, but once someone disrespected Jing Tian, it would slay them like a demon god. Looking at the bloodshed below, Fengxian's gaze was empty, as if it had merely stepped on an ant. Even though you also wear white, why are you so disgusting? Later, Fengxian went to Mount Yufeng, where Jing Tian had long practiced. It waited there year after year, but as time passed, its mentality also changed. Meanwhile, countless sword cultivators, aware of its existence, flocked to Mount Yufeng, all wanting to claim it. Some tried to ascend the mountain to take it, but before they could even take a step, they were ruthlessly dismembered. After decades, Fengxian's mindset had twisted. It decided to break its own shackles and went to capture Jing Tian, who was hiding from the world, and imprison him. Thinking of this, a smile curled on Fengxian's lips, and its peach blossom sword robe suddenly turned into a black rose robe. In an instant, snow fluttered around, and divine thunders roamed the sky layers. Standing in the air, transformed into a sword body, the sound of its sword cry spread across all the divine provinces, including Jing Tian hiding in Chang'an. After the sword cry, the celestial path with its thunder tribulation appeared. Fengxian's demonstration irked it. The thunders it needed could kill any top expert. But Fengxian casually dispersed the divine thunders with a wave of its hand, then coldly demanded, "Tell me, where is Jing Tian?" It also flashed the dark red absolute celestial in its hand, an accessory engraved with Jing Tian's name. The celestial path, frightened, froze, then tried to feign ignorance. "What are you talking about? I don't know any Jing Tian." But Fengxian didn't waste words, lighting up the absolute celestial and stabbing towards its source. A golden celestial liquid dripped down. Feeling the loss of its source, the celestial path immediately confessed. "No more pretense. I'll talk." Jing Tian lost all his cultivation and didn't want to embarrass you with others' mockery. After using his last bit of magic power to trap you, he came to me and asked me to sever your karmic ties. I agreed. But how his cultivation was ruined, I do not know. It might have been targeted by others because he had taken a trip alone before sealing you, unrelated to those cheap cultivators outside. After saying this, the celestial path fled. Upon hearing this, the entire suburb trembled. Fengxian loved him so much that, even as a mortal, it was willing to accompany him, to be his accessory. Then it slaughtered its way to the North Sea, where the celestial path had given him a list of those who had attacked Jing Tian. Ironically, at that time, it and Jing Tian had a falling out, and it deliberately ignored his call. Looking at the boundless North Sea, it killed everyone on the list, preparing to enter the mortal realm to find Jing Tian. The celestial path then appeared, saying, "Chang'an, the city that never sleeps, he's there, in a small building in the north of the city." Hearing this, Fengxian did not leave immediately, but looked at its clothes covered in bloody characters. Jing Tian disliked seeing blood, so wanted to wash clean before going. Thinking of this, it smiled again. "Schwerer, wait for me. I'll come find you soon. Jing Tian's parents had died early, lacking love. After obtaining Fengxian, he had it called Shuer. In a tavern in the eternal city of Chang'an, Jing Tian sat in a corner sipping wine. Although a frequent visitor, he never interacted with anyone there, just quietly drinking, numbing himself. His gaze drifted to the central courtesan, who momentarily transformed into Mei Nyang. Another name Fengxian was called by, one he had given. Watching the courtesan lean against another's chest, he seemed to forget the image of Mei Nyang with the next successor. He chuckled bitterly. Is it really just the loss of cultivation for a genius of the era? Why not take my life along with it? In the decades of pain from the loss of his powers, his appearance remained unchanged, captivating countless young women. Why does he always come alone, ignoring everyone, only quietly drinking? A beautiful, light-dressed woman asked. The women beside her shook their heads and sighed. By then, Jing Tian had finished his wine, stood up shining, and looked up at the second floor at Madame Lu, radiating a maternal glow. Look again, and you might have to cover my bill. Drunken Jing Tian, sitting in the box, was Lu Manyu of Chang'an. His gaze filled with curiosity towards Jing Tian. All right, I've covered the drink, little guy. Join me for a couple more. Cultured Jing Tian waved his hand. Forget it, you can't outdrink me. Don't lose face later. Hearing this, Lu Manyu smiled coquettishly. Afraid to be laid out by this lady? Jing Tian, feeling challenged, believed he could outdrink this mere woman. He then walked up to the second floor. Before he could knock, Lu Manyu opened the door and stepped out. Jing Tian said nothing, walked into the private room, and downed a cup of wine to show off his drinking capacity. But to Lu Manyu, this only seemed like the pride of a child. He drank a few cups, and she followed suit. This scene made those admiring him from below clench their teeth. Why? Just because he's a bit handsome? What right does he have to drink with Madame Lu? The noise from below grew loud, and Lu Manyu frowned in displeasure. Disliking the disturbance, she signaled a man in black beside her. He nodded, stepped out of the private room, and had several people dragged out. After some time, Jing Tian lay sprawled over the table, mumbling something indiscernible, while Lu Manyu showed no signs of drunkenness. What's wrong, little guy? Can't keep up? Did sister win? Jing Tian didn't answer. He thought of Mei Nyang, imagining she might have become someone else's accessory. 心中就不免一阵绞痛. A wave of heartache surged within him. 说不心疼是假的，就算是牲畜，陪伴了那么多年都会有感情，更别说媚娘时时刻刻陪着他。It's a lie to say it doesn't hurt. Even livestock, after so many years of companionship, would have feelings, let alone Mei Niao, who was by his side at all times. 眼角有泪滑落，柳曼玉看后还以为他被谁欺负了，素手伸出，把他搂在怀里，轻轻抚摸着他的脑袋。Tears slipped from the corner of his eye, and Lu Manyu thought he had been bullied. She reached out her fair hand, holding him close and gently stroking his head. 小家伙，怎么哭了？是有人欺负你了？跟姐姐说说，姐姐帮你报仇。Why is the little guy crying? Did someone bully you? Tell your sister, and sister will help you take revenge. 景贤声音哽咽，抱住他的柳腰，像受委屈的孩子像母亲般哭诉道：“我的剑丢了，我的剑。” Jing Xian's voice choked as he embraced her waist, crying like a wronged child to his mother. I lost my sword, my sword. 剑，小家伙是剑修吗？ A sword? Is the little guy a sword cultivator? 以前是，现在我是废物了。I used to be now. I am useless. 听闻此言，柳曼玉更是心疼，想必是受到了什么刺激，佩剑又被夺走，才一蹶不振的吧。Hearing this, Lu Manyu felt even more heartache. He must have suffered some kind of shock, and after losing his treasured sword, he was left in despair, right? 怀中的景贤小声哭泣着，一旁的侍女早已经看呆了，他家夫人居然主动去抱男人了，还这么温柔。In his arms, Jing Xian was sobbing softly, while maids stood by, stunned. Her mistress actually took the initiative to hug a man, and so gently. 他感觉天都要塌了。尽管柳曼玉平日里温柔、知性、善良，可从未与男人有染啊，如今却令她感到陌生。She felt like the sky was about to fall. Although Lu Manyu was usually gentle, understanding, and kind, she had never mingled with men, and this made her feel strange. 不知过了多久，一柄浑身漆黑、剑柄刻着景贤二字的剑出现在两人面前。After an unknown period of time, a pitch-black sword appeared in front of the two, with the characters Jing Xian etched into the hilt. 把你的脏手拿开。Get your dirty hands off. 媚娘尽可能地克制自己，手颤抖着举起绝仙，指着柳曼玉，后者 娇躯一震，此人强得恐怖. Mei Niao tried her best to restrain herself, trembling as she raised her finger at Lu Manyu, who shivered at the terrifying strength of this person. 你是谁? Liu Manyu 轻声询问，怀里的锦弦碎得跟死猪般，雷打不动，完全不知眼前修罗场. Who are you? Lu Manyu asked softly, while Jing Xian in her arms slept like a dead pig, completely unaware of the scene unfolding before them. 我说，拿开你的脏手. I said, get your dirty hands off. 说罢，一阵杀意袭来，柳曼玉顿感不妙，快速地松开抱着的锦弦，被杀意震得连退几步. After saying this, a wave of killing intent rushed in, and Lu Manyu felt something was off. She quickly released Jing Xian and was forced back a few steps by the killing intent. 媚娘眼疾手快，抱住锦弦，把她用力搂住，美眸冷冷地看了她一眼. Mei Niao acted swiftly, holding Jing Xian tightly and casting a cold glance at Lu Manyu. 这次我饶你一命. This time I will spare your life. 他还不想在锦弦面前杀人，不然柳曼玉早就被他砍成肉块了。柳曼玉深知他的恐怖，并没有再去说什么. She didn't want to kill in front of Jing Xian. Otherwise, Lu Manyu would have been chopped into pieces already. Lu Manyu understood her terror and did not speak further. Line, leave me here? How cruel you are. I don't want some genius. I only want you. I want to stay by your side. Even if you've lost your cultivation, I can protect you. Do you know? Their eyes, their expressions, all of it disgusts me. Hypocrites. Greedy. Is this what you think are better than you? Hearing this, Jing Xian lowered his head again. Even though others may be pitiful, they were still better than him, a mere mortal. After all, he was still a mortal, powerless and helpless. I'm sorry, but I really don't deserve you now. After saying that, Mei Niang took out the legendary sword, Zhu Xian, from the sword spirit space. Jing Xian saw his name carved on it, and his eyes flashed. Mei Niang pressed the sword's edge against his chest. I don't want your apology, I want you. Sign a contract with me. Jing Xian shook his head in refusal, but Mei Niang didn't listen. With a flick of her delicate hand, she summoned the Feng Xian sword, and a golden contract appeared out of thin air, just needing their names written. That time, he also heartlessly broke the contract at her pleading. Mei Niang, don't call me that. Sign it, or I'll kill you. If I can't have you, no one else will. Hearing this, Jing Xian sighed helplessly. In the end, it was still the same result. Mei Niang now felt so unfamiliar to him, radiating strange magic from her body. Seeing him sign, Mei Niang took back the Zhu Xian sword and placed the Feng Xian sword with his name carved into the hilt in front of him for him to see. She returned to her soft, affectionate demeanor. She happily felt the connection with him again, her heart filled with joy. Xiana, look, is it beautiful? I carved it myself. The two characters carved into the hilt shone brightly, looking as if they had been roughly carved with a knife. Are you happy? If you unlock the magic that binds me, I would be even happier. No way, Xianer, don't even think about it. I absolutely won't unlock it, so you won't escape again. Hearing this, Jing Xian knew that his life was essentially ruined. How could a powerless man like him ever escape from her, the invincible one? Mei Niang slowly rose, carefully picked up the hot soup, sat on the bed's edge, scooped a spoonful, blew on it, and urged Jing Xian to open his mouth. Open your mouth. With no choice, he could only try his best to please her, not knowing what kind of trouble she might cause otherwise. Good boy. A bowl of hot soup went down, and the pain from the alcohol was somewhat eased. But somehow, Mei Niang looked so hot in front of him, she gazed at him with affectionate eyes. Her delicate, jade-like fingers pressed against his lips, and her voice was filled with emotion. I love you. In the middle of the night, Jing Xian was held in her fragrant embrace, soft and comfortable. In the end, she couldn't bear to sever his limbs and trap him for eternity. My good Xianer, you must listen to me. Mei Niang reached out her jade hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Her loving eyes took on a sickly, maddened look. At that moment, in the luxurious Lu residence, Lu Manyu sat on her bed, gazing affectionately at a portrait of Jing Xian. From the moment Jing Xian appeared in her eyes, she gradually and hopelessly fell in love with the seemingly cold yet warm-hearted young man. Jing Lang, the maid watching over her, was speechless. What kind of charm did this guy have to make her mistress fall so deeply for him? It was truly unbelievable. Lu Manyu sat on the edge of her bed. If it weren't for that woman tonight, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, so she grabbed a small wooden figurine and fiercely poked it with a needle several times. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Taking advantage of her higher cultivation to steal my man. Shameless. The wind blowing through the night touched the young man's face. Jing Xian felt a chill and shivered slightly. His consciousness was still blurry. If only everything were just a dream. When he woke up, he would still live a carefree life. Fishing, drinking, eating a few pieces of meat, strolling through the lively market. How wonderful it would be. He looked at the setting sun, and the white moon rose, hanging in the night sky. It is so unique, so beautiful, with the night sky full of stars, twinkling starlight and moonlight illuminating Chang'an. The night in Chang'an is very quiet, with the rustling of leaves in the wind and the sound of cicadas, a few lights dimly glowing, and sometimes a few fireflies can be seen. Children sneaking out without their parents' knowledge, holding bug nets, chasing a few scattered fireflies, their faces full of joy, while the fireflies look terrified. Watching the rise and fall of the tide, the clouds roll and disperse, witnessing the struggles of mankind. How is that scholar and the daughter of the mansion now? Will he let go of the sacred books in his heart? Will he happily marry the little girl who secretly watched him read every day? Or will he only focus on reading the sacred books, ignoring the world outside, just like Jing Xian? Is it to overcome the obstacle in his heart and reconcile with Mei Yang for a lifetime, or to drown in the darkness within? He has lost his cultivation, possessing only sword skills and helplessness, seemingly resigned as he looks up and chuckles to himself. Stopping my cup and tossing my chopsticks, cannot eat, drawing my sword and looking around, my heart is lost. Adversity is a necessary process for growth. Step out of the fog and take a step towards the dark future, and you have one. He often guides those who are confused about life, yet he cannot comfort the dead heart within himself. He comforts others endlessly, but comforting himself feels like a fish in water. There are many things to say, but when they reach his mouth, they all turn into periods emerging from the water surface. Mei Yang gently pushes open the door, her steps very light, her beautiful eyes full of feelings as she looks at Jing Xian. Jing Xian leans against the head of the bed, his expression delicate yet not feminine. "Xian, are you hungry?" Hearing Mei Yang's voice, Jing Xian comes back to his senses, grabbing a corner of the blanket to cover his body. His gaze flickers. This is not Mei Yang. The Mei Yang he knows is not like this. "You are not Mei Yang. You are not." Hearing this, Mei Yang smiles, sits on the edge of the bed, takes out the Feng Xian from the sword spirit space, and lightly touches the word Jing Xian on the sword hilt with her fair finger. "If I am not Mei Yang, then do you not recognize this sword?" Jing Xian shakes his head furiously, muttering, "You are not. Mei Yang would not be like you, would not." She puts the Feng Xian away, grabbing his wrist, untying her belly wrap, running her fingers down her chest, her voice charming. "The sword body and sword spirit are one. If it is on the sword, then it will naturally be on me, right? Then the Feng Xian you know is not fake. Why am I, with the same name engraved, a fake?" As she speaks, her beautiful eyes look passionately at Jing Xian, expressing her love that has nowhere to be released. "Xianer, I miss you so much. I miss you. Days without you are so terrifying, so lonely. Why were you so cruel to leave me? You have such a cruel heart. When I made the contract with you, I said that in this life, I cannot do without you. Little rascal, you really have such a cruel heart. Do you want me to become someone else's sword, held by others? I don't want that. I just want to stay by your side, to be with you forever and ever. All these years you have never taken me back. Don't you also have me in your heart? I know Xianer would not be so cruel." Mei Yang says a lot to herself, holding Jing Xian's hands tightly. She is still worried, afraid he will run away. Let go of me. I am just a mortal now. Don't do this. Don't do this. You were not like this before. Really? Then what do you think I should have been like? Do you know? For decades, day and night, I've been hoping for your return to take me away from that ghostly place. I've been trapped there for decades. When I walked out of the Yufeng Mountain, I thought during those decades, you might have lost your skills and become old or sick, but I never expected that you would have the same lifespan as me. Actually, Jing Xian is also not very clear. He thought that living a few decades would make him old, but who knew, after playing in Chang'an for so long, he shows no signs of aging. And thinking of his lifespan being the same as Mei Yang's, he realizes that he cannot run away, cannot fight back. It's over. And it seems that Mei Yang also sees through his thoughts. Her delicate hand lifted his chin, meeting his gaze, teasingly saying, "You'll never escape in this life. From now on, you can only accompany me. Isn't that very happy and blissful?" Upon hearing this and seeing her sickly mad expression, Jing Xian calmed himself down and coldly replied, "If that's the case, I will die right in front of you." Jing Xian's expression was serious, without room for doubt, but Mei Yang merely chuckled, then said something that made him feel utterly hopeless. "Even if you die in front of me, I will save you. You cannot escape." Upon hearing this, it felt like the sky had collapsed for Jing Xian, his eyes hollow, as if he had seen an endless life of despair. Mei Nyang smiled, then waved her hand gracefully. Suddenly, several golden lights surrounded Jing Xian, and he felt that something was wrong. His limbs began to shorten, and soon, he transformed into a childlike appearance. What the? Why have I turned back into a child? The clothes that had once fit him, well, now hung loosely on his body, creating a comical contrast. Little Jing Xian's face was as white as jade, his skin fair, with starlight sparkling in his eyes, and his features delicate. A faint fragrance surrounded him, and a silly tuft of hair drooped on his head, clearly showing his low spirits. Change me back. Little Jing Xian shouted at the smiling Mei Nyang, who waved her hand and said, Not gonna happen, little Xian is cuter this way, and I can even carry you. As she spoke, Mei Nyang bent down and picked up Jing Xian. He now stood just at her waist, making her tall figure look like a little cuddle pillow. Getting closer, he caught a whiff of a milky scent, causing Mei Nyang to squeeze little Jing Xian's cheeks playfully. Little Xian smells so good. I really like it. As she spoke, she placed Jing Xian on the table, her gaze fixed intently on him. Jing Xian swallowed hard, but she didn't make a move for a long time. After a while, Mei Nyang giggled and said, Okay, I was just kidding. Upon hearing this, Jing Xian was still uneasy. He tightly held onto his collar, looking very alert. Do you plan to stay on Yufeng Mountain for the rest of your life? Jing Xian asked this question, and upon hearing it, Mei Nyang replied, Little Xian doesn't like it here? Wherever little Xian is, I will be. You shouldn't be like this. You should stand at the top of the world. Not now, accompanying a useless person like me. After saying this, Mei Nyang leaned closer, her index finger gently resting on his lips, softly saying, Don't say such things about yourself, okay? I don't want fame or fortune. I only want you. I want to marry you, to watch all the wonders of the world with you, to be by your side. Such sweet words, if spoken by someone else, that person would surely agree to Mei Nyang without hesitation. But how could she say such things to anyone but Jing Xian? Seeing Jing Xian slightly shake his head, she comforted herself, believing that over time, feelings would grow, and one day, Jing Xian would accept her, and then they would live in seclusion, hiding in a place unknown to others, living a carefree life. It's okay. Little Xian doesn't agree now, but he will agree in the future. You've been busy all night. Aren't you hungry? With this, he genuinely felt hungry, rubbing his somewhat flat stomach and nodding. Mei Nyang effortlessly carried him, walking out of the boudoir. Now, at the top of Yufeng Mountain, houses, a water well, several peach trees, a swing under the peach trees, and strands of red silk tied to the branches had already been built. In a small pond, a few koi swam. Beside it was a small courtyard where a few chickens, sheep, and cows were raised, and a big pig slept soundly. In a small pavilion made of golden silk nanmu, there was a peachwood table, on which a few glass cups and a priceless glass tea set were placed. The top of Yufeng Mountain was surrounded by an ethereal aura. Mortals lived here, cultivating themselves and enjoying life. How wonderful it was. A stone path led straight to the love nest of Mei Nyang and Jing Xian. At the entrance hung several lanterns, and upon entering, a rich fragrance wafted over, filling the air as it flowed into their bodies. It was hard to resist the urge to relax. Jing Xian knew without thinking that Mei Nyang must have lit the soothing incense, which was quite expensive. Even wealthy families couldn't use it too often. This immense change, from the small wooden house to what could now be called a palace, was astonishing. Just the furniture was worth a fortune, and it was clear that Mei Nyang was very wealthy. Do you like it? Everything here is decorated according to your preferences. You said you wanted to live a simple life, so we will live here from now on. There's a pond, a small pavilion, and that peach tree, the one we planted together, which has now grown tall. Jing Xian looked at the peach tree standing by the cliff. The small tree he remembered had now grown into a large tree that provided shade, and their names were carved on it. A few peach blossoms floated by, and memories of the moment spent here came rushing back, deeply touching his heart. Let's have breakfast first. It's not good to be hungry. With that, Jing Xian was picked up again. Since he had shrunk, Mei Nyang never left his side. He felt safe only when he was close to her. This was enough to make all the sword cultivators who pursued her envious and jealous. The cold, aloof Mei Nyang was as gentle as water in front of Jing Xian, almost too clingy. On the way to the kitchen, Jing Xian saw two hens that looked somewhat familiar. After a moment of thought, he suddenly realized, weren't these spiritual beasts? Why did they seem strong enough to overpower him easily? He gradually understood. These were not ordinary chickens, but golden-tailed, three-legged birds, merely transformed by Mei Nyang into the appearance of common hens. Reaching the kitchen, Mei Nyang still held Jing Xian while cooking breakfast with one hand, her other hand securely supporting him, making it seem like they were mother and child. The playful son clung tightly to the beautiful lady, unwilling to let go, though the reverse was true. Aren't you tired like this? Why not put me down? I won't run away. Jing Xian saw her forehead glistening with sweat, and he felt a bit of pity. Mei Yang shook her head when she heard him. She truly feared that with a blink, Jing Xian would vanish. Even though she could search for him, she was still scared. What if it happened again, breaking their fates apart? That would leave her unable to find him forever, and it left a shadow in her heart. No, be good, Xian, just wait patiently. After a while, Jing Xian helplessly spoke again. Don't you have a rope? Or you could use your magic to bind my ankles, and then I wouldn't be able to escape, right? Upon hearing this, Mei Yang finally put him down, twirling her jade hand to take out a red silk cloth, linking their ankles together, ensuring Jing Xian could not run away. Chapter 4. Lu Man's Actions. It must be said that Mei Yang was perfectly extraordinary, cooking well and even having beautiful feet. Delicate and fair, her feet had a perfect shape, and one could even see the faint veins on the top. Her feet were untouched by dust, smooth and delicate. If those foot fetishes saw them, one could only imagine what they would think. Xian must behave, okay? Don't run around. If you get hurt, I'll be heartbroken. With that, she checked the red silk cloth again, confirming everything was fine before feeling reassured. Jing Xian felt quite speechless. The red silk cloth wasn't even 2 meters long. If he wanted to break free, it was a fanciful dream. It was easy to tell that this red cloth was no ordinary item. It was invulnerable to knives and guns, immune to fire and water. Did he really think he could escape? Impossible. Jing Xian watched her carefully preparing breakfast. When Mei Yang wasn't being odd, she was truly beautiful, graceful and elegant. With a gentle elegance, she embodied a lovely beauty. Gazing at the bubbling porridge in the pot, Mei Yang thought about Jing Xian's changed physique and pondered whether to add a bit more meat. Should I add some more meat? What do you think, Xian? As Mei Yang turned around, Jing Xian, who had been daydreaming, unexpectedly bumped into her when he wasn't paying attention. Thankfully, he had a soft landing. It didn't hurt too much. Xian. No. I didn't do it on purpose. Is that so? But, fortunately, after a while, Mei Yang didn't react negatively towards him. She just worried that Jing Xian might get hurt. Worried greatly, afraid to accidentally bump into something like just now. After that, Mei Yang became quiet, gracefully having her breakfast, and watching her made it easy to get lost in her charm. When Mei Yang appeared out of thin air at that time, it really shocked him. Waking up to find his sword turned into a beautiful lady, staring foolishly at him. Who are you? Jing Xian screamed as he stood up from the bed, frantically covering his body with the quilt. As if she was a bullied young girl, Mei Yang tilted her head and blinked blankly. Master? Why do you look so scared? Hearing this, Jing Xian was even more confused. Master? Could it be that he was dreaming? Otherwise, why would a woman call him master? It must be a dream, right? You must be mistaken. Upon hearing this, Mei Yang immediately became unhappy, pouncing on him and pouting as she hugged his waist. In a mournful tone, she said, Does the master want to abandon me? No, that's not it. Before he could finish, Jing Xian's wandering gaze fell on the phoenix flower beside her. He reached out to grasp it, and at the moment he touched the sword hilt, Mei Yang's face turned red. With a gaze full of affection looking at Jing Xian, the latter was stunned, thinking, what's wrong with this woman? Suddenly, an astonishing thought exploded in his mind. You must be Feng Xian, but I've never heard she could transform. Immediately, Mei Yang nodded, then snuggled into his arms and stayed still. Jing Xian's mind felt like it had exploded. He thought Feng Xian didn't have a spirit. After trying so many methods before that didn't work, how come she suddenly transformed after just one sleep? When he sorted out his thoughts, Jing Xian tried to pull away Mei Yang, who was clinging to him, but who knew Mei Yang refused to let go. I won't let go. Who told you to neglect me? You actually didn't stay with me for a whole day. Does my master have another sword? If that's the case, I will cut her off. I am a master's sword. When Mei Yang said this, her eyes revealed a chilling vibe and a twisted emotional feeling he couldn't quite comprehend. While reminiscing, Mei Yang had already finished breakfast, brought everything to the table, and prepared the bowls and chopsticks, blowing on Jing Xian's ear. It's time to eat breakfast? Hearing Mei Yang's voice, Jing Xian came back to his senses, nodded, and pointed to the red silk cloth on his ankle, saying, Can it be untied now? Mei Yang nodded and waved her hand, making the red ribbon disappear. Before he could feel happy, Jing Xian was lifted up by her without any freedom. Carrying Jing Xian to the dining table, she placed him on her lap, smiling as she poked his cheek and said, Shall I feed you, Xian? Hearing this, Jing Xian's heart jumped to his throat, thinking, How can you feed me? Wouldn't that make my stomach bulge? No. I can eat by myself. Hearing this, Yang instantly became displeased, pinching his mouth with her slender fingers. Pouting her red lips and furrowing her willow brows, she was very unhappy with his answer. Jing Xian swallowed hard, fearing what she might do if he didn't agree. Only then did Yang brighten up, cheerfully picking up a piece of meat. Xian'er loves to eat meat. After eating meat, you can also drink beast milk, okay? Milk? Jing Xian really liked to drink that, such a rich and sweet taste. Much better than wine, but it's a pity that in the vast Chang'an city, he couldn't find anything to his taste. The meat in his mouth melted instantly, requiring no chewing, the aroma lingering between his lips and teeth. It was so delicious. Yang truly had a wonderful cooking skill. Xian'er is so good. Yang picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of tofu in her mouth to savor slowly. Using the same bowl and chopsticks, Jing Xian seemed to have no big reaction. After eating a few more pieces of meat, Jing Xian felt a little full and looked up to ask her about the beast milk. Little greedy cat, I had someone buy this beast milk for me. I don't know if it suits your taste. Yang smiled and took out a bottle from nowhere, pouring out the milk that smells of cream. Beast milk? Of course Xian'er loves beast milk the most. Hearing this, Jing Xian didn't say anything. He grabbed a pot, put the spout in his mouth, and drank endlessly. Yang smiled indulgently the entire time. Jing Xian liked it, so she was happy too. Slurp slurp. It's a bit ordinary, but the taste is rich. She even gave an evaluation, which made Yang laugh lightly again. Before long, the entire pot of milk was gone. Jing Xian burped in satisfaction, his mouth full of the taste of milk. After eating and drinking enough, Jing Xian began to think about how he could make Yang let go of her obsession. Staying here for 100 years, anyone would go crazy. Do we really have to stay here? Of course, this is our home. I still clearly remember the memories I had with you. I really like it here. Looking at her expression, it wasn't a lie. She really planned to live here for a lifetime. Jing Xian couldn't bear to think about it. He definitely had to escape. Don't think about leaving me. I've set up a sword array on top of this mountain. No one can come in. As long as you're in the mountain, I'll know where you are. Remember, Xian'er, I don't want to hurt you, nor do I want to cut off your limbs. Although that way you couldn't escape, but it would be too cruel to you. But please don't make me do that, okay? Otherwise, I might do something terrifying. Upon hearing this, Jing Xian quickly shook his head. What kind of gentle, motherly face is she using to say such things? It's really scary. I understand. If I had known this, I would never have gone to desperately get her, no matter what. I wouldn't. Seeing that Jing Xian had no intention of escaping, Yang tidied up the dishes and carried him to wander around the small courtyard, introducing everything in a house to him. Looking at the smile on her lips, Jing Xian felt conflicted. He had heartlessly left her, making her lonely and helpless for decades. On one hand, he felt guilty toward her, and on the other hand, he feared her obsession. Yang didn't trust anyone, except for Jing Xian, but he had abandoned her in the world. This was undoubtedly cruel to her, and he also understood that Yang had fallen in love with him. He knew well how painful it was to be abandoned by the one you love, because he was the one who had been abandoned. The departure of his parents and the cold stares for people around him. If it weren't for his strength, he might have died long ago. He originally thought that after swinging the sword hundreds of thousands of times, he could deal with their relationship as neatly as swinging a sword. But when he saw Yang, he hesitated. When facing her gentle and careful care, when seeing her virtuous appearance, honestly, at that moment, he really wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. But she should have had a higher status and more power, not wasted on a useless person like him. But how could he know that in Yang's heart, being able to spend her life with him was her greatest dream? A carefree life, working at sunrise, resting at sunset. If it were the old Jing Xian, he would definitely have let go of his grudge under her careful care and affection. But now, he was afraid she would kill him one day. Getting married is fine, but you, who feels so unfamiliar now, I'm really scared. After all, isn't it all his fault? Everything in this world has cause and effect. When he made up his mind, the current situation was already destined. Thinking about this, Yang had already brought him to the small pavilion, placed him on her lap, and began brewing tea. Her movements were skilled, and soon a fragrance filled the air. The tea went down smoothly, with a sweet aftertaste, refreshing without bitterness. It was probably expensive again. Anything he liked, Yang didn't mind spending for him. Even if he wanted to become the emperor of any country, Yang would not hesitate to act, killing the emperor and letting Jing Xian ascend the throne. Luckily, Jing Xian didn't have such thoughts. Otherwise, the emperors of those countries would probably live in constant fear, fearing the next second when everything would go dark and they would die. Xian'er, would you like me to play the zither for you? It's the one you taught me back then. You used to think I was clumsy, but I've practiced for a long time. Now I'm very skilled. Hearing this, Jing Xian nodded. He was also very curious about how much Manyang had improved. As the sound of the chin began to play, echoing in his ears, Jing Xian closed his eyes and listened. His memory went back to that early autumn when Manyang clumsily played the wooden chin. It was less like chin yin and more like noise, unbearable to listen to. Manyang's face flushed red, feeling she had embarrassed Jing Xian. But Jing Xian just smiled and gently comforted her, getting up to sit beside her, calling her softly, enjoying the sound of the leaves rustling pleasantly. Just because he once said he liked playing the chin, she practiced for a long, long time. Who could do that? It was hard. As the piece entered its second half, it became oppressive, turning sad. Jing Xian frowned. This was not what he had taught. What's wrong? This is what I composed after losing you. Do you like it? From the chin sound, he heard desolation, sorrow, despair for the future, and that endless pain. I'm sorry. It's okay. Xianer is with me now. I am very happy. Jing Xian quietly lowered his head, unable to face Manyang. Clearly, he had been so cruel, yet she was still so gentle towards him. The more gentle she was, the more guilty he felt. Seeing his guilty expression, Manyang curled her lips into a strange smile, hugging him and gently soothing him. It's all right, it's all in the past. Xianer doesn't need to feel guilty. Even if you are cruel to me, I will still love you. Hearing this, Jing Xian felt guilty and had no words to say. Manyang's smile grew wider. She understood that Jing Xian would easily agree to her request because of his guilt. This was also her plan. She wanted to use Jing Xian's guilt to make him gradually unable to part from her, to stay by his side forever until he gave up the thought of leaving her. Step by step, walk into my cage, my Xianer. I will make you unable to extricate yourself. She was laughing, a twisted and mad laugh. On the other side, Lu Manyu walked out of the house. Usually, Jing Xian would come to the morning market, but today she did not see him. Standing in front of the stall, she stared blankly. Why didn't he come today? He used to come without fail. Could it be because of that woman? Or was there another reason? The stall owner also noticed her and walked softly within 2 meters of her, asking in a low voice, Madam Lu, what's the matter? I want to ask, why didn't that young man in white come today? Hearing this, the male owner thought for a moment, the image of the young man in white flashing in his mind. Oh, he didn't come today, we don't know why. Madam Lu, would you like to try a bowl of beast milk? Hearing this, Lu Manyu looked at the customers. Some children were holding bowls of beast milk, taking a sip with happy little faces. As she watched, Lu Manyu's lips curved into a smile. As if she could see Jing Xian's expression when he drank beast milk, her beautiful eyes moved slightly. The stall owner saw her lost in thought and softly called out. Lu Manyu came back to her senses and smiled, saying, No need, I don't want to eat this morning. All right then, take care. Lu Manyu left the stall and remembered last night when that woman took away the drunken Jing Xian just as she was about to succeed, leaving her with a heart like fire throughout the night. On her way back home, she greeted several people who spoke to her, and Lu Manyu responded with a smile. She was like this, gentle and knowledgeable. Many people in Chang'an City liked her. There were also many wealthy young masters pursuing her. Just then, as if summoned, a young man stepped forward to block her path. Madam Lu, what a coincidence. Are you out for a morning walk? The young man asked with a friendly smile, and Lu Manyu nodded and inquired, Do you need something? I wonder if Madam Lu could do me the honor of joining me for a small gathering at the Drunken Immortal Tower? The young man wore a calm smile. His temperament was fine, but the way he looked at her made Lu Manyu feel very unpleasant, and her expression turned cold. Young man, you should look for someone else. I don't have time. Having said that, she skirted around the young man and left without looking back. The man remained with a gloomy expression, not knowing what he was thinking. What he was thinking didn't concern Lu Manyu. She only cared about where Jing Xian was. Last night, she had sent someone to investigate the woman who took her beloved man. Chapter 5. Lu Manyu's obsessive love. Returning to the mansion, ignoring the greetings of the servants, she walked into the hall and saw the assassin she had sent to investigate. Madam, the assassin, whose face was hard to see, knelt on one knee and lowered his head with great discretion. This person was quite skilled and emanated a cold aura. However, after seeing Lu Manyu, he withdrew it. With a wave of her delicate hand, the assassin stood up from the ground. Have you found out anything about the woman I asked you to investigate? Hearing this, the assassin knelt again, not daring to look at her. He spoke in a low voice, Sorry, madam. I couldn't find any information about that woman. The useful information is too little. Lu Manyu was not surprised. After all, that woman carried the aura of someone in a higher position, and her cultivation was profound. But why would she take away her Jinglang? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. After ordering the assassin to continue investigating, she stood up and walked out of the hall, murmuring in the small courtyard, Jinglang, if I were stronger, I wouldn't have let her take you away. You shameless person, without saying a word, you took my Jing Lang. After cursing in anger for a while, Lu Manyu returned to her boudoir. Her heart felt empty, and she could only hope that the woman wouldn't do anything to Jing Xian. In the prosperous city of Chang'an, there were hidden currents stirring. A cold wind blew through the night, carrying a smell of blood in the air. The city lights were bright with singing and dancing. But who would know the darkness behind the scenes? A woman dressed in black pulled a small knife from the man's chest and washed it in the basin. Blood spread out in the water, and after a while, several other figures in black clothing stepped out of the shadows, their gazes cold as they knelt before the woman. We have killed all those who previously bullied Master Jing Xian. The heads have been thrown into the pigsty. The woman gently nodded, as if to them, killing someone was just a trivial matter, something they were used to. Good. After taking care of the loose ends, go investigate. We need to give Madam a response as soon as possible. What loose ends? We were very discreet when we came. The woman swiftly drew a flying needle from her thigh and locked her gaze on the corner of the wall. The needle shot out and stopped just before hitting the wall. At the same time, a sound of it piercing flesh was heard. Because the man had hidden so well, he collapsed at the sound, unable to make a sound as his throat was blocked by blood. What followed was a gruesome scene of blood flowing from his 7 orifices as he died. Cowardly scum. The woman's name was Lung Yin, responsible for managing the assassins of the Lu Mansion and also serving as Lu Manyu's personal bodyguard. Her cultivation was much higher than Lu Manyu's, and Lu Manyu had bought her from a slave trader. She had recognized Lu Manyu as her master and had been loyal to her ever since. All the shady tasks were handled by her, clearing all obstacles. The black clothing could not hide her full figure. Her beautiful eyes were as cold as ice, with no trace of emotion. A black scarf covered her exquisite, cold, and stunning face. This time I'll let you off. If it's a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing this, the other assassins quickly lowered their heads and apologized. None of them wanted to die under her sword. Though they were controlled as assassins, it was still better than being dead. We apologize. We swear to the heavens that we will never commit this again. We swear to the heavens that we will never commit this again. The other assassins hurriedly echoed, and Lung Yin waved her hand, signaling them to leave. It was late at night, and the weather had turned colder. The cool breeze blew by as Lung Yin changed into a red dress, elegant and dignified, yet still retaining a hint of charm. But one had to be careful not to fall under its spell. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died, and, in the blink of an eye, you would find yourself in the underworld. Returning to the Lu Mansion, the servants greeted her respectfully, and she responded courteously. TSK, what kind of poison did he give you, making you think about him all the time? Sighing helplessly, she waited a moment until the sounds in the boudoir faded away. Then she gently knocked on the peachwood door, and the wind chime hanging at the entrance swayed with the breeze. The pleasant sound of the bells brought Lu Manyu back to her senses, and she then spoke up, "Don't come in while you wait outside." Lung Yin stood at the door, gazing at the trees in the small courtyard. The parasol tree symbolized unchanging love until death, but unfortunately, the woman had intentions, while the man was indifferent. She couldn't quite understand. That guy, Jing Xian, her own wife showed her love so clearly, yet he didn't respond at all, like a blockhead. Did he think his wife was unworthy of him? What a joke. Lu Manyu was the dream of countless people in Chang'an, and many pursued her madly. Let me ask, in the entire Tianyuan Zhongzhou, who doesn't know the beauty of Lady Lu of Chang'an that causes chaos in the country? Yet now, she was daydreaming of a man, gentle and beautiful, with a good temperament and wealth. If she were a man, she would have fallen hopelessly in love long ago. But, unfortunately, that Jing Xian guy didn't respond to Lu Manyu's love. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, wishing she could wrap him up and give him to her master. Lu Manyu sat at the edge of the bed, her slender hands tidying her messy hair. After folding the men's clothes, she placed them in the wardrobe, and inside the wardrobe, there were several pieces of men's clothing. Another one added, "That's right, these clothes belong to Jing Xian." As for where they came from, in the past, Jing Xian liked to go to hot springs after drinking, and every time he went, he would leave his clothes behind. Yixiangju, a place of fun and enjoyment, had countless entertainment facilities above and high-quality hot spring waters below, a place favored by royalty and the rich. Who exactly stole my clothes? Does Yixiangju not care? Stealing my clothes in broad daylight. Pervert, you even steal men's clothes. Is there any humanity left? Jing Xian stood bare-chested in the hall, his muscular upper body and 8-pack abs radiating masculinity as he cursed the thief of his clothes. Young women passing by all stopped in their tracks, their gazes drawn to Jing Xian's handsome yet sunny physique, their eyes darting back and forth, which made Lu Manyu very unhappy. Shameless wench. Later, the manager of Yixiangju stepped in and compensated him for the lost clothing at the original price, after which Jing Xian seldom came back. And the real culprit, Lu Manyu, stood at the corner entrance holding the clothing he lost, smiling beautifully yet with an almost undetectable hint of madness. Little guy, you can't escape from my grasp. You can only be mine. And now, those clothes Jing Xian lost were all neatly placed in her wardrobe, mingling with her personal garments, infused with her delicate fragrance. After putting the clothes away, Lu Manyu walked to the mirror, adjusted her outfit, applied some lip gloss, and clasped her delicate hands at her lower abdomen, appearing dignified and elegant. Every move, every smile, stirred emotions in the hearts of others. Thinking of Jing Xian, the one who made her heart flutter, she unknowingly blushed. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Does Jing Lang think I am some kind of bad woman? While she was lost in her own shyness, Lung Yin outside the door, no matter how impatient she was, could only wait. She also began to curse Jing Xian inwardly. As far away as Yufeng Mountain, Jing Xian sneezed. How sad to still catch a cold. After everything was in order, Lu Manyu walked to the door, pulled it open, and stepped out, where the waiting Lung Yin gracefully saluted. Oh, didn't I say it? We don't need to be so formal between us. Lu Manyu raised her delicate hand to help her up, her expression somewhat unhappy. She had never felt superior to anyone and could talk to anyone, except for some impolite folks. Other noblemen were arrogant and looked down on servants, showing no manners at all. But she was different. She treated everyone in the household with great politeness and never gave orders arrogantly to the servants, who were all grateful to have such a good master. No, this is what I should do. Xingyan shook her head seriously, knowing that no one could change what she had decided. Liu Manyu could only give in to her. Liu Manyu placed her hands in front of her, exuding elegance, and walked gracefully toward the camphor tree in the courtyard, where two nameplates were tied together, hanging from its branches. She held the wooden plate engraved with the words Jingshuan in her palm, slightly lifting her head and closing her eyes. Without even thinking, Xingyan knew she was thinking of Jingshuan and sighed helplessly in her heart. Jingshuan, oh Jingshuan, don't let me catch you, or you'll be in for it. Of course, Liu Manyu didn't know her thoughts, and, after a moment of longing, she put down the wooden plate and turned around softly to ask, have you found any trace of that little one, Jingshuan? I haven't found him yet, but I have dealt with those who offended young Master Jing earlier. Upon hearing this, Liu Manyu nodded lightly, with the gentleness hiding a twisted and sickly nature. Well done. Continue the investigation. The sooner, the better. Yes, I will not disappoint your trust. I believe in you, go ahead. With a light wave of her delicate hand, Xingyan stood up, bowed again, and as a light mist dissipated, she disappeared. Liu Manyu tied the wooden plate engraved with her name together with Jingshuan's. Looking at the two plates snugly fitting in her palm, she smiled faintly and softly murmured, my mother said in my childhood to hang the nameplates of a man and a woman beneath the camphor tree. Then those two people will be together forever, happily passing this life, and even in the next life, they will not be separated. Jinglang, wait for me. I will soon take you home. As she spoke, a hint of killing intent rose in her brow, but in an instant, it turned back to her gentle and elegant demeanor. Can you hear the voice of longing carried by the wind as it blows to your beloved's ear? Chapter 6. Under the peach tree in full bloom during the Lantern Festival, swing swayed gently with the wind, and a few peach blossoms floated by. One could faintly smell the fragrance of the flowers, mingling with the delicate scent emanating from the beautiful lady behind him. The swing goes really high. Mei Nyang held Jingshuan in her arms, swinging and admiring the flowers, her white dress fluttering in the breeze. She looked like a fairy on a cloud, smiling sweetly and charmingly, making hearts race uncontrollably. However, Jingshuan, tightly held in her embrace, had a numb expression. Just 2 short days had passed, yet Jingshuan felt as if years had gone by. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't, feeling a lot of helplessness inside. He didn't dare to shout, fearing Mei Nyang would give him an unfounded accusation and a lecture again. Mei Nyang, don't you think this is really dull? Jingshuan looked into the distance, yearning for freedom, not the boring life he was living now. Mei Nyang grasped his hand, gently brushing her cheek against his. No, it's not boring. With Xuan by my side, nowhere is boring. But he felt it was boring, and Mei Nyang stopped the swing with her leg. Holding Jingshuan, she walked to the stone table, picked up a cup of milk, and brought it to his lips. Won't you drink? No. I'll drink it. Tightly embracing Jingshuan, but he only felt scared. Is the kind of love that is frightening really love? It is love, but a twisted kind of love. In her heart, she wished to raise Jingshuan as a useless person. Someone who just eats and waits to die, unable to live without her. Every aspect of daily life has to be cared for by her. She would be responsible for his 3 meals a day, and if she raised him to be useless, he would never leave her. This idea was frightening. A swordsmanship genius, a talent rarely seen in 1,000 years. If she made him useless, how explosive that would be. Fortunately, Jing Xuan did not have such thoughts. His intention was to achieve the supreme swordsmanship. Standing at the peak of the world, saving the common folk, the suffering he experienced would never be repeated. In recent years, the devil's path has been rampant, wantonly slaughtering the people, and the demon beasts frequently appearing near villages, causing great panic among the masses. Whenever he thought of the tragedy of demon beasts slaughtering villages in his childhood, he had vowed to use his sword in hand, cutting through all suffering. But that day, his cultivation was destroyed, and his heart became unstable. If it weren't for suppressing his inner demons with alcohol, he, Jing Xian, would never do anything to harm others. But on that day, when he resolutely abandoned Mei Yang, didn't he hurt her deeply? For a long time, Jing Xian swallowed the beast's milk in his mouth. After he swallowed it, Mei Yang nodded in satisfaction. Helplessness, deep helplessness. Suddenly Jing Xian felt his head heating up. Are you really not the seductive woman of the He Huan sect? Don't compare me to those people. Just hearing it makes me feel sick. The He Huan sect, neither good nor bad. If you say it's bad, they haven't committed any terrible deeds. And if you say it's good, you don't know what's good about it. They only recruit female disciples. And it is said that there are as many as 1,000, each with extraordinary looks, and ordinary cultivators, upon seeing a disciple of the He Huan sect, will avoid them for fear of losing their vital essence. To say that the He Huan sect is full of beautiful women, the sect leader is even more enchanting, every movement captivating, and when a man looks at her, he falls deeply in love and cannot extricate himself. Her brows like crescent moons, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, every frown and smile displaying endless charm, her figure alluring, full and ample, draped in red clothing, like a rose, beautiful yet thorny. What outsiders describe leaves people parched, many wanting to become her partner, but no one can catch her eye, for in her eyes, men seem like weeds. It is said that she has been searching for someone, putting up missing person notices everywhere. He is a man, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding righteous aura. She did not reveal the name, only describing his appearance, often carrying a sword on his back, having a gentle temperament, and a habit of drinking a pot of beast's milk every day. Countless cultivators speculated who he was, pondering how great his charm must be to win her heart, for she, a deadly beauty, has men dancing in the palm of her hand. It was late at night, and Jing Xian woke up, rubbing his somewhat shriveled belly. Is your belly hungry? Indeed, a little. How about we go eat in the small town at the foot of the mountain? It's a good way to relax. Upon hearing this, Jing Xian eagerly nodded in agreement. Even if he couldn't run away, it would still be nice to move about somewhere else. Then it's settled? Xianer must not have any inappropriate thoughts. Otherwise, I'll never let you down the mountain for a lifetime. I won't. Do you think I can escape like this? That's true. No, absolutely not. He must persuade Mei Yang to let her learn magic. On the way down the mountain, Jing Xian kept asking eagerly, and Mei Yang simply pinched his mouth shut. He became quiet. As they looked at the scenery by the roadside, it was indeed light-hearted. When Xiana no longer wants to leave me, I will unlock your magic, and then we will marry and live happily. The small town at the foot of the mountain was brightly lit, with lanterns hung in front of every house. As they crossed the stone bridge, Jing Xian curiously peeked back and forth, finding the changes in this small town astonishing. He remembered that when he was cultivating here, it was just a little village, and now it had transformed into a prosperous small town, every person's face beaming with smiles. Oh, whose little baby is this? So handsome. The lady by the roadside saw the two and turned her gaze to Jing Xian, looking handsome, attracting attention wherever he went. Mei Yang smiled and tidied Jing Xian's bangs. You must be this little baby's mother, right? Oh my, truly like you. With good temperament and good looks, I suppose you must be some noble's lady. The lady generously praised him, reaching out to touch Jing Xian's hand, but Mei Yang's eyes narrowed, showing displeasure, and the lady quickly withdrew her hand. You must be from somewhere else, right? Today is the Lantern Festival, and you've caught the perfect day. It's lively just ahead. Mei Yang regained her usual gentle and dignified demeanor, thanked the lady, and gracefully left with Jing Xian. The lady looked back a few times, thinking about how her own child was so naughty. Other people's children were so well-behaved, held in their mother's arms, not making a fuss, like a cute little doll, their adorable looks drawing affection. Sigh, if my baby were like that, how wonderful it would be. The aunt returned home with her hands behind her back. People who are older don't want to join any excitement. A small lantern festival is something young people like, with a bunch of them gathered under the ancient tree in the town, lanterns hanging everywhere, painted with various beautiful scenes. Women with children, little boys holding their sisters' hands, and childhood friends who smell of budding romance. Mei Nyang holds Jing Xian in her arms. She has walked for so long, yet she hasn't left a drop of sweat, nor felt tired, her enviable cultivation physique. So beautiful. Not as good-looking as my Xianer. Jing Xian's eyes wander around, finally stopping in front of vendor selling fresh milk, and Mei Nyang smiles indulgently, scratching his nose with her finger. Little glutton. What, just a glance and you want a drink? Jing Xian insists on saving face, but the expression on his face has already betrayed him. Your expression completely sold you out. Then will you buy it for me? Whatever Xiana likes, I will buy it for you, even if it means picking the stars from the sky. She really could do that, and Jing Xian quickly waved his hand. The market is bustling, with many people and various eyes. Some single men watch Jing Xian with envy, and when they look at Mei Nyang, their eyes are filled with greed. Damn it, a little brat has a woman with him, right? A little kid, what's so good about him? Don't you think so? Ha ha ha. A group of old bachelors laugh heartily, and of course Jing Xian hears these words, feeling very angry. Just as he's about to stand up and speak, Mei Nyang calms him down first. Xiner, don't be angry, I will handle these idiots. The group of old bachelors pays no mind. Until the Lantern Festival ends, they have nothing to do and laugh loudly as they leave, thinking Mei Nyang is just talking. But as night falls, a black long sword mingles with the night, slicing through their necks. They cannot make a sound, not even knowing who killed them. Before their eyes go dark, they head to the underworld, and holding the black sword, Mei Nyang washes it with water, then leaves the town with the bewildered Jing Xian. In the past, he would surely scold Mei Nyang for acting like this, but this time he unusually didn't speak, allowing her behavior. Chapter 7. The Heart's Desire of the Leader of Hahuan's Sect? The past filled with chivalry, now indifferent. No one knows what he went through during his downfall, and, as he returned to the mountain, Jing Xian kept thinking about this matter. Did he do the right thing? The other party was outspoken, but their crime did not warrant death. Could the former uprising permit this? This world sees deaths daily, dying of hunger, dying of cold, beaten to death, or dying at the hands of evil cultivators. Death is nothing but normal. Their deaths are a good thing for anyone. Mei Nyang walked while reaching out to gently caress his heart, her voice tenderly comforting him. Jing Xian was in a daze, and could indeed see that those people were not good. Mei Nyang puffed up her cheeks in mild anger. When she was warm and gentle, she was extremely beautiful even when angry. The childish expression, along with her plump cheeks and beauty, created a stark contrast, comical yet adorable. The hen thought to herself, are you crazy? Just because I looked at you, you want to kick me? Out here, I'm a three-legged bird, you know? I'm precious, do you understand? Mei Nyang closed the door and sprinkled insect repellent powder at the entrance. There were many mosquitoes at night, and spreading some could effectively prevent bites. But for some reason, even though she had sprinkled quite a bit of repellent powder, when Jing Xian woke up in the morning, there were always a few red marks on his chest and neck, which didn't seem like mosquito bites. Are you hungry, Xianer? Jing Xian shook his head. He had eaten a lot in the small town, and his stomach was round and full. Eating more would probably make him fat. Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. If he became as fat as those old sows in the circle, would Mei Nyang dislike him? After all, many people said he was handsome, and those women fell in love with him. Would Mei Nyang feel the same? Do you want me to eat until I become a fat pig? Upon hearing this, Mei Nyang imagined Jing Xian being round and plump, like a ball, covering her mouth and smiling. It would be more comfortable to hug like that. Hee, if that's the case, the feel would be so much better. Although it's nice now, a soft and squishy feeling would definitely be very pleasant. Moreover, if that happened, those women wouldn't fight with me for you. I actually want to turn you into a little fat pig, but that would affect your health. She even held him tighter. Jing Xian understood that even if he became a ball, Mei Nyang wouldn't leave him. For some reason, warmth flooded his heart. Why can't you be like those women? If I get fat, they surely wouldn't like me anymore. Mei Nyang blinked her beautiful eyes, tenderly wiped the corner of his mouth with a fragrant handkerchief, and laughed softly. They only care about your appearance. Only I truly love you. So cheesy, stop talking. Hearing her heartfelt words, Jing Xian felt goosebumps all over. It was too dangerous. One misstep, and he would fall in her gentle trap. Jing Xian wanted to escape, but he could hardly get away. In the quiet of the night, the courtyard was peaceful, and bright stars shone in the night sky, surrounding the courtyard in silence. His eyes drooped as sleepiness came over him. The sky began to drizzle. The raindrops soaked the green leaves, and a figure in red strolled in the rain, her delicate hand catching a few drops, staring blankly at them in her palm. Master, you will catch a cold like this. So what? Compared to my heart, this means nothing. Suyu smiled sadly. As the direct disciple in green, she felt both concerned and pained watching her master obsess over a man. He's just a man. Why does the master? Upon hearing this, Suyu calmly smiled, walked under the eaves while cradling the rainwater, and said with her eyes downcast, "You don't understand. I heard him. He once looked at me with such adoration, ignoring all the rumors. To please me, he followed me every day, always bringing me the most beautiful flowers from the city when he saw me. On rainy days, he would brave the downpour just to see me, always thinking of me first. When outsiders spread rumors, he would stand up and argue with them." Suyu felt dazed. So, even her charming master had someone she couldn't have? Huh. Then why didn't you agree to him, master? Suyu's expression was filled with confusion and doubt. Since both liked each other, why not agree? Hearing this, Suyu's face flashed a hint of coldness and then quickly concealed it, her expression turning sorrowful. At that time, I was merely the holy maiden of the sect. The previous sect leader did not agree with me being with him. I pleaded with her. In her eyes, I was just a pawn. If I agreed to him, she would kill him. I had no choice. Every time I saw his disappointed expression, my heart ached as if a knife had pierced it. To love but not be loved is the most painful punishment in the world. Later, I drove him away. Perhaps he really lost hope and left. That day, the rain was heavy, and I couldn't see his face. I couldn't see his expression either. The corners of his eyes were wet with either rain or tears. Ching-yi listened, fascinated, squatting down and curiously asked what happened next. Suyu said coldly, "Later, that old man wanted me to become his furnace." She rubbed her white hands furiously. Although she managed to keep her innocence, she felt disgusted because he touched her hand while she was trying to kill that holy sun. Later, people from the sect came to hunt her down. Perhaps even the heavens couldn't bear to see this, and miraculously, she survived. She escaped, and the first thing she did was look for him, but no one knew his whereabouts. Some said he took a sword and entered the gathering place of the demon cultivators alone. She searched for a long time, but couldn't find him. Later, she decided to improve her own strength so she could kill that old thing and release her hatred. After changing her appearance, she went into hiding. Her hard work paid off, but that man with eyes full of her was nowhere to be seen. She became the sect master, and the first thing she did was not to restrain her disciples from pursuing love. She then distributed missing person notices everywhere, but after 100 years, there was still no sign of him. After a long time, Suyu was pulled back from her thoughts. The news of her becoming the sect master spread across the states, but he had never come to find her. Could it be that his heart was dead? Sigh. I don't even know where he is now. Suyu sighed and turned her delicate body. In an instant, her wet clothes were completely dry. Ching-yi's eyes turned, and she said, "Why don't we go to Tianji Pavilion? Their old master can predict the future. Finding a person shouldn't be that hard, right?" Hearing this, Suyu smiled helplessly. Regardless of the situation, how could they help her, a member of the Hawan sect? Moreover, she didn't want to rely on anyone. She wanted to find him by herself, bring him back, and never be apart for all eternity. She would never repeat the past. Hearing you say that, Ching-yi is also very curious. A man whom the master is so infatuated with. He must be outstanding. Why does it feel even colder? Ching-yi shrank back, turning her head to meet Suyu's hostile gaze. Ching-yi waved her hands repeatedly, feeling wronged. She absolutely had no intention of spying on a master's husband. The master's eyes were so frightening. If you have any thoughts about your master's husband, I will lock you up. Vuvu, I'm wronged. I absolutely didn't. Suyu's gaze was not joking. Whenever it came to that man, she would become sensitive, as if all women would steal her lover away. All right, you should go back. I still have some things to deal with. Ching nodded repeatedly. Suyu was too scary now. It was better to slip away first. Otherwise, if something happened, she couldn't bear to think about it. After watching Ching-yi leave, Suyu turned and entered her room, where a gentle fragrance lingered. Slowly sitting on the edge of the bed, her delicate hand smoothed the blanket. If she had been braver back then and eloped with him, would the outcome be the same as now? Jing Xian, why are you so cruel? Are you angry with me? I didn't have the courage to defy her. Are you disappointed in me? I know I was wrong. Please, if you still love me, come find me. I beg you. My heart only belongs to you. My body and soul belong to you. In the large room, only her self-talk echoed. Suyu held onto the clothes that Jing Xian forgot to take away back then. The clothes were very clean. Suyu washed them every day, carefully protecting the memories she had with Jing Xian. She had guarded the Hahuan sect for so many years and had never left the sect. She was afraid Jing Xian would not be able to find her. So, every day, she sat within the sect, fantasizing about Jing Xian coming back. But she waited for decades and did not see him. During this time, her love for him gradually twisted. When he returned, no matter what, she had to keep him by her side forever. She was confident she could make him stay, no matter what method she used. She didn't want to wait any longer. She wanted to find Jing Xian, even if it meant walking across the entire continent. The first stop was to go to Yufeng Mountain. Recently, she heard that he had lost his powers and fallen to a mere mortal, which was also the reason she didn't want to wait anymore. She was afraid that Jing Xian would run out of lifespan. That absolutely couldn't happen. She wanted to bring him back to the sect, to care for his body, so that he could always be with her. My dear, wait for me, and I will take you home soon. Chapter 8. After Qing Yi left the mountain, she squatted down by the small pond, hugging her knees. She picked up a small twig and slid it across the water's surface, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She couldn't understand the story about her master's unrequited love. Why didn't Master elope with the one he loved, hide away in a place unknown, and be together for a lifetime? Moreover, the other person didn't mind Master's identity as a disciple of the Hahuan sect. How deeply in love must he be, disregarding the views of others, determinately pursuing the demonist Master, carrying a body full of slander, just for the one he loves? Why can't lovers become a couple in the end? Is it wrong to pursue the person you love? How heartbroken must my Master have been at that time? She felt that Master was in the wrong. The other person bore the blame for her, while her Master did not dare to go against the sect leader's orders. They said it was to protect Jing Xian, but in her eyes, it was just cowardice in love, being afraid to defy the sect leader's command. Master was born charming, with a natural allure. Every gesture could stir a man's heart and make him fall in love with her. If she wanted, even the emperors of the major dynasties would kneel before her without dignity. You say you protect him, but in the end, you hurt him the most. How could he ever love you again? Sighing, she remembered Master saying she would go to the 3,000 worlds to find him, feeling troubled again. Now, even if she found him, what would it matter? Not loving is not loving. Even if there was once love, the moment she cruelly drove him away, it sealed their fate. Gazing at the moon in the pond, Qing Yi propped her chin on her small hands, stirring the water like a child and provoking a group of small goldfish, who were quite unhappy, biting the twig in her hand. Their eyes seemed to say, "You're keeping us awake at night. We still need to sleep." Realizing she had disturbed the little fish's sweet dreams, Qing Yi awkwardly scratched her head, dropped the twig, and stood up. Tomorrow, Master would step out of the sect. She wanted to follow and see just how extraordinary the man who captivated Master was, if he was as legendary as rumored. With a single sword light cold enough to shine across 19 continents, sword energy extending 30,000 miles, opening the heavens to bring peace to the world. Relying on the sword in his hand, he killed demons, suppressed the invincible demon lord of the era, but in the end, lost all powers and became a waste. He was truly in love. The sword in his hand, the Fengxian, was the world's #1 sword. Countless sword cultivators desired her, yet no one could touch her in 100 years. Later, Jing Xian took her, carrying Fengxian to slay demons and rid the world of those deserving of death. He worked so hard for so long, just for everlasting peace, yet in the end, he met such a tragic fate. It grew late. Qing Yi swung on a swing, feeling inexplicably restless, so she went down the mountain, intending to bring back some earthly delicacies for Master. In life, one may encounter many troubles, but life is about smiling through it, enjoying good food, and being a bit happier. She looked at life with an open mind, knowing that this kind of attitude was the easiest to satisfy, and it was pretty good to live a life filled with happiness. On her way down the mountain, a few small animals appeared along the path. This forest had few visitors, and the small animals, having never seen humans, curiously followed her from behind. Qing Yi heard the rustling sounds, smiled, and then suddenly turned around. "Wow, I scared you little ones." The little animals were startled by her sudden change in expression, frantically running in all directions, as if she were some kind of monster. "TSK, a bunch of cowards, how boring." Before Qing Yi had finished her fun, the small animals had already run away. She pouted her lips, quite upset. She was not a devil cultivator, so why were they so afraid of her? Feeling frustrated, she arrived at the foot of the mountain, stretched her body, summoned the sword at her waist, and stood on the hilt to fly. In no time, she reached the lively marketplace, still bustling in the deep night. What should I buy?" The girl in green looked at the dazzling little vendors, puzzled, and finally decided to buy a candied hawthorn first. So sweet. Holding the candied hawthorn, The girl in green strolled leisurely through the market, peeking at this and poking at that. Her quirky appearance was quite charming, but it also attracted the attention of some ill-minded people. A few stout men surrounded her from behind. Take her into the alley and surround her. This girl must be rich. If we rob her, we can live lavishly. The leading burly man smiled gleefully, and the small brothers behind him wore grins as they envisioned a life of leisure. The girl in green walked and stopped. They pretended to pick goods. Their acting was so clumsy that even a fool would know they were stalking her. She felt helpless inside. She was just down a mountain to buy some food. How did she run into these brainless people? The master did not allow her to easily kill. Reluctantly, she decided to knock them out. As she turned into a corner, several burly men quickly chased after her, no longer pretending, while vendors remained indifferent. Kind-hearted vendors had gone to report to the authorities. In times of trouble, someone will always lend a hand to pull you out. Little girl, can you lend us some money? The leading burly man blocked the girl's path with a smile, his tone laden with threats. The girl slightly shook her head. After finishing the candied hawthorn, the next second, the bamboo stick pierced through his hand. Ugh, my hand! The burly man howled, the sharp pain making him scream. Don't shout, okay? I really hate loud noises. The girl placed her finger against her fragrant lips, signaling for silence. I'll shout. Before he could finish his sentence, the girl kicked him down to the ground. The others saw this and rushed forward. They shouted for revenge. The girl in blue let out a breath. Oh dear, I've accidentally gone too far. I'm all dirty now. The girl in blue seemed very calm. She had killed terrible people, but considered it a good deed, and before leaving, she dealt with the corpses. After they died, they also did a good deed, filling the stomachs of the hungry fish in the water. Truly, a cause for celebration. Before long, a few officers and soldiers arrived, walking into the small alley without finding anyone, leaving the vendor who reported this bewildered. How strange. They were clearly here before. Did I arrive too late? Hearing this, the leading captor sighed. It seemed they had come too late, allowing the bad guys to succeed. He angrily punched the wall. Send out the order. Seal off the whole town. Investigate. Can they really turn the tables on us? Yes, I will go and do that. After the girl in blue finished everything, she leisurely left the small town with her bundles. Passers-by were quite surprised, wondering which girl had such a grand presence. Feeling tired from walking, the girl in blue decided to cast a spell. Her large and small packages rose into the air and the next moment flew quickly toward the sect's direction. Before long, she arrived at the sect's entrance. The disciple on night watch quickly bowed upon seeing her, but the girl in blue waved her hand to interrupt. Call a few people to help carry these things into the main hall of the sect leader. Be careful not to break anything. After giving her instructions, the girl in blue yawned. Chapter 9. So you stepped out of the sect. By the time the night watch disciple turned around, the girl in blue had already left, leaving a pile of packages behind. The night watch female disciple sighed helplessly and called a few people to act as laborers. Meanwhile, the girl in blue had already approached her master, Su Yu's room, and knocked on the door. Ooh, it's me, Master Ching. Chinger, why are you here so late? I came down a mountain to buy some snacks, and I had someone place them in your palace. Also, there's the beast milk that uncle likes to drink. Upon hearing this, Su Yu thought this little girl was quite thoughtful. She walked to the door and opened it a crack. The girl in blue looked at her with wide eyes. Thank you, Chinger. You should go back and rest. Su Yu's beautiful eyes were slightly red, as if she had been crying, and she was hugging a doll that she had never seen before. It seemed that her master had cried again. Could it be out of guilt for uncle? Then I'll head back first. Master, please rest early. The girl in blue left, and Su Yu returned to her room. If Chinger finds out I cried, I would be so embarrassed. As she looked closely, the doll remarkably resembled Jing Xian down to the tiniest details, showing that Su Yu understood him better than he understood himself. Su Yu gently stroked the doll, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. She was smiling, a sickly smile, a crazed smile. Unbeknownst to her, she could not control her fantasies about a life filled with love alongside Jing Xian. Watching the clouds roll by with him, experiencing the warmth of the world together, spending the rest of her life with him. Years of pent-up love would surely overflow like a dam breaking, drowning Jing Xian in its waves. After the girl in blue left, she sat by a small pond, looked at the moon before returning to her room to sleep. In the morning, a ray of sunlight shone into the fragrant boudoir. Su Yu had not yet gotten out of bed. It seemed she had had a delightful dream, her face beaming with a smile. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, Chinger knocked on the door, the sun already high in the sky. Her master was still lying in bed, too lazy. How could she search for uncle like this? Master, wake up. Otherwise, uncle might run off with another woman. It didn't matter if it would work or not. Chinger just shouted out. Suyu woke from her dreams, hearing Chinger's words. She sat up, shook her head, and murmured, "This girl, does she want to scare me?" She lifted the covers, sat in front of her dressing mirror, fixed her hair, touched up her lip color, then stood in front of the mirror, turning back and forth. There shouldn't be anything strange, right? Even dressed in coarse cloth, she appeared charming and enchanting, looking beautiful in anything she wore. After tidying up, Suyu finally left the bedroom. Gently pinching Chingy's ear, he whispered, "Next time, be quieter. Girls shouldn't be so noisy." "Woo-woo. It hurts." I know. Chingy bowed her head pitifully, as if her lifeline was being grasped, not daring to move. "You silly girl, what does it hurt?" "I didn't use much strength." Suyu poked her forehead with a finger, day after day, just fooling around. You found me out." Chingy chuckled awkwardly, having her act seen through. The two leisurely walked to the kitchen. Suyu lifted a warm bowl of milk and placed it in front of her. Smelling the rich aroma of the milk, Suyu drank it all in one gulp, and elegantly took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. "Let's eat breakfast first. After we're done, I have something to discuss," Suyu said as she put away the handkerchief. Chingy nodded repeatedly, although she wanted to join her master. But her master didn't want anyone to disturb her time with Jing Xian, not even her own direct disciple. After breakfast, Suyu instructed her on some matters and then disappeared, her speed astonishing. Chingy sat at the door, propping her chin in frustration. "Now that my master is gone, it's going to be boring again. Sigh. When will I get to travel and play?" Her master told her to focus on her training and not to think about love. Now she had reached the divine transformation stage, and no disciples in the sect had surpassed her talent. The daily training was dull and tiresome. Even though the sect had entertainment facilities, she found them boring. Usually, she loved to pester Suyu to tell her stories and had recently learned about her master's beloved, Jing Xian. This sparked her curiosity, but it was crushed by her master, leaving her waiting in the sect for her master to bring her husband back. I want to find my husband too. I don't want to train." Other passing disciples quickened their pace, afraid the senior sister would take them for fun, while some braver ones paused to watch, thinking how crazy their senior sister was again. "Sigh, this sect is hopeless. A love-seeking sect leader and a senior sister who goes crazy from time to time." A female disciple sighed. She wanted to raise a banner, to make the Harmony sect an unrivaled existence. Though she had ordinary talent, she believed that with enough effort, nothing was impossible. If something were impossible, it would simply be because she didn't work hard enough. Many disciples in the sect had parents killed by evil cultivators, and it was Suyu who saved them, allowing them to cultivate. She was extremely grateful to Suyu, and she would follow her without hesitation in whatever she said. In your most desperate times, a beam of light shines in to pull you up from the abyss. Even if the other person was labeled demonic by others, you would still stand by her side, not for any other reason, but simply because your life was saved by her. After an unknown period, Chingy quieted down, left the main hall, and thought, since she couldn't accompany her master out, she could at least take this time to be lazy. I'll go back to sleep in, and after waking up, I'll stroll down the hill to the bustling market. How wonderful. Hearing the senior sister's lazy remarks, the other disciples exchanged helpless looks, having to strengthen their training. It seemed the sect had not only lazy fish, but also koi wanting to become dragons. After leaving the sect, Suyu put on a veil and chose to walk along the less traveled paths, wanting to avoid any trouble. In the small bamboo grove, a gentle breeze passed through, causing the bamboo leaves to rustle, the fresh scent permeating the grove. Suyu walked slowly, not flying on her sword. Instead, she chose to walk, but even this walking was fast, each step equaling 5 of an ordinary person, as she floated through the bamboo grove. "Oh, where did this beauty come from? Even with her face covered, she is very pretty." Leaving the grove, a rough male voice called out. Suyu looked up at the group of bandits blocking the way, her gaze cold, revealing no emotion. "Move aside." She did not wish to fight, simply coldly instructing them to clear the way. The bandits, hearing this, laughed wildly, as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world. The harsh laughter made Suyu very unhappy, her willow-like brows slightly furrowed. "Ha ha, if you want to get past us, you must leave some money. If there's none." The bandit leader grinned slyly, slowly inching closer. "Big boss, go for it." A group of little brothers cheered from behind. This remote area was quiet. Meeting someone was a great excitement for them. But before they could enjoy it for long, Suyu waved her delicate hand, her voice icy cold and piercing. "Get lost." In the next second, the bandit leader, deflated like a punctured balloon, crashed into the bamboo forest behind him, breaking dozens of stalks before finally stopping. "She's a demon cultivator. Run." Those who understood saw the demonic energy radiating from the sword hilt, and immediately dropped their weapons to flee. But they hadn't run far when Su Yu waved her hand again, and that person fell to the ground with a thud. Su Yu's eyes were filled with intention as she drew her sword from her waist. Today, I will kill you to uphold justice. Before they could react, they met their end beneath her sword. Su Yu sheathed her sword, crouching beside a water pool to rinse the blade. A group of filthy swine. I even feel dirty using my sword to kill you. Su Yu cursed as she sheathed her sword again. Dare to peek at me? Who do you think you are to spy on me? Saying this, she felt unsatisfied and took her sword to slash at the bandit leader a few times. After the commotion, Su Yu continued on her journey, passing through small towns and villages, buying a bottle of beast milk whenever she saw it. My husband loves to drink milk. I must prepare more. Maybe he will forgive me for the sake of the beast milk. For every shop selling beast milk she passed, she bought a bottle, wishing she could deliver all the beast milk in the world to Jing Xian's lips. As long as it was something Jing Xian liked, even dragon meat or phoenix eggs, she would go without hesitation to seek or grab them. Because she owed Jing Xian, that day he left, on that rainy night, she didn't dare to look at his face, afraid she would break down. That day he stood in the rain for a long time, and she secretly watched for a long time, her heart filled with agony. Surely, when he said he was desperate that day, it wasn't an exaggeration. A deeply loved woman spoke such cold-hearted words, and anyone could lose hope. This was also her reason for choosing to travel on foot. If she could, she would reach Yufeng Mountain in one day, but she hadn't figured out how to explain. Afraid when she reached Yufeng Mountain and saw him, she wouldn't know how to speak. She could only slow her pace, thinking about how to face him. What would her once gentle, watery gaze turn into? Collecting the things he loved along the way, in hopes he would give her a chance to explain when he saw them. If he couldn't, then she would have to forcibly bring him back. No matter what method she would use, she would take him back. In the depths of Su Yu's eyes, hearts fluttered, and her expression grew increasingly sickly. In her heart, loving him, yet not being able to have him, was the most painful torment in the world. She would never be so. Even if she had to break his hands and feet, she would never let him be taken by others. Absolutely not. She was probably sick, seriously ill, beyond cure. The heartache could only be healed by the medicine of the heart. Chapter 10. The Storyteller in the Tavern. As Su Yu walked slowly, she arrived at a small town. The town was brightly lit, and every face was filled with joyous smiles, children walking hand in hand down the street, women chatting and laughing, all saying that the townspeople lived quite well, even having spare money to buy snacks for their children. In the tavern, there was a storyteller who was currently recounting the deeds of Jing Xian, describing them vividly as if he had witnessed everything firsthand. You people know nothing. At that time, a sword cry rang through the sky. A crowd of monsters were scared and kept retreating. That phoenix, immortal sword radiated golden light all over. Just its appearance scared off many monsters, and then a flash of cold light appeared. With this sword, it cut through the clouds, without a doubt the number one in the sword path. Su Yu listened to the storyteller's passionate explanations, and slowly walked to a corner to sit down, then took out a cup from her storage bag. Pour a cup of beast milk that exudes a rich aroma of cream. The tavern attendant felt surprised, but said nothing. Guests could drink whatever they wanted, yet seeing someone drinking milk in a tavern was truly a first. Some patrons glanced over. Even without seeing their faces, it was clear they were stunningly beautiful, their gaze quickly turning away after just a glance. Perhaps for these drunkards, no sight could compare to the intoxicating fragrance of good wine going down their throats. Drinking the milk, the rich fragrance spread in her mouth. Su Yu raised her eyes again to look at the storyteller, curious about how the world viewed Jing Xian. At that time, he was indeed magnificent, a savior in the eyes of the world. He dedicated his heart to the common people. Yet during that incident, he was ambushed by despicable demonic cultivators and creatures from the demon lair. He fought desperately to carve out a bloody path for himself. After that, he vanished without a trace. Later, I heard from others that he had lost all his power, said to have been schemed against. He was so weak that he couldn't even defend himself. The enemy did not take his life, but rather stripped him of his cultivation. After that, he sealed the Feng Xian sword in the Yufeng Mountain, and its whereabouts became unknown. Some say he could not accept the fall and took his own life. Others say he went mad, living each day in crazed delirium. At this point, the storyteller shed tears with deep emotion. For one who opened peace for all generations, his final fate was truly heartbreaking. Among the patrons were many tough men who felt regret upon hearing this, draining their cups in a single gulp, their hearts burning with anger as they cursed the attackers. Those demonic cultivators are truly despicable. If only I could cultivate, I would definitely take revenge for the great hero. Having one's power stripped away, who can accept that? Vile and lowly rat-like beings. A rough man in the crowd cursed angrily, and the other patrons joined in with their own invectives, some women shedding tears as well. Hearing this, Su Yu's heart was filled with bitterness. It felt as if knives were stabbing at her heart, her lips tightly pressed together, holding back her tears. If only she had been by his side, perhaps the ending would not have been like this. But the end was decided, and the harm she caused Jing Xian could not be erased. Thinking of this, Su Yu felt more ashamed, recalling the hurtful words she had said to drive him away. Even if I fall in love with a demonic cultivator, I would never love you. At that moment, he appeared as if struck by lightning, standing stunned in the rain, his gaze vacant. Her heart twisted in pain. Her delicate hand pressed against her chest, struggling to breathe through the ache, remembering his eyes, as if abandoned by the world. The moment those words left her mouth, she regretted it. But just as she wanted to explain, Jing Xian was already gone, and she lacked the courage to take even a single step. The sound of the heavy rain was so loud. If she moved even a little, Jing Xian would hear her, but she didn't move, not even half a step. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She lay on the table, murmuring in pain, feeling a deeper guilt towards Jing Xian, increasingly fearful of meeting him. She had imagined many times how Jing Xian might curse her, how he might look at her coldly, how he might ignore her. No matter what, she found it hard to accept. She had already dreamed of the worst outcome. No matter what, she wanted to bring Jing Xian with her, to make amends for the sake of so-called love. As the storytelling concluded, wealthy patrons rewarded the storyteller with coins, while those without money clapped vigorously to stir the atmosphere. Thank you. Thank you. If my story wasn't good, please forgive me, the storyteller said, standing and bowing in thanks. After a while, the tavern attendant called him aside, taking out a low-grade spirit stone and handing it to him, saying, "Just now, a woman asked me to give this to you." As he spoke, the tavern attendant's face was full of envy. The storyteller took the spirit stone and looked at it, his eyes sparkling. This one stone was the equivalent of 10 years of expense for an ordinary family. "Which wealthy family is this from?" the storyteller asked sternly, concerned about any request from the person. The tavern attendant shook his head and replied, "I don't know. She was wearing a veil and seemed like a traveler. She just wanted you to talk more about Jing Xian." She left. Yes, she left. Looks like she was a suitor of Jing Xian. Is that so? The hero in his twilight. The storyteller carefully put away the spirit stone, and to avoid too many eyes, he returned home before going back to the tavern, where he spoke endlessly about Jing Xian's deeds. Speaking of the first time Jing Xian's talent was discovered. After leaving the tavern, Su Yu returned to the inn, sitting by the window looking at the moon in the sky, her expression sorrowful, holding the Jing Xian doll close to her chest, unwilling to part with it. "Don't blame me later. I just want to atone and hope you don't hate me." She said many things to the doll in her arms, and finally, as sleepiness took over, she hung her sword in the air, lay down on the bed, and slowly fell asleep. The quilt and pillow were all carried in her storage bag, intended to avoid touching items that others had used. A smile crept on Su Yu's lips as she recalled the beautiful memories with Jing Xian. Memories are always lovely. In the deep night, as Su Yu drifted into slumber, her smiling lips suggested she must be sleeping soundly, while on the other side, surrounded by lush greenery, hiding the surface of a small pond, a few flower lanterns lit the area as Mei-Nyang carefully placed Jing Xian in a medicinal bath. He was just a mortal now. Despite consuming heavenly treasures daily, his dantian still hadn't healed. Thinking of this, Mei-Nyang felt a surge of anger. She wanted nothing more than to return to the past and eliminate anyone who had harmed Jing Xian. If it weren't for them, Jing Xian wouldn't have been injured, wouldn't be so weak. Unknowingly, her killing intent grew stronger. "Wait for me. Bai Chen. I will make you wish you were dead." In these past few days, she had tortured the heavenly path severely, learning from it that Bai Chen, the sword cultivator, was connected to Jing Xian's loss of cultivation during the ambush. As soon as she found out, she wanted to kill him, but for some reason, she couldn't trace his whereabouts, as if he had vanished from the earth. A glimmer of red light flickered in Mei-Nyang's eyes. The Fengxian sword exuded coldness from the sword's spirit space, making the dazed Jing Xian yawn from the chill. Mei-Nyang quickly retracted her killing intent, looking at Jing Xian with deep regret. Then, turning around, she exited the bedroom, where a woman had been waiting in the small courtyard for a long time. From the woman's single-knee position, it was evident that she held great respect for Mei-Nyang, her eyes filled with awe. "Speak. Why are you so eager to see me?" Mei-Nyang's tone was cold. She treated everyone outside of Jing Xian this way. Hearing Mei-Nyang's voice, the woman cautiously lifted her head and spoke softly. "It's about young Master Jing Xian." At these words, a cold glint flickered in Mei Nyang's eyes. In an instant, several sword formations surrounded the area, and Mei Nyang looked at her with icy disdain. The woman panicked, sitting on the ground, quickly lowering her head and shouting, "It's not my fault. Someone is investigating young Master Jing Xian in secret." Upon hearing that someone was secretly investigating Jing Xian, Mei Nyang squinted her beautiful eyes, and the temperature in the air dropped further. Ooh, she wanted to know who had the guts to investigate Jing Xian. I don't know, but from what I heard, that person is a sword cultivator. The woman hurriedly clarified the situation. A sword cultivator? Could be that beast Bei Chun. Good. He finally showed his true colors. Mei Nyang thought to herself, then coldly said, "You go find out the identity of the person. If it's Bei Chun, tell me his location." The woman swallowed hard, realizing from the killing intent in Mei Nyang's eyes that the person must die, and it would be very gruesome. Currently, no one dared to provoke Mei Nyang across the continents, as she was incredibly powerful and unmatched. "Yes, I will complete the task," the woman exclaimed, about to leave when Mei Nyang called out to her. "Does the master have anything else to say? What about the head of the Liu family in Chang'an that I asked you to investigate?" Hearing this, the woman thought carefully for a moment, then revealed everything she had learned in the past few days. The leader of the Liu family is named Liu Manyu. It is said that she rose to prominence through her own strength and intelligence, amassing wealth that rivals a nation. She is also quite enchanting, very captivating, but strangely, there is no master in the Liu residence, only her, Lady Liu. She is actually a good person. On ordinary days, she distributes food and silver to those struggling in hardship. There are countless young men in Chang'an who admire her, but she has not entangled herself with anyone. Unafraid of power, she does good deeds and accumulates virtue. Truly a good person. After listening, Mei Nyang slightly nodded. If the other party was some immoral woman, she would have rushed to Chang'an without hesitation to kill the woman who touched her Jing Xian. Well, there's nothing more. You can go now. Mei Nyang retracted her sword array and watched the woman leave. Turning back, she found a flock of poultry peering out in curiosity, their eyes filled with surprise, likely frightened by the sword array. "What are you looking at? Go sleep. If you don't lay eggs tomorrow, I'll kill you and make chicken soup." The three-legged birds were speechless. Can your bird lay eggs? They could only sneak down the mountain at night to steal eggs, then pretend they laid them themselves. After all, no one wants to become a meal, just like friends who were laughing and chatting one day, suddenly appearing on the dining table the next second. After saying this, Mei Nyang walked into her bedroom. Setting up the sword array was indeed overreacting. She feared that someone might follow her subordinates here. Fortunately, after a thorough check, she confirmed no one was there, and her heart was finally at ease. Looking at Jing Xian peacefully asleep in the bedding, Mei Nyang silently vowed to never let Jing Xian suffer even a slight injury again. Those who had harmed him would not escape. No one would be spared. But she did not realize that such an imprisonment, so devoid of freedom, was also harming him. And was this truly what he wanted? She was merely deceiving herself, finding excuses for her sick love. "My big fool Jing Xian, I want to be with you for a lifetime." Chapter 11 Untitled Draft. The night was deep, and the sky fell like a curtain. In the dark alley, the stone bricks were covered with moss, and rustling sounds echoed in the grass. Inside a tavern, the lights were bright. Even though it was late at night, patrons still came and went. In a private room, several young men were chatting joyfully. "Hearing that masturbation has broken through to the Yuaning stage, we are truly overjoyed. From now on, the genius of the sword path will be you, master." A somewhat plump man flattered the young swordsman, his eyes filled with ingratiation, and the others quickly echoed their praises. Yes, yes, we can only gain respect because of master. Our master is the true sword genius. That Jing Xian is nothing." When the walls collapse, everyone pushes. Once a proud talent, Jing Xian had fallen to become a topic of discussion, some expressing regret, others secretly delighted. Chattering away, they praised the supposed genius young man, Bei Chen. Jing Xian was criticized and deemed worthless. If Mei Nyang were to hear, she would likely crush their bones and seal their souls in the spirit banner, never to be reborn. On the other hand, the underhanded Bei Chen was enjoying their flattery, reveling in their praise and admiration. "Haha, it's just empty fame. In terms of talent, I cannot compare to Jing Xian, but I believe effort outweighs talent. Since he has lost the path in his heart, allow me, Bei Chen, to take his place." Bei Chen said proudly, as if basking in spring breeze, his face showing respect for Jing Xian. But inside, he was in an entirely different state. If not for that successful sneak attack, he probably wouldn't even be able to withstand one of Jing Xian's swords and would have died on the spot. He hated Jing Xian. Why could he claim the Phoenix Immortal Sword? Why could he be remembered by the world? The evil inside the heart was eroded, gradually spreading, and he took advantage of Jing Xian's entry into the Devil's Lair to sink into depravity with the creatures inside. At the entrance of the Devil's Lair, he waited for Jing Xian to come out, exhausted, before launching a group attack. Jing Xian was indeed a monster. Even severely injured, he could still hold his ground. Today you must die here. The Fengxian sword is also mine. Someone mocked him, but in the blink of an eye, their head fell to the ground. Before dying, their eyes were filled with fear, as if they had seen some kind of monster. You are not worthy. Jing Xian roared these words, then killed them, causing chaos and scattering them completely. Bei Chen quickly came up with a plan, transforming into a child, pretending to be kidnapped, and approached Jing Xian. Brother, save me. They killed everyone in our village. I'm the only one left. Please save me. Crying like a flower in the rain, there was no flaw to be seen. Jing Xian, deeply concerned for the people, believed him without hesitation. After all, they had already attacked him. How could there be any humanity left? But he was too anxious. In this devil's lair, how could there be any living people? In the next second, a sword pierced his abdomen. Jing Xian looked at him in disbelief, his eyes wide. Why? Why? Bei Chen laughed loudly, changing back to his original form. Jing Xian finally realized he had been tricked. It seemed the end was already decided. A monstrous, evil energy surged from the ground, and the screams of ghosts and wolves echoed. The forbidden technique had to sacrifice a lot of human blood to activate. No wonder he hadn't made a move earlier. It turned out these people were just his pawns, and Jing Xian was already exhausted. Although these people weren't very strong, with their numbers, it was difficult to fend them off. The previous battle had already drained him. Although I don't know why you didn't bring the Fengxian sword, it doesn't matter anymore. Rather than killing you, I have thought of a way to make you suffer more. Without the Fengxian sword, you're still so strong. Truly terrifying. But if I cripple your cultivation and let you live in endless pain, how desperate will you feel? Wait, I will personally hold the Fengxian sword, and then let Fengxian kill you. Jing Xian still wanted to resist, but without the Fengxian sword, he couldn't use all of his strength. He was crippled, reduced to a useless state. His thoughts returned to the present. Bei Chen finished the wine in his cup, then spoke. Do you know where the Fengxian sword is? Upon hearing this, several people looked at each other, all with clueless expressions, but a weak man raised his hand. I know. The Fengxian sword left Yufeng Mountain and was said to have gone to Chang'an City, but no one knows its purpose. I think, after leaving Jing Xian, it has been without a master. Master, brother, you could try to take it. The man said seriously. Bei Chen nodded slightly. If he could take the Fengxian sword, his strength would definitely rise, but he feared that Fengxian would find out that Jing Xian's cultivation was crippled by him. If that happened, no amount of his life would be enough to die. In front of her, he could only be killed. Luckily, he had escaped her previous search by relying on a treasure. I had the same thought. I'll have someone investigate it. Then I'll first congratulate Master Brother. You're a once-in-a-generation genius. You'll definitely take the Fengxian sword. Good. Then I'll borrow your good words, brother. After drinking, Bei Chen felt bold, starting to boast as if Fengxian was already his sword. Unknowingly, many eyes had already been fixed on him, waiting to take his life at any moment. After boasting, the group wobbled as they walked. Fortunately, before leaving, they still had to pay the bill, and the young waiter who had been afraid they would dine and dash finally felt relieved. They're finally leaving, making so much noise. You guys are not worthy of even mentioning Jing Xian Ba. Seeing the group walk farther away, the young waiter finally dared to curse angrily. After all, he was just an ordinary person. If he angered them, his life might be in danger. At night, a cold wind blew, and the group of people, arms around each other, singing mountain songs, headed toward Qingshan's sect. Along the way, the pedestrians they encountered upon seeing their group. Everyone was dodging far away. The Green Mountain sect's reputation was not good, and its disciples were unruly and did not follow the sect's rules. They often bullied the nearby villagers with their identities as cultivators, even worse than the demonic cultivators in reputation. Hurry up, don't look at them. A woman hurriedly picked up her child and ran away, afraid of being extorted by them. Seeing this, the group laughed heartily, feeling powerful, as a pair of scarlet eyes in the darkness stared fixedly at them. A few of them walked up the mountain, enjoying the fear they instilled in the villagers. Brother Bei Chen, today was really fun. Let's come down together again some other day. Let's have a blast. Sure, we must enjoy it to the fullest next time. Have a great time. On the way back to the sect, Weeds grew wildly on both sides of the road, and a few fireflies blinked white lights here and there. The group walked ahead, arms around each other, full of joy. The moonlight was covered by dark clouds, and the path was a bit unclear. Just then, a firefly slipped into Baichan's clothes. Drunk and oblivious, he only felt a bit itchy, and after seeing the firefly burrow into his clothing, a woman dressed in night clothes slowly rose, her beautiful eyes fixed tightly on their departing figures, as if watching someone about to die. "You dog, let you jump around for a few days. If it weren't for the master wanting to gut you alive, you would have been dead long ago." After cursing a few words, the woman melted into the night, while Baichan and the others arrived at the entrance of the sect, where the guarding disciple hurriedly approached them. "Senior brother, why did you drink so late? If the sect master finds out..." The guarding disciple looked a bit displeased, knowing he'd be punished if they didn't return. Hearing his complaint, Baichan felt instantly annoyed. With a click of his tongue, he replied, "Shut up. Can I enjoy a drink? What's it to the sect master? I've broken through to the nascent soul stage." Baichan's face was full of arrogance. The guarding disciple was left speechless and could only shake his head as he let them in. They hadn't walked far when an old man with a sword appeared before them, looking sternly at them, causing everyone to suddenly sober up, like chicklings with their heads down. Except for Baichan, everyone else go back and rest. The old man's voice was powerful, leaving no room for doubt. Seeing this, the rest of the group scuttled away, leaving Baichan feeling lost and waiting until they were gone. "You went drinking again?" The old man suppressed his anger, his gaze fixed fiercely on Baichan. Feeling the intensity of the stare, Baichan's scalp tingled, and he nodded slightly. In the next moment, the old man slapped him away, making his head spin and causing him to vomit all the alcohol he'd consumed. "I've told you many times, cultivators must not crave the mundane." Seeing his master angry, Baichan lowered his head and said nothing, but his heart was filled with resentment towards the old man. "From now on, you are not allowed to touch a single drop of alcohol. Do you hear me? Don't think just because you have broken through to the nascent soul stage, you can do as you please. Jing Xian at your age has already achieved what you can't catch up to. How can you still have the face to be arrogant?" The old man was furious, thinking how great it would be if Jing Xian was his disciple. "From today on, you are not allowed to leave the sect by a single step. If you dare not to listen, don't blame me for being merciless." After saying this, the old man turned and left, leaving Baichan filled with grievances, looking at his departing figure with growing coldness. "Just wait. One day, Baichan, will trample all of you underfoot. I am the best in all ages." If Mainyang had heard his words, would she laugh her head off? Confidence is good, but blind confidence will only lead one to lose themselves step by step. The next morning, Jing Xian woke up, staring blankly at the ceiling. He felt very depressed, wondering why Mainyang couldn't relax her guard just a little. "Sigh, this dog blood life, how long must it continue?" Jing Xian lamented helplessly in his heart. He didn't dare to speak. If he accidentally woke Main Yao, it would definitely not end well. Looking at his short and thin limbs, and glancing at Main Yao, it was 1 against 19. In a minute, she could humiliate him 9 times. However, Jing Xian still believed that someday, Main Yao would let her guard down. That would be the day he regained his freedom. First, he needed to settle the score with that dog, Tian Dao. How could he sell him out? How ungrateful. If Tian Dao hadn't sold him, Main Yao wouldn't have been able to take him away so easily. At this moment, Tian Dao, who was hiding, yawned and narcissistically murmured, "Is there an old friend who misses me?" After a while, Main Yao also fell asleep, asking, "What does Xian want for breakfast?" Pulling Jing Xian along, Main Yao walked towards the kitchen, to which Jing Xian's eyes lit up. In a low voice, he said, "Can we go to the little town to eat? I heard there are special noodles." This sentence itself was not a problem, but Main Yao suddenly became alert, her brow furrowing as she leaned closer to him, saying, "Heard it from whom?" Jing Xian was startled by her sudden closeness and swallowed hard. "Who is it? A man? A woman? How old? What are they wearing? What's their name?" A series of questions left Jing Xian stunned, blinking with a blank expression, and then he hurriedly explained, "No, I just happened to overhear someone talking. Jing Xian, swear to heaven, if I deceive you, may I be struck down." Main Yao gently pressed her finger against his lips, her expression soft and pleading. "Promise me you won't say things like that anymore, okay? Okay, but you have to believe me from now on, all right? I always believe in Xianer. I always believe in you." Jing Xian sighed in relief, exhaling. In fact, he had lied to Main Yao. No one had told him anything. He just said it casually. "Then let's go and eat breakfast in the little town. What's most important is that my Xianer is happy." Chapter 12. A rare morning out for Jing Xian. Surrounding the small town was a haze that felt like a fairyland. Holding the oil lamp in hand, it was hard to see the road, and Meng Niao held Jing Xian tightly. What does Xianer want to eat? Jing Xian looked around, seeing the bustling steamer of buns, the enticing noodles, and the rich aroma of lamb soup. Looking at these delicacies, Jing Xian could not help but drool. The world-famous swordsman secretly longed to taste every delight. Hee, look at how you can't hold back, Meng Niao chuckled, kissing his cheek. Anyone watching would think they were mother and son. After teasing Jing Xian, Meng Niao held him with one arm and strolled to a small stall. Her beautiful eyes scanned the selection as she inquired, "What do you want to eat?" Upon hearing her, the vendor quickly approached, introducing the food with a humble tone. "Look at this. Our buns are made fresh daily with the finest meat. This meat bun is the best in town. And this crispy shrimp pancake is my exclusive recipe. No one can replicate it." Old Man Soup boasted about his skills, while Jing Xian yawned in silence and reached for a meat bun, ready to take a bite. Meng Niao was quick to grab his hand. Upon seeing his confused expression, she gently stroked his hair and said softly, "Don't rush to eat." She still worried that the ingredients might not be good enough. After briefly closing her eyes and reopening them, she glanced at the unsteamed meat bun, confirming his claims. The ingredients seemed generous. She just wasn't sure about the taste. However, judging by the expressions of the diners at the tables, it seemed pretty good. "Is a must to eat? I can make you breakfast." The vendor, seeing this, quickly reassured her that if he got anyone sick, they could come find him, completely confident in his offerings. Meng Niao hesitated, looking at Jing Xian and then at the steaming meat buns. In the end, she bought a few and sat down at a small wooden table. He fed it to Jing Xian with his own hands. "Actually, I can do it myself. This makes me seem so useless." But Meng Yang, hearing this, rubbed his face, her tone full of indulgence to the point of being maddening. "It's okay. I will pamper you for a lifetime." No, I want to be self-reliant." "Self-reliant? Are you thinking about leaving me again?" Jing Xian could clearly sense Meng Yang's displeasure and a sudden drop in temperature, so the boss hurriedly smoothed things over. This is wrong of you, little one. How could you think of leaving your mother at such a young age? Children your age, they stay with their parents. He was only under a spell, okay? He was clearly tall and powerful." Meng Yang chuckled lightly twice, then pinched Jing Xian's fair little face, adoring him endlessly. He let her pinch him. He couldn't escape. Just thinking about it made her feel happy. Hey, are you thinking of something terrible again?" Hearing this, Meng Yang shook her head and smiled, holding the meat bun in her hand and bringing it to his mouth. Jing Xian, unaware of her thoughts, gloomily took a bite of the bun. After finishing the hot meat bun, Jing Xian didn't want to go back so soon. He wanted to find a way to see if he could escape while Meng Yang wasn't paying attention. Thinking this, Jing Xian looked up. Meng Yang was smiling and watching him, as if she'd disappear if she didn't keep her eyes on him. "I say, can you stop staring at me? Is there something on my face?" "Of course, your face is the most beautiful in the world." She said this while kissing his forehead, shocking the passerby. Thinking to themselves, this mother and son sure have a good relationship, but it feels a bit strange. They felt like this mother had a somewhat unhealthy love for her child. Maybe they were overthinking it. Hey, stop saying that. It's too embarrassing." I'll say it. I'll even pinch you." She pinched his little face, and Jing Xian felt helpless and powerless. After a while, they left the little stall. This time, Meng Yang didn't hold him in her arms, but held his hand. The grip wasn't tight, but it was hard to break free. "Do you want to go back, Xianer?" "Not yet. How about we stroll around a bit? It's rare to leave the mountain." "Okay. Xianer's happiness is the most important. Let's go buy some sugar paintings and eat while we walk." The morning market was bustling, with birds singing and children laughing, echoing in the ears. Wealthy children were holding sugar paintings, licking them happily with every step they took. Meanwhile, children from poorer families could only look at them with longing eyes. Jing Xian watched this scene clearly. He had experienced it before, losing his parents when he was young, helpless and alone. If it weren't for the old man in the village who fed him, he wouldn't be the sword master he was today. Meng Yang could see his thoughts. She kissed his face and said, "Did you think of something sad?" Hearing this, Jing Xian shook his head. Was he sad? But his tears had long since dried. They were happier than he was as a child, with parents by their side. Not like him, wandering everywhere as a child, always hungry, with no warm clothes when the weather turned cold. "Don't be sad. I'm here with you. From now on, I'll love you." Meng Yang carefully comforted his lonely heart. She knew how miserable Jing Xian's childhood had been, so she wanted to spoil him and love him even more. She walked him to the old man selling sugar paintings, waved, and bought them all, giving one to each of the children who had been looking at them with envy. "Thank you, sister." Sister, you're such a good person. Now I have a sugar painting. The children jumped and bounced. Usually, they could only beg their parents to buy sugar paintings during festivals. Now, each of them had one in their hands. They were overjoyed. Jing Xian saw this scene and smiled slightly. Mei Yang, when not having a tantrum, was really kind and gentle. She was a woman who captivated the heart. Seeing that Jing Xian was staring at her the entire time, Mei Yang thought he was jealous, so she laughed and kissed his little face, teasingly saying, Xianer, are you jealous? Not all. Really? Then why were you looking at me just now? Xian Jing shook his head and remained silent. He was not Mei Yang, so how could he have such intense possessiveness? Umph, little rascal, aren't you unhappy when I'm nice to others? Does it matter? But he wasn't Mei Yang, and his possessiveness didn't reach such a twisted level. Not like that kind of corrupt love. I don't mind who you're nice to. Everyone is free and shouldn't be bound by certain factors. This sentence seemed to step on a red line. Mei Yang narrowed her eyes and smiled. Xianer, do you want to say something? Some birds are destined to be unable to be locked up. Is that so? If a bird can't be locked up, then break its wings and cut its legs so it can never fly high again. Does Xianer think such a bird can be locked up? Xian Jing lowered his head and did not speak. He trembled a bit, fearing Mei Yang would break his legs. Are you scared? Mei Yang rubbed his little face, as if the person who just said that frightening sentence wasn't her. Don't be scared, as long as Xianer doesn't anger me. Nothing will happen. The two wandered around the morning market for a while, which was bustling with activity. However, Xian Jing's attention was on how to escape. The first step was to break this spell. Otherwise, with his small arms and legs, let alone Mei Yang, even a young man could easily grab him up with one hand, like picking up a little lamb. They arrived at a pavilion to cool off, and Xian Jing, while sipping beast milk, casually asked, when can the spell be broken? He tried his best to seem casual, and Mei Yang's beautiful eyes sparkled at his words. She wanted to be Xian Jing's wife, so she propped her fragrant chin and smiled brightly, saying, it's very simple. Hold a grand wedding that everyone knows about. Let everyone know you are my husband, and I am your wife. By then, the sky would be filled with red flowers, and all of Luoyang would be filled with a happy atmosphere. Blessings from many suns, joining in happy marriage. How happy would she be then? 10 miles of bridal clothing, phoenix crowns and flowing veils, phoenix hairpins and glazed ornaments. Her beautiful eyes looked at Xian Jing. If they got married, he wouldn't throw her away. Wherever he went, she wanted to go with him. Even if facing great danger, she was unafraid. With Xian Jing, her heart was at peace. Hearing this, Xian Jing sprayed the beast milk out of his mouth. Let me think about it. Not in a hurry to refuse. He tried to keep Mei Yang in suspense, hoping she would lift the restrictions first. Mei Yang nodded and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the beast milk dripping from his mouth. Then you have to tell me when you've made up your mind. Compared to their joyful atmosphere, Su Yu had a dark expression. Along the way, countless people had harassed her, and now there was another rich kid who didn't know where he came from. He brought a few people to block her way, with a wicked smile looking over her from top to bottom. Su Yu suppressed her disgust and spoke coldly. Now move aside, and I won't kill you. She didn't want to cause trouble, but in the eyes of the man, this was yielding to his last stubbornness. He laughed and reached out to pull Su Yu into his arms. Little lady, come back with me obediently. Before, Su Yu thrust the sword forward. The man's head fell to the ground. His death was extremely brutal, and his biological father hid in the crowd, not daring to say a word. The other party clearly seemed to be a great figure. No matter how hard he tried, he could never hurt her. So he chose to pretend not to see, as bullying men and dominating women had already sealed his fate. Su Yu retracted the sword and scanned the surroundings with her eyes, before disappearing into the crowd. After Su Yu left, the city lord dared to come out, first placing the body into a storage bag, then scattering the crowd, cleaning the ground as if nothing had happened. He didn't dare say another word. If he angered her and she killed him, it wouldn't be worth it. The man's death was deserved. Su Yu arrived outside the city, irritably tugging at some wild grass by the roadside. Her appearance had caused her no small amount of trouble. But without this skin, what would Jing Xian do if he didn't love her anymore? Thinking this way, Su Yu became extremely upset. Along the way, she had killed many people, but all were the ones who caused trouble first. Enough already can't control themselves just because they see a pretty woman. Disgusting, haven't they ever seen a woman before? Su Yu cursed frantically in her heart. In her eyes, except for Jing Xian, everyone else was after her appearance, and only Jing Xian was different. But she pushed him away, hurt him deeply. Only after losing him did she realize she should cherish him and understand what she truly wanted. Chapter 13. Jing Xian's Rare Outing 2. People only come to understand the value of what they lost, Su Yu thought more and more. The more she thought about it, the sharper the pain in her heart became. She often recalled Jing Xian's heartbreaking expression at the time, from his initial surprise to the dazed look after realizing it, and finally the smile that seemed to let go yet mocked himself, unwillingness written all over his face. He tried to see panic in her eyes, but found none, until the cold wind swept in. He couldn't find a single flaw in her gaze. It was a never-before-seen coldness. Those eyes that should have been alluring and mesmerizing now were cold and lifeless. Do you regret it? I have never regretted. Everyone must take responsibility for their actions. I can't change her choice. No matter how much she regretted, it was useless. The thing had already happened, and all she could do was face it calmly. After venting the anger in her heart, Suyu arrived at a riverbank. She lightly touched the water's surface with her slender fingers, and in the next second, her appearance changed to look ordinary. Her figure didn't change, but those seductive eyes still captivated anyone who looked. Humph. Now you won't be able to see my face clearly. I wonder if my husband would recognize me, Suyu said, then turned and entered the city. This small city was still quite prosperous. The children by the roadside wore happy smiles, enjoying a bit of snacks in their hands. Seeing the joyful childhood lives of others, Suyu thought of Jing Xian's past, and a sharp pain tugged at her heart. There were many people in the world with tragic backgrounds. Some lost their parents as children, while others had their entire family slaughtered by enemies. In such extreme circumstances, who could guarantee that their eyes wouldn't be clouded by hatred, leading them astray in anger? But Jing Xian didn't. Even though fate was unfair, he didn't go astray like others, becoming what people called a demon. Instead, he stayed true to himself, turning his sorrow into motivation, focusing on cultivating for the peace of future generations, seeking a way out for the people. Before Jing Xian appeared, ordinary people were oppressed by landowners and emperors, with many regions living in misery, until Jing Xian emerged, breaking the system, so that common folk no longer suffered and the corrupt emperor was slain under his sword. The world called him a sage, but he waved his sleeves, leaving with only the wind in his hands, quietly fading from the crowd, leaving behind joy without oppression. Sitting by the roadside, the more Suyu thought, the more sorrowful she became. She looked at a few children playing, and her guilt toward Jing Xian grew stronger. She only learned of these things by asking others. Her cold, heartless words had undoubtedly stabbed countless blades into his heart. How painful it must be. Not shedding tears means the tears have dried up. Is that why the eyes are so hollow? At that moment, did he feel a denial of everything he had done? For a long time, Suyu's eyes were red, and she looked ahead. The past had already happened. She wanted to make up for it and repay it by first finding Jing Xian. Wait for me. Let me give you meticulous love. At that very moment, Jing Xian was completely unaware that soon, an extremely terrifying battlefield would unfold on Yufeng Mountain. After the morning, the mist slowly dispersed, yet the lively atmosphere of the small town only grew stronger, filled with joy everywhere. By the stone bridge, on the wooden path, with green grass and water droplets, Jing Xian sat on a bench while Mei Nyang tied a handkerchief around Jing Xian to make an apron. Hey, isn't this a bit too much? Do I really look like a drooling person? Hearing this, Mei Nyang covered her mouth and laughed lightly. No, it's just that I'm afraid you'll dirty your clothes. Oh my, whose child is this? He looks really handsome. An old man wearing a raincoat walked up to the two with a kind smile, his eyes revealing affection. After seeing this, Mei Nyang chuckled softly before speaking. Elder, my child is a bit shy. Strangers suddenly getting close might scare him. The implication was very clear. The old man nodded after hearing it and said, Kids nowadays are all shy. Those boys on Main Street are not afraid at all. Children of this age are mostly very lively. It's the first time I've seen such a well-behaved child. His eyes were filled with fondness for Jing Xian, and seeing this, Mei Nyang hugged Jing Xian tightly, like a mother cat protecting her cub, squinting her eyes slightly at the old man. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. The old man explained slowly, but Mei Nyang didn't believe him at all. Suddenly getting so close must be to abduct her Jing Xian. Not listening. She didn't trust anyone except Jing Xian. But there are two new faces. Did you just arrive? How about I arrange a marriage for this child? Well, after going back and forth, it turned out to be a marriage proposal. I thought you were a fisherman or a boatman. No need. Upon hearing this, the old man looked surprised. How did it suddenly feel much colder today? He looked around and finally realized it was the cold stare of the beautiful woman in front of him. Aha! The old man was just being talkative, wanted to chat a few words with someone he met. But I must say, this child is truly beautiful. It's really rare. If my grandchild were like this, how wonderful it would be. As the old man spoke, he sighed, as if recalling some sad memory, and turned to leave the small pavilion, his hunched back, weathered face, and calloused hands full of hardship. He must also be a person with a hard life. After walking a distance, a few children appeared nearby, their presence unnoticed until then. A little boy with a bun hairstyle leaned on the stone chair and looked enviously at Jing Xian, thinking how wonderful it would be if they could switch places. Sister, let me tell you, that grandfather is not a bad person. He loved children because of his better-than-grandson. A shy little girl spoke softly, and after hearing this, Mei-Nyang turned her head and said gently, his grandson? Yes, Grandpa Li's grandson is unwell. He caught a cold many years ago and lost his mobility. Later, he suffered from a strange illness and has been bettered since. Grandpa Li emptied his entire household for him, but couldn't cure that strange injury, and then his parents ran away too. Chapter 14. Jing Xian rarely goes out 3. As she spoke, the little girl's eyes grew red. Grandpa Li was very kind to them. He often brought them snacks, treating them like his own grandchildren. The other children also showed sad expressions, while only the boy with the bun hairstyle looked at Jing Xian, his eyes revealing envy. Why are you looking at me? I don't want this either. Jing Xian sighed helplessly. What is there to envy? After hearing this, Mei-Nyang was also somewhat moved. If it were Jing Xian, he would surely heal that child's injury. After all, he is so kind. Thinking of this, Mei-Nyang leaned close to Jing Xian's ear and whispered, do you need me to heal that little child? She knew what Jing Xian was thinking, and when he heard this, he looked at her with some doubt, locking eyes with her. Really? You can't be tricking me, can you? He truly felt sorry for Grandpa Li's situation. If he could help him, that would be the best. Mei-Nyang smiled charmingly and said, what do you think? If it's true, then that would be the best. Since this was what Jing Xian wanted to do, she was more than willing. Thank you for telling me all this. Sister, let me treat you to candied hawthorn. Upon hearing that there was candied hawthorn to eat, the little boy finally regained his senses and began to praise Mei-Nyang as gentle, beautiful, and generous. Before long, all the children on the street were holding candied hawthorn, and when they turned to thank Mei-Nyang, they realized she had already vanished. So fast, just like a fairy sister, she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yeah, and the person by her side was also very good-looking. Much prettier than Wan Wan. The two little girls whispered to each other, glancing at the nearby girl with the bun. The girl with the bun felt greatly impacted, sensing that she had been discarded by the whole world. Clearly, you weren't saying this before, sob. Along with her sadness, she also felt a bit of resentment towards Jing Xian. Why was it that things went so wrong for her as soon as that person appeared? What a guy to be envied, hated, and jealous of. The more she thought, the angrier she got, fiercely biting in her candied hawthorn, only to accidentally bite her tongue. Haha, Wan Wan is so silly. Her face was as red as a monkey's bottom, while Jing Xian remained completely unaware that another man held a grudge against him. After Mei-Nyang hugged Jing Xian and left, they arrived at a small house on the west side of town, where smoke billowed gently from the chimney, with a light drizzle falling outside. Yet, not a single drop touched Mei-Nyang. The raindrops vanished without a trace above her head, and Jing Xian touched his head, glad he wasn't caught in the rain. We've reached Grandpa Li's house. What are you still waiting for? Could it be a trick? As he spoke, little Jing Xian puffed out his cheeks in anger, looking fierce and adorable in Mei-Nyang's eyes. With a light laugh, she pinched his cheek and waved her hand. In the next moment, they appeared inside the house, where the boy with a ghostly pale face on the bed should be Grandpa Li's grandson. So pitiful, to bear such pain at such a young age. Can't even walk, just like Jing Xian. Well, it seems Jing Xian was even worse off, as he had no freedom at all. Mei-Nyang furrowed her brow at the boy's pale face. Why did it feel like someone had cast a curse on him? Was there a demon cultivator nearby? Forget it, let's save him first. Just as Mei-Nyang was about to act, Grandpa Li hobbled in, looking filled with sadness as he stared at the boy, seemingly unaware of the two living people before him. My grandson, why is your life so bitter? As he spoke, tears fell from his eyes. Jing Xian touched his small head and asked in confusion, will you still live in seclusion? I can do so much. Jing Xian looked at her speechlessly, then retorted, can you save him first? Mei-Nyang nodded, and when Grandpa Li went out to fetch water, she moved to the bedside. Taking out a jade bottle from her bosom, she waved her hand, and the water from the bottle flowed into the boy's mouth. The boy's body erupted with a wave of energy, and soon after, his weak breathing gradually stabilized, and his color visibly improved. Cough, cough, after a violent fit. Seeing his grandfather's head full of white hair, the boy suddenly remembered that he seemed to have had a serious illness, and somehow, today, he had recovered. Grandpa! Li Laohan hadn't heard his grandson call him Grandpa for many years. Tears of excitement welled up in his eyes, and he knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the sky several times. Thank the heavens. The heavens are watching. My grandson has woken up. On that day, the whole town could hear the news that Li Laohan's grandson had woken up. Even now, under the willow tree on the west side of the town, you could see the boy's figure. Standing on top of the mountain, overlooking the child by the stone bridge, Mei Nyang rubbed his small face and said with a hint of grievance, "You never smiled like that at me. Don't rub my face. It feels so soft and comfortable when I touch it like dough." After swatting Mei Nyang's hand away, Jing Xian sincerely thanked her. "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Mei Nyang chuckled softly and said gently, "Silly, why are you thanking me?" Chapter 15. The uninvited guest of the Liu family. After returning to the small courtyard, having dinner, Jing Xian and the others sat in the courtyard, drinking tea and listening to the evening breeze, feeling quite comfortable. "Mei Nyang, do you know why I lost my cultivation?" Jing Xian's sudden question interrupted Mei Nyang's thoughts. Her eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of coldness. She certainly could not forget. Those people, those ancient sinners, they had hurt Jing Xian, whom she couldn't bear to harm, and turned him into that state. She would never forget it. "I can't forget. I will never forget. I will kill them one by one and make them pay." Jing Xian smiled when he heard this. He, the hero in the mouths of countless people, who brought peace to the common folk, was hurt by his own people, and they even went so far as to destroy him. Maybe his existence was too dazzling, crossing some people's red lines, or maybe it was because he had obtained the Phoenix immortal sword, making others covet it. He didn't understand. Why? Wasn't everyone's goal to eliminate demons and monsters? He even saw some of the people who had helped him in the past in the crowd. After thinking for a while, all his thoughts turned into a light laugh. If there were a way to rebuild his shattered Dantian, perhaps he could take revenge. But rebuilding the Dantian wasn't that easy, was it? As he thought, a figure appeared in his mind, someone who had disappeared without a word and hadn't been in contact since. Forget it. It's not like I can rebuild my Dantian anyway. Having or not having the sword body makes no difference. Saying this, Jing Xian lay down and looked at the sparkling stars with a calm expression. Mei Nyang, however, felt uncomfortable, and a hint of guilt rose in her eyes. Although she used heavenly materials and earthly treasures every day to nourish Jing Xian, the effects were not very obvious. If he wanted to return to being a cultivator, he would need to take the nirvana pill left by the emperor's fall. But in the 5 continents, not to mention the nirvana pill, even the number of emperor realm experts could be counted on one hand. It was almost impossible. Seeing Mei Nyang's serious expression, Jing Xian spoke up. Don't think about it. I was just saying it casually. It's fine like this." But from the emotions in his eyes, Mei Nyang could tell that Jing Xian really wanted to return to the sword path. After a soft hum, Mei Nyang ended the topic. But she was already thinking about how to hunt down an emperor realm expert. As long as it was something Jing Xian wanted, she would go to any lengths to get it. To kill an emperor realm expert was not difficult for her, but the consequences were very serious. An emperor realm expert was like a ruler, and killing him could cause a lot of trouble. At this moment, Jing Xian did not know the terrifying thoughts in Mei Nyang's heart. Meanwhile, in the Liu family, after Jing Xian disappeared, Lu Manyu was filled with worry every day, as if a heavy stone was pressing on her heart. She became anxious when she couldn't see Jing Xian. "Jing Lang, where are you?" Lung Yin was also troubled. For all these days, there was not a single bit of news about Jing Xian. Could he have disappeared? But her master had said that he had been taken away by a woman. The cultivation is unfathomable. Lung Yin felt quite depressed in her heart and walked to the door to knock. Hearing the knock, Lu Manyu opened the door and asked, "Is there any news about Jing Xian?" Her master truly cares about him. Every time she comes to find her, it is to ask about this matter. Lung Yin shook her head, and a sense of loss inevitably appeared in Lu Manyu's eyes. "Then keep looking. Go to Zhongzhou and see. Even if it takes searching all 5 continents, we must find him." After Lu Manyu finished speaking, Lung Yin nodded and then said, "Just now, an unknown rich young man said he wanted to meet you." The former furrowed her brow, looking somewhat displeased. She had clearly stated that she did not wish to interact with outsiders related to Jing Xian, yet she still attracted a swarm of pests. "Let him wait for me in the main hall. If I don't make them suffer a bit, they will never know what respect means." At this moment, she had already thought about how Lu Manyu would torment that reckless young master. He was used to being arrogant and overbearing and didn't even know what his own last name was anymore. "Okay, I'll go get ready." Closing the door, Lu Manyu sat back on the bed, took out a puppet, and wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she could faintly sense a demonic aura from it. "It's all her fault. She stole my Jinglang. It's all her mistake." As she spoke, silver needles fell on the puppet like raindrops, and soon it was filled with holes, which made Lu Manyu feel a bit better. Meanwhile, in the great hall, the extravagant young man, brought into the Lu residence, sat unceremoniously in Lu Manyu's main seat, crossing his legs and sporting a mysterious confidence at the corner of his mouth. Who allowed you to sit there? As Lung Yin walked through the door, she witnessed this scene, and the killing intent in her eyes was chilling. Upon hearing her words, the man stood up and said, "Since when do servants have the right to speak?" Clearly, he regarded Lung Yin as a maid, approaching with a fierce expression as if he were the master of this residence. "If you don't understand courtesy, I'll teach you." With those words, Lung Yin conjured a sword in her hand, her gaze shifting as she stabbed towards the man's thigh. To her surprise, the man dodged, his expression turned angry. "You dare to lay hands on me? I'm a nephew of Shirlei, the Lord of Zhongzhou. I see your master is fortunate to have my eye. I won't hold this against you today, so hurry up and call your master." "Zhongzhou? I heard it's quite a prosperous place. It looks like another lewd rogue chasing after the lady's beauty." Lung Yin snorted coldly, her wrist moving slightly, eyes locked on him. "Then go ask if Shirlei dares to be reckless in front of me." Just as she finished speaking, with a flash of her gaze, one of the man's hands was severed by Lung Yin, and the scent of blood spread in the air as he covered his severed arm, screaming in pain. "No, she is not just a name. She is truly a fierce person. Later, throw away everything that person has touched. I don't want to see a single item. She cannot stand others touching her things. Not even her maids can casually touch them. Now, a strange man has touched them. This makes her very angry. In her eyes, only Jing Xian can touch her items. Only he can, and this is an open favoritism that is most touching. All right, I will have someone dispose of them immediately. Remember, burn them. I do not want to see any of my belongings at some low-level auction. Yes, I absolutely will ensure that not a single item goes to market." In fact, Lu Manyu is not exaggerating. The items or furniture she used sell for very high prices, but there are no buyers. Because, without exception, those pieces of furniture have all been burned by her, leaving not a trace of ash. Once everything was taken care of, Lu Manyu finally felt at ease. She went to the garden, as always, with the lifelike rockery and that prominent parasol tree. "Oh, Jinglang, why do you always pretend to know nothing? Your silly and dazed appearance makes me adore you so much." But now, she does not even know Jing Xian's whereabouts. She vaguely remembers the woman's appearance, and that black sword is definitely a celestial weapon. No matter who the opponent is, Jinglang, you'll surely be mine in the end. She tightly grips the doll in her hand, as if she has already obtained the Jing Xian she longs for. Chapter 16. The Past of Su Yu. Late at night, the pure white moon slowly emerges from the fog, the holy moonlight shining down on the earth, and the small animals in the ancient town's alleys all peek out. A round little dog lowers its head, its small nose sniffing back and forth in search of food. Judging by its size, it should not be hungry. Woof! The chubby little dog looks up, confused, and Su Yu squats down, poking its plump body. It feels soft, and the little dog happily lies down. It exposes its belly with all four paws in the air, grunting adorably, causing Su Yu to chuckle. "You're so chubby. You're not a dog at all. You're clearly a little pig." The little dog seems to understand, grunting a couple of times, now resembling a little pig even more. "This is close. Jing Xian likes plump little animals too. Seeing that you have fate with me, let's go together." She remembers very clearly what Jing Xian likes and dislikes. It's all imprinted in her mind. Then, a person and a dog strolled down the street, with a round little dog bouncing happily. It finally has an owner. After a short while, Su Yu finds an inn, checks in, and fills a basin with water. The little dog sits obediently inside, and Su Yu waves her gentle hand. The water seems to come to life, wrapping around the little dog, cleaning it inside and out. During this time, it doesn't make a sound, being as obedient as if it were a little satin. A gust of cold wind blows through. The little dog snuggles its fat limbs, making soft grunting sounds as it looks at Su Yu with pleading eyes, as if asking her to close the window. Su Yu is amused by its little expression. Her silver, bell-like laughter in the night is like a lullaby, intoxicating and captivating. She bends down and pokes its round belly with her index finger, her eyes showing rare tenderness, as if the earlier indifference towards life was not hers to bear. And this little dog, with a certain spirit, rolls over, exposing its belly, letting out small doggy whimpers. "You little creature, you really are clingy." After a while, Su Yu sits on the edge of the bed, her beautiful eyes looking out the window. The guest room has a great view, and sitting on the bed allows her to see the scenery. The bright moon is high in the sky, surrounded by stars. Su Yu supports her chin, emptying her thoughts, knowing that it won't be long before they reach Yufeng Mountain. But as the distance shortens, she becomes more anxious. What if Jing Xian is not there? What if he is? What kind of expression should she were to find him? That sentence back then must have deeply pierced his heart, as if it had taken root and could never be pulled out. If that day I had never met you, you would not have been hurt. Many years ago, Suyu was still the saintess of the sect. Although called a saintess, she had no freedom at all. Even the most basic activities within the sect were watched by others. On ordinary days, she was further constrained by the old sect master, forbidden to eat too much or sleep too much. Most of her time was spent sitting in meditation within her quarters, stabilizing her foundation. Her parents were a side branch of the ancient nine-tailed fox, in love with a woodsman in the mortal world. They worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, living a flavorful life. Their family was not wealthy, but they were very content. Soon, Suyu was born, and that day was also the day of her sorrow. When good fortune arrives, misfortune always follows. Her mother passed away right after giving birth to her. Husband, take good care of our child. Her mother's voice was weak, and before long, she closed her eyes, her body transforming back into a fox. The woodsman watched as his beloved wife departed. The tears from his eyes dried up as he tightly held her hand, vowing to take good care of Suyu. But fate did not spare her. After she grew up, the sect of harmony came knocking, and the old sect master discovered her charm, the perfect furnace. Her eyes sparkled, as if they were going to swallow her whole. A natural charm, it seems my luck is good. That day, her father also left her. She was captured and became the saintess of the sect of harmony. During this time, she discovered her remarkable talent for cultivation, natural charm, and a spiritual body. Heaven helps me. Her fate was always cruel, losing her mother in childhood, then her father soon after. Fate was unfair to her, loving someone yet unable to possess them, even causing them pain. After joining the sect, she was always lonely. Her fellow disciples did not welcome her, seeing her as useless, born merely to please men. Those harsh words had almost pushed her to death many times. She wanted to end her life. One night, she slipped out of the sect. Fate favored her once. No one noticed her. She arrived by a small river, not far from a bustling ancient town where everyone wore smiles. Seeing this scene, Suyu rubbed her eyes, envy almost spilling over from her gaze. She also wanted a family. She also wanted to be loved, but even being treated gently was just a yearning for her. Oi! A voice interrupted her thoughts. Suyu turned around, and Jing Xian had naturally sat down beside her, holding 2 candied hawthorns and offering her one. She felt somewhat puzzled, but still took the candied hawthorn he handed her. Jing Xian took a bite and looked at her. The candied hawthorn is really delicious. Candied hawthorn? I've never had it. In life, why not give it a try? Upon hearing this, Suyu thought of trying it before she died, slightly opening her mouth to take a bite. The crispy, sweet coating wrapped around the sour hawthorn, a very peculiar sensation. But she didn't dislike it. Seeing this, Jing Xian laid back on the grass, looking at the clouds in the sky, crossing his legs and humming a cheerful tune. A while later, after 1 candied hawthorn was consumed, Suyu began to seriously examine Jing Xian, only to discover that he wore a Taoist robe. He seemed to be a disciple from another sect. Is there something on my face that you are staring at? I didn't. I guess you're in a bad mood. Would you like your brother to take you out to play? I guarantee you will be happy. After speaking, Suyu shook her head. Originally, after finishing the candied hawthorn, she had planned to reunite with her parents, but at that moment, she felt a bit of interest in Jing Xian. Over the years, whenever she met a man, they would rush over like bewitched, regardless of who they were. This was also the terrifying aspect of her natural charm. Every move radiated allure, captivating hearts, yet Jing Xian seemed unaffected, instead being chillingly calm. Do you not have any thoughts of knocking me down or possessing me? This sentence made Jing Xian's jaw drop. He quickly sat up and leaned back, squinting his eyes and pretending to think, then suddenly pointed at her with a look of realization. Oh, I get it. You're the type who sits by the river pretending to want to die. And when someone comes to save you, you turn around and try to attack him like a pervert. So he was both embarrassed and angry. What did he take himself for? Blushing, she made a move as if to hit him. I'm not. You bad guy. She's hitting me. She's hitting me. Jing Xian saw her about to hit him and immediately laid down on the grass, as if trying to frame her. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't even touched you. Suyu stamped her feet, furious. She had never met such a man. Oh, so what? You just want to hit me, right? Jing Xian turned his body, looking indifferent. Suyu was both angry and amused by him. Jing Xian slowly stood up and patted his body. You have to compensate me. Suyu really wanted to hit him, but before she could respond, Jing Xian grabbed her hand and ran toward the town. I want you to play with me. It's so boring alone. Suyu was speechless with anger at his shamelessness. But when interacting with him, she didn't feel repulsed, unlike when other men approached her. Whenever other men tried to touch her, she felt deep disgust and hatred. But Jing Xian was an exception. The ancient town had many fresh things she had never seen before. Jing Xian dragged her to play for a long time, and she gradually went from having no expression to smiling brightly. Look, don't you look much better when you smile? You looked so ugly with that cold face at first. I'm not ugly. You are ugly. It's only when you smile that you look good. That cold face makes it look like everyone owes you thousands of spirit stones. As he spoke, Jing Xian pulled a silly face, and Suyu was amused by his nonsense. She covered her small mouth and laughed softly, as if life wasn't so bad after all. Chapter 17. Suyu's past too. No, it's not that life wasn't so bad. It's that when she was with Jing Xian, she felt very happy. Jing Xian, although harsh with his words, was very gentle in his actions. He could make her laugh, pick flowers for her, and bring her into the group of children to play. He could have gently comforted her and offered advice, but he didn't. Instead, he chose to act, to make her happy through his actions. If I'm not mistaken, you're a disciple of the sect, right? Did you sneak out because you're in a bad mood? So you softly made in acknowledgement. She didn't mention that she was the holy maiden of the He-Huan sect, as in those days, everyone hated the He-Huan sect and considered it an evil sect. Well then, if you're unhappy, I'll take you out to play until you feel better. Thank you. This was the second time, besides her parents, that she felt love and the enchanting gentleness that made her feel like she didn't want to die anymore. If you want to thank me, then live well. No matter the reason, living is the best thing. I always believe one thing. Only by living can you see hope, but once you die, that's true despair. This sentence lit up Jing Xian's path ahead. Suidunadith. In the days that followed, she snuck out of the sect many times. For some reason, whenever she interacted with Jing Xian, her luck was always great. So many times, she was never discovered. Gradually, she opened up to him, saying everything on her mind, and their feelings grew rapidly. Jing Xian took her to eat many delicious things. The West-style wontons in the south, Uncle Fat's lamb soup, the osmanthus cakes he made, and so much more. He took her to watch the clouds roll by, to see the flowers by the northern sea. On that day, the sky was clear, and Jing Xian basked in the warm sun. He was like a beam of light, shining into her heart, pulling the once hopeless, suicidal version of herself out of the abyss and carefully caring for her. If it weren't for Jing Xian's company, and for him being her source of joy, she might have already been dead. With her thoughts back in the present, Suyu let out a deep sigh, rubbing her slightly deflated belly. Take out the beast milk from the storage space, open my little mouth, and drink a cup. It was sweet going down, but why does my heart feel so bitter? The little fat dog tilted its head, looking confused. No, this is for my husband to drink. You don't have any. Oh. Seeing that there was no share of beast milk for itself, the little fat dog curled up in a corner, falling into a deep sleep. Suyu brought a piece of cloth and covered it. The little fat dog soon started to snore. At dawn, Jing Xian woke up and, looking at the clingy Mainyang beside him, sighed helplessly. Sitting up, as expected, Mainyang woke up, looking at him in confusion. Can't I even go to the bathroom? It's so small here, and you've set up so many formations. I can't escape even if I tried. Upon hearing this, it was indeed true. Mainyang slowly loosened her grip. Come back quickly, okay? Don't worry. Jing Xian waved his hand. After getting out of bed, he realized that if he hadn't woken up because of his urgent need to pee, he probably would have slept longer. Yufeng Mountain is very high. If you wake up early, you can see the surrounding clouds circling the mountain. The morning dew trickles down the leaves, and the old sow in the pigsty grunts twice. Jing Xian walked over with his hands on his hips, seeing the fat pig tilting its head at him, still a little cute. You can't go on like this. You must have dreams in life. These days, his biggest interest was teasing the poultry. At least they were living creatures. While teasing, he suddenly realized he was supposed to go to the bathroom. He turned and left the pigsty. What's wrong with living carefreely? This fat pig even spoke human words, scaring the three-legged bird nearby, who quickly told it to shut up. After finishing, Jing Xian felt completely refreshed. Jing Xian didn't rush back. Instead, he walked up to the main gate. The upright peachwood door exuded a strong aura. He placed his hand on it and could immediately feel how powerful the formation set around it was. Is this really necessary? You even set up a formation. Jing Xian stomped his foot, then kicked it. The peachwood door didn't move at all. It seems like I really can't escape. My life is over. Sensing the formation had been touched, Meng Yang got up and appeared behind Jing Xian in an instant. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she softly spoke. What is the naughty boy doing? Jing Xian awkwardly scratched his face. I was just testing the formation's defense, haha. Oh really? I absolutely have no other thoughts. I have good news to tell you. Jing Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pretended to think before looking at her. What good news? Have you decided to undo the spell? No. No, it's about a good news for allowing Xiener to rebuild his Dantian. Don't be crazy. That's just a rumor. Moreover, a great emperor is not that easy to deal with. Don't do something foolish. The fact that his Dantian was shattered was undeniable. He didn't want Mei Yang to risk her life for that slim chance. Great emperors were not so easy to kill. If he had been holding Fengxian back then, he would have been confident in killing them. But now, relying solely on Mei Yang, the chance was slim. For you, I would be willing to destroy myself and lose my path. Upon hearing this, Jing Xian grabbed her wrist, his eyes showing rare anger as he said seriously, I told you, there's no need to do that. Fool, it's because of you that I want to do it. Jing Xian had no words to respond. Once it was about him, Mei Yang would become like this. I'm already very satisfied with how things are now. Don't do something foolish. Mei Yang nodded slightly and smiled lightly, making it hard to read her true thoughts. Jing Xian couldn't tell if she genuinely agreed or just pretended to agree. At least she had suppressed her wild thoughts. Otherwise, he truly believed Mei Yang would go and kill the emperor for the pill. Chapter 18. Mei Yang's plan. First, she would kill the great emperor, take his body, scatter his soul, otherwise the pill would control the body and soul, turning it into medicine. Taking the pill, even someone with no talent, a complete fool, could instantly become a genius. Their foundation would become as stable as a mountain, and they would quickly ascend to the full stage of tribulation. Looking at Jing Xian's youthful face, Mei Yang was troubled. She had planned to find Jing Xian, and she wanted to keep him by her side for eternity. But during all these days together, she saw Jing Xian's eager eyes many times, yearning to rebuild his Dantian, to return to his glorious past. Every time she encountered cultivators passing by, the envy in his eyes was never fake. She felt very conflicted. If Jing Xian regained his powers, what would happen if he wanted to go against her? Like before, disappearing without a trace, she would absolutely go crazy. But if she didn't help him, the way he looked at her made her heart ache. The two thoughts were fighting in her mind. Rationality told her that Jing Xian was attacked and lost his powers because of her. He even almost lost his life, and she should find ways to repay him. Now the opportunity was right in front of her, yet she found herself in a dilemma. But her sick love for Jing Xian was frightened. She feared that once he regained his powers, he would find a way to leave her and gradually slip out of her control. Even, like before, silently abandoning her in the sea of people. Her love was selfish, unwilling to share Jing Xian with anyone, wanting only to monopolize him, enjoying his tenderness. Moonlight streamed in from outside, shining on her face, filled with conflict. Her beautiful eyes looked at Jing Xian. Even if she didn't kill the emperor to get the Dan, Jing Xian wouldn't blame her. He was already scared, having lost too much. He didn't want Mei Yang to take risks. His inherent kindness and integrity were also reasons why Mei Yang loved him deeply. After a long sigh, Mei Yang covered him with a quilt, gently got up, and adjusted her clothes. My Xiener should be happy. Even if Xiener wishes to escape from me, I will not let you have your way. After saying this, she walked out. The woman in the ancient pavilion stood humbly by the stone chair. Upon seeing Mei Yang, she knelt down even lower, her posture as humble as possible. My lord, what matters do you summon your subordinate for? Tell me about Bei Chen's recent movements. Hearing this, the woman nodded. Yes, under our surveillance, Bei Chen has recently been holed up in the sect, spending a long time every day at the martial arts field. Besides that, he goes out drinking with his fellow disciples, looking genuinely ugly. He even insulted young master Jing Xian. As she said this, the woman's expression was full of regret. Such a good person had become utterly unbearable in their mouths. Upon hearing this, Mei Yang's eyes revealed a killing intent. She really wanted to kill him herself before, but now she changed her mind. She wanted Jing Xian to personally torture him to death, then completely destroy his soul. Colluding with demons to harm allies was a crime deserving of death. Moreover, it was Jing Xian who she was reluctant to let suffer even the slightest injury. Other than that, there's nothing else. Keep an eye on them, if anything unexpected happens. It is very likely that in the next second, she would rush to the demon lair to kill the emperor and obtain the elixir. At this moment, on the other side, in the brightly lit Lu residence, Lu Manyu sat on a wooden chair, her delicate hand supporting her cheek, playing with a small piece of jade sword. Lost in thought, the image of Jing Xian lingered in her mind. My Jinglang, where have you gone? Do you not miss your servant at all? As she spoke, she took a sip of tea, her mind absent as she looked out the door. Aside from the several maidservants standing outside, she seemed somewhat lonely in the hall. After a while, The sound of footsteps interrupted her thoughts. She raised her eyes to see an old woman stepping through the door, her gloomy appearance making the woman furious. "Look at you. You haven't even handled the family's business lately, leaving everything to Xiaoyan. How can that work?" The visitor was her mother, and although her tone was somewhat reproachful, she was still very worried about her daughter. "Oh, as if I can't live without you." At this moment, Lu Manyu lay on the table, completely unconcerned. Hearing this, the old woman felt even more headache. "I've heard that you, the first beauty of Zhongzhou, can actually be so enchanted by a man. I'm quite curious. What exactly does he have that charms you so? You have never looked at any of the many talented people before, but this mere mortal has you completely infatuated?" The old woman said this with eyes full of disappointment. The many people she had introduced before, which one was not better than a mere mortal? Lu Manyu waved her hand. "Stop bothering me. I want no one but him." As she spoke, her mind was filled with the figure of Jing Xian, and her infatuated appearance made Lu's mother sigh. She could not force her daughter. "I don't care how you feel, but the family business must be managed well. If you keep being this passive, don't even think about finding his trace. Even if you do find him, do you think he would like your lazy and unambitious appearance?" Lu Manyu's eyes turned as if she thought of something. She stood up and walked to her mother's side. All right. You should go rest. Don't worry about me." "You say that, but you make me wait, and I have yet to hold my grandchild." Previously, Lu Manyu had promised to let her mother hold her grandchild, but now not to mention a grandson. Even a son-in-law was absent, and now she was even pursuing an ordinary person. All right, I will be soon." After coaxing her mother away, Lu Manyu went to the backyard. Looking at the starry sky, she realized she had indeed been too lazy for too long. Maybe she could push her family business into every corner. Perhaps during this time, she might even find the trace of Jing Xian. Just as she was pondering, Leng Yan returned, and Lu Manyu turned her back and asked, "What have you found out these days?" In response, Leng Yan said, "Jing Xian was once a renowned sword cultivator, and the woman who captured Jing Xian is probably his sword. That legendary Feng Xian, the one who took away Feng Xian back then, was him, but it seems he has gone toward Tianhai. I have already sent someone to investigate. It shouldn't be long before there is news." As the investigation deepened, she discovered that Jing Xian was not an ordinary mortal, but a once-renowned sword prodigy in Tianhai continent. However, he was later harmed by treacherous people. It was said that his cultivation was ruined because of that, and Leng Yan's fists unknowingly hardened. But she did not tell Lu Manyu this. If she did, she would definitely lose control and do something reckless. This is how women in love behave. Hearing this, Lu Manyu nodded slightly. I plan to develop the family business toward Tianhai these days. It will be more convenient to gather news." Leng Yan nodded in agreement. Making a name in Tianhai was not difficult for her. "Then I will go prepare." After Leng Yan left, Lu Manyu murmured to herself, "I didn't expect Jing Lang. Your charm is so great that even a sword has fallen for you. But, Jing Lang, you can only be mine." Even if her own strength was weak, she was not afraid. Even though the aura that Mei Nyang exuded was terrifying, it was merely a sword. How could it possibly rebel against the heavens? After leaving, Leng Yan had already started to prepare, gathering her trusted allies. People from all walks of life gathered together, with all sorts of business flattery. The Lu family held a business association, the Wan Shang Association, powerful enough to rival a nation. Even the emperor would not dare to provoke such an existence. The Wan Shang Association monopolized all economic industries in the Tianyuan continent, which meant that opposing the Wan Shang Association was equivalent to giving up on living in the Tianyuan continent. Each person in the Wan Shang Association had been personally tested by Leng Yan and chosen to stay. She would never use those who were disloyal. And the leader of this association was Lu Manyu. Who could have imagined that a weak woman would be the one in charge of the Wan Shang Association? It wasn't until Leng Yan appeared that these voices gradually quieted down. The wealthy merchants dressed in luxury clasped their hands and asked, "May I ask why you have summoned us today?" You must understand that the Lu family controlled the entire economic lifeline of the Tianyuan continent. Going against the Lu family was like seeking one's own death. Conversely, if one submitted to the Lu family and worked for them, they would ensure your wealth and freedom. But if there was even a hint of disloyalty, you would be erased from this world in half a day. Those who had betrayed them before all ended in tragic circumstances. I have gathered you today to encourage everyone to expand their business towards the Tianhai continent. My family will fully support you. The wealthy merchant was stunned for a moment, then asked why the sudden push to develop towards Tianhai. The head of the family means that you just need to follow my instructions, she replied. Quickly expand into the Tianhai market. If there's competition, just keep it low-key. The others, though puzzled, dared not ask further after seeing what Lung Yin said, fearing that they might anger her and be kicked out of the Wanshang Association. Yes, yes, we will not let down the head of the family's expectations. Since it is the head of the family's decision, we will definitely obey you unconditionally. Everyone agreed wholeheartedly. Each person here, taken individually, was either rich or noble, yet now they were as humble as pawns. After explaining some precautions, Lung Yin dismissed the crowd. The most important task was to inquire about Jing Xian's whereabouts during the development period. I believe that soon, we'll be able to find traces of the Wanshang Association all over Tianhai, making the search for Jing Xian a bit easier. Chapter 19. Wanshang Association. After the Wanshang Association was dissolved by Lung Yin, the crowd had just exited the association's door when they saw Lung Yin's confidant, Jiang Rou, the one with the highest power under Lung Yin. Miss Rou, why didn't we see you earlier? A middle-aged man asked, confused. Jiang Rou's fox-like eyes sparkled with red light in the night. Her fox mask obscured her expression and thoughts, and she exuded a powerful aura. I went to prepare portraits, she said, her voice sultry and magnetic, likely to hypnotize anyone whose heart was unstable. Portraits? Is it about that Jing Xian? A young man holding a blue and white porcelain fan stepped forward, elegant and amiable, with a refined demeanor. At the same time, he was madly pursuing Jiang Rou, but she consistently ignored him. He firmly believed that one day he would thaw Jiang Rou's cold heart. But don't be deceived by Jiang Rou's charming appearance. Her heart was extremely cold, showing no interest in anything outside of her mission. After Jiang Rou finished speaking, she gestured for her assistant behind her to distribute the portraits. After a dozen people received them, they all began to examine them. The person in the portraits astonished everyone who saw it. The ethereal quality captured through the painting was unmatched across the 5 continents. Young Master Jing Xian indeed has a remarkable aura, like a celestial being. We are truly fortunate to see his appearance with our own eyes. Despite Jing Xian having stayed in Chang'an for so long, his day was either spent drinking beast milk or soaking an Xian residence for a bath. Occasionally, he would go fishing in the mountains and fields. In addition, Lu Manyu deliberately concealed Jing Xian's whereabouts, not wanting him to be seen by more people, thus making him a target for others. He worried that others might steal his home, and with these 2 protections in place, no one had seen him at the Wanshang Association. Even Jiang Rou, seeing him for the first time, thought that his face was the most beautiful she had ever seen, causing her icy heart to skip a beat. Moreover, after learning about his deed from Lung Yin, Jiang Rou's interest in Jing Xian had grown tremendously. To say that Jing Xian was the only person who could touch her heartstrings would not be an exaggeration. As for the young man holding the fan in the crowd, he felt inferior and could see why he caught the eyes of parents. If he were a woman, he might also be infatuated. Not to mention the women in the crowd, each of them gazing at the portrait with starry eyes, their silly smiles hard to describe. As you can see, black hair, sword-like brows and starry eyes, often wearing a gourd at his waist, dressed in white, and most importantly, there's a sword-shaped birthmark on his chest. If you find him, you must report it immediately. Do you understand? As for the source of the news about the sword-shaped birthmark on his chest, it naturally came from Lu Manyu's powerful intelligence department. Everyone must pay close attention. If someone discovers Jing Xian's traces, the family head will provide generous rewards. Many nodded in agreement. Starting tomorrow, everyone should be fully alert for the family head and for yourselves. Jiang Rou looked serious. Fortunately, she did not see anyone showing discontent. If someone did, she wouldn't mind seeing blood tonight. All right, there's nothing else. Everyone should return. After saying this, Jiang Rou turned around as if to leave. The young man holding the fan spoke up to keep her. Miss Rou, may I ask if you have time tonight? Hearing this, Jiang Rou turned back with her assistant and smiled pleasantly, asking softly, do you have something to say? The young man's eyes lit up. After being rejected so many times, this time felt different. Could there be a chance? Others exchanged glances, and in Jiang Rou's ambiguous smile, they all left, leaving just the 2 and a few assistants. Once the others were gone, the young man finally dared to blush, his voice trembling slightly. I would like to invite you to see tonight's Lantern Festival. As he said this, his body was visibly shaking, because Jiang Rou was just too beautiful. If Lung Yin was an ice queen, then she was that gentle and charming beauty. A small mole at the corner of her lips gave her a unique charm. Her fair and delicate skin was like that of a baby, so tender that it seemed fragile. Her alluring eyes seemed to see right through a person. They looked gentle and charming, yet deep inside they were as cold as ice. After a moment, Jiang Rou raised the corners of her mouth into a slight smile. I am curious, how much do you like me? He certainly did not want to miss such a good opportunity and became a bit excited. I like you very, very, very much. My heart belongs to you. Everything I have, my wealth, as long as Miss Rowe agrees, I will give it all to you. He wished he could say everything in his heart, but he didn't dare. He feared Jiang Ro would become impatient, even more so that he would be rejected. However, what awaited him was a cold reply. Then can you give me your heart? You must give me your heart to prove your sincerity. As she spoke, an assistant had already presented a dagger with both hands, the moonlight reflecting on his face, chilling to the bone. This dagger is forged from mysterious iron. The tip is extremely sharp. Piercing the skin won't even hurt. What had once seemed like a gentle smile now looked like a devil's command. That dagger gleamed ominously. He swallowed hard, feeling scared and shrinking back. Seeing his expression, Jiang Ro coldly scoffed and retracted the dagger. Rather than waste time here, you should do more for the association. You are useless. I wonder how the association could even consider you. What a disgrace. I just gave you a bit of face earlier. Remember, the Wanshang Association prioritizes interests above all else. I hope you understand that people who only care about appearances don't live long. With that, she waved her sleeve and left, her red dress quickly disappearing from his sight. The young man stood there, stunned and lost, his confession rejected and even humiliated, angrily pounding the wall beside him. Damn it! Why do you hate me so much? After venting his frustration, he resumed his smiling face, gently fanning himself to comfort his mind. There will be another chance. At least Miss Ro doesn't have someone she loves. After leaving, Jiang Ro came to Lung Yin, first bowing respectfully. Lung Yin waved her hand, saying, "Don't be so formal." Yes. Lung Yin sat on a wooden chair and motioned for her to sit beside her, then handed her a cup of tea, making Jiang Ro feel extremely honored. "Rower, how long has it been since you started accompanying me?" Lung Yin asked while drinking tea. Jiang Ro hesitated for a moment and said, "I've lost count." "Don't be so reserved. I'm just asking casually." After a long while, Lung Yin put down her teacup, looked at her, and softly said, "I found the person who killed your parents." Jiang Ro's eyes brightened. Her small town had been raided by a group of bandits, with many dead and injured, and the young men in the village were all killed. They burned houses, looted treasures, and when they saw beautiful women, they wanted to possess them. But without exception, they all chose to kill themselves by jumping into the river. That day, Jiang Ro returned to the town after being away and smelled the stench of blood as she approached the door. Inside, there were villagers with severed limbs everywhere. "Oh, there's still a beauty? Haha, I can't let you run away." A big man suddenly came out and saw her, his eyes gleaming. Laughing, he ran toward her. Jiang Ro, in panic, fled backward. "Don't run. Little lady, come to my arms." As Jiang Ro ran, she thought to herself that she never imagined the peaceful town she left just moments ago would turn into a hell on earth. Her elderly parents surely couldn't have escaped their clutches. Thinking of this, her eyes grew moist, but as a weak woman, she could do nothing. She ran for a long, long time, but the big man relentlessly chased her, shouting obscene words that tormented her mind. Not knowing how long she had run, she reached a fast-flowing river. Turning back, she saw the disgusting sight of the man drooling as he pursued her. She made a firm decision, closed her eyes, and calmly jumped into the river. Instantly, the wild current swallowed her, and she disappeared without a trace. The big man, seeing her jump into the river, stood at the riverbank, cursing mercilessly, truly enraging anyone who heard it. But Jiang Ro, in the river, had already made peace with her death. However, perhaps heaven was watching over her. She survived. The current carried her to a forest, where, by chance, Lung Yin was practicing her swordsmanship and saw the injured Jiang Ro. Lung Yin took her back, carefully tending to her. A day later, Jiang Ro woke up and, knowing it was Lung Yin who saved her, burst into tears, deeply grateful. "Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no one will ever bully you again." After calming down, Jiang Ro told her about her experience and the massacre of her village. Lung Yan's face darkened, as cold as ice. "From now on, you are mine. As for your parents and the innocent villagers, I will avenge them. No, I will avenge them myself. I will kill them. I will tear them apart." From her eyes, Lung Yin saw her determination. After that, she began to train Jiang Ro as her successor, even awakening her spiritual roots. Jiang Ro worked hard, charging forward with fury, and her strength grew rapidly. Her terrifying talent even shocked Lung Yin. So, she informed Lu Manyu about Jiang Ro's existence, expecting a scolding, but instead, Lu Manyu only smiled and said, "Follow your heart." During her investigations, Jiang Ro also learned the reason why the bandits came to the town. The reason was her enviable appearance and that infuriating delicate body. What has happened cannot be changed. The only way to protect what you want to protect is by becoming stronger. It was Lung Yin who gave her a second life. Without her, even if she somehow survived, she would probably have died in a nightmare. She was absolutely loyal to Lung Yin and Lu Manyu. Her thoughts returned, and Jiang Ro's hands quietly exerted strength, veins bulging. Where is it? Upon hearing this, Lung Yin only handed her a map, marking the bandits' stronghold. These people were very cunning. Once they committed their crimes, they would flee, making them hard to track down. This was the clue that Lung Yin had spent a long time finding. Seeing Jiang Ro's expression, Lung Yin spoke. Not far. Be bold and do it. The clan leader and I are behind you. As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang Ro immediately stood up, and in the next moment, she disappeared into the night. Lung Yin took a sip of tea and muttered, another sleepless night. She wasn't worried about Jiang Ro's safety at all. After all, with her current strength, killing those people would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. On an unknown mountain, a group of people surrounded a bonfire, holding the treasures they had just stolen, laughing wildly. No one noticed the sudden appearance of Jiang Ro. It wasn't until Jiang Ro stepped on a leaf, making a sound, that the group finally reacted, looking up at Jiang Ro. In their eyes, Jiang Ro was like a lamb entering a wolf's den. Where did this beauty come from? Could she have gotten lost? The bandit leader leered and walked forward, about to reach out to touch her. But in the next second, his head was sliced off by a sword and rolled in front of the other bandits. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. Today, none of you will leave alive. Chapter 20. Jiang Ro's killing field. Her voice was no longer soft and charming, but like a fierce ghost from hell, tears flowing as she swung her sword, cutting down bandits who were losing their armor and helmets. Don't kill me. I have elderly parents and young children. I had no choice but to become a bandit. A middle-aged man cried, kneeling, his hands clasped together in respect as he knocked his head several times, sincerely begging. You go around killing, robbing, and taking women with no respect for the law, abusing your strength to harm others. If I let any of you go today, it would be like killing the helpless, desperate version of myself. After speaking, Jiang Ro's eyes flashed, and her sword pierced the bandit's heart. The man died with his eyes wide open, filled with terror. Jiang Ro withdrew her sword and stared at the crowd. Some of the more timid ones had already peed their pants. Their group was just a bit stronger than ordinary people, and if they encountered a true cultivator, they would be no match at all. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The scarred man in the crowd took a closer look. I remember now. This woman is the one who jumped into the river last time. What? Scarface, have you lost your mind? Yeah, how could it be her? Scarface was questioned like this, scratching his head, wondering if he had been overthinking it. Jiang Ro sneered, spinning her sword in her hand. Today, she would kill them without leaving a single one alive. She would avenge her villagers. Damn it, we are so many. How could we be scared off by just one person? Someone in the crowd shouted, clearly unaware of the difference between Jiang Ro and them. Brothers, grab your weapons. With that shout, the group, who had been stunned, quickly grabbed their knives and spears, surrounding her in a circle. Someone rushed up, shouting from behind, trying to sneak attack her. But if you're going to sneak attack, why scream so loudly? Is there something wrong with you? Sure enough, Jiang Ro didn't even look back. Her sword rose with the wind, and in the flashing light of blades and swords, the attacker was torn into pieces. Damn, I told you he's crazy. Who tries to sneak attack while shouting? Scarface cursed fiercely. The bandits all nodded in agreement. If you ask me, that guy deserved to die, or maybe it was his time. Little lady, are you really sure you can take down all of us? We are not just idle eaters. Scarface uttered a harsh threat, thinking that if it worked, he might escape. However, in response to his words, Jiang Ro closed her eyes and coldly said, You? A rabble not worth mentioning. In the next instant, like an arrow leaving a bow, she opened her beautiful eyes and thrust her sword towards his eye. Good. Then I, Scarface, will show you. Let's see if you're just a paper tiger. Scarface wasn't backing down, raising his large knife to block the attack. The impact from the strike made his arm go numb, and for a moment he thought of retreating, but before he could think further. In the next second, Jiang Ro attacked again, each strike aiming for a fatal blow, and within just one exchange, Scarface was forced to retreat again and again, and judging by Jiang Ro's expression, it seemed she wasn't even using all her strength. Her eyes were filled with mockery and ridicule, as though these people didn't deserve her to exert any real effort. Damn, is my lifetime of reputation going to be ruined just like this? I won't accept this. Scarface struck fiercely, the tip of his knife grazing her skirt and slicing off a few strands of her hair. He pressed on, swinging his large knife back and forth at Jiang Ro, but every strike was effortlessly blocked. But after several minutes of this back and forth, without seeing even a hint of weakness or fatigue from Jiang Ro, Scarface found himself gasping for breath, his hand holding the knife growing weaker. Finally, with a mighty swing, he staggered back a few steps. "Huh, huh, you." Before Scarface could finish his sentence, Jiang Ro suddenly surged forward, her eyes cold. Seizing the moment of his exhaustion, "Ugh, I refuse to accept this. I still have many ambitions unfulfilled." "You." With a sword thrust into his heart, Scarface screamed in pain, his cries echoing. Jiang Ro tightened her grip on the sword handle and twisted the blade. The screams rang in the ears of everyone present, the excruciating pain as Scarface's heart shattered under the twisting blade. Jiang Ro pulled the sword out, its tip still dripping with blood, as Scarface fell to the ground, eyes filled with unwillingness. "Brother Scar, what will we do without you, Brother Scar?" He was clearly a villain, but he looked like a fallen hero of a righteous sect. Huh? Scarface, is there really no room for negotiation?" A weak voice came from the crowd. With Scarface down, how could they keep fighting? "I, Jiang Ro, speak with 10 words for every 9 of them true. Not one of you will leave this place alive." At these words, the speaker chuckled lightly. Knowing death was inevitable, he chose to draw his sword and end his life, closing his eyes as he collapsed to the ground. However, Jiang Ro saw through this and stepped forward, thrusting her sword into his heart. "Goof." The man who had faked his death immediately sat up in pain. Jiang Ro twisted the blade again, her voice cold as she mocked. "What's the difference between you and a pig? Hua, you, killing with heart." He died, filled with resentment and unwillingness. With a final pull of her sword, Jiang Ro coldly scanned the now shocked crowd and said, "In 10 minutes, I'll kill all of you. If you think you can escape, then try it." Within those 10 minutes, the screams reached the heavens. Jiang Ro smiled at the sight of the bodies scattered across the ground, her smile almost terrifying. The animals in the forest trembled in fear. After the killing, the sky began to pour rain. Jiang Ro stood in the rain, her sword already stained with blood. Her expensive light veil was also soaked with blood as she smiled. To these people, she might seem like a demon, but to her fallen loved ones, she was simply seeking vengeance, and that was not demonic. "Father, mother, I have avenged you." Her sword fell to the ground, and the emotion she had bottled up for so long finally poured out. It was hard to tell whether the wetness at the corner of her eyes was rain or tears. She stood in the rain for a long time, unable to recover. It wasn't until the rain stopped that she picked up her sword and vanished into the night. She came to a waterfall, took off her dirty clothes, and let the water wash over her. Only then could she calm down. After a long while, Jiang Ro had returned to her gentle, graceful appearance. Dressed in her clothes, she returned to the slaughterhouse. A group of merchants had already come to handle the aftermath, and upon seeing Jiang Ro, they all bowed. "Greetings, my lord." The leader, a man, led the group and bowed to her. Jiang Ro waved her hand and said, "No need for such formalities. Just remember to clean this place up and leave no trace." Naturally, we are all highly trained and will leave no trace behind. Moreover, you are eliminating a threat to the people. No one will care that these people are dead. As far as he knew, this group had committed all sorts of evil, and Jiang Ro killing them was a service to the people. Even if discovered, no one would hold her accountable. And, just as he said, the scene was thoroughly cleaned, as though the massacre had never happened. "Thank you for your hard work. You did well." "Not at all. This is our duty, my lord. You flatter us." Jiang Ro returned to the Lu residence. At this time, the residence was still brightly lit, and Lung Yin was waiting for her to come home. Jiang Ro's heart warmed as she walked through the hall, kneeling in front of Lung Yin. "Jiang Ro has nothing to repay you with in this life, except for this worthless life. From now on, it belongs to you. If you ever need me in the future, please consider me, so I can repay you." Upon hearing this, Lung Yin helped her up, wiped her tears, and comforted her. "Silly child, you've avenged them. That's enough. I ask for nothing else. Just live well, understand?" "Okay, I will. From now on, the Lu residence is your home. We are all your family." These words were deeply engraved in her heart, and her tears once again flowed uncontrollably as she threw herself into Lung Yan's arms and cried loudly. She had a family now. Surely, those on the other side would no longer worry about her. Chapter 21. Is Beichen's fate already sealed? After comforting Jiang Ro, Lung Yin instructed her to handle the preparations for the merchant guild. She was confident in her ability to do so. Over the years, Lung Yin had given her everything she knew, training her as an assistant. She had become proficient in all areas, with a very high level of understanding. To have reached the position under Lung Yin was a testament to her incredible abilities. Then I will return to the guild. If there is any information about young Master Jing Xian, I will inform you as soon as possible using the sound transmitter. Lung Yin nodded slightly, watching Jiang Ro leave. She then stretched lazily and yawned before returning to her room to sleep. In the blink of an eye, the morning sun shone, and Jing Xian sleepily opened his eyes. Don't lie in bed any longer. The sun is already shining on your bottom. But I don't want to get up. I'm really hungry. If you're going to restrict my freedom, fine, but what? Now you want to starve me too? You're really evil. After rubbing his slightly empty stomach, Mei Nyang finally got up. The two of them walked out of the bedroom. The livestock were always the first to wake up. The three-legged bird, forced to be a rooster, paced back and forth in the yard, occasionally pecking down. Mei Nyang casually scattered some rice, and a group of three-legged birds immediately gathered around, clucking and pecking. Jing Xian squatted by, watching. Really speechless. Is it fun watching chickens eat rice? What a waste. The three-legged birds muttered to themselves, but their speed in eating the rice didn't slow down at all. There was nothing they could do. Under the eaves, they had to bow their heads. You guys have been laying eggs really slowly lately. Are you too lazy? Bored, Jing Xian even scolded them, standing with his chest out, pointing at them. Having been suppressed by Mei Nyang, this was the only place he could find to assert himself. Mei Nyang, coming out of the kitchen, covered her mouth and chuckled. Honestly, don't let a chicken hurt your eyes. Be careful. Can a chicken hurt me? The three birds looked up at him, discontent in their hearts, and then glanced at Mei Nyang, who smiled sweetly, but with a hint of coldness. They finally lowered their heads. The morning mist enveloped the mountaintop, Shan Qi, Qing Pao, as if walking through the clouds. As the smell of food wafted into his nose, Jing Xian's stomach growled loudly. Eating was one of the few joys, but Mei Nyang always liked to tease him. The food was brought to his mouth, only for it to be taken away again. He became angry and had it given back. Frustrated, he simply closed his mouth and refused to eat. 抱着个双手，瘪着个嘴，我不吃了。二死我得了 holding his hands and pouting his lips. I won't eat anymore. Let me starve to death. 哈哈哈，生气的样子也很可爱哦。哇 You look so cute when you're angry. 吃过早饭后，媚娘便弹起了古筝，伴随着悠扬的乐声入耳，整个人也都舒缓不少。After breakfast, Mei Nyang picked up the guzheng, and with the melodious music filling the air, she felt much more relaxed. 听着悠扬悦耳的乐声，猪圈里的母猪睡得更香了。要不是还有呼气声，三足鸟还以为它吃太多撑死了。Listening to the melodious and pleasant music, the sow in the pig pen slept even more soundly. If it weren't for its snoring, the three-legged bird would think it had eaten too much and died. 景贤抬眸看向远方，思绪放空，不知不觉间听着乐声缓缓入睡。Jing Xian raised his eyes to the distance, emptied his thoughts, and unknowingly fell asleep while listening to the music. 话分两头，北辰早早地出了宗门，带了几个同门师兄弟，勾肩搭背地去山脚小镇喝酒。Meanwhile, Bei Chun left the sect early, taking a few fellow disciples with him, shoulder to shoulder, heading to the town at the foot of the mountain to drink. 可最重要的是，这伙人每次喝完酒都不付钱，比禽兽还禽兽。But the most important thing is, this group never pays after drinking, behaving worse than beasts. 酒馆的掌柜碍于他们身份，只能小心翼翼地讨要，可每次都被敷衍几句，很少给钱。The tavern keeper, due to their status, could only cautiously ask for payment, but every time he was met with dismissive words and rarely received any money. 来来来，兄弟们喝，大口吃肉，大口喝酒。Come, come, brothers, eat meat generously and drink deeply. 北辰落座于主位，高举手中酒杯，几个狗腿子也举起酒杯，恭恭敬敬地敬了他一杯。Bei Chun took the main seat, raised his wine cup high, and a few flatterers also lifted their cups, respectfully toasting him. 掌柜站在不远处，表情很难看，就这素养还名门子弟呢？不玩玩钱钱一伙土匪吗？ The tavern keeper stood not far away, looking displeased. Is this really the behavior of nobility? Aren't they just a bunch of bandits? Hi, 不知造了什么孽啊? Sigh, I don't know what karmic retribution I've brought upon myself. 事到如今，他也只能自认倒霉。这伙人又吃又喝的，不一会就满脸通红。At this point, he could only consider himself unlucky. This group was eating and drinking, and soon their faces were flushed. 几杯酒下肚的北辰看向其中一人，我让你帮我调查的凤仙剑下落呢。After a few cups of wine, Bei Chen looked at one person. What about the location of the Fengxian sword that I asked you to investigate? 那人点点头，放下酒杯。那柄剑去了长安城之后，当着刘府掌舵人柳曼玉面，掳走了一个人。The man nodded, putting down his wine cup. After that sword went to Chang'an, it kidnapped a person in front of Lu Man, the helmsman of the Lu family. 据当时目击的道友所说，当时掳走那人后，便朝着玉峰山方向回去了。According to the friends who witnessed it, after kidnapping that person, it headed back towards Yufeng Mountain. 再结合最近玉峰山不太平，站在山脚，有时甚至能看见阵法散发出的压迫感。Additionally, given the recent unrest at Yufeng Mountain, sometimes you can feel the oppressive aura emitted from the formation when standing at the foot of the mountain. 可奇怪的是，为什么他会去中州长安城掳走一个男人呢？ But it's strange. Why would she go to central continent Chang'an to kidnap a man? 摸了摸不太灵光的脑袋，接着开口道：“你说会不会那被掳走的人是景贤啊？” Scratching his not-so-bright head, he said, "Do you think that the kidnapped person could be Jing Xian? 毕竟那柄剑对景贤似乎喜欢的紧，也有传闻说景贤是在长安城定居了。After all, that sword seems to have a strong attachment to Jing Xian, and there are rumors that Jing Xian has settled in Chang'an." 闻言，北辰眸光露出寒光。如果真是景贤，那他不建议杀了他，对付手无缚鸡之力的他，轻而易举便能办到。Upon hearing this, Bei Chen's eyes glinted coldly. If it really was Jing Xian, he wouldn't hesitate to kill him, since dealing with someone as weak as him would be easy. 有劳兄弟了。Well, thank you, brother. 北辰举起酒杯和他碰了一个，一饮而尽后放下酒杯，看他表情似乎不太开心。Bei Chen raised his wine cup and clinked it with his, downing it in one go, then put it down, noticing his expression seemed unhappy. 原来在他的内心中，早就把凤仙剑当作自己的配件了。结果告诉他，凤仙可能去找回了景贤。It turned out that he had long considered the Fengxian sword as his own treasured sword, only to be told that it might have gone to retrieve Jing Xian. 他的内心很是火大，又是一连喝了好几杯。His heart burned with anger, and he drank several more cups in a row. 最后找了个借口去了厕所，鬼鬼祟祟的来到一处无人的，他从怀里掏出一块玉佩。In the end, he found an excuse to go to the restroom and sneakily arrived at a secluded spot, pulling out a jade pendant from his pocket. 玉佩散发着星号，下一瞬，玉佩上浮现一个白发老头的虚影。The jade pendant emitted a glow, and in the next moment, a phantom of an old man with white hair appeared on it. 这玉佩乃是他云游时捡到的，原本只是看这色泽鲜艳，想要去卖掉，结果途中发现竟是个养魂玉。This jade pendant was something he found while wandering. He initially thought it was just pretty and wanted to sell it, but along the way discovered it was a soul-nourishing jade. 里面还居住着个老者，光是看其样貌，便能感觉到其的与众不同，怕是一尊恐怖存在。Inside lived an old man, and just by looking at his appearance, one could feel his uniqueness. He was likely a terrifying presence. 苍老，当初你说用那毒刺伤他，他不死也残他，没死也就算了。Old man, back then you said to use that poison to injure him. If he didn't die, he would at least be crippled. 现如今，那柄凤仙剑居然还去找他了。Now that Fengxian sword actually went to find him. 说到痛处，北辰难掩不悦。不过好在魔窟那些家伙信守承诺，没有把他害景贤的事情说出去。Speaking of painful matters, Bei Chen couldn't hide his displeasure, but fortunately those guys in the demon cave kept their promises and did not reveal his plot against Jing Xian. 哎，那凤仙剑可是凡物，不是我等能够高攀的。我劝你还是换个目标。Sai, that Fengxian sword is an ordinary object, not something we can aspire to. I advise you to change your target. 听到苍老的话，北辰额头青筋暴起。凭什么他就要低景贤一等？凭什么？ Upon hearing the old man's words, Bei Chen's forehead bulged with anger. Why should he lower himself to Jing Xian? Why? 他明明失去了修为，明明沦为了凡人，为什么那柄剑却还是追着他不放？ He had clearly lost his cultivation and had become an ordinary person. Why was that sword still chasing after him relentlessly? 这时，他的内心极度不平衡，甚至有了想要杀了景贤的念头。At this moment, he felt extremely unbalanced inside, even having the thought of wanting to kill Jing Xian. 看出他的邪念，苍老连忙开口道：“别急躁。” Sensing his malicious thoughts, the old man quickly spoke. Don't be rash. Recently, a secret realm will open, and inside there is a spirit sword that can be taken first to use. If you insist on not listening and want to kill that person, if the rumors are true, then that sword is beside him. Don't say you. Even at my peak, I could only be slaughtered like fish and meat by him. After hearing this, Bei Chen's anger calmed down by half, and he snorted coldly, swearing in his heart to eliminate Jing Xian. A swordsmanship genius is enough with him. Seeing him calm down, the old man threw him a bag of elixirs. Quickly digest these elixirs, and when the secret realm opens, go and take the sword. Remember, if you want to achieve great things, the first thing is to keep a low profile. I understand. Thank you, Elder. If it weren't for him, this brat would have picked up, he wouldn't have been willing to help him eliminate Jing Xian. From any angle, Jing Xian was much better than him. But now that it has come to this, he can only follow through with the mistake. Once he reshapes his body, he won't need to be so humble anymore. Before the secret realm opens, don't be too high profile. After getting the spirit sword, go to the fierce beast forest to train. Breaking through the Yuan-Ing realm is key. However, looking at his drinking habits these past few days, the elder was also extremely regretful, wondering how he ended up choosing such a hopeless fellow. He's not ugly, but how can he be so narrow-minded? The more he looks, the more regretful he feels, so he might as well nurture some soul jade and avoid him altogether. Bei Chan put away the jade pendant, and a rustling sound came from behind him. He flashed his gaze and drew his sword to stab at the bushes. Ooh, get out! After a while, no one replied. Only a fat raccoon leisurely walked out, giving him a look as if he were crazy, then quickly ran away. Damn, what are you so proud of? Just a beast. He thought it was just a little cat, completely unaware of the chilling eyes not far from the big tree behind him, looking as cold as someone staring at a dying person. You! I will personally skin you alive, avenging my master. Bei Chen suddenly turned around but saw nothing. He thought it was too cold and shrank his body, returning dejectedly. Back at the table, he continued to brag, drinking what seemed like cat urine as if he thought the 5 continents belonged to him. I'm not bragging. Among the entire continent, who has talent that can compare to me? Bei Chen. That Jing Xian is only 2 years older than me. If I were in the same era as him, would he even stand a chance? A group of sycophants clapped blindly. Although they were just flattering him, it pleased him greatly. The other customers in the shop all showed disdain, not knowing where this person came from, comparing himself to Jing Xian. It was truly laughable. Some customers laughed out loud, but he didn't hear it. Not only was he talking nonsense, but he was also deaf. Seeing that he had no intention of returning to the sect, the woman, secretly observing, left a recording stone, stood up, and reported the old man's situation to Maignan. Something unworthy of attention. Mainyang's expression was dismissive as she rubbed Jing Xian's little face. Then, I will continue to observe. When he enters the secret realm, give him a taste of hardship. I promise not to disgrace the mission. Mainyang responded, then cut off her connection to the Sea of Consciousness. The so-called Sea of Consciousness is a communication with those who are loyal to her. But it depends on the strength of the realm. The higher the realm, the farther the range of communication. Mainyang murmured, anyone who is harmful to Xiener will have a miserable death. To her, Bei Chen was just an ant. Crushing him wouldn't require her to lift a finger. The premise of Bei Chen's death is that he must be tortured to death, in pain worse than death. Some may think her cruel, but Jing Xian is the beloved she couldn't bear to hurt. Bei Chen ruining his cultivation and still living was already a great mercy to her. She wanted Jing Xian to kill him with his own hands, cutting off his limbs and letting him die in despair from fear. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Mainyang's mouth. Outsiders would surely see nothing odd. But only Jing Xian knew that even if that smile was dignified and graceful like a beautiful maiden, it was more terrifying than those sinister smiles in a den of devils. Chapter 22. Lazy Bei Chen. On the other side, Bei Chen, after finishing his drinking spree, staggered out of the tavern with his companions, arms around each other's shoulders. The tavern keeper, seeing them leave, hurriedly closed the door and shut down the shop. No, we can't stay here any longer. If this continues, we'll go bankrupt with all this free eating and drinking. Looking at the mess on the table and the scattered wine jars, the tavern keeper felt a piercing headache, while the waiter stepped forward to clean up the table, helplessly accepting the fate of having these customers. This group could drink from morning until night, causing such a ruckus that there was no business left in the tavern apart from them. If Jingxian were still here, would they dare to act like this? Hearing this, the tavern keeper nodded in agreement, for he despised the oppressors and lawbreakers the most in his life. What a pity! Today is different from the past. We should leave as soon as possible. The hardest and most painful thing in this world is the common people, facing the terror of evil cultivators killing and monsters devouring, while being forced to endure the free meals and drinks from those who pretend to be cultivators. Even worse, some even collected protection fees, laughingly claiming they could save people during monster attacks. At first, some believed it, but until that day when a village was attacked by monsters. Those so-called cultivators, however, were indifferent to human life. Even when peasants were killed before them, they remained unmoved. They were unwilling to rescue the slaughtered villagers, treasuring their own skin, even finding the blood of villagers dirty, fearing it would stain their clothes. In the end, it was other righteous sects passing by who took action, defeating the evil monsters, and facing the indifferent cultivators coldly said, "Do you even deserve the Tao?" Ignoring human life and oppressing the common people, do you still deserve to be human? Confronted with the disdain from their peers, they did not take it to heart, for in their eyes, ordinary people were even less than 1/10 of them. With you guys in the Qingshan sect, it probably won't last long. A tall and imposing man stepped out from the group of cultivators, pressing his sword down with one hand, his gaze chillingly directed at the disciples of the Qingshan sect. No need for my friend to worry. Clearly, they did not regard this man seriously, maintaining their arrogant and proud demeanor, while the man forcibly held back his murderous intent toward his sword at his waist. A spark ignited between their glances, but a fight did not break out. Losing yourself, one day you will pay the price for it. The man spoke coldly, then waved his sleeve and left, while his disciples gave a cold snort and followed him soaring into the sky. In this world, the strong are revered, strength is paramount, but there are some who lose their minds and extend their claws toward ordinary people. How is this different from those evil cultivators? Returning to the present, Beichun wobbled his way along. If not for a few clear-headed people, they would have probably had to sleep outside. I think we shouldn't drink so much in the future. Otherwise, walking at night will be quite tiring. One of the slightly chubby disciples, Fuha, who hadn't drunk much, nodded his head. He didn't like drinking, but he absolutely adored food, swearing to try every delicacy in the world. What if we return to the sect and get found out by the sect master? Pooh. How could we be that unlucky? What if by some coincidence? All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's return to the sect early and get a good night's sleep. The group supported each other while walking towards the sect. Along the way, Beichin chattered nonstop, while the chubby guy frowned, quite annoyed by all the chatter. Had he known, he wouldn't have come. If it weren't for those few bites to eat, he wouldn't have wanted to interact with them. Mainly, his big brother Beichun didn't practice daily, yet the sect master treated him as a direct disciple. Though he had just reached the perfection of the golden core stage, the sect master's direct disciple, who was at the later stage of the nascent soul, wasn't that much stronger than him. The more he thought, the more imbalance he felt inside. So under the cover of night, he raised his fist and threw a punch at him, nearly knocking Beichin out with 2.5 years of strength. Who dares to sneak attack me? Beichin was hazily hit by a large pendulum and suddenly turned his head. But there was nothing behind him. The chubby boy scratched his head innocently and said, "Big senior brother, what happened to you?" Others also looked at him, and seeing no one behind, the drunken Beichin waved his hand, indicating it was nothing. The chubby boy then wore a mischievous smile, thinking, Tisich, a so-called disciple, he wouldn't know if I punched him. Big brother must have been too tired from practicing lately, tired enough to see illusions. Hearing this, Beichin went along with his words. As to whether it was exhaustion from practicing or something else, he couldn't tell in his dizzy state. Seeing his muddled state, the chubby boy didn't try to poke or kick him along the way. For no other reason than that this guy was too pretentious. If you had strength, it would be one thing to show off. But with no skills whatsoever, yet still so full of himself, he became even more annoyed with Beichin. Beichin thought he had been cursed, but luckily, they had arrived at the sect's entrance. Then, big senior brother, we'll head back first. Be careful. The chubby boy let go of him with a silly grin, causing Beichin to nearly fall to the ground for a moment. After steadying himself, Beichin leaned against the wall and waved his hand, saying, "You all go rest. I'm not so weak as to fall on my way home." The chubby boy nodded and left with the others. After they left, Beichin took a cold breath and rubbed his aching back. Damn it. I really am cursed. Why does it hurt so much? Dragging his tired and aching body, he hadn't walked far when the sect leader, Qing Daoan, appeared before him, noticing he smelled heavily of alcohol. The The ruler's ruler in his hand felt even colder, and with a frown, he asked, "Haven't I told you to concentrate on your training these past few days? You instead treat my words like they're nothing. Do you even consider me your master anymore?" Beichen had never seen him this angry. Quickly straightening his posture and lowering his head to explain, "Disciple went down the mountain today for urgent matters." This made Qing Daoen's blood pressure rise even higher. "Oh really? Urgent matters, is it? So I'll let you come down the mountain." In the next moment, the ruler struck him across his body, sending pain coursing through him, and he immediately tried to run away. But Qing Daoen wouldn't let him be. Today, without giving him some lessons, he wouldn't settle down to train seriously. Thus, you chase me and I chase you, the older Qing Daoen pursuing. Perhaps he cried dry long ago in his childhood. He had no backing, no family. Apart from the sword he later fought hard to have recognized as his own, the Phoenix Sword, the sword of dreams for countless sword cultivators. At that time, he was merely at the early stage of ascension, relying on his comprehension of the sword path. His 3,000 sword energies made the demon race afraid to show their face. But later he learned that he was harmed by treacherous people, caught in a trap, and had his cultivation destroyed, becoming an ordinary person. This great disparity was enough to destroy him. He did not know how Jing Xian was doing now. He felt heartbroken about Jing Xian's experiences, coming from the crowd, ultimately returning to the sea of people. "Look at you. Do you deserve your parents? Do you deserve your talent? You truly disappoint me." Qing Daoen turned to look at the sky. If only Jing Xian were his disciple. But alas, heaven does not always fulfill wishes. Beichen was also thoroughly awakened, quickly kneeling down, knocking his head several times with great sincerity. "Disciple knows wrong. From now on, I will never make the same mistake again. I beg the master to give the disciple a chance to reform." After all, he was still his disciple. Qing Daoen sighed and waved his hand to signal him to rise. "I will give you one last chance. If you make a mistake again, you will be expelled from the Qing Mountain sect. Disciple, you must understand your experiences are already much better than Jing Xian's." Again Jing Xian, again Jing Xian. Every time at this moment he was compared with Jing Xian, Beichun felt unhappy but dared not explode. He could only lower his head and seemed to realize, slightly nodding. After lecturing for a while, Qing Daoen let him go. Beichun brushed off the dust and took a deep look at his back. "Disciple will definitely surpass Jing Xian. I will prove to everyone that I am not his stepping stone." He spoke with such seriousness, but in Qing Daoen's ears, it sounded somewhat ridiculous. Surpass Jing Xian? It might not happen even in 1,000 years. There were too many secrets about Jing Xian. Why was he, who lived in a small village since childhood, a chaotic sore body? He had the fortune to see him once. His appearance and aura were completely unlike those of the Tianhai people. Tianhai and Tianyuan, the two continents, are divided into 9 regions, among which the most prosperous is the Chang'an city in Tianyuan Central Prefecture, also the territory of Lumanyu. And the continent where the demon race resides is the Wasteland Demon Prefecture, full of monsters and demon cultivators, a forbidden area for humans. Yet it is Jing Xian's hunting ground, where he once killed so many demons that they dared not show their faces. Qing Daoen could be sure that Jing Xian was definitely not an ordinary person. His background could be extremely terrifying, but he did not dare to speculate recklessly, lest he attract trouble. "My foolish disciple, if it were easy to surpass, then he wouldn't be the extraordinary genius spoken of in stories for 1,000 years. If Jing Xian had not encountered that catastrophe, his achievements today would likely be unmatched, a being far beyond his peers. What a pity, the heavens envy the talented. If there were great sect protectors guarding him, the world would have one more emperor." After Qing Daoen left, Beichen returned to his bedroom, holding that piece of jade, his eyes growing increasingly fierce. "Why is it that when everyone mentions sword cultivators, the first name that comes to mind is you, Jing Xian, and not me, Beichen? You, an ordinary person who has lost your cultivation. Why do you compete with me?" His heart seemed to be straying from the path. His ambitions were growing larger, yet there was no corresponding capital, only leading to his own destruction. And the old man inside the soul-nourishing jade saw this scene and felt even more regret. Why was he picked up by such a worthless being? Hiding inside the soul-nourishing jade, he was furiously pounding the ground, already planning to run away once he regained some strength. The next morning, someone actually discovered that Beichen was the first to arrive at the training ground. Wow, did the senior brother come so early? He didn't do this before. Did he get scolded by the sect master? The disciples were all puzzled. Some thought it was just a whim, not believing he would persist for long. Chapter 23, Secret Realm, Training 1. Beichun, under the gaze of the crowd, lifted the corners of his mouth. He felt an endless strength coursing through his body, and when he noticed the crowd's gaze on him, he became even more excited. This feeling of being the focus of everyone's attention was something he had never experienced before, as if he were the main character in this world. Ha ha! Just wait. Bei-chun, will surely step on you as a stepping stone. Bei-chun stood among the crowd, laughing loudly at the wooden training dummy, causing his bewildered fellow disciples to take a couple of steps back, fearing they might catch his silly demeanor. Do you think our senior brother has gone crazy from drinking? A nearby junior sister asked the male disciple beside her, seeing his strange behavior. Hearing this, the latter stroked his chin, sizing up Bei-chun. It feels like he was knocked silly by the master. Huh? Knocked silly? What happened? The junior sister had gone to bed early last night and was unaware of Bei-chun's disgraceful beating with a ruler by Qing Daoan. But the junior disciple who had stayed up late heard everything clearly, even the sound of the ruler being swung. You don't know? Last night, our senior brother secretly went down the mountain to drink, but got caught by the master when he came back late. Doesn't that mean he's in big trouble? Exactly. The master was so angry he used the ruler to hit him. You can't imagine how terrifying that noise was. Upon hearing this, both felt a phantom pain in their rear. In their eyes, Bei-chun was most likely knocked silly by the master. But it wasn't entirely the master's fault. As a direct disciple, failing to set a good example and sneaking off to drink was quite a misdeed. Even taking just 1 point from this scenario would be a bad habit. If it weren't for his extraordinary talent, the master might have already expelled him from the sect. Sigh. I reckon the master feels quite bad about this too. Of course, he sought out a disciple himself, but in the end, he's even slacker than our outer sect disciples. What do you mean? Are you saying my outer sect disciples are slackers? Hey. That's not what I meant. The junior sister was offended and stormed off. Despite being from the outer sect, she at least put in effort and felt hurt by the remark. Seeing her leave in anger, the male disciple hurriedly followed, constantly trying to placate her, truly humbling himself. Hey, junior sister, don't be mad. You know I'm not that kind of person. Junior sister, please don't be angry. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Bei-chun felt refreshed after practicing all morning, like he had finally vented his feelings after a long time. Ooh. He exhaled and took another sip of water. By now, the training ground had very few people left, as most chose to return and rest. After all, ordinary disciples didn't have extraordinary talents, so naturally, they didn't need to train from morning till night like Bei-chun. Feeling sticky all over, Bei-chun went to the edge of a small river, took off his clothes, and jumped in, feeling the gentle flow of water, seemingly floating on the surface like a dead man. And quite coincidentally, the little chubby guy, Chang Huai, who had acted under the cover of darkness earlier, was also there. When he saw Bei-chun floating on the water, he was stunned. What's going on? Has the senior brother drowned? That's impossible, right? Can a cultivator really drown? While thinking this, Cheng Huai also jumped into the water, reasoning that the water wasn't too deep after all. Just as he was about to check, the ripples in the water brought Bei-chun back to reality, and he looked towards Cheng Huai, whose face was filled with fear and expectation. Seeing that Bei-chun was still alive, Cheng Huai's anticipation quickly faded, replaced instead by a feeling of regret. Oh, senior brother, you're fine? I thought. Cheng Huai awkwardly scratched his head, looking foolish. Bei-chun felt the veins on his forehead bulge. He was just taking a bath. How could someone think he drowned? Ahem. I was just bathing. No need to worry. It was indeed absurd. It felt like nothing good ever happened when this chubby guy was around. Why are you here? After Bei-chun got out of the water and used the wind to dry himself, he asked the simple-looking Cheng Huai before him, just wandering around without anything to do. All right. 大师兄，马上就要进秘境历练了，你准备的怎么样了？闻言，北辰满脸自信，区区一个小小秘境罢了，轻轻松松吧。从别人那得来的消息所说，那秘境当中有把灵剑，倒也配得上我。他真的无时无刻不在装备，普通弟子顶天了也就一把玄铁剑，能拥有把灵剑是每个青山宗弟子的梦想。然而到了北辰嘴里，可遇不可求的灵剑居然只是配得上他。程怀也是被他迷之自信，无语到了。灵剑对比景贤大哥的凤仙剑确实不值一提。提到景贤，北辰就脸色难看，而程怀也是想要恶心他一下。在他心里，景贤是当之无愧的剑道天骄，不可一世的存在。而你北辰，充其量也只是个有天赋的亲传弟子罢了。呵，那又怎样？现如今他只不过是凡人。至于那柄凤仙剑，我早晚会把他降服。他握着手里的天品玄刃剑，笑得张开，仿佛手中握着的是凤仙剑。看他又在意淫，程怀无语到家了。 怎么会有这么盲目自信的人？虽然自信是好事，但是你这有点自信过头了。不跟你聊了，师兄，我要去修炼了。北辰整了整衣领，拍了拍他的肩膀道：“努力追随师兄脚步吧。”哈哈哈哈哈哈！随后大笑着离开了，留下程怀面露鄙夷。谁要追随你啊？我可是要帮景贤大哥报仇的。没错，踏入这宗门的想法便是有朝一日出人头地，为自己心中唯一剑仙景贤报仇雪恨。若是没有他景贤降妖除魔，他早就被魔修杀死了，连同村子里的大家一同死于魔修手中。那一天，村里上到80岁老人，下到几岁小娃娃，都来到村口为他送行。就连平日里说他无用的父亲都满脸欣慰，把家里的几两碎银递到他的手里。修行道路上别饿着自己，照顾好自己。这句话深深刻入了他的脑海。村长杵着拐杖来到他身前，孩子，记住了，到什么时候都别忘了初心。背负着家里人的期望，他离开了村子，来到了青山宗。平日里除了休息时间，他基本都在努力，可效果甚微。虽然他只是个上品灵根，也没有景贤那般逆天的剑气，但他绝对比大多数人努力。当他努力时，北辰却那么懒散，他的内心很不是滋味。凭什么那么懒散的人却能拥有极品灵根？或许这世间是不公平的，努力上进的人得不到回报，懒散随遇之人却气运缠身。哼，真是越想越气。不过想到偶像景贤是仙品之上，灵根后心里就平衡不少。不仅仙品之上，甚至身怀混沌剑体，完完全全不像是人海当中而出的普通人，更像是某个底蕴丰厚、实力滔天的大家族出来历练的少主。时间如流水般而去，转眼间便是3天时间。青山宗的弟子纷纷齐聚山脚下，为首的便是宗主青道安。今天是秘境大开的日子，到场的也不止青山宗，还有他们的死对头赤炎宗。宗主更是个秃头怪，但胡子却是茂盛，赤红的胡须，赤阳城修为度竭尽圆满，和青道安不相上下。哈哈哈，青老兄最近别来无恙啊！赤阳城大笑着走上前，挺着个大肚腩，憨笑着伸手。青道安闻言，哟，你还活着呢？我还以为你死了呢。两人握了握手，像是许久未见的老友。But secretly, they were competing against each other, using luck as their strength. The two smiled at each other on the surface, but behind the scenes, they were testing their strength in a silent contest. In the end, they couldn't determine a winner, so they had no choice but to let go. Brother Qing, who will lead this time? Qi Yangcheng rubbed his belly, eyeing the disciples behind him. What's wrong? Are you scared? Qing Daoan stood with his hands behind his back, his face showing depth. Qi Yangcheng's mouth twitched. He really disliked when others put on airs. Waving at his disciples, he stepped forward to a beautiful red-haired woman, who stood out in the crowd like a crane among chickens. My daughter, Yin Yuling, is now at the peak of yuanying. I wonder if Brother Qing feels any pressure. Upon hearing this, Qing Daoan was slightly shocked. He didn't expect this girl to break through to perfection in just a few months. Considering Bei Chan was only at the initial stage, he felt a headache coming on. Ahem, let's not discuss this. The secret realm is meant for training, and cultivation level doesn't represent much. Hearing this, Qi Yangcheng laughed heartily, scratching his beard as he provocatively nudged Qing Daoan's shoulder. Oh, Brother Qing wasn't saying this before, was he? Yin Yuling was beautiful, and her bright red attire attracted the eyes of male disciples who couldn't tear themselves away. The allure was beyond words. With red phoenix earrings, 3 red lotus marks on her forehead, and a delicate and charming appearance, Bei Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. What surprised him the most was her exaggerated figure, skin like white jade, and fiery red hair. Junior has met Master Qing. No need to be so polite. Qing Daoan looked at Bei Chen, who also stepped forward, bowed in greeting. Junior has met Senior Qiyang. You must be Bei Chen, right? Qi Yangcheng patted his shoulder, testing his strength. At the initial stage of yuanying, it seemed that was all there was to him. Qi Yangcheng had already made up his mind that the opportunity would belong to his beloved daughter. After Bei Chen introduced himself, his eyes were completely captivated by Yin Yuling. Hee, does Bei Chen like looking at me so much? Yin Yuling smiled at him, but her gaze made him uncomfortable. The silly-looking Bei Chun coughed twice, pretending to be serious. Ahem, I was just lost in thought for a moment. Yin Yuling didn't expose him. Instead, she stretched out her hand. Then you must protect me well when we enter the secret realm, okay? Bei Chun was naturally overjoyed. It was the first time a woman had taken the initiative to reach out to him, causing his heart to race and face to flush. After a long time, seeing he still wouldn't let go, a fleeting chill flashed in Yin Yuling's eyes. However, her expression remained cheerful. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to start off like this? Oh no, I'm really sorry, truly sorry. Bei Chun released her hand, apologizing. Yin Yuling smiled and said, it's fine, which made Bei Chun feel a sense of illusion that she definitely had feelings for him. Don't worry, I will protect you when we enter the secret realm. However, Qi Yongqing was puzzled. His daughter usually kept her distance from men, so why was she now taking the initiative to interact? For a moment, he was also at a loss. No one could guess a woman's next move. Is that so? Then I'll trouble you, brother Bei Chun. Yin Yuling's every smile and frown mesmerized Bei Chun, who was suddenly caught in a silly grin. This woman was like a rose emitting a faint fragrance, every move enticing the heart. The lifelong virgin Bei Chun was instantly captivated. But roses have thorns, and only those who truly know her understand the hidden prickles beneath her charming appearance. In the crowd, Cheng Huai thought, is Yin Yuling from Qi Yin sect blind? How could she fancy Bei Chun? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand. In the end, he could only comfort himself that everyone has different tastes. After chatting for a while, Yin Yuling returned to the side of the Qi Yin sect disciples, holding her hand behind her back, smiling lightly in front of others. But behind the scenes, she was frantically wiping her hands with a handkerchief, as if she had just touched something dirty. Bei Chun, of course, was unaware, still happily cherishing his hand that had held Yin Yuling's. Chapter 24, Mystical Trials 2. Nearby disciples of the Qiyang sect, seeing Yin Yuling wipe her hands, finally understood the confusion in their hearts. I said, how could our cleanliness-obsessed senior sister shake hands with a man? Upon hearing this, the disciple beside him wore a look of sudden realization. I know. Senior sister must be trying to confuse the other party, so that the other party would see our sect people and could help. Truly, our scheming, snake-hearted senior sister knows how to toy with men's hearts. The two spoke softly, not letting Yin Yuling hear them. Although they were all disciples of the sect, Yin Yuling was the sole daughter of the sect leader, treasured beyond measure, and everyone catered to her every need. But do not be deceived by her seemingly gentle exterior. It is very likely that in the next second, she will leave a trail of corpses behind. Over the years, countless people have died at her hands. Usually within the sect, she comes and goes like a shadow, and no one can grasp her movements. Only during large-scale training events does she appear before her fellow brothers and sisters. Yin Yuling cleaned her fair, delicate hands and casually tossed away the handkerchief, as a crimson fire serpent flicked its tongue and instantly devoured the handkerchief. Dogman, can't take his eyes off a woman. Yin Yuling coldly cursed in her heart. She pursued power, not the useless trash that couldn't even keep up with a weak woman like her. Seeing Bei Chen's foolish look only intensified her disdain. The pig-headed guy had already been sentenced to death. After chatting casually with Yu Qing, Qi Yongcheng returned to the group of eager disciples. Remember, this time entering the mystic realm is mainly to see the results of your training these days. Do not kill any disciples from other sects. If discovered, you will be expelled from the sect. Although the resources in this mystic realm are abundant, if you attract trouble for the sake of resources and act harmfully, I will not allow it first. With over 1,000 people from both sects combined, if a fight breaks out, it wouldn't look good. Yin Yang, come here. Qi Yongcheng waved to a young man in the crowd, who had red hair and red eyes, stood tall, and radiated a strong aura. Yin Yang, a capable disciple under him, although his talent was ordinary, worked harder than anyone else. His muscular body was a sight to behold. The dragon-like mark on his neck was a sign of extraordinary potential. His gaze was bright and filled with a thirst for cultivation. Master, what can I do for you? Qi Yongcheng looked at him with appreciation, patted his shoulder heavily, and said, this mystic realm is very important for you. Once you enter the mystic realm, be cautious. If you find the spirit fruit, come out immediately. Hearing this, Yin Yang nodded repeatedly. He came for that spirit fruit. As long as he ate that fruit, originally possessing a high-quality spiritual root, he could also break through to the top quality, and his strength would receive an outstanding boost. He was a martial enthusiast, able to smash a tree with a single punch, just relying on the power provided by his body. If he used his own spiritual power, even Bei Chun would probably have no confidence in suppressing him. Don't worry, Sect leader, once I obtain the fruit, I will join up with the young lady and ensure her safety. Chiang Chung had grace for him, and he would repay it. He would never be the kind of person who forgets their benefactor. With his words, Chiang Chung was very happy. If this boy could encounter some opportunity, he would become exceptional in the future. Years ago, seeing him ignored by other sects, his heart softened and he took him in. He had not disappointed his expectations. Day after day of tireless practice, just to become a bit stronger, even if just a little, he was satisfied. At first, he did not understand why he would practice so hard rather than do as the other disciples did, train when training was due, and rest when resting was due. When he asked, Yin Yang's eyes were fiery, his fists clenched tightly, voice trembling. When I turned 18, my mother was eaten by a monster while coming to the mountain. I have been a child without a father since I was young. It was my mother who raised me with great hardship. Although life was tough, she never let me go hungry. When it got cold, she would save her own food, trading it for warmer clothes. She was so kind. Why did she have to suffer all her life? I swear I will make my mother live a good life, but fate loves to play tricks on me. That day was my coming of age. My mother went up the mountain so that I could eat better. But, at this point, tears streamed down Yin Yang's face uncontrollably, like a dam that had burst, impossible to calm. When he learned from a neighbor, he hurriedly ran up the mountain, frantically calling out for her in the wilds. But when he caught the smell of blood, his heart began to race even faster. Later, by a small stream, he saw the silver bracelet his mother often wore, stained with blood and marked with scratches. At that moment, the whole world turned dark for him. He frantically searched the mountains for a long time, and finally saw the old tiger with blood all over its mouth. Its eyes glowed red. The tiger, having transformed, glanced at him with disdain before vanishing from sight. He wanted vengeance, but could not find the tiger's trace at all. His mournful cries echoed through the mountains. He felt hate for his own powerlessness, hate for the injustice of heaven. He spent all his savings to give his mother a funeral. Neighbors from nearby came. His mother in life was a kind person, but kind people do not always get kindness in return. Mother, your child will surely avenge you. Later, he left the village he had lived in for 18 years and came to a prosperous place, mistakenly entering a sect election. Later, he was tested for spiritual roots, but no one chose him, and the hope that had barely ignited was extinguished in an instant. In despair, Chiang Chung accepted him, and from that day on, he practiced obsessively. The anger of revenge became his driving force. Eventually, he reached the golden core stage, returned to the village, and saw the demon tiger in the mountains, clearly much larger than before. But he felt no fear. His legs coiled with power, and in an instant, there was a booming sound as he lunged forward, fist clenched to strike the demon tiger. Thinking of his mother, his fist swung faster and faster, gradually turning the demon tiger into a pulp. Yet he did not stop. He roared and charged deep into the mountains, not knowing how long had passed as the air filled with a rich smell of blood. His eyes were void of emotion, covered in blood, and he stepped on several beasts that had transformed, none of them alive. They all lay dead beneath his fists. Chiang Chung appeared in front of him at some unknown time, sighed, and said, "Disciple, one must look forward. What has happened has happened. Grieve less." He truly feared Yin Yang's heart would collapse, and Yin Yang returned to his senses. "Don't worry, master." His mother had told him that scoundrel father of his was still alive. He needed to grow stronger step by step until he found that father, that unworthy man. If he failed to provide a good reason, he would definitely kill him, making his death particularly miserable. You understand? Good. When you become strong enough, perhaps you can reunite with your mother. These words struck him like a bolt from the blue. Could it be that his mother could still come back to life? As he thought this, his gaze grew clearer. "Mother, wait for me. Even if hope is slim, I will fight." He had no reason to fail. He needed to grow strong, and no one could stop him, no matter who they were. When Qing Daoan saw him that moment, the tension in his heart ebbed away. How could a talent freak and a hardworking freak compete? Looking back at his rebellious disciple behind him, smiling foolishly, he felt numb inside, almost wanted to kick him to death. But it had come to this, and he could only hold on to a let's-try mindset, even though the chances of winning were small. He kicked the useless Bei Chun, who only then returned to his senses from his silly grin, coughing twice and feigning indifference. "Master, don't worry. Your disciple won't let you down." Although he spoke with such confidence, Qing Daoan's heart felt the exact opposite. "Sigh, disciple, it's not that master doesn't believe in you, but those two people opposite are full of fighting spirit. Look at you, so lazy. It's truly..." Beichin clenched his fists tightly after hearing this, but this situation was caused by his own actions. Today, he must change everyone's perception of him. At this moment, Bachin had begun to fantasize, a wicked smile slightly curving his lips, giving him a somewhat crooked yet regal aura like a dragon king. Ha ha! Just wait, don't get scared silly by my strength when the time comes. In his imagination, he continued to grin foolishly, appearing like a madman to outsiders. What the heck? What's up with the big senior brother? Why is he acting like a madman? Stop talking. Don't you see how bad the sect master looks? Hearing this, the disciples quickly shut their mouths, hiding in the crowd and feeling hopeless about this experience. Seeing Beichun in such a foolish state, Yin Yueling thought, it seems he can't be relied on. The figure in her heart and the figure before her were like heaven and earth, both being sword cultivators in white. Yet he made her feel uncomfortable, especially with that unreserved gaze when they shook hands. If looks could kill, Beichun would have died countless times already. Chapter 25. Secret Realm, Training 3. Yin Yueling retracted her gaze, looking at the entrance of the secret realm. As time passed, the entrance had opened a little, just enough for a child to pass. I guess it will take some time for the secret realm to fully open. I might as well sit and wait. With this thought, Yin Yueling sat cross-legged, closed her beautiful eyes, and ignored the outside world. In her heart, her strength was more important than anything. Only by doing this could she avoid being like those female disciples, who could only hide behind men. She wanted to change this situation. Women could also stand in front of men. Slaying monsters and demons was not exclusively a man's privilege. Being weak was not scary. What was scary was having no desire to even try hard. Once she had the protection of her father, she felt mighty, but without him, when danger arose, she realized her own weakness. If it weren't for him back then, she would have died in the jaws of a monstrous beast, and there would be no current Scarlet Flame, Sex Holy Maiden. That day, the sword cultivator in white appeared before her like a celestial being, effortlessly slaying several hundred-year-old beasts that had turned into monsters with a single strike. After slaying the monsters, he stepped forward and gently touched her head, saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person." And as he touched her, the sword beside him seemed displeased, rushing into his arms and rubbing against him, as if declaring its territory. "Ha ha, don't mind it. She's just a child still." He scratched his head, then stood up, politely asking, "Do you remember how to get home? I can take you back." He was like a ray of light shining into her desperate heart, leaving an indelible shadow in her mind. As her thoughts returned, Yin Yang was already standing beside her, sharply observing their surroundings, bringing a sense of security. Seeing him like this, Qiyang Cheng laughed joyfully. "Disciple, there's no need to be too nervous." Then he looked at Yin Yueling behind him. Ever since she got lost that day, she seemed like a different person, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. She was entirely different from the previous, distracted version of herself, as if she had become someone else. He was also suspicious, but after toiling for a while, he realized it was just his own doubts. And she began to show her talents, effortlessly overcoming challenges like a fish in water. Seeing his two exceptionally gifted children, he felt nothing but pride, telling everyone how excellent his children were. Especially Qing Tiandaoan, whose ears were almost callous from hearing it all. After all, what was said was all true, and he had no way to argue against it. Now looking at the fighting spirit of the other party, it was very possible that she would break through to the transformation god stage during this secret realm. If it truly happened as he thought, then the achievements of this girl in the future would be unimaginable. Lost in these thoughts, Qing Tiandaoan felt more and more headache. I had no choice but to sit quietly and calm my emotions. About the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks, the entrance to the secret realm opened wide, enough to accommodate all the people present. Yin Yueling also stood up, her gaze turning towards the entrance of the secret realm. As the 2 sect leaders called out, "Enter the realm." She shot into the secret realm like a shooting star, and seeing this, Yin Yang quickly followed behind her. The other disciples were left dumbfounded. Nobody in the room could have seen such speed, while Qing Daoan, noticing Beichun was still sitting still, kicked him in frustration. "What are you looking at? It's time to enter." It was only after being kicked hard that Beichun came back to his senses from his daydream, and he looked towards the entrance of the secret realm, his heart filled with joy. He turned to his fellow disciples behind him and shouted, "Brothers, follow me into the realm." Upon entering, they randomly appeared anywhere in the secret realm. If they entered at the same time, they might not be far apart. As the 2 sects disciples entered the secret realm, Qiyang Cheng patted his round belly, laughing as he stepped forward and conjured an 8 immortals table with 2 chairs. Come, old man. Waiting here is boring. Let's drink some wine and eat some meat." In Qiyang Cheng's life, besides cultivating, his greatest love was drinking. Calling him a wine addict wouldn't be an exaggeration, or he wouldn't have such a sturdy figure, though he didn't appear overweight. Hearing this, Qing Daoan remarked, "Humph, You better tell me what wine you brought. Then I'll consider it. Despite their disagreements, they often enjoyed drinking together like a pair of mischievous friends. Seeing him act all high and mighty, Chi Chung took out a wine gourd from his storage ring, uncorked it, and a rich aroma of wine instantly spread. Qing Daowen, who had been unaffected before, couldn't help but swallow hard upon smelling the thick, enticing aroma of the wine. He, this is what I had someone buy for me. I owe them a favor. Some people want to drink, but can't get it. Oh, they really can't resist the alluring scent of this wine. Chi Chung poured a small cup, held it to his nose, and took a sniff. With a mischievous gleam in his eyes, he glanced at Qing Dao and, noticing that he was clearly tempted, but still didn't move, he pondered for a moment, then took a small sip. Wow, this is good wine, but it's a pity that some people look down on it. With that, he sat at the eight immortals' table and tore off a chicken leg from the roast chicken on the table. During the meal, he chewed loudly, and when Qing Dao heard the sound mixed with the fragrant aroma of wine swirling around his nose, he couldn't care less. You old rogue. I'll say it first. I'm not craving your wine. I'm just coincidentally hungry. He quickly took a seat, poured wine into his cup, and the moment it touched his lips, a smile bloomed brighter than any flower. All right. Qing knew he was just putting on a front. After a few cups, they began to vent their frustrations. Qing Dao sighed. You have no idea. My rebellious disciple is truly infuriating. Not only is he lazy in cultivation, but he also drinks all day, living a life of idleness. He is the eldest senior brother, yet he is utterly useless, relying solely on his talent without making any effort. It's truly lamentable. As he spoke, Qing Dao wore a troubled expression, and with another cup of wine, his worries only intensified. And even without him saying it, Chi Chung knew that based on Bei Chen's demeanor, he was not someone who could achieve great things. Each had their own difficulties, and Chi Chung patted his shoulder. Given that it has come to this, there's no other way. Just push him. Compared to you, my daughter is quite proud. She doesn't interact with peers of the opposite sex, and is solely focused on becoming stronger. I've introduced her to so many talented individuals, yet not a single one catches her eye. Now she's already 26 years old, although the path of cultivation is long. This is not acceptable. Every time I introduced her to a talent from the Tianhai realm, she would shake her head and refuse to meet anyone. Though some talents were quite persistent, trying to prove themselves through actions. But without exception, all efforts were in vain. They were all beaten down by her, with her even leaving behind a remark, so-called talents. It's just like this. Some people have fallen ill because of it, but in this world, the strong are respected while the weak are considered guilty, and no one would say anything to her. When he heard about her beating someone up, he rushed home in a panic and questioned, My lady, what exactly do you want? That young masterly from South Mountain has been beaten into a pig's head by you, and he's extraordinary in every way. Why don't you look up to him? Facing his words, Yin Yuling remained deaf to his remarks, and after a long time, she finally spoke, I already have someone I love. Upon hearing this, Chi Chung thought he had misheard. Did this mean that his girl had someone she loved? He was momentarily confused. Who was that person? If possible, bring him back to meet me. If the family's background matched hers, that would be good. Yin Yuling chuckled softly, sketched a few strokes on paper, and tossed it to him. Chi Chung opened the scroll with curiosity. In an instant, he was left speechless. It wasn't even a matter of matching backgrounds, but whether that person even looked at her. Jing Xian, a genius leading the era, at the peak of swordsmanship, was already at the tribulation stage at her age, unmatched across the 5 continents and 9 states. In this life, I will only marry him. You are not trying to deceive your father, are you? Upon hearing this, Yin Yuling frowned slightly, her voice cold. Are you doubting my love for him? Chi Chung awkwardly stroked his beard. The whereabouts of Jing Xian were unknown now. Suddenly, he remembered something very important. That year, you said you got lost and were saved by a swordsman. Could it be? He did not continue his sentence. Yin Yuling nodded. When she first fell in love, she could no longer accommodate anyone else in her heart. So you were working so hard for him? Yin Yuling nodded again. Hearing this, Chi Chung abandoned his previous thoughts. It seemed there would be no descendants from his family in this life, but sometimes the outcome is never what one wishes for. Well then, I won't pressure you anymore. Do as you wish. Pulling his thoughts back, Chi Chung drank a glass of wine, and after pouring out so much trouble, he felt much better inside. And after listening, Qing Daoan also felt pity for Jing Xian. When people drink too much, they tend to talk more. It's a pity that such a stunning, peerless genius was harmed by treacherous people. That must be worse than killing him. When people from the 5 continents and 9 states learned about his deeds, none were not filled with regret, and they deeply hated those who colluded with the demon race to harm their kin, beings worse than pigs and dogs. Unfortunately, no one knew who that person was except for Jing Xian himself. But he seemed to have lost trust in his kin, and after that incident, he vanished without a trace and did not seek revenge. If he could meet a good mentor, perhaps these consequences would not have happened. Unfortunately, with Jing Xian's monstrous talent, those who could teach him were few and far between in the 5 continents and 9 states. Although the two were sect leaders, if they really took Jing Xian as their disciple, they still couldn't teach him much. He would surpass them in an instant. Alas, poor child, you say, if my daughter found him now, could he accept my daughter? Chiang Chung leaned in and mumbled softly. Upon hearing this, Qing Dao and his eyes turned. Although Jing Xian seemed like an ordinary person now, he likely wouldn't look down on her, right? This is hard to say. Perhaps he wouldn't even remember your daughter. Well, it's true. Forget it. Let her figure it out herself. Chiang Chung raised his glass, and the two joyfully drank without stopping, carefree for themselves, while their disciples bore the burden. Chapter 26. Entering the Secret Realm. In the Secret Realm, Yin Yuling found herself in a place filled with green leaves, surrounded by a chilling atmosphere. On the other side, Yin Yang was in a water-curtained cave, the sound of flowing water gradually calming his restlessness. He took out a jade pendant from his bosom, its fire cloud shape occasionally emitting a faint red light. It seems the young lady is not far from me. This was a special item given to him by Chiang Chung, allowing him to track her position through the light. Learning the location of Yin Yuling. After all, she is the only daughter in the family. If anything happens to her, he would have no face to meet the elders at home. Remember, entering the secret realm requires caution. Better to be careful. Recalling his master's advice, Yin Yang stepped out from behind the waterfall, his gaze surveying the surroundings. The sunlight was bright, and a few butterflies were fluttering about. It looked nothing like a dangerous secret realm. However, the more unusual it appeared, the more dangerous it might be. Forget it, I'll go find the young lady. Although he really wanted that spirit fruit, he had promised his master to protect her. If something happened to her, he would find it hard to face his master. Thinking this, Yin Yang stomped hard with his feet, and the stones washed by the river broke apart, sending fragments flying in all directions, splashing droplets of water. Looking again, Yin Yang was already holding a jade pendant and heading towards the indicated direction. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished without a trace, and the area of this secret realm was quite large. It was no easy task for an average cultivator to explore it all, always on guard against suddenly appearing beasts, just like Bei Chun, who had just entered the secret realm at that moment. Before he could collect his thoughts, a brown bear, several times larger than him, was already running towards him, drooling. Ha ha! Finally someone has come into the secret realm. Finally, I can improve my meals. The brown bear spoke human words, opening its bloody mouth and charging fiercely. Bei Chun, noticing it, flicked his bangs and said disdainfully, just a mere. But before he could finish showing off, the bear's forehead bulged with veins, and its thick, wide paw crashed on his chest with unstoppable force. Puff! In the next instant, Bei Chun was hit back repeatedly, crashing through 2 trees before finally managing to stop, this blow breaking his arrogance. Seeing him so weak, the brown bear scratched its head and mumbled, "So weak will eating him make me stupid?" Hearing this, Bei Chun spat out blood. He was actually mocked by a bear. What a joke. Just a bear, he said, raising his head and suddenly pulling out his black iron sword, stabbing towards the brown bear. No matter what, he was also a gifted disciple. The cold light flashed, and the bear's paw was pierced, blood dripping all over the ground. However, it did not panic but licked its paw, then started laughing. It's bear. Come catch me, fat as a pig and still acting tough. Screw you. So they held their ground for a while, and the brown bear got angry, staring fiercely at him in the air, then dropped down to the ground, gathering strength and aiming. With a mighty leap, it shot up like an arrow from a bow, but unfortunately, it came up just short and couldn't grab his foot. Bei Chun was also startled by its sudden attack, and the old man urged him, "Don't waste time with it. Quickly go find the ruins and get that spirit sword." Oh, I'm going right now." Under the old man's urging, he could no longer care about the brown bear that mocked him. He flew away on his sword, leaving the brown bear continuing to spew foul language. During the flight, the old man took out a pill for him to swallow. He couldn't let Bei Chun die before him, or he would have no rescue. Thank you, old man. At this moment, Bei Chun finally understood the old man's good intentions. If it weren't for him today, he would have probably already died due to excessive laziness and a bear's mouth. He could only blame himself for lacking strong self-control. A few compliments from others made him feel on top of the world, unaware of his own limits. Looks like I can't indulge myself anymore. Swallowing the pill, his bleeding wounds slowly healed as he searched for the ruins, along the way encountering a few fellow disciples. "Big brother, why are your clothes all torn?" one sharp-eyed junior asked. Bachin scratched his head and laughed. "I ran into a bear that had become a spirit. No big deal." "Huh? A bear that became a spirit? Did Big Brother get hurt?" The group seemed a bit tense, and seeing this, Bachin patted his chest confidently. "Don't be afraid. Big Brother will protect you all. Then we will be relying on you." The highest level among them had only just completed their foundation, finding it tough to deal with this kind of secret realm. Bachin also enjoyed this feeling of being admired, smiling broadly as he listened to their praises along the way. "It's nothing. Just follow behind me, and I'll lead the way." On the other side, Yin Yang dropped the huge tiger head in his hand, leaving many wounds on his body, but from his eyes, he seemed to revel in this bloody battle. The tiger spirit before him had died without regret. After jumping into the water to wash himself clean, Yin Yang set off again. Before long, he saw the Yin Yuling not far ahead, accompanied by a few fellow senior and junior siblings. Young Mississippi, hearing Yin Yang's voice, Yin Yuling turned around and asked when she saw the wounds on his arm, "Could it be that you killed that tiger spirit?" From far away, she had heard the roar of the tiger, deafening enough to scare the timid disciples into shivers. "Yes, I bumped into it while looking for you, but I didn't get any fatal injuries. It's fine as long as you're okay." Yin Yuling came back to her senses and looked at her fellow disciples. She was the most skilled among them and had just thought about how it would be troublesome if they encountered any great danger. But since Yin Yang had also found her, there was nothing to fear. She then took out a bright red pointer from her chest, which was pointing straight ahead. Before entering the secret realm, her father had told her that the only thing worth striving for in this secret realm was that spirit sword. And the pointer in her hand was also given by her father to help her quickly find that spirit sword. The group followed behind Yin Yuling, and with the two senior brothers and sisters, they felt more confident and no longer seemed timid along the way. "Eldest sister, do you think the sect master sent us into this secret realm for some kind of treasure?" one curious junior sister asked, and after a question, others also became curious. Why would this ordinary secret realm attract the eldest sister? Upon hearing, Yin Yuling did not hold back. "In this secret realm, there's an abandoned palace. My father told me that there's a spirit sword inside." As she spoke, she lowered her gaze to look at the top-quality sword in her hand. Compared to the spirit sword, it was still a huge difference. If she could obtain the spirit sword, her strength would rise to a new level. His pursuit came one step closer. "I see. Then we will do our best to assist the master sister in obtaining the spirit sword." Yin Yuling is the most outstanding among them. Only in her hands can the spirit sword achieve its ideal purpose. Even if they obtained it for their average disciples, it would be useless. "Thank you all in advance." Yin Yuling then led a group of disciples on their way, and whenever they encountered any flying beasts or strange creatures, Yin Yang always charged forward first. Soon, they arrived at the abandoned palace, which was once majestic but now overgrown with moss and wild grass. The walls appeared precarious, filled with cracks, yet two supporting pillars showed no signs of wear, standing firm. Coincidentally, though they saw Bei Chun and his group, who had just arrived as well, everyone stared at each other in surprise. When Bei Chun saw Yin Yuling in front of the crowd, his smile was radiant as he waved, saying, "Yuling, what a coincidence to meet you here." Bei Chun approached casually, and upon hearing him call her name so intimately, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. But she quickly concealed it and smiled softly, saying, "It's quite a coincidence indeed. Could it be that he also came for the spirit sword in this palace? Is it that you also found your way here, Brother Bei Chun, or did you just stumble upon it?" Hearing this, Bei Chun scratched the back of his head, and it seemed he knew this palace held some opportunity. "Ha, Bei Chun won't hide it. As far as I know, this palace contains great opportunities." Bei Chun leaned forward, believing himself to be gentlemanly, whispering, and Yin Yuling's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of killing intent. "Since we are all here for this opportunity, let's enter together. It will be safer." Yin Yuling smiled repeatedly and extended her hand. Bei Chun, with his foolish grin, took her hand, completely unaware he had become a pawn. He naively thought Yin Yuling saw him as strong and wanted to hide behind him for comfort, and thus he continued to grin stupidly. Meanwhile, Yin Yang observed this scene and chuckled softly, thinking that this guy was too easy to manipulate. Just 2 sentences from the young lady, and he voluntarily took the lead to explore the danger. Truly foolish. It seems today's adventure will be quite easy. Chapter 27, Bei Chen's Trial. Thinking this, Yin Yang walked to Yin Yuling's side and quietly said, "Miss, this guy may not be reliable. It's better to be cautious later." Yin Yuling nodded slightly after hearing this. Did she not know? She had never trusted Bei Chun from the beginning. He was overly arrogant in his actions, seeming to think no one could surpass him, no one could be better than him. She was not the only one with this thought. Changhua of Qingshan sect felt the same way. This loudmouth talked nonsense all day long. As for hiding behind him, when danger approached, he would probably be the fastest to run away. Compared to Bei Chen's arrogance, Yin Yang's cautiousness made a better impression on Changhua. Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have joined Qingshan's sect. If I'd gone to Yang Yang's sect, it would surely be much better. A person can be influenced by their environment. With Bei Chun, the idle senior brother of Qingshan's sect, the overall atmosphere had gone awry. The more this way, the angrier he became, and taking advantage of the crowd, he suddenly kicked Bei Chun. Ooh! Bei Chun turned around sharply, glancing at the group of Qingshan's sect disciples behind him. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Cheng Huai asked, feigning ignorance. It's you again, you little fatty. Bei Chen's eyes narrowed. Every time he was ambushed, this little fatty was present. Could be, but seeing his innocent expression, Bei Chen dismissed the suspicion and explained, nothing, and this startled and confused behavior. Yin Yang looked at him with disdain. He had just seen everything clearly. The little chubby boy kicked him and hid in the crowd. Yet Bei Chun still didn't know. Was his insight really that poor? All show and no substance. Yin Yang mocked inwardly. And at this moment, Yin Yuling stepped forward and said, Brother Bei Chun, it's getting late, we should go in quickly. Staying too long in this secret realm. Master and the others must be worried. Bei Chun nodded in agreement, selected a few people to follow him, and first walked into the palace, which could hardly be described as a ruin. Yin Yuling waited for a while. Seeing nothing was wrong, she had a few outer disciples guard the entrance, ready to seek the sect master for help if anything went wrong. All right, junior brother will guard this place well, but elder sister, you must also be careful when you go in. Yin Yuling nodded after hearing this, and with the remaining people, followed Bei Chen's steps into the palace. As Qi Yang Cheng said, the owner of this palace was a perfect stage cultivator who, nearing death, sought a spiritual sword but spent his entire life without stepping into the tribulation realm. The spiritual sword left behind became a treasure, and upon learning that this secret realm was opened, Qi Yang Cheng had someone investigate clearly. All of this was to make it easier for Yin Yuling. She was his only daughter, and if anything happened, not to mention the tigress at home, even he couldn't forgive himself, facing his ancestors with shame. People with average talent could not step into that so-called ascension realm, yet that was merely the starting point for the truly gifted. Isn't it ridiculous? This world is just that, real and cruel. The group moved forward into the palace, and Bei Chun lamented the boredom along the way. He thought it would be dangerous, yet he saw not even a shadow of a trap. Feeling bored, he suddenly stepped on a mechanism, and the next second, sharp spikes shot out from the sidewall. Nothing but small tricks. Bei Chun lightly leaped to avoid the trap, landing on a brick, standing with arms crossed. Do you think such a mechanism could harm me? Many disciples from Qingshan's sect admired him. Seeing him show off, a sister exclaimed, Wow, senior brother is so handsome. Master Bei Chun is unmatched in the world. Cheng Huai twitched his mouth and glanced at the junior sister. Must everyone even praise him here? Can't every fool dodge it? Hey, basic skills, basic skills. Unfortunately, Yin Yuling didn't see. Otherwise, she might have raised her affection for him a bit, Bei Chun fantasized. However, just a few seconds later, more mechanisms came attacking him. Yet Bei Chun dodged calmly, appearing very relaxed. I need to wait a bit longer. If Sister Yuling sees this, But before he could fantasize for long, a wooden stick interrupted his daydream, hitting him solidly in the waist. Master Bei Chen. Seeing him get hurt, a little fan quickly rushed forward, helping Bei Chun back into the crowd, her face filled with concern. As Bei Chun raised his head wanting to explain, he noticed Yin Yuling had already arrived, and she was looking at him. This was a big blunder. I'm fine, it's just a minor injury. Yin Yuling chuckled softly upon hearing this. It's better to be careful in this unfamiliar environment. Don't be too reckless. These slightly sarcastic words fell on his ears as care. Was this the rumored love-induced brain? Yin Yuling remained calm, but Yin Yang was harsh, glaring at Bei Chun. If you're here to play, then get out. Don't harm us all because of your foolishness. These words were not wrong at all. In this unfamiliar place, stepping on traps was already bad enough, and nothing had happened yet. If something did happen, it wouldn't be a small matter. The junior sister saw the situation and just wanted to defend him, but the words hadn't left her mouth yet. Realizing he was in the wrong, Bei Chun stopped her, saying, I'm sorry, I was careless. Fool. Bei Chun became much more honest and didn't do any more strange things, except for occasionally showing off. For example, when he encountered some ordinary monsters, he would be the first to strike, hoping to earn Yin Yuling's favor. But unfortunately, The other party didn't pay him any attention. Soon, everyone arrived at the front of a door, where a tall stone door was covered in spider webs, and there were no monsters around. This is the last room. There were no monsters nearby, probably because they couldn't open the door. Yin Yang observed his surroundings and noticed that the stone door was hard to open by brute force. This door can't be pushed open with brute force. There should be some mechanism nearby. Everyone, take a look. While searching for the mechanism, Beichin walked up to the stone door and knocked on it. It was made of refined stone, and his thought of breaking the door disappeared. Stop looking, the switch is here. Yin Yuling pressed down, and the originally tightly closed stone door opened. Inside was a cultivation room, with a skeleton in a Dao robe in the middle. Next to the skeleton, stuck in the ground, was likely the spirit sword. Although Beichin really wanted to take it, he held back. What if there was some danger? So he turned his gaze to Yin Yang. What? Are you scared now? Where did that previous energy go? Yin Yang thought he was being smart, but who knew? After being provoked by Yin Yang, Beichin seemed to lose his mind and stepped forward to draw his sword. Wait! As soon as he spoke, the skeleton stood up and looked at Beichin ominously. The latter chuckled lightly. Stop pretending to be scary. He drew his sword and struck at the skeleton, but the skeleton easily blocked with its palm. In the next moment, it actually spoke human words. Oh, a little Yuaning Jr. dares to be so arrogant. I'll beat you up. Beichin withdrew his sword and struck at the skeleton again, but still couldn't do any harm. The skeleton grasped his sword blade and said ominously, You are truly disrespectful. After saying that, it grabbed the sword and threw it aside, and Beichin was also thrown back by this strong force, retreating into the crowd. Junior, it seems you don't understand what humility and politeness are. The skeleton picked up the spirit's sword from the ground, rubbed it in its palm, and looked at Beichin. I noticed you as soon as you entered this palace. They say your talent is amazing, but why can't I see it? The skeleton smiled faintly, and Beichin fearlessly met its gaze. Are you envious of my talent? I, Beichin, am a genius of the sword path, a future sword emperor. Upon hearing this, the skeleton wore a puzzled expression. You? I remember, there's only one genius of the sword path. Where's my friend Jing Xian? What nonsense, Jing Xian? I don't know him. I am the true genius of the sword path. This statement angered three people. Yin Yuling and Cheng Huai both had unfriendly looks. The skeleton staggered to its feet and said, Ha ha, with you, this little Yuaning boy. How dare you say such big words? The pressure instantly spread out, but it only targeted Beichin. The others were not affected at all. I left a remnant soul here to wait for someone fated to inherit my lifelong knowledge and this spirit sword. I can't become an emperor. That's fine. My fall can always bring opportunities to others. Today, let me see. Do you, this junior, have the qualifications? All right, come on. Do you really think I'm afraid of your remnant soul? Yin Yang saw that the situation was not good and stood in front of Yin Yuling, showing no sign of retreat. Miss, what should we do? The senior means no harm to us, but that guy Beichin, it's hard to tell. Upon hearing this, Yin Yang also relaxed. It seemed Beichin would have to suffer a bit to learn a lesson. Beichin is naturally proud and has talent, yet does not work hard. The senior is of ordinary talent. Seeing him like this will definitely be angered. If he passes the senior's test, that spirit sword might not come to me. The skeleton dissipated its pressure on Beichin, picked up the sword in its hand, and looked at him and said, Come, let me see your sword skills. Who's afraid of who? Gome. The senior didn't apply boundary pressure, but instead suppressed it to the early stage of Yuaning. To probe into Beichin's basics is already enough. The two people began a fierce battle. Although Beichin seemed lazy, with so many tricks at his disposal, it wasn't hard to fight against the suppressed white bone. Hee, I thought you were amazing, but you were just SOSO. Beichin and the other were exchanging blows, showing a balanced contest. Wow, the senior brother is so fierce, actually matching up with the elder. Yeah, I heard gossip from our sect. I really thought senior brother was useless. Oomph. Now you know how powerful senior brother is. The earlier junior sister stepped forward. Yin Yin watched for a while and found that the opponents clearly weren't using their full strength. It seemed that the elder was still too merciful. If it were me, I'd take him down with one sword. Yin Yueling coldly laughed. Who doesn't enjoy some fun? To dare insult Jing Xian. After a while, Beichin felt increasingly overwhelmed, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Looking at the opponent's expression, it seemed like they were laughing. What a joke. He was supposed to surpass Jing Xian. How could he fall in such a place? His sword danced faster and faster. His mindset became more and more unstable, and the moves he made grew increasingly erratic. Why is senior brother at a disadvantage? Still sweating. Senior brother is suppressed. This. The disciples of Qingshan's sect were clearly stunned. Just a moment ago, they were calm. How did it suddenly turn upside down? Seeing this, Yin Yueling couldn't help but laugh aloud, thinking he would hold on longer. She didn't expect him to be so useless. In the eyes of the spirit sword master, Bei Chun was full of weaknesses. What kind of swordplay genius? Just a clown. In his lifetime, he had sparred with Jing Xian, and the latter had defeated him utterly with just 3 strikes. Comparing him to Jing Xian was simply an insult to Jing Xian. Youngster, talent is not your reason to be so arrogant. With that, Whitebone unleashed a sword, knocking Bei Chun's sword away and then slicing downwards. The sword's momentum headed straight for his face, the blade glinting coldly, finally stopping just a tiny distance from his face. Chapter 28. Obtaining the spirit sword. Bei Chun sat down on the ground, his expression dazed. For the first time, he felt the difference in sword intent, his gaze vacant, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Looking at the falling sword on the ground, he couldn't calm down for a long time. Kid, being too arrogant is not good. Jiang Huai's long voice stroked an imaginary beard. At this moment, the praise for Bei Chun from earlier stopped. As everyone was in a daze, the little junior sister was the first to rush up, her weak body blocking in front of Bei Chun. Don't hurt my senior brother. Her legs were shaking, clearly terrified. But for Bei Chun, she still bravely stood up. Swordplay genius? What a joke. Someone who can't even hold a sword steady has the right to be so arrogant. With the spirit sword drawn back, Jiang Huai stood with his hands behind his back. My name is Jiang Huai, from Zhongzhou. Before I turned 18, I just played around all day. Later, a sect came to the town to recruit disciples, discovering my talent, though my qualifications are mediocre. But I worked hard, devoted my life to practice, following in Jing Xian's footsteps. In the end, however, I stopped here. And you, with your talent. Yet you're so lazy. I used only 90% of my strength, and you couldn't even lift your sword. Youngster, tell me, why do you think you can? He utterly despised Bei Chun's arrogant personality. Bei Chun was dumbstruck by the scolding, his head lowered, his face ugly. Jiang Huai's words left him feeling utterly ashamed. In that moment, he fell silent. In the past, he would have defiantly resisted, but this time he did not. Seeing the scene become stagnant, Yin Yin was about to step forward and ask Jiang Huai's test. Jiang Huai, senior. Miss you? Yin Yueling stopped him, then stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and without looking aside said, Junior Yin Yueling, full circle in the Yuan Ying, daring to ask for guidance from the elder. Jiang Huai, coming back to his senses, examined her. He casually touched the non-existent beard and said, You're quite something. At this moment, Yin Yang advised from behind, Miss, why not let me take the risk for you? If the master scolds me, what should I do? Seeing his worried expression, Jiang Huai waved his hand, saying, Little friend, you don't need to worry. I won't harm you as long as you pass my test. You can take my spirit's sword and skills. My wish will be fulfilled. Hearing this, Yin Yuling became even more determined in her choice. She wanted the spirit sword. She wanted to grow stronger, even if it meant facing an opponent in the great ascension stage. Take your senior brother and get out of here. Jiang Huai gestured for Bei Chun and the others to step aside. At this moment, Bei Chun wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide. It was embarrassing enough to lose, but Yin Yuling had seen everything clearly. How humiliating. The junior sister supported the weak Bei Chun as they walked past Yin Yuling. She didn't even spare him a glance, as if indifferent to him. Was it disappointment in herself? Clearly, she had cared for him so much before. In the end, it was because he was too weak, because of his unchecked indulgence. What should have belonged to him was now just a desire for a glance. Little friend, if you defeat me, then everything in this hall can be taken away. Of course, I will also suppress my cultivation to the peak of the nascent soul stage, so you won't feel pressured. Facing Yin Yuling, Jiang Huai no longer expressed the slight anger and pressure he had shown towards Bei Chun. He could see in Yin Yuling's eyes a longing to grow stronger. As Bei Chun witnessed this turn of events, he felt uneasy in his heart. The aged voice from the soul-nourishing jade sighed, saying, You are too restless, too indulgent. You don't work hard on a daily basis, so this spirit sword is beyond your reach. From the very beginning, he shouldn't have believed in Bei Chun. Now, not only did he not get the spirit sword, but he was also brutally humiliated by others. However, seeing Bei Chun in such a predicament, the old man actually felt somewhat pleased. Serve you right for showing off. Now look at you. It's because I am too weak. Alas, it's good that you understand. It's not too late to wake up now. Your talent is your only capital to turn things around. After saying this, the old man returned to the soul-nourishing jade. The junior sister, seeing Bei Chun looking so dejected, spoke to comfort him. It's okay, big brother. You're already very impressive. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't even be able to take a few moves. This statement eased Beichen's damaged mentality a bit. He just had not worked hard enough. If he had put in the effort, this wouldn't have been the case. Thinking of this, Beichen clenched his fist and pounded it against the stone wall while muttering, "I will astonish all of you." Then, with a gentle smile, he touched the junior sister's palm, his eyes softening. "Thank you. Can you tell me your name?" Since Yin Yuling was already disappointed in him, he would seize this opportunity with the junior sister. She was treating him so well, surely she liked him. After Beichen touched her palm, the junior sister's gaze suddenly cooled for a moment, but she quickly hid it away. The junior sister lowered her head, withdrew her little hand, and shyly said, "Big brother, you really... My name is Xiao Rong. You can call me Rong Mei." As she spoke, she lifted her head, smiling sweetly as she hugged him. "Big brother, don't be sad. In Rong Rong's heart, you are the strongest. My North Chun big brother, invincible in the world." Beichen instantly felt a warm current flow through his heart. It turned out that he, Beichen, could also be admired by someone of the opposite sex. Ha ha ha. Junior sister, you are right. I will not be defeated. I will stand above everyone. As he spoke, he embraced Xiao Rong, holding her delicate hand. "By then, big brother will take you as his wife, okay?" Xiao Rong shyly turned her head away, and Beichen chuckled lightly. Cheng Huai, seeing this scene, was left with his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Damn it, is this junior sister blind? Why did Beichen deserve this? Cheng Huai racked his brains trying to understand. Perhaps it was because she liked Beichen's face? Even if he was terrible in other aspects. But that face was still different from ordinary people. So annoying. Good-looking people always have admirers. Cheng Huai was unwilling to accept it. Isn't Yin Yang more handsome than Beichen? Calm, hard-working, and deep. If he were a woman, he would definitely choose Yin Yang. Oh, no, why is it getting more and more twisted? Yin Yueling ignored the commotion behind her, and after a deep breath slowly said, "Senior, I am ready. Please give it your all." Yin Yueling's eyes flashed. She drew her sword with one hand, blade aimed at Jiang Huai, her gaze resolute. Jiang Huai laughed, not in mockery, but in appreciation. "Good. You have my heart. Come." Yin Yueling's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Her feet suddenly exerted force, and with a whoosh, she instantly appeared behind Jiang Huai, her eyes flickering with red light. A back attack. Yin Yueling's opening move to subdue the enemy. The sword blade glinted coldly, almost piercing into Jiang Huai's body. Jiang Huai hurriedly drew his sword to block. Caught off guard by this move, he also realized Yin Yueling's skills. "Senior, be careful." Before he could regain his senses, Yin Yueling charged at him again with her sword. This time her sword was enveloped by a layer of fiery flame, blazing brightly. "Well done." Jiang Huai gripped the sword handle tightly, clashing against her. When their blades touched, sparks flew, and Yin Yueling's every strike was lethal. If it were anyone else, they would have already been defeated by her. Seeing this, Jiang Huai did not hide, his spirit sword radiating cold light, adding a layer of sword energy, and he engaged Yin Yueling in combat. In the grand hall, only the sound of swords clashing echoed, filling the space and invading everyone's ears. Clang! Yin Yueling's long sword was knocked away by Jiang Huai, who then swung down at her. Yin Yueling quickly dodged back, picked up her long sword, and faced him again. At first, she was not very familiar with Jiang Huai's offensive style, but now, after testing the waters, Yin Yueling grasped his attack patterns. In the next moment, she deliberately exposed a flaw, and sure enough, Jiang Huai took the opportunity to stab at her with a big motion. She seized this chance and leaped up, seemingly wanting to counter from above, but when Jiang Huai chased after her above, a sword pierced Yin Yueling's body. Seeing this, Yin Yang was about to rush forward, and this scene also shocked Jiang Huai. Why didn't she dodge? No, Jiang Huai was confused, only to see Yin Yueling, pierced through, transforming into a spark and scattering away. "Senior, don't be careless." Hearing Yin Yueling's voice behind him, Jiang Huai sensed something was wrong. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Yin Yueling thrust her sword, resting it on his neck. "Ha ha! Young friend, you made it through." At first, he thought Yin Yueling couldn't hold on, but it turned out she had intentionally exposed her flaws. Pretending to be defeated, she took advantage of his carelessness to attack from behind. "Senior, you flatter me. If it weren't for your mercy, I might not have passed this test." Yin Yueling sheathed her sword and bowed to him. Jiang Huai chuckled softly, touched the spirit sword in his hand, and then handed it to her. "This sword is yours now." Yin Yueling received it with both hands, drawing it from the sheath. The sword sang as it came alive, reaching Jiang Huai's ears, his expression filled with satisfaction. "There are some treasures left in this grand hall. You all can take them too. They might help you." Yin Yang, hearing this, stepped forward and asked, "Does the senior have the spirit-promoting mysterious fruit?" Spirit-promoting mysterious fruit? I remember having that. Jiang Huai walked to a box, rummaging through it. Got it, got it. Jiang Huai took out a fruit radiating golden light from the box and tossed it to Yin Yang, speaking earnestly. I also found this fruit to enhance my talent and reach a higher level. Looking at you, I'm sure you're similar to me. This fruit is a gift for your fortune. Hearing this, Yin Yang gratefully bowed. In this secret realm training, everyone gained a lot. The ordinary disciples received the elixirs left behind by Jiang Huai upon his fall, except for the stubborn Bei Chun, who didn't manage to take anything. Well, my wish is fulfilled, and I must leave now. After saying this, Jiang Huai's bones began to disperse. With a waft of cool breeze, it rode the wind away. Yin Yang looked at the spirit fruit in his hand, barely able to hide his excitement. At the suggestion of Yin Yueling, he swallowed it down. After swallowing the spirit fruit, he felt a hot current beneath him slowly spread throughout his body. His whole body was in excruciating pain, as if it were being torn apart, and sweat poured down like rain. Hold on. For mother, I must definitely succeed. This spirit fruit, after swallowing, would cause intense pain as if being reborn. If he could hold on, he would be transformed. During this time, everyone watched Yin Yang. Seeing his painful expression and bulging veins, they all felt a phantom pain. What if he can't hold on? I think I heard the master say, if he can't hold on, it's not a big deal. His spiritual root won't improve much. Senior brother Yin Yang is currently a high-grade spiritual root. If he breaks through, he will be a heavenly grade, which is already the envy of many. After a while, Yin Yang opened his eyes and shouted angrily. His shirt exploded open, and he looked as if he had been reborn, feeling refreshed. His realm had even reached the initial stage of the Yuan infant, and with some stabilization, he could achieve great success. Congratulations on breaking through to a heavenly grade spiritual root. Yan Yueling stepped forward to congratulate him. Looks like Beichen made the trip for nothing, but it seems not entirely, as he gained a little fan. Miss, you flatter me. Without you, I might not have been able to break through. Chapter 29. The Relentless Pursuit of the Hockey Bear. The two congratulated each other, and Chang Huai, holding a bunch of pills, chuckled foolishly, muttering, "Hee hee, I'll bring some home for mom and dad. It should help them live longer." In his heart, there was no dream of being a great hero, only the wish to become stronger and live happily with his family forever. Many people want to be great heroes, but forget to help their parents share the burden. Holding a bunch of pills stuffed into his backpack, getting plump, he noticed some remaining spiritual pills, and his eyes flickered. He emptied out some food of various kinds, and there was also half a candied hawthorn left, which he reluctantly took a bite of before tossing it away. Then he picked up the pills and stuffed a big handful into his bag. His senior brother next to him had his eyelids twitch wildly. "Do you really need this? It feels like you're trying to empty the place." Cheng Huai scratched his head foolishly, his gaze evasive and his face flushed. Being called out made him a little shy. Yin Yueling spoke to ease the awkwardness. These were left by the senior Jiang Huai. It is his heartfelt intention. If he knew how much you like them, he would surely be very happy. He has helped you all, hasn't he? That's true. Then, Cheng Huai, share a little with me. The senior brother smiled as he moved closer, rubbing his hands. Cheng Huai shook his head rapidly. "No. Who told you to take them at first? And now you want mine. Oh, come on, Cheng Huai, share some with me. I'm your little senior brother." Go away. Don't gross me out." Cheng Huai pushed away his hand that was playfully touching his belly and tossed a few pills aside, moving to the side. "Oh my, why are you so stingy? Since that's the case, let me touch your little meat." As everyone knows, with weight gain, more flesh means better feel in certain areas, and it lets the little chef have some fun. Seeing him running over with a silly grin, Cheng Huai slung his backpack and slipped away. "Pervert. I'm telling the sect master when we get back." Upon hearing this, he became even more excited. The two began a chase in the palace, one fleeing, the other pursuing. Yan Yueling put away her spirit sword at her waist and smiled at the scene. "Your Qingshan sect is quite lively." "Haha. Everyone is familiar, so we play a little harder." Beichin supported his waist. Although he was quite unhappy that he didn't get the spirit sword, he swallowed his grievance in front of Yan Yueling. Bang! A stone block suddenly fell from above, and Yan Yueling quickly gathered everyone to exit the palace. Luckily, they reacted in time and were not buried alive. "Ha! Can you please stop chasing me?" Cheng Huai gasped as he sat on the ground, holding a bundle in his arms. "Hee hee! As your senior brother, it's necessary to check how well your body is developing. Come on, little Huai Huai, let your senior brother see if you're growing healthy." After saying this, he walked in front of Cheng Huai, who complied without resistance. After all, They were both men, and no flesh would be lost. He simply leaned back. And this was exactly what he wanted, grabbing his soft, plump, and elastic flesh and squeezing it. Although Cheng Huai was fat, he was fair and clean, and his temperament was also very good. The people of Qingshan's sect enjoyed joking with him. On regular days, when there was nothing to do, they would pinch his flesh, and over time, he just gave up and let them. A gust of dust blew by, and Bei Chun appeared before everyone, his face covered in dust, his comical appearance making people unable to hold back their laughter. Cheng Huai saw him in such a pitiful state and covered his mouth, almost laughing out loud. But Bei Chun seemed unconcerned, brushing the dust off his body. He had barely managed to escape earlier. What a joke. He was the #1 direct disciple of the Qingshan sect. How could he be crushed by these stones? Thinking this, he stomped his foot down, but the stones beneath his feet sent him into a shoulder throw, flipping him over completely. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Cheng Huai. Although I really want to laugh, my mother told me I shouldn't laugh at disabled people. Unless I can't help it. Lying on the ground, Bei Chun heard someone laughing at him, quickly raising his head to see who it was. Cheng Huai, quick on the uptake, suppressed his laughter. Bei Chun looked around, trying to find any clue from their expressions, but everyone just stared at him like he was a fool. At this moment, Xiao Rong, who had run off from the palace earlier, jogged over to Bei Chun, looking at him with pity. Senior brother, are you all right? Bei Chun coughed twice, stood up. Though he was embarrassed, it didn't stop him from putting on a show. Cough. It's nothing serious. As he said this, he flicked the few strands of hair in front of his forehead and looked at Xiao Rong with what he believed was a charming gaze. I'm glad you're fine. Senior brother, you mustn't get hurt. After that comical scene, Yin Yueling surely no longer had any good feelings for him. It would be better to focus on the young junior sister in front of him. Yin Yang saw it all, and, as expected, Bei Chun was the type who loved every woman he met. Luckily, the young lady didn't fancy him. If she did, not to mention Qiang Cheng, he would be the first to oppose. He simply couldn't stand Bei Chun. Yin Yueling's thoughts were in line with Yin Yang's. In her eyes, there was only one person, dressed in white, with black hair, holding a sword, deeply embedded in her heart. From now on, her heart could no longer accommodate anyone but that white-robed sword immortal. The power of a white moonlight was like this. Even though the white moonlight had become a mere mortal, she still couldn't help but love him deeply. Yueling lowered her eyes, holding her spiritual sword, muttering, I will find you soon. When I do, I'll protect you. As she spoke, there was love in her eyes, yearning, and that illness that had already taken root and sprouted deep within her. Her foolish smile, somehow, seemed a little lewd. Yin Yang rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the woman in front of him was Yin Yueling. Luckily, after rubbing his eyes, Yin Yueling returned to normal, still alluring and soft, which was the usual way. That earlier image of the smiling young lady, it must have been his imagination. It had to be. Junior, thank you very much. Yin Yueling walked to the front of the palace, deeply bowing, and the others followed suit. Especially Cheng Huai, who was almost ready to empty the palace. He was so sincere, afraid that Jiang Huai would cause trouble for him. Grandfather, please bless us. This is what you said to us. Please don't be angry. Thank you, young one. After confirming no one was missing, the group left the broken palace in a grand procession. However, after walking only a few steps, they heard movement from the bushes nearby. The group immediately stopped. The rustling sound grew louder, and Yin Yueling drew her spiritual sword from her waist, staring at the bush. Ha ha ha, let me find you well. Today, you little brat, will die by my hands. Suddenly, a strong brown bear charged out, blood marks still on its face, and sword wounds on its paws, its size several times larger than a normal brown bear. It had followed the scent of Bei Chun, chasing all the way. Originally, it didn't want to pursue, but thinking of Bei Chun's annoying face, it couldn't help it. So it chased for half a day, and finally found the person, but something seemed off. Huh, oh no, how did I get lost? I remember my tree hole is at. Yes, it got scared. Each of those people held a dark iron sword, and the leading woman seemed to wield an even more powerful sword. Bearda also knew to be a wise person and immediately turned to escape. The previous momentum completely gone, now behaving like a timid hamster. Bear spirit. Bei Chun naturally recognized it too. The bear and the person looked at each other. The brown bear blinked its eyes and, sweating coldly, turned its head. Its limbs froze in place. Run? But what if that guy laughs at it? If it doesn't run and turns back? Looking back, Yin Yang was cracking his knuckles, just breaking through and eager to practice, his eyes shining with excitement. This brown bear spirit was strong and muscular, its arms clearly defined, perfect for him to practice on. What a joke. That guy was just standing there, giving him the feeling that if he charged, he would be turned into a bear meat patty. Only one thought filled his mind, and that was to run. Right now. Run as fast as he could. I just got lost. Hero, please don't kill me. I still have a younger brother to take care of. Yin Yang would never let it escape. He trained his body and was different from others using swords. Hand-to-hand combat was what he craved. Where do you think you're running? Yin Yang shouted, and in the next moment, he shot out like a cannonball, scaring the brown bear to run even faster. But it was all in vain. Yin Yang quickly blocked its path, his fist covered in flames, his bare fists ready to strike. As the intense flames burned, fists fell like cannon fire, 1 punch, 2 punches. Don't be too arrogant. Roar! The brown bear quickly couldn't hold up, spitting blood, and its fur caught fire. Seeing no way to escape, it fought back with all its might, roaring angrily and pouncing at Yin Yang. Come on! Yin Yang stood firm. A flash of golden light flickered as the flames consumed his upper robe. Then his bare fists fell like rain, the dull sounds of impact reaching everyone's ears. Thud! 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 Bei-Chen felt a wave of fear. Thankfully he didn't provoke Yin Yang, or else he would really be beaten to death. Bang! Bang! Yin Yang's fists moved faster and faster, his eyes shining with light. The brown bear completely suppressed with no chance to fight back. Damn it! Was its life about to end? No, it refused to accept that. Bear Air is still waiting for me. Could he see unwillingness in its eyes? Haji Bear. This guy, still acting like the main character before being taken off the stage? Crack. Is it the sound of bones breaking? It couldn't tell. The pain all over its body, blood covering. Cheng Huai stepped out and proposed, and the group agreed, as none of them had tried it before and all wanted to taste something new. Seeing everyone agreed, Cheng Huai took a knife and walked forward, confirming the brown bear was dead and could not die again. Then he struck quickly with the knife, clean and decisive. Yin Yang took this time to walk to a small creek, jumped in to wash his body clean, but with no Taoist robe to wear, he could only go shirtless. As for whether eating this meat would cause any problems, of course, there were no issues. It was smoother, more tender, and tastier than regular bear meat, making it very sought after for selling on the street. In no time, Cheng Huai had cut the meat, and Yin Yueling's group didn't take any as they didn't like eating beast meat. Hey, that portion for Sister Yueling will be mine. Just right to bring back for the people in my village to taste. Hee hee hee. This bear meat was hard to come by. He could also sell a bit to help with household expenses, so this secret realm was truly a bountiful harvest. Bei-Chen didn't take any either. When he saw the meat, it reminded him of the tortured scene, leaving him with a serious mental shadow. In the end, it was still Cheng Huai, the little fatty, who took a bunch, and the smile at the corner of his mouth never stopped, making him extremely happy. All right, time is getting late. Everyone hurry up. Don't let the elders wait anxiously. Yin Yueling led the way at the front of the team. Thankfully, nothing unexpected happened afterwards. Mainly, those monsters didn't dare to come out. The bear's fate was a bloody lesson. Chapter 30 Celebration. It's strange. Why is it taking so long for them to come out? Both Qiyang and Cheng were quite drunk, their faces flushed and reeking of alcohol. Qing Dan drank down his cup of wine, happily picked up a piece of meat and saw his worried face, comforting him. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. This secret realm I've investigated. There's no major danger. I believe they can handle it. That's true. Let's drink. Pouring his cup full, Qiang laughed and downed it in one go. Once he started drinking, he couldn't stop, and in a short time, several cups were downed. Dad, why are you drinking again? As soon as Yin Yueling came out of the secret realm, she saw the two of them completely drunk. This shout scared Qiang so much that he nearly dropped his cup. How could they have come out after just a few sips? Wasn't that a bit too coincidental? His greatest hobby was drinking, but was afraid to touch it at home. It was still a small issue if Yin Yueling saw. But if that mother tiger at home found out, he would probably have to endure another loving lesson. Qing Daoan saw him captured in this way, holding up his cup with a light laugh. You old man, are you finally behaving now? As he said this, he poured a full cup, leaned forward, and sipped it cheekily in front of Qiyang. Ah, fine wine brushes the heart. Qiyang gritted his teeth in anger, but was helpless. At this moment, he completely lost the imposing aura of the clan leader. Yeah, can you not tell your mother? You promised your mother not to drink. How come you're drinking again? At this, Qiyang was speechless, but his eyes rolled around and pointed at Qing Daoan. It's him. Right after you both entered the secret realm, this old man brought out wine to tempt me. I was confused for a moment and fell into his trap. You have to believe me. I was tricked by him. After this statement, all the wine in Qing Daoan's mouth spurted out as he exploded with anger. Pooh. Good. So you dare to slander me. It's obviously you, old man. I didn't slander you. I was stating the facts. The way the two argued back and forth resembled children bickering. Without a second thought, she knew these two old fools were drunk again. All right. Both of you stop arguing. Yin Yueling felt a headache. They were supposed to be adults, several hundred years old, yet they still acted like children. Since you've already drunk, let's leave it like this. I won't tell my mother, but you must quit drinking. If I catch you drinking again next time, don't blame me. Yin Yueling still gave her drunken father some face. Qiyang patted his head and swore, I swear, I will absolutely never drink again. He burped. Looking at him reeking of alcohol, most people did not believe he would quit drinking. After all, they had seen him sneak a drink in some small corner many times. The passing disciples noticed him, and with his coaxing and deceiving, the desire to report him vanished, and they began to drink with him. Ugh, the sect leader is so great, without any airs, drinking happily with us juniors. Don't worry, sect leader, I will definitely not tell anyone. Haha, good boy. Drink. Yin Yuling knew his thoughts well. She didn't entirely oppose drinking, but her mother really hated it. You could say the moment she smelled even a hint of alcohol, she would tie up Qiyang Chung and give him a good beating. The key is that he still doesn't change his ways, and even under such repeated torment, does he still feel a hint of pleasure? Ahem, I wonder if your trip was smooth? Qing Dao and stood up, took a detoxification pill, his complexion restored to normal, and went to ask everyone. Beichen avoided his eyes, not daring to look at him. Seeing him like this, Qing Dao and understood. Sai, never mind, it's best if you have no problems. Qing Dao and Sai undoubtedly left a heavy blow in Beichen's heart. He hunched over, tightly clenched his fists, lost in thought. This trip went very smoothly. Everyone gained a lot, especially Yin Yang, who, after taking the spirit-enhancing pill, underwent a transformation, and his spiritual root has reached the heavenly grade. Before leaving the secret realm, we encountered a bear that had gained intelligence, and it was Yin Yang who slayed it alone. Hearing this, Qiyang Chung stroked his beard in satisfaction. Yin Yang indeed did not disappoint him. Good boy, I knew you could do it. He happily patted Yin Yang's shoulder, then looked at his beloved daughter, Yin Yuling, and immediately saw the spiritual sword at her waist. Aha! Heaven bless my Qiyang. You wearer, draw out your accessory, so your uncle can have a look. Yes. As the sword was slowly drawn out, a sharp sword cry rang out. The sword unsheathed, its cold light flickering, slicing through the silent sky, full of intimidation. Beichun watched this scene. Envy and regret surged over him like a tide. Qiang Cheng's eyes were filled with joy. Ha ha ha! Who would dare say he only knows how to drink now? His beloved daughter would surely become extraordinary in the future. This spiritual sword was left by a predecessor named Jianghuai. In the secret realm, we competed with him, and, as long as we defeated him, we could take home this spiritual sword. My daughter did not disgrace her mission. By a stroke of luck, she won and got this spiritual sword. The more Qiyang Chung listened, the happier he became. But Qing Dao and's face looked worse. This Bei Chun was too disappointing. Let's see how he will show off this time. Perhaps he should recruit a direct disciple again. But for now, there were no candidates. Then you give this spiritual sword a name. Qi Shao. Upon hearing the name Qi Shao, the spiritual sword actually vibrated with joy. It really liked this name. Ah, not bad, not bad. With the secret realm training coming to a perfect end, Qiang Cheng was very happy and suggested, why don't we do this? Today, I will host a feast to celebrate. Let's have a good celebration. The group of disciples, upon hearing this, cheered in joy. Haizhou, in the bustling Shijing town, at the famous Baiqi Tavern, the place was packed. Disciples from the zone of Qi Yin and Qing Shan gathered together, beaming smiles on their faces. Is this Baiqi Tavern so lively today? Of course. It is said that the zone of Qi Yin and the zone of Qing Shan are here to celebrate something. Passers-by turned their heads to look. This bustling scene aroused everyone's curiosity, wanting to see what was happening. A young man passing by saw Yin Yuling and couldn't move his feet. Her alluring charm was truly captivating. What are you staring at? Never seen a woman before. Hey, wifey. Ouch, that hurts. Men with wives also glanced over, only to be tugged by their ears and dragged away with a strength that was impressive. Today I'm happy. Everyone can eat and drink as they please. Qiang Chung sat at the main seat. In this cheerful atmosphere, Yin Yuling didn't care about him drinking, which made him feel very happy, drinking to his heart's content. The inventory in the tavern probably couldn't keep up with his drinking. The shopkeeper saw this scene, akin to money falling from the sky. The waiters were full of energy. Chung Huai held a chicken leg in each hand, eating with great satisfaction, his mouth never stopping. Usually, he had little money and could only save up to buy delicious food. Today, with someone treating, he could indulge. Yin Yuling didn't like noisy environments. After eating a couple of bites, she took her leave first, needing to practice with her spirit sword. You two eat slowly, I'll head back first. Okay, just don't tell your mother, alright? Don't worry, it's a special exception today, but when you go back, try not to smell of alcohol, or I won't be able to help you. Yin Yang left first. He preferred cultivation over celebration. Now that his spiritual root reached the highest quality, he needed to work harder. Returning to the sect and dropping off his burdens, he rushed into the training ground within the sect, staying there for several days. Some were happy while others were worried. Chiang Cheng was very pleased, while Qing Daoan was distressed, feeling like he had failed his expectations. Chiang Cheng understood. Yuling had once made him very anxious, but after going through that incident, she finally got back on track. Sai, do you think I knack for home? Every time I speak, it goes in one ear and out the other. Why can't I be as lucky as you? If he worked as hard as Yin Yang, I would be satisfied. Alas, don't be upset. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's drink. Beichen listened clearly to all of this. He knew this was because of himself, with no right to blame anyone but himself for not being ambitious. As night fell, every household in the town lit oil lamps, and the dim yellow light covered the small town. The disciples of the sect returned to their sect one after another. Only 2 old rascals remained, still holding wine cups, drinking until they were completely drunk. The tavern's inventory was almost empty. Waiter, bring more wine. Chiang Cheng waved to call the waiter, who walked past piles of wine jars. All the alcohol in the tavern and every small shop in town had been completely consumed. Oh dear, I'm truly sorry. All the wine in town has been finished by you two, and I couldn't let you enjoy yourselves. I apologize. The waiter wore a guilty expression, knowing that if these 2 immortals were unhappy, he would be in big trouble. Feeling anxious, he shrank back. After all, there had been cases before where people took advantage of being cultivators, eating and drinking for free. Ah, no need to be nervous. We are not demons. Chiang Cheng saw his fear and patted his shoulder to ease his worries, then took out a few pieces of spirit stones from his storage bag. These spirit stones shimmered with brilliance, translucent and about the size of a chicken egg, but incredibly hard. He placed them in the waiter's hand. This is for today's drinks. The rest you've worked hard for. Share it. Just so, a small low-quality spirit stone, slightly smaller than an egg, could provide for an ordinary family for 3 years. Moreover, this was a few high-quality spirit stones, the size of eggs, making the waiter astonished, his hands trembling as he accepted them. This was the first time he encountered a cultivator who paid for their meal, changing his perception of cultivators. Thank you very much, immortal. The waiter gratefully bowed multiple times, usually bowing and scraping for a few coins, but now he felt wealthy. His younger siblings at home wouldn't go hungry anymore. Chiang Cheng quickly helped him up and said, Hey, what are you doing? A man should not kneel. I was just too happy. The waiter, once lifted, was in tears. Previously, he was looked down upon or humiliated, but these 2 immortals treated him like an old friend. Since there was no more wine, Chiang Cheng simply picked up the wine jar and poured the remaining dregs into a single cup. Lift the wine jug and drink it all. After finally enjoying himself, he wiped his mouth, patted his bulging belly, and then reached into Qing Daoan's pocket to pull out a sobriety pill. After taking it, the originally harsh smell of wine slowly faded away, and the redness on his face disappeared. The effect was immediate. After sobering up, Qi Yangcheng raised his eyebrows at Qing Daoan. I say, can't you make this sobriety pill taste like wine? That would be even better. Qing Daoan shoved him away angrily. Go away. All you think about is wine. No wonder they call you an old child. Oh, come on. You're not in a position to say that. The 2 bickered as they walked out the door, and the waiter muttered, Hee, they really are good friends. Chapter 31. Madame Yan's Troubles. After sitting for a while, the 2 left. In front of the Qi Yin sect, Qi Yangcheng paced back and forth, looking up at the night sky. Even though it was so late, he felt an ominous premonition. No smell of wine on me. That's very normal. With this thought, Qi Yangcheng stepped into the sect. The fire lotus at the entrance buzzed, and in the next moment, he heard a familiar voice. Oh, isn't this the sect master himself? I thought you wouldn't be back tonight. Hearing this, Qi Yangcheng instantly sobered up, silently reminded himself that he had eaten the sobriety pill and changed his clothes, so there was no smell of wine on him. It's just that I was happy today. So, I went out with friends to celebrate, but I didn't drink. Turning around, the woman frowned slightly, a smile tugging at her lips. Her brilliant red hair danced in the wind, releasing a fragrance that filled his mind. Wearing a fiery red phoenix crown, lifelike fire, snake earrings, and a flowing skirt like flames, she had a gentle and approachable aura. Hey, madam, don't pull my ear. Yin Qingru showed no mercy, walking over with an expressionless face, and with her slender hand, she twisted his ear hard. The pain made Qi Yangcheng grimace, but he didn't dare to break free. He had no face as the sect master. You might as well die outside. Don't come home every day. Yin Qingru was furious, but didn't want to be too harsh. After giving him a verbal lecture, she released him. Qi Yangcheng rubbed his red ear and stepped forward with a flattering smile. Today was my fault. I got carried away and forgot that my wife was still waiting for me at home. How could I be so thoughtless? As he spoke, he took out a violet flower, which symbolizes love and loyalty, a testament to his deep love for his wife until death, and it was also Yin Qingru's favorite flower. Oomph. At least you have some conscience. Yin Qingru took the violet, holding it in her hands, and leaned in to gently smell it. The delightful fragrance lingered in her mind, fresh and elegant. As long as my wife is happy, being angry isn't good. It can harm your skin. Qi Yangcheng smiled and leaned closer, wrapping his arms around Yin Qingru. The two of them together seemed mismatched. With his short and stout stature beside her tall and curvy figure, they looked odd together. Unbeknownst to them, Yin Yuling, who had appeared out of nowhere, felt the same. Since she could remember, her father always looked like this. I really don't understand how Mom ever fell for you. These words seemed to stab his heart. He clutched his chest and pretended to be in pain. Damn, even you all have started to dislike me? Oh dear you child, don't say such nonsense. After glancing at her angrily, Yin Qingru comforted the deeply wounded Qi Yangche. In my eyes, you will always be the most handsome. The sincerity in her beautiful eyes was true. In fact, before Yin Yuling, he and Yin Qingru were a perfect match, having liked each other since childhood. Back then, he was tall and strong, with red hair and golden eyes, sword-like brows, clear eyes. He was the kind of man who was both strong and charming. Your father was quite handsome back then, but he has gained weight now. Yin Qingru's words were not to be believed. After all, he had looked like this since childhood. To make her believe it, there had to be some substantial evidence. Forget it. I won't disturb you old married couple anymore. Rather than being a useless lamp here, I might as well go back to sleep. As soon as she said that and was about to leave, she was stopped by Yin Qingru. Don't go yet. Your mother has something to ask you. Hearing this, Yin Yueling stopped in her tracks, turned back, and Yin Qingru pinched the belly of Qi Yangcheng. I'll deal with you later. Then she walked up to Yin Yueling, took her delicate hand, and turned back with a fierce look. Don't you dare sneak a drink while I'm away. Hey. I definitely won't. Qi Yangcheng watched the two leave, and then looked around. Thinking no one was there, he prepared to take another sip when suddenly Yin Yang appeared, scaring him greatly. Master, oh my, you scared me to death. Qi Yangcheng patted his little heart, thankful it wasn't Yin Qingru who came back suddenly. Disciple, did not mean to do this. Please do not blame me, master. Of course I know. So late. Do you have something to ask me? Yin Yang wanted to say something but held it back, looking hesitant, which made him anxious. Hey, why are you being polite with your master? Just say it. I wanted to ask if you have any clues about my father's whereabouts recently. Upon hearing this, Qi Yangcheng was taken aback. So was this matter. He pondered for a moment and said, Master is useless. I have not found anything yet. No, master, please don't say that. In that case, I will take my leave first. His father had always been a huge stone in his heart. He wanted to know why he left them, mother and son. If he were here, mother wouldn't. Looking at Yin Yang's lonely back, Qi Yangcheng sighed. This child is unfortunate. It's his fault for being unable to find any clues. After leaving, Yin Yang could only punch repeatedly to vent his inner anger. His father was also a fighter. He held great prestige in the village, but vanished into thin air, leaving his wife and children to suffer hardship. I must find you. I hope after all these years, your skills have not declined. With a loud crash, the giant rock in front of him shattered into pieces, impossible to reassemble. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a brightly lit room, Yin Qingru closed the doors and windows, walked briskly to the table, and held Yin Yueling's hand to sit down. Where was this training smooth? Yin Yueling, hearing this, took out the spiritual sword from her waist and placed it on the table. This time in training, I found a spiritual sword. It was indeed a fruitful trip. Is it? Then this trip was not in vain. And what about that boy Yin Yang? How is he? I saw him practicing martial arts when he came back. Is it not going smoothly? Yin Qingru treated Yin Yang as her own child. Seeing his relentless training upon returning made her think he was affected by something. Oh, mother, don't worry. Yin Yang is already of high-quality spiritual roots now. He hasn't been affected by anything. Besides, you know he's usually like this. Ah, I see, mother has noticed. She also knew about Yin Yang's tragic background and cared for him as someone connected to her own child. Mother is really biased. Why don't you show concern for him? What if he's been affected by something? Seeing her so worried, Yin Yueling turned away, pouting in a wronged manner. This shocked Yin Qingru, who turned her body with worry in her eyes. Don't scare your mother. Saying this, she wanted to hold on, and a warm current flowed through Yin Yueling's heart. Just kidding. Can't you see who I am? You child, don't scare your mother. Yin Qingru grasped her hand. She only had this one daughter. Naturally, she cherished her dearly. The moonlight shone into the room, and for a moment, everything fell into silence. Seeing her mother hesitate to speak, Yin Yueling said, Mother, if you have something to say, just say it. Yin Qingru looked at her, then lowered her head, taking a deep breath before softly saying, Wearer, do you really refuse to marry anyone but Jingxian? Why do you ask this, mother? You tell mother the answer. I will only marry him in this life. Hearing this, Yin Qingru's brows furrowed slightly. Her lips moved gently. But you don't even know where he is. I can't find any trace of him. Moreover, he is now just a mortal. He has likely long since run out of his lifespan. Mother isn't saying he is bad, being betrayed. He lost all of his spiritual powers, even the Fengxian sword that had accompanied him for so long. Before she finished speaking, Yin Yueling drew her sword, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Mother, are you being a bit too nosy? Alas, I have spoken too much. Do as you wish. Seeing the coldness in Yin Yuling's eyes, she understood. Her daughter was enchanted. She just didn't want her daughter to become infatuated with someone who may have already perished. Far away on Yufeng Mountain, Jing Xian sneezed. Mingyang quickly embraced him, fearing he would catch a chill. Hey, I just sneezed. Don't, Yin Yuling retracted her spirit sword, stood up, and walked to the window, pushing it open to gaze at the moon in the sky, murmuring, How could you understand? That day, I thought the deadlock was set. I closed my eyes, waiting for the outcome to arrive. He appeared like a beam of light, suddenly standing before me. That day, the sun was bright, shining on him, radiating golden light, deeply engraved in my heart. You will never understand. My love for him cannot be expressed in words. I care not whether he has fallen. As long as I travel through all of the 9 states and 5 lands, I will surely find a trace of him. If what she said was true, and Jing Xian had died, then she would find his corpse and place it in the 1,000-year ice coffin to reconstruct his body. Keeping him by her side, even if it would bring her scorn, she would not care. If he is dead, then I will reconstruct his body for him. Keep it in the extreme, cold ice coffin to preserve his flesh. Since I cannot have him in life, then after death, he will belong to me, right? This maddening scene startled Yin Qingru, who was nearby. He did not understand why Yin Yuling was so obsessed. There are so many good men in the world. Why must it be Jing Xian? But she would never understand the place of the white moonlight in the heart. Even if you were the so-called number 1 in the world, it cannot change even a bit. Never mind, as long as you are happy. At this point, saying anything more would be futile. She could only hope that Yin Yuling would not do anything too extreme. Thank you, mother, for understanding. Outside the room, Chiang Chung paced back and forth until Yin Yuling opened the door and walked out, finally stopping. Father? What are you doing outside? It's not that I was watching you. I just didn't want to interrupt, so I waited outside. Actually, that was not the truth. Chiang Chung had been drinking, and when he reached the door, he realized he had run out of sobering pills, so he walked back and forth to dispel the drunkenness. We're done talking. You can go back inside. Don't catch a cold. After Yin Yuling finished speaking, she walked away. Chiang Chung sniffed his body, and once he confirmed there was no strange smell, he smiled and walked into the room. Inside, Yin Qingru looked troubled. When she saw him, her anger flared even more. You've arrived, not willing to hit your daughter, and yet I shouldn't hit you. With that, a punch came flying. Poor Chiang Chung took the blow directly, his whole body failing to react. What had he done wrong? Thinking that his drinking had been discovered, he quickly admitted his fault. Madam, don't hit me. I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have drunk. This mention of drinking made Yin Qingru even angrier. Grabbing him by his round head and ear, she landed a few more punches. You dare to drink. Tonight, sleep outside. Subsequently, under the lessons of love, Chiang Chung successfully experienced a night with the sky as his back and the ground as his bed, lying down and sleeping. In the latter half of the night, after her anger had subsided somewhat, Yin Qingru gently pushed open the door. Chiang Chung lay on the ground outside, sound asleep, his round belly rising and falling. Stepping out, she lifted the deeply sleeping Chiang Chung with effort and placed him on the bed, covering him with a blanket, then resting her chin on his chest. Alas, your error is so persistent. I don't know if it's good or bad. And you, as a father, are not doing your part. All you do is drink. Gently poking his round belly, Yin Ro gradually closed her eyes, a wave of drowsiness washing over her. He fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 32. The Sense of Crisis of Beichen. The night darkened, fireflies danced around the night sky, and twinkling stars illuminated the pitch-black night, adding a touch of color to the silent darkness. Heavy footsteps echoed from afar, waking the two disciples guarding the sect, who became alert, straining to see the indistinct figure approaching. Is that the sect master? Nighttime is a period of emotional upheaval. Qing Daoan meandered from the tavern to the sect, sighing countless times, his face filled with sorrow. This puzzled the guarding disciples. Why was he so unhappy? Wasn't the training completed smoothly? Seeing the sect master like this, he looked haggard, leaving the two disciples bewildered. Qing Daoan naturally didn't want the disciples to overthink, so he approached them and maintained a neutral expression. Where is your senior brother? The two looked at each other, and Qing Daoan frowned. What are you thinking? Speak up. Brother is at the back mountain. Since he came back, he has stayed there. We don't know what he's doing. Back mountain? Yes. I heard others say that he seems to be practicing his swordsmanship. Hearing the words practicing swordsmanship, Qing Daoan's eyes brightened slightly. Could it be that this kid had an epiphany? Did he realize the importance of hard work after hitting rock bottom? Go and call him to the main hall. I have matters to discuss with him. Understood. Qing Daoan walked away in solitude, his hunched figure eliciting some pity. He had only taken in one disciple, yet this one was so unambitious. Who wouldn't feel bad about this? One disciple stayed to guard the door, while the other ran to the back mountain to find Beichen. Back mountain of the sect. Beichen gripped his dark iron sword, staring ahead, swinging the sword down time and time again, solidifying every move of his swordplay. He struck at a tree trunk as thick as a bowl, and with that, the trunk fractured. Behind him was a scene of fallen stumps and scattered leaves. His hands were trembling. Today's scene lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. The unremarkable moves from Jianghu had suppressed him to the point where he struggled to breathe, casting a shadow over his heart. At that moment, the old presence from the soul cultivating jade appeared, seeing his frustration and spoke words of comfort. Victory and defeat are common in the art of war. This time, you did not lose unfairly. He doesn't have a higher talent than you. If you practice harder in the future, you can wash away today's events. After all, they were traveling the same path. If he discouraged Beichen now, he worried that this kid couldn't take it. But I can't swallow this anger. The spiritual sword should have been mine. Senior sister, you should have admired me. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? What an unexpected twist. He thought he was frustrated, but it turned out to be about a woman. How immature at this age. They say beauty matches the hero, but you are at best a side character. This isn't misfortune. Just look at you. You haven't worked hard all these years and can't even get the spiritual sword. Sometimes, don't blame luck. Think more about your own reasons. Have you worked hard in your training over these years? This speech rendered Beichen speechless, his fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted. Stop overthinking. At this crucial moment, striving hard in your practice is the right thing to do, not complaining here. Just then, a guarding disciple approached, and the old presence quickly transformed into a wisp of green smoke, hiding in the soul cultivating jade. Senior brother, the sect master is looking for you in the main hall, saying there's something urgent. Upon hearing this, Beichen sheathed his sword. Without thinking, he already knew why Qing Daoan wanted to see him. He braced himself for a reprimand. Okay, I got it. The guarding disciple saw the fallen tree trunks behind him and his sour expression. After speaking, he hurried away, fearing he might get scolded himself. Hey, why'd you leave? I wanted him to clean up. Beichen looked at the mess behind him, troubled. If he left like this and was found out, he would surely face another round of lessons. So, he took some time to tidy up before finally heading to the main hall. Inside the main hall, Qing Daoan brewed a pot of tea, sitting in the main seat, exuding an aura of authority. There were also a few elders of the Qing Shan sect present. Daoan, you must think carefully. Although Bei Chun seems nonchalant, his talent is truly exceptional. Yes, this training is just to teach him a lesson, but do not act impulsively. The elder's clamor for Bei Chen's case buzzed in his ears, to the point where it started to irritate him. Bang! Qing Daoan slammed the teacup down heavily, glanced around, and spoke in a deep voice. I will decide this matter myself. We will talk when Bei Chen arrives. Qing Daoan was a powerful figure who had reached the ascended realm. The elders present were not his match and dared not voice any dissent. They could make some noise, but if Qing Daoan truly got angry, it would be tantamount to asking for trouble. An elderly elder among them spoke up to ease the atmosphere. Daoan has been generous with Bei Chun. Who can blame him for not being diligent? I think that when he arrives, if he is still like this, we should just give up. The group fell silent and waited for Bei Chen's arrival. After a while, Bei Chen stepped through the door, bowed, and saluted. Disciple Bei Chen greets all the elders. The elders nodded in satisfaction, and then Bei Chen knelt before Qing Dao and bowed his head, saying, Disciple Bei Chen is here to accept punishment. This time's training, I have deeply reflected. It was my carelessness and wrong attitude that caused me to disappoint my master's expectations. I know my mistakes. Please punish me, master. This reversal of roles left Qing Dao and momentarily at a loss. He never expected Bei Chen to voluntarily seek punishment and deeply understand his own problems. I have let down my master. I have let down everyone. Please punish me, master. Let me stay alert. Could it be that he truly knows his mistakes this time? Judging by his serious expression, it didn't seem like a lie. Cough. You could get up first. Qing Dao coughed twice, unsure of how to proceed, but still needed to show some authority to intimidate him. Your results in this training were disappointing. You have been too playful, and not focusing on cultivation is a major flaw of yours. I'm very disappointed. When you first joined, you were immersed in your training every day. Is it this flashy world that has dazzled your eyes? Did it make you forget your identity as a cultivator? Do you know how many people envy you? Envy your extraordinary talent, yet you remain indifferent. I say this not to discourage you, but because you truly upset me. Qing Dao stroked his white beard, then stood up and walked in front of Bei Chen, saying, I only ask you this, from now on, can you focus on cultivation and not pursue pleasure? No alcohol, only focused on cultivation? Answer me. Qing Dao's booming voice echoed in the hall, his expression stern, his aura overwhelming, while Bei Chen bowed his head, taking a deep breath. Disciple absolutely will not disappoint master's expectations. From now on, I will devote myself to cultivation, no longer losing myself. Hearing Bei Chen's words made Qing Dao feel somewhat relieved. After all, he was his direct disciple, and he truly wanted to bring Bei Chen back on track. Lift your head. Bei Chen raised his head, and their gazes locked. In Bei Chen's eyes, Qing Dao saw what he wanted to see. Good, I believe you. But if you mess up again, don't blame me for being ruthless. The elders spoke up upon seeing this. This is very good. I still have many pills. If you need them, take them. Yes, if you encounter difficulties, just come find us. Disciple thanks all the elders. After thanking the elders, Bei Chen did not stand up. He looked steadfastly at Qing Dao, who frowned in confusion. Disciple hopes master can punish me, so that I can use this as a warning to remind myself to work hard. It seemed this time, he was serious, and Qing Dao saw the shadow of his former self. Good, since you insist, then I will grant your wish. Qing Dao took out a whip from his storage ring and swung it in front of the crowd. The sound of it cutting through the air was quite terrifying. How could a single lash not make you feel like you're dying? Someone, bind Bei Chen's hands and feet. Bei Chen was stunned. What did that mean? He thought Qing Dao was just going to punish him physically, but he didn't expect him to take out the Shaoyan whip. Wasn't that thing meant to fight monsters? What would it feel like if it struck him? He didn't dare to imagine. The more critical part was that they were tying up his hands and feet. Wasn't this obviously going to result in him getting a serious beating? But Bei Chen was tough too. Even when they were tying his hands and feet, he stayed silent. Qing Dao was quite pleased, pulling at the Shaoyan whip in his hand. Disciple, you have a hold on. With that, Qing Dao swung the whip down, the crack of it slicing through the night, breaking the silence. As the whip landed, Bei Chen instantly felt numb. Eek! Can't watch, can't watch. The elders all closed their eyes. This bloody scene, they thought, should not be looked at. The disciples watching outside, all widened their eyes, especially Cheng Huai. Seeing him being whipped made him incredibly happy. Die, you show-off criminal. Let's see if you'll act all high and mighty now. The posture seemed like he wanted to lash out himself. With the lightning-fast 5 lashes of the whip, Bei Chen was left numb. The scars on his back were torn open even more. Qing Dao was truly ruthless, not sparing him at all, whipping him like a top. But Bei Chen was tough too. After all that, he could still stay conscious. Untie him. Help him back to rest. Let him recover for a few days. Qing Dao retracted the Shaoyan whip and stored it in his ring, pondering if he had hit too hard. But it was done. Let it be. He had never made any progress before. Then I will take my leave. Bei Chen, weakly holding his waist, was helped out of the great hall. The disciples outside watching the show had already scattered. Qing Dao watched Bei Chen leave, then began discussing serious matters with a few of the elders. Elder Zhang, how has the area around the sect been recently? Are there any demons or monsters causing trouble? Elder Zhang thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. Within 100 miles, everything had been thoroughly cleared and was completely safe. No monsters or demons were causing harm. That's great. I think it's getting late. Everyone should rest early. Then we shall take our leave. After sending the elders off, Qin Daoan stepped outside, standing with his hands behind his back. The night sky was full of stars, and a light breeze blew. It seemed like everything had finally fallen into place. He just hoped Bei-chun could surprise him in the future, instead of just going back to the way he was before. Sigh. Bei-chun was helped back to his quarters, lying in bed. His backside, bruised and battered, was hard to look at. Ow, hurts. Just applying a little force, and the pain in his backside was unbearable. After today's beating, he truly felt convinced. Just as he was quietly feeling sorry for himself, the door was gently knocked. Who could it be so late at night? Who is it? Senior brother Bei-chun. It's me, Xiaorong. It's you, come in. Xiaorong pushed open the door and walked in, holding a jar of unknown ointment. Bei-chun was secretly delighted upon seeing it. He never expected that he, Bei-chun, would have such treatment, but he also felt awkward with his current messy state. He couldn't make her stay outside. Xiaorong walked up to Bei-chun, seeing his bloody and mangled back. She gently said, "Why is the sect leader so cruel? Does it hurt, senior brother?" Upon hearing this, Bei-chun, forcing a smile, shook his head. His pride wouldn't allow him to say that it hurt. Just a small injury. Xiaorong wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, opening the ointment jar. "This ointment was made by me, if senior brother doesn't mind." "Of course I don't mind. Xiaorong cares about me so much. I'm more than happy." A small smile curled at the corner of Xiaorong's mouth, but it wasn't one of happiness. She motioned for Bei-chun to take off his robe and expose his back. "Senior brother, you must endure a bit. When I apply it, it might hurt a little, but the effect will definitely be good." "Junior sister, no need to say more. Come on, no matter how much it hurts, I will bear it." He had endured the 5 lashes of the Shaoyan whip. Could he possibly be defeated by this little ointment? Xiaorong saw this and nodded slightly, applying the ointment on her palm, rubbing a couple of times. Then Renai Booser, she let her palm fall. A wave of soreness swept over instantly, and Bei-chun gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to cry out. Xiaorong secretly rejoiced. Although this medicine was said to have healing effects, applying it was unbearably painful, like ants crawling all over the body. "Senior brother, how is it? If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me, okay?" "I'm fine." Then Xiaorong will speed up. At that moment, a wail like a ghostly howl broke the silent night sky. He finally couldn't hold back and screamed, his voice echoing throughout the mountain like a pig being slaughtered. Chapter 33. Paths of Immortals and Mortals. As dawn broke, the bright morning sun gently caressed all things, and a gentle breeze blew, stirring flowers and grass, filling the air with fragrance, slowly drifting in. Cheng Huai had watched the lively scene last night and fell asleep as soon as he lay down, and he slept comfortably. Since I have nothing to do today, I'll go back to see the people in the village." Cheng Huai sat up, yawning sleepily, still seeming not fully awake. He shared a room with several male disciples. He had fallen asleep the earliest and woke up the earliest. After dressing, Cheng Huai woke each of his brothers. All right, stop sleeping. It's you guys who asked me to wake you up. Don't blame me again." Cheng Huai raised his voice. Since entering the sect, he had become the group's alarm clock, yet they always wanted to sleep in. Seeing that a few people had no intention of waking up, Cheng Huai didn't care much. Anyway, he had already called them. Whether they woke up or not was their business. So, he shouldered the package he brought back yesterday, and with heavy steps, he walked out the door. He lived on the west peak, which was still a bit far from the main gate. It wasn't that he couldn't fly with his sword, but with his large build, while carrying a bulging package, it was hard to maintain balance. For the villagers, what's a little hardship? Cheng Huai murmured to himself, walking from the west peak of Qingshan's sect to the sect's cafeteria. That's right, before going home, he still needed to eat some breakfast. Where would the energy to go home come from without a full stomach? There were 2 rooms in the cafeteria, one for the kitchen, where the chefs worked hard to cook, and another could hold hundreds of people from the sect. "Oh, Cheng Huai is here very early today." The cook in the kitchen greeted him as usual. Cheng Huai put down his package and sat at the table, panting. "I'm so tired. Quickly bring me a few meat buns. I need to replenish." The cook first brought him a glass of water, allowing him to rest for a bit. Cheng Huai was not picky and got along well, so the cooks liked him very much. "Drink some water first. I'll go get it for you." Usually, any leftover food was given to Cheng Huai. He didn't mind, and whatever food was offered, he would eat. As long as it wasn't too awful, he would use his chopsticks swiftly, gobbling it down, becoming plump as he ate. Soon, the cook brought a steamy meat bun in front of him, the aroma making him drool. "I won't be polite." In just a few bites, 2 buns were in his belly. He ate so quickly that he couldn't really taste anything, but the cooks here were quite skilled. No matter what, it would never be unpalatable. "Oh, Huai Zi is here." As he was happily eating, Master Li, who managed the kitchen, came in. He liked Cheng Huai very much. "How's it going?" Today, this meat bun was made by me personally. Master Li sat next to Cheng Huai, watching him devour his food with great affection. Cheng Huai's respect and love for food truly delighted him. This chubby and lovable boy, clean and pure in heart, had no children of his own, and he had long regarded Cheng Huai as his adopted son. Delicious, delicious. How can it be bad when made by Uncle Li? Hearing this made Master Li very happy, and he called someone to bring over a bowl of dompa pork, which was appealingly colored and filled the air with fragrance, making Cheng Huai's eyes widen. Huaizi, do you want to eat? Cheng Huai nodded vigorously, and Master Li said slowly, if you want to eat, just tell me how your training went this time. Master Li had no spirit root, but he loved to listen to the tales of the Qin Shan sect, disciples going out for adventures, so he always asked them for stories. Oh, then I must tell it in detail. Cheng Huai spoke thoroughly about everything he encountered in the secret realm and eagerly received dompa pork, eating it with great satisfaction. Master Li had 3 great loves in his life: smoking, gossiping, and watching Cheng Huai's mouth-watering food broadcasts. Especially that Yin Yang, he's incredible. He went from a high-grade spirit root to a heavenly-grade spirit root. Cheng Huai talked as he ate, making it seem vivid and real, attracting curiosity from others in the kitchen. Anyway, it was still early, and most of the disciples had not gotten up yet, so they had a bit of free time. Compared to Brother Beichun, he is far superior. That bear spirit that spoke human words was killed by him alone. As he spoke these words, Cheng Huai's eyes were full of longing. He suddenly felt a bit regretful about choosing sword cultivation. If he were a martial cultivator like Yin Yang, could he be a bit slimmer too? Whoa, that's truly remarkable. A spirit bear's strength should not be underestimated. Absolutely. That bear couldn't even last half a stick of incense before Yin Yang. Hearing this, Master Li patted Cheng Huai's shoulder and encouraged, Huaizi, eat more. Eating enough is good for cultivation. Hee. Thank you, Uncle Li. Cheng Huai took a bite of dompa pork, chewed it, and swallowed. So delicious. It must not be wasted. As for beautiful women, they seemed less substantial to him than a meat bun. Instead of talking about them, why not talk about yourself? Cheng Huai scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. At most, he was just there to tag along, and he only contributed a bit during the meat distribution. At a crucial moment, Master Li stepped in and said, you all know, Huaizi carried the burden, which was also a contribution. That's true. Huaizi, you need to keep it up. Master Li treated him like his own son, showing him great affection. When he was a child, his own father often scolded him for eating too much. But in Master Li's eyes, being able to eat well was a blessing, and he made him delicious food. He even considered recognizing him as a godfather. Oh, right? This. Uncle Li, you take this. Cheng Huai put down his chopsticks and started rummaging through his package. What kind of meat is this? The meat Cheng Huai took out was, of course, the bear spirit's meat, and this piece was enough for everyone in the kitchen to share. This is bear meat that I personally scraped. Later, you and the older brothers can share it for good health. Master Li smiled as he took it, thinking, this kid still remembers me. I haven't wasted my care. Ma Zi, take this meat and cut it up. Tonight, we'll have an extra meal. Hey, all right. Tonight, we're in for a treat. Ma Zi replied, took the bear meat, placed it on a cutting board, and skillfully started cutting. Each slice was as thick as a bamboo stick, perfect for braising. After breakfast, Cheng Huai patted his belly, wiped his mouth, and let out a satisfied burp. He had eaten over 10 meat buns and 2 bowls of porridge. Good boy. Eating so much is a blessing. Thanks, Uncle Li. Fully satisfied, Cheng Huai shouldered his pack again. He still had to return to the village before dark, as the road would be hard to navigate after nightfall. Before he left, Master Li stuffed a few oil paper-wrapped meat buns into his pack, fearing he would go hungry. Today, he was going down the mountain to buy vegetables, and Cheng Huai quickly hopped onto a cart heading down. Then, he got off the cart at the town entrance. Along the way, he encountered many delicious snacks, but he didn't indulge himself. He walked up to a candied fruit vendor. Boss, I'll take all your candied fruits, and give me the sticks too. Hearing this, the vendor smiled broadly as he handed over the sticks. He was overjoyed to sell everything. Thus, Cheng Huai walked out of the small town, holding a candied fruit stick, swaying as he walked. Just 50 more miles ahead, and he would be home, where flowers bloomed all over the wild paths, and the fragrance filled the air, lifting his spirits on the way home. Going home, I want to return to my home. At the foot of the southern mountain, there was a village located. In the village, men farm and women weave. Although life is plain, they are fortunately not hungry, living with food and clothing sufficient. Under the big tree at the village head, several children gather around, playing the game of eagle catching chickens, their tender laughter mingling with a joyful atmosphere that envelopes the village. Next to the tree, There is a small stream where women wash freshly dug wild vegetables, chatting about interesting village stories. The scene is harmonious and loving. From afar at the village entrance, a chubby figure can be seen, carrying a large bundle and shouldering a stick of candied hawthorn. Ah, it's Brother Chung Huai. A sharp-eyed child spotted him and shouted out Chung Huai's name. Brother Chung Huai. The children stopped playing the game, running out of the village to welcome Chung Huai back, their mouths watering at the sight of the candied hawthorn. Come, 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 here's the candied hawthorn for you all. Dahu, go and share it with your friends. Chung Huai handed the stick of candied hawthorn to Dahu, strong and sturdy. Dahu grabbed it and ran off, followed by a group of children. By the stream, Chung Huai saw Aunt Yao and waved to her. Aunt Yao, I'm back. Chung Huai returns every month, but this time, only 10 days had passed since his last visit. Aunt Yao looked up, surprised to see him. Chung Huai, oh, you're back. Aunt Yao wiped her hands dry and called all the villagers. Chung Huai also shared the treats with everyone. You can just return whenever you want, but why bring something? If you do this again, the village chief will definitely scold you. The village chief also felt sorry for him and pretended to be angry. Chung Huai gave a silly smile and scratched his head. Oh, it's fine. If it weren't for everyone, where would I be? After chatting with everyone for a while, Chung Huai shouldered his bundle and walked towards home. He deliberately didn't let the villagers inform his parents. Arriving at the familiar earthen house, the old wooden fence, the chickens and ducks at home, and the big yellow dog at the door wagged its tail excitedly upon seeing him. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Hearing her son's voice, Cheng's mother rushed out of the house and saw Chung Huai jogging toward her, her face shining with joy. My son, oh no, you've finally returned. They had agreed on a letter every 3 days, but ever since Chung Huai said he was going to explore the mysterious realm, no letters had come. Cheng's mother had been worried sick during these days, afraid that her son, whom she had raised for over 20 years, might end up like a tragic death in her dream. Cheng's father slowly walked out of the house. Upon seeing Chung Huai safe, he felt relieved. You child, didn't we agree that you would write to your mother? Do you know how worried she's been about you? Mother's hands were calloused, her face more wrinkled, and her body hunched from years of hard farm work. Mom, I'm not being filial, making you worry. Silly child, it's good that you're fine, it's good. As night gradually settled, the darkness fell, leaving only the bright moon and twinkling stars in the sky. Chung Huai placed the elixirs he brought on the cupboard for his parents. Dad, Mom, these medicines are for you. Take one each day, they're good for your health. And here's some bear meat, it's a good thing. This is meat from a bear that has turned into a spirit. Eating it has many benefits. Chung Huai introduced everything to his parents, and his mother lovingly held his face, saying, My child, you've lost weight. Oh no, really? I eat a lot, look. Saying this, he puffed out his round belly. His silly appearance made his parents laugh, easing their worries. Next time, if something happens like this again, be sure to tell your mother, so she doesn't worry every day. Cheng's father sat at the dining table speaking about Cheng's mother's concerns, and Chung Huai smiled. It's all my fault. I should have told her in time. All right, stop crying. Let's eat first. Our son has traveled such a long way. He must be hungry. Eat up, eat up. Yes, silly boy. Eat more. Don't let yourself go hungry. Okay, Mom, I love your glutinous rice balls the most. Actually, he came back this time because in the mysterious realm, he saw Jiang Huai, who had trained for a lifetime but still perished, thinking of his aging parents at home. Their lives are very short. He was far from it. He was a cultivator who, with a little effort, could greatly extend his lifespan, and when it came to legendary emperors, they lived for thousands of years. But thinking about the two elders who would eventually leave him made his heart ache. The two elders lived a short life and had worked hard for his future when they were young. In their old age, they worried endlessly for him, and he wanted to spend more time with them. When the time came for the two elders to ascend, he could only reminisce through objects, never again able to taste the glutinous rice balls his mother made. The increasing wrinkles on the two elders' faces and their advancing age were quietly telling him that time was limited. So whenever he got something good, he thought of his parents, hoping they could live better and be healthy by his side. As he thought about it, tears began to flow. Seeing this, Mother Chung grew even more worried. Oh dear, why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Mother Chung hugged him close, wiping away his tears with her calloused hands that were warm like when he was a child. It's nothing, I'm just too happy, so happy that I cry. Oh, you scared me. A man should not cry so easily. Yeah, I understand. I won't cry anymore. Haha, my dear is the best. After dinner, the three of them went to the small courtyard. Just like when he was little, he leaned against his mother, feeling the night breeze, and as he fell asleep, she would carry him back to bed. Mom and Dad, wait for me. I will work twice as hard. I will ensure you have a good life. Just wait for me. Good. We will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. I will make it happen. With dreams in his heart, Chung Huai gradually fell into a deep sleep. He wanted to talk more with his parents, but his eyelids grew heavier until he finally closed his eyes. Mother Ching looked at him lovingly and said softly, "Just like when you were little, you loved to sleep beside me. But dear, I can't carry you anymore." As soon as these words were spoken, the quiet night grew sorrowful. Even the gentle wind seemed to know why Chung Huai often returned home. She wanted to be with her dear son. If he was gone, who would cover him with a quilt? Who would knit him clothes? Unknowingly, the night breeze turned a bit cold. Chung's father signaled to be quiet, carefully carrying the sleeping Chung Huai back to the room and covering him with a quilt. "This dear boy really sleeps hard. Will he be able to take care of himself when we are gone?" "Oh, come on, he's grown up now. He can manage just fine. Stop being so sentimental." Though she said this, Mother Ching knew well that she cared for Chung Huai more than anyone else, even while brushing off her own thoughts. These past few days, she had seen him sneak outside, crying secretly. He was all bark but soft-hearted. "All right, it's getting late. Let's sleep. Tomorrow morning, I'll make something for Huai to eat, so he'll be happy." "Yeah, let's sleep. You're not so worried anymore, right?" At night, Chung's father lay closely next to Chung Huai. He wasn't good at expressing himself, but love was great and selfless. Worried that he would catch a cold while sleeping, getting up many times during the night to check on him. He said it wouldn't make him cold, but secretly he endured the chill, getting up repeatedly to see if he had kicked off the quilt. This old man really speaks one way, but feels another. Chapter 34. Yunzhou City. Time flowed slowly like this, and when he opened his eyes again, warm sunshine streamed into the room. Suyu woke up groggily, sitting on the edge of the bed with sleepy eyes. MHM. The little fat dog on the blanket snorted, raising its small head to look at Suyu, its plump body looking very adorable. Suyu reached out to touch its head. Then she stood up, dressed in her golden red attire, and the little belly wrap on her chest was also precious, something to be cherished, clearly just an ordinary piece of clothing. Although this belly wrap looked a bit small on her, it proudly showed off magnificent mountains, puffed up and spectacular. It was a gift from Jing Xian, and when it came to choosing gifts, he was completely clueless, sending her a belly wrap, but she liked it very much. She took out a piece of glossy light gauze and gracefully put on, pulling it up to her thighs. Its soft texture felt smooth and tender. Her full jade legs were truly a feast for the eyes. The bright red color matched her very well. Originally charming and graceful, she was even more eye-catching. She put on a long coat, completely covering her glamorous figure. Wearing a hat that slightly concealed her face, it still did not obstruct her vision and helped avoid some troubles. "Okay, Cold Ball, don't sleep anymore. We have to hurry to Tianhai Yunzu today. Don't hold me back, okay?" Cold Ball was the name she gave it. Round and plump, it had short, chubby limbs, looking like a little cold ball from a distance. Upon hearing its owner call, Cold Ball responded lively, waddling to her feet with a few grunts. Let's go." She pushed open the room door and went down the stairs. In the living room sat a few people scattered about, eating breakfast while stealing glances at her as she came down. Cold Ball wagged its tail happily behind Suyu, growling at anyone who threw an unkind look at her, though its small size seemed to lack any intimidation power. "Hello, checking out." Suyu walked to the counter, placing down the room key. The innkeeper took it and said, "Okay, if you come back to play next time, come to the inn and find me. I'll give you a discount." "Thank you." At this moment, Suyu had already changed her appearance. To avoid any trouble, it was better to stick to this look. After settling the accommodation fee, she walked out of the inn. The sun was shining brightly, and the weather was pleasant. Small merchants pushed wooden carts, calling out to sell their goods as they wandered the streets. "Come take a look. Freshly made meat buns, full of flavor. Homegrown vegetables, definitely healthy. Guarantee you will be satisfied." The smoke and fire of the human world were the most heartwarming, and Suyu waved her delicate hand to stop a rickshaw. "Hey miss, do you want a ride?" The middle-aged man pulling the cart bent over, showing a humbled demeanor. How much to the city gate?" He had gotten a big order early in the morning, taking the bustling route all the way to the city gate. This trip would cover his expenses for 3 days. "For you, 1 or 2 silver will be fine." As he spoke, the man anxiously awaited a response. His price was already very reasonable. If it were some heartless person, it might have cost 2 taels. Suyu bent down to hug little Cold Ball, sitting on the rickshaw. The soft, comfortable cushion did not poke, and she placed Cold Ball at her feet, signaling the driver to go. "Hey, hold steady." Untying the bell on the cart, the driver pulled the cart, smiling as he headed toward the city gate. If they encountered pedestrians blocking the way, he only needed to ring the bell. The pedestrians would clear a path, and other drivers squatting by the roadside saw him pulling a passenger and asked, "Wow, what a good start. Where are you off to?" The driver called back, "To the city gate. You all just envy it." Upon hearing this, a group of people looked enviously. Happiness is contagious. Seeing him take a passenger, the crowd also started calling customers. The driver was steady. If he encountered bumpy roads, he would slow down. If he ran into friends, he would share his joy. Here, no one would ridicule you for doing hard work. As long as you earn your living through your efforts, it was an honorable thing. The journey was long, and little Coldball leaned against Suyu's feet, rubbing against her, using her shoe as a pillow, dozing off. "Did you sneak off with the robe last night, little Coldball?" Bending down to tease little Coldball, it was not pleased, burying its little head and grunting. Coldball was feeling quite troubled, but wouldn't say a word. Last night, it had been sleeping soundly, dreaming of tasty chicken legs, when suddenly it heard a series of unbearable sounds. Its chicken leg flew away, and when it opened its eyes, it saw Suyu all curled up in the quilt, shouting about how amazing Jing Xian was. What a distressing scene. It was still a child. How could it withstand such torment? With its head buried deep, it could still hear the noise, and it didn't know how long it had been tortured before it finally fell into a deep sleep. Coldball ignored her, burying its head, short legs covering its droopy ears, letting her poke at it. When the Coldball opened its eyes again, it was just in time to reach the city gate, where the soldiers guarding the gate stood tall, searching the passers-by entering the city. "Miss, this is the city gate." The coachman, covered in sweat, despite being tired, felt this trip was worth it. Suyu nodded slightly, having touched her pocket, realizing her silver coins were all gone. So, she gestured for the coachman to move aside. The coachman, puzzled, followed her as he saw her take out a low-grade spirit stone from her storage space. This. It can't be accepted, miss." The coachman repeatedly refused, never expecting that he had pulled a cultivator. Though he was just an ordinary person, being a coachman meant he was curious and knew very well that someone who could take things from thin air was either highly skilled or had a storage ring. A storage ring is worn on the hand, but this girl before him pulled out the spirit stone directly from nowhere, definitely a master. "It's nothing, it's what you deserve," Suyu smiled. This one low-grade spirit stone was not important to her. But for an ordinary person, it was different. This alone was enough for him to enjoy himself for a while. "Then, thank you." The coachman deeply thanked her, feeling incredibly lucky today. The coal ball didn't understand, just making little grunting noises. As Suyu was about to take the coal ball out of the city, the coachman, having stored the spirit stone, said, "Miss, it's better if you don't go through the main gate. I know a shortcut where no one checks. If you go through the main gate, you will be questioned. It will be quite troublesome." Upon hearing this, Suyu stopped. She naturally didn't want to cause any trouble, so she followed the coachman down a small path. They arrived at a hidden alley next to the city wall, where there weren't many people. The coachman went to a spot before a wall, straining to move aside a blockage. "Here it is. Walking through here will take you outside the city." The coachman pointed to a breach in the wall wide enough for 2 people. Good heavens, wasn't this made just to escape checks? "Miss, please don't mind. The exit is the same, but there are no inspection fees or strict requirements here." Suyu nodded and thanked him, then stepped out of the city. After she left, the coachman moved the blockage back to conceal the gap. Home, what great luck today. Going home to buy sugar-coated haws for the kids." A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the fragrance of flowers and grass. Little Coal Ball, upon exiting the city, was full of energy, hopping and bouncing, curious about everything outside the city. Before long, covered in flower petals, the originally dark Coal Ball transformed into a colorful sight, making Suyu chuckle lightly, her chest rising and falling gently. She had walked for so long and wondered how the sect was. Would that girl in the green dress be slacking off? With her character, she definitely would. Even though she often slacked off in the sect, when it came to serious cultivation, she truly worked hard, knowing when to play and when to be serious. Thinking this, Suyu quickened her steps. She recalled what Jing Xian had told her, that his home was in Tianhai Yuanzhou, a prosperous place where everyone wore a smile. Yufeng Mountain was the big mountain he used to chop firewood when he was young, filled with animals, and the village he grew up in was nearby, but those childhood memories were ruined by demonic cultivators. He didn't want to go too far from home, as he would miss it, so he stayed to cultivate in Yufeng Mountain, making it his home. Standing at the mountain's peak, he could see the ruins of the village, as if his childhood friends were still waving at him. Later, she heard his heart and vanished without a trace. She waited for him in the sect for a long time, but never saw him there. Eventually, she learned about his news, but it was bad news. He had lost all his cultivation. She couldn't wait any longer. Even if she had to traverse the ends of the earth, she would find him. "Coal Ball, hurry up, or I'll leave you behind." Suyu walked ahead, gently calling out to the coal ball. Upon hearing that it might be left behind, even the flowers by the roadside seemed less fragrant to the coal ball, which followed Suyu with a hum. You little coal ball, you know to follow along now. The coal ball closely trailed her footsteps, fearing being left behind, and on the way, it encountered butterflies but didn't chase after them. Honestly following along. One person and one dog walked like this from the fields to the jungle, from the jungle to the wasteland, starting in the morning and walking for a while. There was still quite a distance to Yinzhou City. Yinzhou City was slightly less impressive than Chang'an City, but it was also bustling and prosperous with food, drink, and entertainment all available. Furthermore, Yinzhou City was not far from Yufeng Mountain. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but quicken his pace, while Coal Ball behind was struggling to keep up. As they walked, it reached noon, and there was not a trace of fatigue on Suyu's face. Rather, it was Coal Ball that was panting heavily. No matter how lively it was, it couldn't withstand such a long trek, but luckily, Suyu paused at an inn. You little buddy, are you tired? Suyu called the waiter, poured a cup of water, squatted down, and pushed it in front of Coal Ball, who hadn't had water for several hours, lowering its head to drink eagerly. Glug, glug, glug. The waiter bent down and said softly, Guest, may I ask what you would like to eat? Suyu had already reached a state of perfection and didn't need to eat 3 meals a day. But Jing Xian loved to eat delicious food. If she could get her hands on some delicacies, she could learn to make it herself instead of eating what others had cooked. Please introduce your restaurant specialties. Upon hearing this, the waiter stood up and began to introduce. Our place produces milk, which is sweet and fragrant. And we have a type of white and cloudy wheat. I wonder if the guest would like it. Suyu tossed a spiritual stone, startling the waiter so much that he almost lost his balance. It turned out to be a wealthy customer. Bring what you just mentioned and serve it up. Aye. All right. 1 serving of premium milk. 1 serving of white and cloudy wheat. Soon, the premium milk and white and cloudy wheat were served at the table. Before the milk even reached his mouth, he smelled the rich fragrance, while the wheat was pan-fried to golden brown with milk and flour. Sprinkled with sesame, paired with the milk, and soaked in creamy goodness, it was indescribably wonderful, having both the milk's sweetness and the wheat's rich aroma. Suyu tore off a small piece, dipped it in the milk, and tasted it. It was worth the wait for the waiter's enthusiastic promotion. Not bad. Seeing Suyu satisfied, the waiter's worried heart was also set at ease. He was afraid that Suyu might not like it, as that would mean he couldn't make money. I'm glad the guest likes it. Please enjoy your meal. I won't disturb you. Just call me if you need anything. The waiter turned back to the counter, and Suyu tore off a piece, placing it in a Coal Ball's bowl. Coal Ball sniffed to ensure it was safe, then gulped it down eagerly. After lunch, Suyu called the waiter and asked him to pack several portions of milk and white and cloudy wheat. That's fine, but how will you carry it, guest? Those things add up to quite a lot. Suyu told him not to ask so many questions and just prepare it. After a while, the packed milk and white and cloudy wheat were placed on the table. While the waiter was back at the counter, Suyu waved his hand and put everything into his storage space. Waiter, I left the money for you. Then he put down the spiritual stone and walked out of the shop with Coal Ball. The waiter hurried over, holding the spiritual stone, feeling it was a bit hot in his hands, as it was his first time receiving a spiritual stone. Before he could even dream about it, the shopkeeper snatched it away and generously gave him a little cut. The two of them were full and resumed their journey. After a rest, Coal Ball was full of energy and began to run joyfully again. Looking towards the distant peaks, once they crossed that mountain, they would arrive at the gate of Tianhai Yinzhou City. Chapter 35. Entering the city and meeting Little Seven. Woof, woof, woof. Coal Ball barked excitedly. After a day of travel, they finally reached the gate of Yinzhou City, where a grand gate was guarded by dozens of soldiers. The centurion at the forefront had an upright face and a serious expression, carefully checking each person entering and leaving the city. What is your name? My name is Ergo. I went out to the mountains to collect herbs this morning. The sun is almost down, so I came back early. The honest young man named Ergo handed over his bundle. The guards opened it to find it was indeed filled with common herbs. Thank you for your cooperation. You may go. Thank you for your trouble. Ergo packed his bag and bent over as he entered the city, witnessing the scene of inspection. Suyu had only a Coal Ball beside her, holding an oiled paper umbrella, following the crowd in a long line. It was getting late. The fiery red sun hung at the horizon, like a woman in love, revealing half of her blushing face. As the sky darkened, more and more people returned to the city. The long line had at least dozens of people, all of whom had gone to the mountains to gather herbs or chop wood. Suyu stood in line, and beside her, a woman with a royal demeanor, her face veiled in light fabric, curiously asked, Sister, is this your first time here? At this moment, Suyu had changed her appearance to be ordinary, but her unique aura was truly hard to ignore. Seeing someone speak to her, Suyu turned her face. Yes, this is indeed my first time going this far. First time? Then you must be a lady from a noble family. Here, to enjoy Yunzhou City. Yes, I'm also here to find someone. This piqued her curiosity. She mischievously rolled her eyes and said, Yunzhou City has so many delicious things and fun activities, but you are unfamiliar here. Do you need a tour guide? I can play that role. Hearing this, Suyu chuckled lightly. She was quite familiar already, but it was perfect since she was thinking of finding a local to ask about Yunzhou City. Unexpectedly, while waiting in line, she found just what she needed. Sound great. Hee hee, sister, is this little coal ball at your feet yours? The woman squatted down and poked the chubby coal ball. The coal ball was not shy. The little dog rubbed its head against her hand, quite spirited. Yes, I found it on the way. It looked lonely, so I took it with me. Sister, you are beautiful and kind. I also really like little dogs, but my big yellow dog doesn't like me. While the two chatted, the line shortened significantly, and soon it was Suyu's turn. The city guard stopped her, as usual. The citizens of Yunzhou City were mostly familiar to the guards, but Suyu's attire was either noble or rich. Dressed in red, dignified and elegant, she placed her oiled paper umbrella aside. The guards had never seen her and were taken in by her faint fragrance. You look like you're new here. For the safety of the citizens in the city, please allow us to carry out an inspection. Suyu nodded in agreement, and the guard continued. Please be so kind as to remove your veil. But rest assured, I mean no harm. This is for safety. Suyu understood. Yunzhou City was prosperous, so it was natural to be cautious of criminals. Her delicate hand gently removed the veil. A gust of wind blew, and her 3,000 locks of hair danced in the wind. Her skin as white as duck feathers, her face ordinary. But those enchanting eyes made one lose their soul. The city guard was dazed until Suyu spoke. Is it all right? The guard finally snapped back to reality, scratching his head beneath his helmet, looking quite foolish. All right, you may enter the city now. I'm sorry. No problem. Thank you. Suyu felt no discomfort. The guard's eyes were friendly and not filled with ill intentions, simply astonished. Suyu put her veil back on, and the coal ball followed behind her, each entering the city ahead. The guards watched her leave, and a nearby soldier teased. What's wrong? Do you like her? Oh, don't say that. He didn't know why. She was clearly ordinary, yet those eyes seemed to speak, capturing his attention. It is said that eyes are the windows to the soul, deep as the night sky holding warmth. After Suyu passed through the city gate, she stood aside. After a while, the earlier girl jogged to her front. Don't worry, I won't go back on my promise. The girl chuckled, thinking Suyu was going to leave, revealing two cute tiger teeth. My name is Xiao Qi. I'm very happy to be your tour guide. My name is Suyu. Let's have fun together. What about this chubby coal ball? Xiao Qi squatted down and poked the coal ball with her finger. It's called coal ball. It seems to really like you. The coal ball sniffed her finger with its little nose, its tail wagging happily. Really? Can I have a hug? She really liked furry, chubby little animals, especially when they were held in her arms. That warm and soft feeling was so comforting. Of course, as long as you don't mind. I definitely won't mind. Little Coal Ball's sister is giving you a hug. Xiao Qi spread her arms wide, and Coal Ball seemed to understand, burrowing into her embrace, making cute little noises that filled Xiao Qi with affection. So you also noticed the basket on her back, filled with herbs and still carrying some dirt, which suggested they had just been picked. Come on, Xiao Qi, I know everything about Yunzhou City. Once they entered the city, the bustling charm was captivating. The streets were lined with a dazzling array of goods waiting to be chosen, and the waiters in the taverns were busy, sweating, but always smiling. Everything could be found on the street, from a middle-aged man shouting about ginseng to a kind-looking old lady selling fresh vegetables. There were candy hawkers everywhere, and a few children were chasing each other with freshly made candy paintings in their hands, filled with joy. They didn't even know what they were chasing, but they were so happy. At such a carefree age, it's easy to feel satisfied. Xiao Qi held Coal Ball, introducing all of Yunzhou City to Suyu along the way. In Yunzhou City, we have to eat at Yunshang Tower. The chefs there really have incredible skills, and the meals smell great for miles. Yunzhou City is full of antiques. Look, even the stalls on the streets are selling them. However, I feel like most of them are fake. After saying this, she glanced around secretly, afraid of being heard by the stall owners. Seeing no one paying attention, she straightened her back slowly. Oh, by the way, lately lots of people have come to Yunzhou City. Something about some kind of commerce association, but nobody really knows much. However, Xiao Qi here is knowledgeable and knows a lot. Now, in Yunzhou City, many shops that I've never seen before seem to have that commerce association shadow. Yunzhou City was vast, filled with singing and dancing. The lively atmosphere was not much different from Chang'an City. Suyu followed Xiaoqi's footsteps to a stall to rest. Old Wang's wonton shop. It's really delicious. It seemed that Xiaoqi was quite familiar with the stall owner. When they arrived, she tidied up the bowls and chopsticks that had been left behind, then jumped up and tapped the owner's shoulder. Hey, Uncle Wang, 2 bowls of wontons, please. Ah, you scare me. Xiaoqi, you're getting more and more mischievous. 2 bowls, right? Sit tight, they'll be ready soon. Uncle Wang was clearly startled, but when he saw it was Xiaoqi, his initial anger vanished instantly, replaced by a smile. Back at the table, Xiaoqi hugged Coalball again, showing that she really adored the plump little creature. Are you friends with the owner? Of course. I, Xiaoqi, have friends everywhere in Yinzhou City. Lively, cheerful, quirky, and always ready to help. It's no wonder she has so many friends. Who wouldn't want a friend like her? Soon, Uncle Wang brought 2 bowls of wontons over, placing them on the table and looking at Suyu. Are you Xiaoqi's friend? This kid Xiaoqi is really nice. You two should get along well. Uncle Wang, you're too chatty. You little girl. All right, I won't disturb you. How's your mom doing with her recovery? Mentioning her mom, Xiaoqi's face dimmed a bit, but it quickly turned into a smile. Much better, Uncle Wang, don't worry. That's great. When you go back, I'll give you some wontons to take home. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Wait. No, Uncle Wang, you're so nice to me. You can't be wanting me to be your daughter-in-law. Haha, if that's the case, it wouldn't be impossible, huh? No way, no way. Who am I, Xiaoqi? I won't get married. All right, stop joking around. Eat something before it gets cold. Watching their conversation, Suyu was lost in thought, feeling a bit envious. There was a time when she and Jing Xian were just like this, talking about everything, spending a whole day just sitting together. Although Jing Xian sometimes made her angry, she didn't mind. Instead, she was very happy, reminiscing about the little things with Jing Xian. She felt a little uncomfortable. Xiaoqi noticed her mood and stopped petting the dog, giving the coal ball a little freedom. Sister Sue, what's wrong? Suyu snapped back to her senses and chuckled softly. It's nothing, just thinking about some past events. Past events? I heard you came to find someone. Could it be that you've been dumped by a jerk? Dumped by a jerk? No, she was the one who pushed him away, broke his heart, and that's why she couldn't go see him. No, maybe he already. What should she do then, if that were the case? No, it's my fault. He didn't do anything wrong. Xiaoqi was completely confused. She took a bite of hot dumplings. Could it be that a rich girl was forced into marriage by her family? But she already had someone she loved, yet couldn't resist her family. After the one she loved left, she only then woke up? Isn't this too dramatic? But the courage to oppose both love and family. Xiaoqi was a little impressed. After finishing her dumplings, Xiaoqi picked up the coal ball again. The poor coal ball seemed to have turned into a toy. Coal ball. This is truly a suffocating feeling, like a snake coiling around me. I'm afraid I'm done for. Hey, child, didn't I tell you to take some for your mother? Uncle Wang saw her stand up to pay and hurriedly stopped her, handing her a full serving of dumplings. Take it, or next time I won't let you eat my dumplings. Xiaoqi smiled as she accepted it, but before leaving, she took 3 bowls of dumplings money and placed it at the bottom of the bowl, then put on her backpack. Uncle Wang is just like that, too warm-hearted. By now, the sky had fully darkened, and lanterns had been hung on the streets and alleys. The city was full of lights decorating the buildings. The night in the city was like a dazzling sky, full of stars. The lights were brilliant, leaving people in awe. The bustling street under the lights was filled with the busy sounds of people coming and going, presenting a scene of immense prosperity. On both sides of the street, there were countless shops with pedestrians coming and going. Only then did she truly realize what the so-called Chang'an, the city that never sleeps, really looked like. Sister Sue, how about waiting for me here? I'll quickly go back and deliver the dumplings to my mother. Suyu softly spoke. I can go with you and meet your mother. Hearing this, Xiaoqi felt she couldn't refuse. Suyu could sense that Xiaoqi had something she couldn't speak of. Maybe she could help. Jing Xian was also very eager to help others. If it were him, he would definitely help. After all, he was just that kind-hearted with no wariness towards people, which is why he got hurt so badly. The more she helped someone, the less guilt she would feel inside. Partly because of Jing Xian, partly because she liked this quirky little Xiaoqi, just like Qing Yi, lively and cheerful. Chapter 36. Xiaoqi's Weak Mother. They passed several streets, walked through 2 small alleys, and arrived at a relatively old courtyard, with the sound of coughing coming from inside, even before they entered. Who would have thought that in the prosperous Yinzhou city, there would be such a place? Sister Sue, please don't mind. Our house is a bit old. Xiaoqi's face showed some embarrassment. She really didn't want Su Yu to see this scene, with moss-covered stone steps and ivy climbing the walls. The old wooden door creaked as it opened, with a sound that was somewhat ear-piercing, but Xiao-Qi had been hearing it for more than 18 years. Entering the courtyard, a few chickens and ducks scattered about. Xiao-Qi used the money she earned selling herbal medicine to buy them for her mother's health. There was also a tree in the yard, beneath which lay the pain buried deep in her heart. The low house seemed to press down on Xiao-Qi's life force, making her unable to escape from this scene forever. Mother, Xiao-Qi is back. Xiao-Qi carried the dumplings and, with Suyu, pushed open the door. On the bed to the right, a woman sat, weaving embroidery. She turned around upon hearing the voice. Xiao-Qi, you're back. How was the medicine gathering today? The gathering of medicine went smoothly today. I haven't encountered wolves or tigers, but I gathered a pile of herbs. Tomorrow, I'll sell them, and then we'll have money. Xiao-Qi set down the backpack and placed the packed wontons on the old wooden table, helping her mother out of bed and into a wooden chair. Cough, cough, cough. Mother, these embroidery patterns are almost finished. Let's take them to sell tomorrow, too. Xiao-Qi helped her mother settle in her seat, then smiled as she introduced Suyu. Mother, this is my friend who especially came to meet you. Her aunt looked up and finally saw Suyu, quickly saying, Oh dear, my old eyes aren't what they used to be. I didn't see you just now. I'm sorry. As she spoke, she tried to get up, and the closer she got, the more Suyu noticed the wound on her aunt's hand from pricking herself while embroidering, likely due to her health issues. It's fine, you can stay seated. Young lady, how do you know my Xiao-Qi? She hasn't caused you any trouble, has she? No, not at all. I actually want to thank Xiao-Qi for helping me. Upon hearing this, the woman smiled. Although her daughter was lively and energetic, she sometimes got into mischief, which worried her a lot. Hee, it's just a small matter. Mother, please eat. I'll go prepare the medicine. The woman nodded slightly, returned to her wooden chair, and picked up her chopsticks to start eating. Though her movements were slow, and her expression showed difficulty, her hands trembled unconsciously. Suyu followed Xiao-Qi out of the bedroom, picking up the blackened clay pot and walking to the courtyard, setting it over the firewood to start the fire and add wood. Sorry, Sister Su, as soon as I got home, I started working. Hearing this, Suyu felt a pang of sympathy. She was only about 20, yet so skilled at chopping firewood and preparing medicine. It seemed her mother had been sick for a long time, and Xiao-Qi had taken on the household responsibilities early to care for her family. But where was her father? Xiao-Qi, where is your father? He ran away after losing the family's fortune. She said this with a calmness that suggested she had long since grown numb to it. Suyu realized she had asked a question she shouldn't have, unsure of what to say next. It's okay, Sister Su. I've grown used to it. Are you the only child in your family? No, I have 2 older brothers, but both died on the battlefield after joining the army. Another silence fell, and if Jing Xian were here, he would surely be tapping her head saying, Look at you. You've just killed the conversation. Sitting in front of the clay pot, Xiao-Qi stared blankly at the burning firewood, the crackling sounds warming her heart as she hugged her knees with a distant gaze. Sister Su, can you listen to me complain? Go ahead, I'm listening. Okay. When she was little, the family was relatively well off, having some money, and she and her 2 brothers lived carefree lives, but they had an alcoholic father. Usually, after drinking, he would just sleep. If it were only this, things wouldn't have turned out this dire. Her reckless father got into gambling, losing almost every attempt, draining their family's wealth. Her mother argued with him, but he remained stubborn. He claimed that if she nagged any longer, he would divorce her. In the following days, her mother had to rely on embroidery to make ends meet. Her 2 brothers would also go out to do odd jobs. Although life wasn't easy, she was already content. But that reckless father, unwilling to learn his lesson, stole the last bit of money from the house and ran off to the gambling table, hoping to turn his luck but lost everything instead. After losing it all, he fled and never returned. Her mother only gave a bitter smile upon hearing this, borrowing some money from neighbors just to get by. Fortunately, once her brothers became of age, they joined the army. However, fate played its trick, and a month or 2 later, devastating news arrived. A war broke out at the front lines, and both were sent there, returning none alive. When her mother found out, she was struck blind, fainting due to long-term malnutrition. When she woke up, she saw Xiao-Qi, who had cried until she looked like a little cat, and bravely held back her own tears to comfort her daughter. On that day, her mother buried the 2 brothers' remains under a tree in the small courtyard, remembering how they had promised to protect her for a lifetime. Perhaps this was also fulfilling their wish, accompanying Xiao-Qi as she grew up. Her brother was tall, holding up the family sky, but he was also very small and small enough to fit in a jar. I thought the misfortune had ended, but after a year, my mother suddenly fell down while feeding the chickens in the yard. Since then, she has been suffering from a strange illness. Even when a doctor was called, they couldn't find the cause and could only prescribe some nutritional medicines. During that time, Her whole world was dark, but fortunately, the neighbors helped her, and she barely managed to get through to today. Even though life was hard, my mother still gave me pocket money, so I could buy my favorite food. In her life, she owed too much. Saying this, Xiao Qi spoke with a choked voice. Why am I so unlucky? We clearly did nothing wrong. Why is the heavens so unfair to me? I'm so tired. I just want to be carefree. I just want a complete family. Hearing this, Suyu held her in her arms, comforting her like a caring sister. It's okay. You've gotten through so many years. Life will get better. Look, the coal ball is cheering you on too. Stop crying. The coal ball at her feet rubbed its small head against her thigh. Its sparkling black eyes seemed to say, Don't cry. I want you to hold me and tickle my belly. Xiao Qi smiled through her tears. The emotions that had built up for so long finally burst out, and she felt a bit better. Don't tell my mother. I don't want her to know. I won't. Are you feeling better now? I feel much better after crying. She didn't dare to cry in front of her mother. She couldn't help and would only worry herself sleepless. After boiling the medicine, Xiao Qi poured a bowl and walked into the bedroom, placing it in front of her mother. Mother, wait for it to cool before drinking, otherwise it will burn your mouth. Okay, mother knows. But after taking the medicine, don't walk around. With your current condition, you can't be wandering around. Then Xiao Qi took Suyu out, and before leaving the bedroom, Suyu lightly touched her fingertip, sending a wisp of spiritual energy that slowly floated into her aunt's body. Sister Su, let's go. There are still many places I haven't introduced to you. I'm okay, but take it slow, don't fall. In Yinzhou City, there's a food street filled with delicacies everywhere, dazzling and fragrant for miles. Whenever Xiao Qi had extra money, she would buy some to take home for her mother. Sister Su, look how lively it is here. Xiao Qi was no longer gloomy at home, but became vibrant, introducing local snacks one by one to Suyu, who was new to the place. This puff pastry is so delicious, crispy and flaky, leaving a lingering fragrance in your mouth. As night deepened, the two arrived at a riverside, where lotus flower lanterns floated on the water and glowing fireflies danced in the air. Xiao Qi, do you know Jing Xian? Xiao Qi took a bite of the puff pastry and replied, Who doesn't know Jing Xian? He is the pride of our Tianhai. It's just a pity. Why are you asking about him, Sister Su? Just consider it curiosity. Xiao Qi understood without saying, some things are better left unsaid. I've heard the adults talk about Jing Xian before. He wholeheartedly cared for the world, but was stabbed in the back, disappointed with people, and vanished without a trace. But I've heard he once appeared in Chang'an. Do you know about Yufeng Mountain? I know, it's not far from here, and the Fengxian sword stayed there for a while. It is said it also went to Chang'an. About Yufeng Mountain, I've heard people at the foot of the mountain say someone seems to live at the top, but they also went through a massacre, and not many dare to go there. Xiao Qi swallowed the puff pastry and looked at the pensive Suyu. Could it be that Sister Su wanted to go? Do you think it could be Jing Xian? After all, I've heard adults say it used to be his place for cultivation, living on the mountaintop before he was betrayed. After she said this, Suyu also felt it. If someone lived there, it must be Jing Xian. As for that Fengxian, it should be the so-called #1 sword in the world. Thank you for the information. Even though she wanted to rush to Yufeng Mountain right away, she felt a little scared. If Jing Xian really was there, how would she meet him? Would he refuse to see her? Her morbid love within her heart told her, Who cares if he wants to see you? He's just a mortal now. Bring him back. As long as I can have him. Who cares if I'm hated? But guilt was stopping her. The harm she had caused Jing Xian was already deep enough. If she continued this way, she would probably be hated even more, and she didn't want to be hated. So, she grew troubled and asked the little QI next to her, What would you say if you hurt your loved one's heart because of something uncontrollable? You want to make amends, but he doesn't forgive you. He is powerless. Would you choose to forcibly take him away or do something else? Little QI raised her head, chewed on a pastry, and after thinking for a moment, she had her answer. If you forcibly take him away, won't the misunderstanding deepen? But if not that way, what should I do? Since you want to be forgiven, then you must find ways to make amends without being hated by him, cater to his likes. Her thinking was that of a normal person, but Su Yu's was not. Her love for Jing Xian had already changed, more violent and harder to control her thoughts. In the end, she thought for a long time, with two little people arguing in her mind. Su Yu shook her head. That won't work. I can't hurt her anymore. I've already let him down a lot. I can't go wrong again. I don't want to do that. She could only hope that Jing Xian would obediently follow her, instead of refusing. If so, she might truly be unable to control herself. If you don't want to love me in the final moments, then I will make you a puppet, forever by my side. No. If that's the case, it will make Jing Xian even more painful. But if I don't do it, then let's leave it at that for today. It's getting late. Let's go back to rest. Okay, if Sister Sue has any matters, just find me. Xiao Qi of Yinzhou City, always at your service. The two parted ways. Little Qi cheerfully went home, while Suyu found a guest house to stay in. She sat on the bed, feeling uncertain about whether Jing Xian would obediently return with her. Can it be based purely on the fact that he once loved her deeply? All night, she tossed and turned, not knowing what to do, only able to take one step at a time. She was prepared for the worst outcome. Chapter 37. Mother Chi's Recovery? The crescent moon hung low, and the stray animals in the small streets peeked out, sniffing the ground in search of food. A fat orange cat emerged from a narrow alley, and one by one, many wild cats appeared on the street, all plump and fluffy. Oh, little orange, today I finally caught up with you. Little Qi saw the orange cat. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she approached the orange cat, bending down to rub its chubby face. Meow. The orange cat rubbed against little Qi's hand. Its fluffy fur felt very nice, and it was clean, with no bad odor. After feeding the fat orange cat a few bites, little Qi clapped her hands. She still needed to hurry home. Her mother was home alone, and she felt uneasy. Goodbye. Waving her hand to bid farewell to the fat orange cat, little Qi left, feeling very lucky to have met Suyu today and made a new friend. In the night, there were still carriage drivers hustling through the streets, working hard for a better life. When she reached her home courtyard, before even stepping in, she saw her mother weeding in the garden, moving swiftly, no longer the pale and haggard figure from before. Her mother squatted under a tree, pulling weeds, her movements agile, unlike a sick person. But how could a mother who had been plagued by illness now act like a normal person? Mother. She felt a little scared, afraid this was just a fleeting moment of hope, and she hurried over to her mother's side, supporting her anxiously. Mother, how come you are out? Hearing this, her mother turned around and, seeing her worried expression, reassured her. Mother is better now. It's easy to stand up. I feel so light. Don't worry, dear, mother is fine. In her memory, her mother had never been so lively. Before, she even needed support to take 2 steps, let alone standing for a long time. Mother, wait. I'm going to call the doctor. Afraid of losing her mother again, Xiao Qi ran quickly, jogging all the way to the doctor's house in the city, knocking anxiously on the door. The doctor, who had just fallen asleep, was awakened by the knocking, grumbling as he got out of bed and walked to the door. Who is it? Knocking at the door in the middle of the night. Don't you know I need to sleep? Uncle Lee, my mother's up. She's pulling weeds in the yard like a normal person. Is this a revival? Xiao Qi panted heavily, her face flushed. Hearing this, the doctor was also startled. How could this be? Xiao Qi, did you see wrong? The doctor first thought she was mistaken. Based on what he saw, her sickly appearance couldn't handle physical work at all. I didn't see wrong. Everything I said is true. Xiao Qi's expression was firm. The doctor's eyes changed. Could it be that a miracle really happened? Wait a moment. I'll get my medicine box. It'll be quick. The doctor returned to the house. His wife was sitting on the bed complaining, her expression not looking good. Who is so rude at this late hour? The doctor put on his glasses and dressed, replying, It's that kid, Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi? What happened to her mother? Hearing it was Xiao Qi, her expression softened. It really is her mother, but Xiao Qi said her mother is acting like everything is fine and doing physical work at home. The doctor dressed and left the house under his wife's watchful gaze, following Xiao Qi, jogging all the way. On the way, Xiao Qi ran so fast that she left the doctor behind, tears welling in her eyes. The faster she ran, the more panic she felt inside. She had already lost so much. If she lost her mother again, she didn't know if she could bear it. When misfortune surrounds you, all unexpected situations will feel like bad luck, rather than seeing the light of good fortune. Poor doctor. At his age, he still ran 2 miles. Haha, Xiao Qi, haha, slow down a bit. Although the doctor also wanted to run faster, carrying so many things was genuinely difficult for him, gasping as if he would cough up a lung. Mother! Xiao Qi pushed open the wooden gate of the yard. Her mother was not there, and not seeing her mother made her anxious. She rushed into the house. With a bang, she pushed open the door, and her mother was sitting at the stove, embroidering. Seeing Xiao Qi panting, she set down her needlework. Oh dear! What happened that you're sweating all over? Her mother, feeling heartbroken, wiped Xiao Qi's forehead with her sleeve. At this moment, the doctor also arrived. Seeing her healthy-looking face, his expression became serious. Quick, sit down. I'll check your pulse first. In this situation, the worst result would be a temporary revival. The body has reached its limit, but the owner of the body feels nothing. They might think they are cured, but in fact, it's just a fleeting moment, and soon they would be gone. Seeing the doctor arrive, her mother cast a reproachful glance at Xiao Qi. Why are you bothering Dr. Li at such a late hour? Dr. Li said little, guiding her to sit down, rolling up her sleeve to check her pulse. Upon checking, he was taken aback. Her pulse was normal, and her expression showed no discomfort. Strange. How is your pulse normal? It was definitely not good before. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi quickly asked, Then will my mother be okay? Is it just a fleeting moment? Xiao Qi, I can understand your feelings, but I can't be sure. Your mother's pulse is very normal, and her complexion has improved a lot. So, does that mean my mother is fine? After a series of examinations and inquiries, the doctor's expression suddenly brightened. Your mother has recovered, but I don't know the reason. Maybe heaven opened its eyes. After hearing the doctor's reply, tears in Xiao Qi's eyes flowed out uncontrollably like a burst dam. Mother, you scared me to death. I thought woo-woo-woo. Throwing herself into her mother's arms, she cried like a child. Oh no, she was indeed just a child. It was only her long-time strength that made people forget she was only 20 years old. Silly child, mother is fine. Her mother patted her head. It had been a long time since they had a proper embrace. The doctor saw this beautiful scene and smiled happily. He had always cared for Mother Qi's health, and now that she was well, he was also happy. After a while, Xiao Qi let go of her mother, wiped her tears, and felt embarrassed for disturbing the doctor's rest. Uncle Li, I'm sorry. Dr. Li waved his hand and said, No need to apologize. I'm just glad to see Xiao Qi has this heart. Xiao Qi scratched her head, and Dr. Li, just to be safe, prescribed some more medicine for her mother's recovery. Remember to come to the pharmacy tomorrow to get the medicine, okay? Dr. Li said as he carried his wooden medicine box and stepped out. After the doctor left, Xiao Qi still felt like it was a dream. Her mother suddenly got better, and she made a new friend. Today was the luckiest day of her life. Mother, stop standing. You just recovered. You need to rest more. Xiao Qi pulled her mother back to the bedroom. Although her mother insisted she didn't need to rest, Xiao Qi stubbornly kept talking until she convinced her mother. All right, mother will rest. Is that okay? When Dr. Li returned home, his wife asked anxiously, How is Xiao Qi's mother? She has recovered. Recovered? Is it true? You are not lying to me, are you? Dr. Li shook his head as he set down the medicine box. It's true. Her pulse is normal, and her complexion is good. Xiao Qi is very happy. Really? That's a great relief. That night, Xiao Qi went out alone with some offerings to the city temple. The little monk on night watch noticed someone coming, perked up, and relaxed when he saw it was Xiao Qi. Sister Xiao Qi, why are you at the temple so late? Facing the little monk's question, Xiao Qi beamed with joy and said, I came to burn incense for the ancestor. Is there some good news? Is Annie feeling better? If I told you, would it still be a surprise? Then you have to give me some nice food. Hearing this, the little monk took out an apple from his pocket, the one he saved from dinner to eat when he got hungry, and handed it to Xiao Qi. Oh, I was just joking. I'm going to burn incense for the ancestor first. Oh, then take the apple with you. It's really sweet. No need you keep it. Full of joy, Xiao Qi ran all the way to the merit hall, looked up at the statue of the ancestor, and performed the highest Taoist ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 bowings. After inserting the incense, Xiao Qi left the merit hall and ran into the little monk again on her way back. Curiously, he stared with wide eyes, as if he wouldn't be able to sleep if she didn't tell him. All right, I'll tell you, okay? Xiao Qi finally gave in to the little monk's persistence. The little monk's eyes sparkled, as gossip had become his favorite pastime during the boring days. Actually, my mother has recovered, but since I couldn't find out the reason, I came to burn incense. Having solved his confusion, the little monk didn't press further and gave Xiao Qi some fruit before she left. Here, these are what I've saved up. Take them back for Annie to eat. With a small bag full, Xiao Qi intended to refuse, but the little monk said, You've often brought me food. If you don't take this fruit, I won't be your friend anymore. Xiao Qi had no choice but to accept it, and after thanking him, she returned home with a bag of fruit. After all the back and forth, she was also tired. Once home, she set down the bag of fruit and dusted herself off. Pushing open the bedroom door, she hugged her mother, who was embroidered with flowers, and said playfully, Tonight, I want my mother to hold me to sleep. Okay, mother agrees. You're the best mother. After finishing the embroidery, Xiao Qi blew out the oil lamp and snuggled into bed, holding her mother just like when she was little, resting her shoulder against her. This sleep was very peaceful. Her mother tucked her in and, just like when she was a child, gently patted her shoulder, making it feel like they were back in the past during happy and blissful times. At night, a gentle breeze swept through, stirring the willow trees in the yard. The breeze felt like a relative, softly caressing Xiao Qi's cheek. In deep sleep, Xiao Qi had a dream. She dreamed of her older brother and second brother. They had not left. She was not alone. She accompanied her mother, and she didn't need to pretend to be strong. Where there are family, there is home. If her brother was there, she would be a carefree child again. Chapter 38. Bored Jing Xian. On the other side, Jing Xian was bored these days, not doing much every day, either teasing the chicken or squatting in the small yard, holding a stick in his hand, drawing various patterns on the ground. After dinner, bored Jing Xian took the opportunity, while Meng Yang was cleaning the bowls, to walk into the small yard. The three-legged bird, still pecking at food, heard the footsteps and forgot to eat, quickly trying to escape. Hee, Kunkin, where are you running to? A mischievous smile appeared on Jing Xian's young face, which didn't fit his age. Kunkin the three-legged bird felt quite helpless. Why can't you find other fun instead of bothering a chicken like me? Jing Xian put down Kunkin, coughed twice, and said, Stand still. I'm going to give a speech. Upon hearing this, the three-legged bird dared not run away, in case he stumbled while being chased. The woman in the kitchen would surely rush out and pluck all the feathers off their three-legged bird clean. You are too despicable, relying on someone behind you. Does Kunkin have no dignity? A group of Kunkin stood in a line in the yard. Jing Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a commander, and said, Ahem, you guys are too lazy. From now on, run 3 laps around the yard. Hurry. Not daring to disobey, Jing Xian nodded in satisfaction. He also accidentally discovered that the poultry in the yard were quite intelligent. Soon, he established a poultry guard team, mainly because he was bored. And among the three-legged birds, Kunkin was running while cursing, Why could that pig eat and sleep all day long? Feed me peanuts. Feed me peanuts. Meng Yang was washing the bowls in the kitchen. Hearing Jing Xian's voice outside, she couldn't help but smile slightly. This little guy still had a bit of authority. Hee, whoever runs slowly, I'll catch it and pluck it clean, eat it all. But if you run fast, there will be rewards, so you all better put in more effort. With a slap followed by a sweet date, Kunkin had no complaints. After being messed with by Jing Xian, this bunch of poultry was panting from exhaustion. At this time, Meng Yang also finished washing the bowls, wiped away the water stains, and walked out of the kitchen. Jing Xian had no idea that he was now aiming at the fat pig in the pen, thinking of going over to make it get up and exercise. Little piggy. Just as he took a step, Jing Xian flew up, his short little legs moving quite fast. When he turned around, he happened to meet Meng Yang's puzzled gaze. What are you doing, little guy? Isn't it too boring? Through the brightly lit corridor, faintly glowing fireflies danced among the flowers, adding a touch of color to the monotonous night. Under the wooden terrace, Meng Yang skillfully brewed a pot of tea. After dinner, she often brought Jing Xian here. It had a clear view where they could see the lights of the village below. Jing Xian leaned his little head against the wooden railing. Meng Yang had also tied his hair into a bun with red ribbons, making him look cute and delightful. His gaze was fixed on the village below. The village was brightly lit, and he could vaguely see silhouettes of people. However, as he kept watching, his expression began to become disappointed. Noticing Jing Xian's low mood, Meng Yang put down her teacup, turned around, and held him in her arms, her voice soft and dreamy. Xianer, what's wrong? Are you feeling bad? Jing Xian didn't speak. Night was a time for emotions to be released. Down there was the village he had lived in as a child, but it had been destroyed by demonic cultivators, the whole village leveled to the ground, with broken walls and ruins. Burned beams, the tragic corpses of fellow villagers, lingered in his mind, unable to be erased. As time passed, the ruined village was gradually submerged by the sands of time and covered with yellow sand. Once again, people have migrated here, and the population has flourished, building homes on the ruins of the original village. Where should he go now? His hometown is gone, and now only Meng Yang accompanies him. Xiano, can you talk to me? Don't ignore me like this. Seeing the loneliness and numbness in his eyes, Meng Yang's heart ached, her gaze revealing her deep concern. Gently, she held him in her arms, wishing they would never be separated. I miss home. The home he spoke of was not here, but that small village, forgotten by time and buried by soil. Meng Yang also felt uneasy, her delicate hands softly patting his back, saying, Missing home. Jing Xian thought he had become indifferent, but every nightfall, his emotions would stir, uncontrollably recalling the past. It was a release for the soul, something that no one could escape. After a while, Meng Yang felt a warm flow on her shoulder, quickly turning Jing Xian around, discovering that his face was already filled with tears. His tender and fair little face, with tears streaming down, looking so pitiful that Meng Yang felt her heart was breaking. Don't cry, Meng Yang is here. He clearly didn't want to cry, but he couldn't control it. He thought he was strong enough, but when memories surged, he became fragile again. Meng Yang wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, feeling heartbroken, especially with Jing Xian's weak and pitiable expression. Don't cry, I'm here. Even if they have abandoned you, I still have you. I will be with you. She was also in a panic, not knowing what to do. After a while, Jing Xian said, I'm sorry. I don't know why I can't control it. The strength shown in front of others was just a disguise. He was also someone lacking softness. It's okay. Everything will get better. At some point, a light rain began to fall, the sound of the rain gently entering their ears. Jing Xian held his teacup and took a small sip. Listening to the rain outside, his heart gradually calmed down. Shinner, what if we go down a mountain to play tomorrow? I've been in Tianhai for so long, and I haven't been to Yinzhou City yet. Mainyang knew that Jing Xian was afraid of being unnecessary, afraid of being a burden, which is why he felt lost and helpless. So, Mainyang took this opportunity to motivate Jing Xian, who was familiar with Yinzhou City. Really? You won't be lying to me, right? Jing Xian's eyes sparkled with longing, his lips moving to question. After all, Mainyang had deceived him many times. Of course, my Xianer has cried like a little cat. How could I bear to lie to you? I didn't cry at all. Jing Xian turned from sadness to joy. Mainyang's promise to go down the mountain was a huge delight. He had almost become moldy from staying on a mountain. Ha! Shinner is so proud, clearly crying like a little cat. The little magical creature, Kuan, in the yard was also filled with joy, as this little troublemaker coming down the mountain meant it, and its siblings wouldn't have to suffer. But there's a condition for going down the mountain. Shinner must agree to me first. Jing Xian had anticipated this, but he was willing to agree to anything that wasn't too outrageous, just to stretch his legs. All right then, you say. Jing Xian crossed his arms, acting completely childlike. My condition is very simple. I want Shinner to promise me that from now on, no matter what happens, you cannot keep it to yourself. You must tell me. I want to be your support, not just someone you bury your feelings with. If you don't tell me, I worry and don't know what's going on. Hearing this, Jing Xian was taken aback, not expecting Mainyang to make such a request. He nodded heavily, saying, Okay, I promise you, from now on I will definitely not hide my feelings. Hee, Shinner is the best. The night wind carried a slight chill, blowing on Jing Xian's face, his tender little face flushing red. The night grew deep, and after a while, the two returned to their bedroom and fell into a dream. The originally noisy courtyard fell silent, with only the sound of a gentle breeze passing through the night. The peach tree in the yard swayed, and the rustling sound it made at night was like a natural lullaby. Chapter 39. Reaching the highest mountain in the world. The warm morning sun filled the streets, and fresh air was inhaled. The hardworking families were already out of bed, pushing carts, calling out to sell their goods. The busy morning market was full of the smell of food, and the entire Yinzhou city was alive with energy. In a certain inn, the sound of the cold briquettes sizzling woke Suyu up. This little one's stomach seemed to get hungry quite quickly. Cold ball, if you eat any more, you'll really turn into a ball. Suyu's fair little foot stepped on its body, and the cold ball, eager to please, flipped over and let her step on its belly. It even stuck out its tongue and happily licked her. The slippery tongue made Suyu laugh lightly. You little one, you're not learning any good habits. Suyu gently kicked the coal ball aside, and it sat there, its little doggy head looking at her with a pitiful, helpless gaze, making Suyu feel a bit reluctant. You little thing, you're really hard to resist. Suyu got dressed and sat at the tea table. She poured herself a cup of milk, which was fresh, fragrant, and sweet, with a long-lasting aftertaste. The coal ball looked at her with eager eyes, so she poured a cup for it too. It drank it quite quickly, and its small black face was all covered in milk. At that moment, the innkeeper knocked on her door and softly asked from outside, Guest, do you need breakfast? So he ordered some meat buns and such. Soon, the innkeeper arrived at her door with breakfast in hand. Guest, I brought your breakfast. Put it outside. I'll go get it. Though the innkeeper was a bit doubtful, he obediently followed her instructions. As someone in this profession, he had to be diligent. He placed the food on the small table outside the door and quickly left. Squeak Suyu pushed open the door, holding the food tray as she walked in and closed the door. The little coal ball saw the food, its eyes shining brightly, its tail wagging excitedly. She threw it a meat bun, and the coal ball grabbed it, lying down to eat it with big bites. This was the first time it had tasted the meat inside the bun. Before, it had only eaten doe skins while wandering the streets, but it was content with just that. Now, following Suyu and getting to eat meat buns, it couldn't be happier. It had already decided that Suyu was its person. On the other side, the sunlight poured through the curtains and filled the room. Jing Xian slowly opened his eyes. This nap had been very comfortable. Looking at the person next to him, Mainyang's delicate face was almost glued to his. Get up quickly. Jing Xian nudged Mainyang, who was still half asleep. After a couple of nudges, she finally opened her eyes. Good morning, Xianer. You promised me. Okay. Don't rush me, I haven't had enough sleep. Seeing her still clinging to him and wanting to stay in bed, Jing Xian protested. No. Get up now. After Jing Xian's persistent persuasion, Ming Yang finally got up. The chickens in the yard had already woken up earlier than him. The three-legged bird pretended to search for small insects in the yard, and when it saw Jing Xian come out, it dared not make a sound. Ahem. However, staying silent didn't mean Jing Xian was blind. He cleared his throat twice, and a group of hens immediately surrounded him, standing in formation. The chickens had developed PTSD. Good. Very good. Full of energy. Jing Xian clapped his hands like a small leader. Poor little hens, always on edge, having to play along with this little demon in his role-playing games. Today, I've gathered you all because I have an important matter to attend to. I'll be heading down the mountain today. You all must watch over the house. Do you hear me? Isn't this making things hard for you, Mr. Hen? It's likely that before they even act, anyone who sees them will be laughing so hard their stomachs would hurt. All right, stop tormenting them. Come and eat breakfast. Ming Yang stood by the door, holding bowls and chopsticks. Jing Xian, at his command, dismissed his bodyguard team and quickly ran to the table. Seafood porridge, meat pies, and a series of mountain delicacies. Ming Yang, holding a small bowl, patted her long legs clad in black stockings, which were cute, bouncy, and full of elasticity. Good boy, I'll feed you some food. Such a good boy, I'll eat more meat, so you can grow taller. Ming Yang scooped another spoonful of seafood porridge and held it to his mouth. Is it delicious? I carefully made this, you know. So delicious, the best flavor in the world. After breakfast, Suyu gathered her mood and took the little coal ball out of the inn. Today, they were going to investigate the top of Yufeng Mountain. Was Jing Xian up there, or was there someone else? If it was someone else, they might know something about Jing Xian. Coal ball, let's go. The little coal ball followed behind her. She didn't plan to call Xiao Qi. She was just an ordinary person. If something unexpected happened, it would be troublesome. Soon, they reached another exit of Yinzhou City. After leaving the city, they walked for a while and arrived at the foot of Yufeng Mountain. Hello, please allow me to check you. The city guard stopped her, and upon hearing this, Suyu lifted her veil. Besides an oiled paper umbrella and the cute little coal ball by her side, she had nothing else. Seeing this, the city guard did not probe further and let Suyu leave. After leaving the city, they hadn't walked long when they came to a field. An elderly man was farming in the fields, and there was a cowherd boy sitting on the back of an old cow, driving it. Suyu walked up to an old woman nearby to ask for directions. Elderly lady, do you know which direction Yufeng Mountain is in? The old woman raised her head and pointed in a direction. Just go straight that way, but I've heard that it's not very safe there. Miss, why are you going there? I'm going to find someone. Thank you. Oh, it's nothing. Be careful on your way. After asking for directions, Suyu quickened her pace, crossing the farmland, and soon arrived at the foot of Yufeng Mountain, where there were also villages around. Before her, Yufeng Mountain stood, towering, majestic, and grand, as if it were the most glorious poem in the world. A few children approached her. Seeing that she didn't look like a villager, they asked, Sister, what are you doing here? You don't look local, are you here to play? Suyu gently nodded. The little girl noticed the coal ball beside her and was filled with curiosity. At this age, everything was new and exciting, especially the coal ball. Fluffy, with a black face and short limbs, looking just like a coal ball, the little girl liked it very much. Sister, this dog is so black and chubby, so cute. Can I touch it? Upon hearing this, Suyu gently nodded and asked, Little friends, can I ask you something? Do you know about Yufeng Mountain? A child in the crowd with a runny nose raised his hand. I know. Yufeng Mountain is the most famous mountain in our Yunzhou city. I heard my mom say that this was once the home of a great sword immortal. Upon hearing this, Suyu's expression changed slightly, and she took out a piece of candy and handed it to him, wanting to know more. Do you know anything else? Oh, my mom also said that Yufeng Mountain is not safe and told us not to get close, saying that a tiger would eat us. But let me tell you, I ran far away to play before, and when I looked back, I found that there was actually smoke on the mountain. I thought there must be someone living up there. I think Mom was just scaring me with the tiger stories. Smoke? That means someone is cooking? If what he said was true, at this moment, Suyu's heart surged with excitement, and she handed another piece of candy. Thank you, but still listen to your parents, okay? Don't run around and play. It's very dangerous. Saying this, in the next moment, Suyu disappeared without a trace. This strange scene shocked the children, their eyes wide open. The little coal ball in the girl's arms also vanished. Mom, I saw a ghost girl. The child who just thought Mom was scaring her, upon seeing Suyu's strange disappearance, cried and ran back to the village, with other children following closely behind. Hiding under a tree, Suyu laughed at this scene. This way, they wouldn't dare to run around, avoiding any tragedy from happening. Coal ball, let's go. Up the mountain, to find your father. Chapter 40. After missing Jing Xian, he burped after eating to his heart's content. Then he repeatedly warned his chicken and duck guard team, "Keep the doors safe for me. If anything goes wrong, I'll pluck your feathers." The group of chickens and ducks nodded continuously. They wanted to live a few more years. Mainyang, after getting dressed, walked out of the house. Her originally long black hair was styled with golden hairpins, and she looked gentle and elegant, with a faint smile on her lips. With vermilion on her lips and a peach blossom print on her sword robe, the silk lining shimmered, making her enchanting black silk shine remarkably. Just standing there was incredibly captivating. A pair of white embroidered shoes matched with the black silk, looking dignified and elegant, flamboyant yet not vulgar. Jing Xian was somewhat stunned. Mainyang poked his little face and smiled. "What's wrong? Is it that I'm too beautiful?" "You look good. Mainyang is beautiful, and everything looks good on you." Jing Xian generously praised her, nodding repeatedly. He was quite skilled at flattering women, but the thoughts of women were indeed hard to grasp. "You have such sweet words." Mainyang stepped forward and gave him a kiss. Jing Xian puzzled. "I'm not a piece of fragrant pastry." Shinner is of course a fragrant pastry. If you say that, others will know you are taken." Jing Xian was confused. Could this be what they called possessiveness? Leaving a mark on the beloved, declaring ownership. All right, let's go. Otherwise, it will be dark by the time we reach Yuzhou." Hearing this, Mainyang rubbed his little face and said, "Did Shinner forget? I'm very fast." After saying this, Mainyang took out her fairy sword and picked up the not-yet-ready Jing Xian, standing on the sword handle. "What are you doing?" He let Shinner experience the feeling of flying on a sword again. As she spoke, the Fengxian sword slowly rose into the air, soon hovering 2 or 3 meters above the ground, scaring Jing Xian to close his eyes and cling tightly to Mainyang's delicate body. "Ha ha ha, is Shinner scared? You weren't afraid at all before." "Of course, I'm just a mortal with more life now. If I fall, I'll be covered in bruises." Mainyang tidied his wind-blown bangs, smiling softly. "Don't worry, I won't let you get a scratch." Jing Xian said nothing, just kept his eyes closed tightly. This feeling of being wrapped in petals gave him a full sense of safety. Who wouldn't like that? Shinna must hold on tight. Aye, I'm holding on tight. Then let's go." In the next second, the Fengxian sword shot out like an arrow from the bow, instantly darting out of the Yufeng mountain, heading towards Yuzhou. Jing Xian, having been downcast for so long, with his youthful body, his state of mind became childlike, screaming from the frightening speed. Mainyang found it amusing. She hadn't experienced flying on a sword in so long. She could still be scared, and from now on, she had another way to threaten Jing Xian. Seeing Jing Xian and Mainyang leave, the chickens and ducks in the yard were extremely lively, full of joy. At this time, Suyu was preparing to climb the mountain when she heard a scream from the sky. But the mountain forest was dense. Looking up, she saw green leaves and could not see clearly, but faintly noticed a figure, still flying on a sword. She wanted to use magic to see clearly, but when she flew out of the jungle, she discovered that the person had already vanished. TSK, just a little bit more. The figure seemed to have come down from the mountain. It was a man's voice, but after so many years, she had forgotten Jing Xuan's voice. "Forget it, let's go up the mountain." Back on the ground, Cold Ball looked left and right, seeing Su Yu's return. Only then did its worried heart finally settle. Just now, it heard a scream. When it turned back, its master was gone, leaving only it, the guarding dog, almost scaring it to death. In that instant, it thought its wandering dog life had just met a wise master, and now it was about to perish. However, with another moment of clarity, its master returned, and Cold Ball's little expression was quite amusing. "Scared you, didn't I? Did you think I didn't want you anymore?" Cold Ball, full of spirit, nodded. It scared him quite a bit. Suyu chuckled lightly and said, "I will never leave anyone behind again. Absolutely not. Let's go, Cold Ball, up the mountain to find your father." "Woof, woof, woof." Cold Ball happily howled, instantly ignited with excitement. "Paw Patrol, charge!" One person each, shouting as they headed towards the mountaintop, as the two walked up the hill. Behind the trees, several pairs of glowing red eyes were watching the two closely. Flying on the sword was fast, and soon, Mainyao stopped a few hundred meters from Yinzhou City. "Haha, that scared me to death. Maybe I shouldn't fly next time." After getting off the sword, Jing Xian was breathing heavily, feeling ashamed of his weak appearance, knowing he used to fly with his eyes closed. Now, even a short distance made his little heart race fast with fear. Mainyao was secretly laughing nearby, and Jing Xian pointed a small finger at her, saying, "You're still laughing? I'm just a little kid." "Oh, I'm sorry." Their noisy voices reached the ears of an old lady walking towards them, though her hearing wasn't very good. As she got closer, She realized the two seemed to be arguing like mother and son. Oh dear, little child, don't argue with your mother. Upon seeing the old lady, Jing Xian's original anger cooled down, and he crossed his arms, huffing and turning his head away. When Mei Niao heard the word mother, she laughed even more joyfully on the side. Right, Xianer, mother just made a little mistake. Seeing this, the old lady thought, which rebellious child is this? She kindly advised, child, you must understand her too. Jing Xian felt helpless. If it weren't for this broken body that always got them mistaken as mother and son, he would have no other choice now but to comply. Okay, I shouldn't argue with mother. It's my fault. Child, you're still very good, obedient, and you must not argue anymore, okay? The old lady took out a package from her pocket, unwrapping layers of it, and pulled out a pig fat candy, handing it to Jing Xian. This old woman has no children, so I like to see little ones. Dear girl, please don't dislike it. The old lady's face was kind, surely a good person. Mei Niao naturally wouldn't dislike her, speaking to her kindly. Of course not, my Xianer is spoiled. Sorry to make you laugh. Oh, little child, that's very normal. Spend more time with him, and he won't act up. The two chatted for a while. During this time, Jing Xian had already torn open the packaging and was enjoying the pig fat candy, which was salty and delicious. It was quite similar to the pig fat candy his mother used to give him during festivals. Well, I'll be going now. Let's chat again sometime. Upon hearing this, Mei Niao nodded. The old lady bent over, slowly walked away, her back looking lonely, making one's heart ache. Through her hunched figure, one could almost see her entire life. Jing Xian, savoring the pig fat candy, suddenly heard Mei Niao's voice behind him. Xianer spit out the candy. Jing Xian blinked, then turned his head away. Seeing this, Mei Niao pulled him in her arms and said, Are you being naughty? Are you not listening to mother? With candy in his mouth, Jing Xian spoke somewhat softly. It's just a piece of candy. Not spitting it out, huh? Oh, what are you doing? I'm just eating a piece of candy. Silly child, it's not that you can't eat, but if you eat too much, do you know it can cause cavities? Cavities? But he hardly ever ate candy, and ultimately he still felt her concern. People could be wicked, but not everyone could be bad, right? The two joked and laughed, arriving at the city gate. Upon seeing the guards at the gate, Mei Niao's eyes twinkled. She suddenly picked Jing Xian up, and in the next moment, they appeared inside the city. Jing Xian puzzledly asked, Don't we just need to line up for a check? No, I don't want to be checked by others. I only want to be checked by Xianer. Oh. Jing Xian felt numb. How could she say such things that wouldn't pass inspection? As they stepped into the city, everything here had changed. The old woman selling wontons by the street is gone, and the vendors he was somewhat familiar with are now nowhere to be seen. People take different paths. Oh, how quickly time flies. Mei Niao held his hand and saw a vendor selling candied hawthorn, buying a skewer and handing it to Jing Xian. Little Jing Xian bit down on a piece of hawthorn. Its sour sweetness opened his little belly, making him feel he could eat more. Come, take a look. Our shop is having a grand opening sale. 20% off on your first purchase. Freshly made, Lee's Big Meat Bun. Thin skin, big filling. The street shops were filled with all kinds of goods, making Jing Xian feel overwhelmed. If Mei Niao hadn't been holding his hand, he probably would have run off somewhere. There's someone selling sugar paintings. Jing Xian ran with Mei Niao and arrived at the stall, seeing the vendor lift his head. The two's extraordinary looks stunned him, and Jing Xian waved his hand in front of him, saying, Boss, what's wrong with you? I was just lost in thought. Are you two here to buy sugar paintings? Jing Xian nodded repeatedly, letting the boss draw a dragon, a vivid sugar painting that he held in his hand, feeling a bit reluctant to eat it. Xianer, it's better to eat less. Oh, I know. I haven't eaten that much. The two strolled around, seeing many new and interesting things, especially Jing Xian, who hadn't stopped talking since entering the city, wanting to try everything. Mei Niao indulged him, wanting to give him the best in the world. Whatever he wanted, she would buy for him. Chapter 41. Mei Niao's Obsessive Love. After walking for a while, Jing Xian began to feel exhausted and sat down to rest at a stall by the small river. The gloom of the past few days eased up a lot. Indeed, one cannot stay in a single environment. However, this sentence took on a different meaning in Mei Niao's ears. So, Xianer feels bored being with me? Hearing this, Jing Xian realized he had stepped on a landmine again and hurriedly waved his hands to explain. No. I didn't say that. Really? I hope you are not lying to me. Of course not. Besides, I feel very happy being with Mei Niao. This was his honest truth. Being alone was nowhere near as happy as having a beautiful companion by his side. Only then did Mei Niao's expression lighten up, and she happily kissed Jing Xian on the cheek. He, Xianer, you can't be lying to me, okay? A liar will have to swallow 1,000 needles. Hearing this made Jing Xian feel a bit uncomfortable, shaking his small head repeatedly and saying, "Don't worry, I won't." Oomph. Shinner once said we would travel across the 9 states and 5 continents together. Jingxian knew he was in the wrong. Before, he had dreams of traveling everywhere, eliminating all evil cultivators. After being heartlessly rejected by Su Yu, he no longer engaged in romantic feelings. But Mainyang was an exception. He used to rely on his cultivation to suppress her thoughts, and they were only a little closer. But ever since that incident, Mainyang had crossed that line with him. "Sorry for leaving you alone for so long." Mainyang couldn't hold back her complaints either. She knew Jingxian left for her own good. Cutting ties with her past and abolishing the contract were all so that she could stand on a higher peak. "Then you can't leave me again in the future, okay?" The kind of lonely life, endless days without Jingshuan's company, was really hard to bear. "Look into my eyes, okay? I don't need to be number one in the world. I just want you, even if you're ordinary now. Maybe, to others, you seem useless, but to me, you are the most precious treasure." Eyes are the windows to the soul. And as Jingxian looked into hers, his eyes held a plea and a desire to please. "Okay, I promise you. A promise breaker will have to swallow 1,000 needles." She didn't understand where Jing Xuan's caution came from, whether it was due to the huge gap or an inability to accept the current situation, or perhaps some other unspeakable secret. But all she wanted was for Jingxian to know that she didn't care. From the beginning to the end, all she cared about was Jingxian himself. Jingxian scooped a spoonful of sweet rice porridge. He brought the bowl of sweet porridge to Mainyang's lips, chuckling softly. "It's very sweet, you know." This was the first time he actively shared chopsticks with Mainyang, and she happily slightly parted her red lips. The unhappiness on her face just moments ago had faded away. The porridge went down, very sweet. It's sweet, but not as sweet as Xian Air's porridge. Jingxian had gotten used to her playful teasing from time to time. After finishing a bowl of sweet porridge, he felt full. "Tonight we won't go back. We'll stay here for a day." "What's wrong with that?" Mainyang's suggestion instantly brightened Jingxian's spirits. Previously, they always had to return the same day after going out. "Really? Of course. When has mother ever lied to you? You have tricked me quite a few times." Mainyang pinched his little face, automatically ignoring his last comment. Jingxian was led by her hand. After paying for the sweet porridge at the stall, the two left the small stand. As they walked, the shouts of vendors rose and fell. A lively market that made Jingxian feel fulfilled. Not like living on a mountain, bored to the point of teasing chickens and ducks, almost falling ill from it. Before long, they arrived in front of Grand Inn. The young attendant at the door saw the two stop. With keen eyes, he approached and said, "Are you looking for a place to stay?" Mainyang gently nodded. The attendant's sharp gaze noted that they were dressed lavishly, and he became more energetic. "Ah, you have indeed come to the right place." Guided by the attendant, they entered the inn. The interior was bright with lights, with new tables and benches, looking like it had just opened. Our inn is said to be the largest in Yunzhou City, and it is certainly better than others. As he said, the inn was spacious, meticulously arranged. Upon seeing them enter, everyone welcomed them in unison. "Welcome, honored guests. Our inn, I won't boast, has plenty of rooms. From a top-tier Tianzi room number 1 to simple rooms, we have it all." Mainyang raised her index finger and said softly, "I want Tianzi room number 1. The attendant nodded repeatedly, thinking, what a wealthy family this is. "Then please follow me. I will take you to Tianzi room number 1. Jingxian looked around the hall with curious eyes as he spotted a plump yellow dog. He wanted to go pet it. But Mainyang pulled his hand, and under the attendant's lead, they arrived at Tianzi room number 1, where 2 maidservants with lovely appearances stood outside and bowed to them. "We meet the honored guests." At that moment, the attendant stepped forward and explained, "Ah, these 2 are the maidservants outside the room. You can ask them for anything." As soon as he finished speaking, Mainyang frowned and said unhappily, "I don't need them." I don't need them. Are you listening?" The attendant appeared slightly embarrassed and hurriedly sent the 2 maidservants away. Only then did Mainyang's frown relax. The 2 maidservants left looking dejected, while Mainyang kept her gaze firmly on Jingxian. Jingxian was scrutinized to the point of breaking into a sweat, not daring to look anywhere else. Mainyang retracted her gaze. It must be her possessiveness acting up again. The attendant, not understanding the situation, took out the key and opened the door to Tianzi room number 1. What greeted their eyes was an octagonal table made of top-notch mahogany, with exquisite tea sets placed upon it. Looking to the side, the open window offered a full view of the scenery of Yunzhou City. Here, by nightfall, you can see the riverside view. It's truly delightful. Further inside, there was a bed spacious enough for 2. And this bed is just enough for you and the young master to sleep on. Hearing this, Mei Nyang was very pleased and immediately paid for the room. The attendant smiled brightly. All right, I won't disturb you anymore. After collecting the silver, the attendant was about to leave as Mei Nyang pulled Jing Xian to sit at the table. After cleaning the tea set, Mei Nyang poured in the tea leaves, thinking the water in the teapot was cold, but it turned out to be hot. This surprised her. After elegantly brewing a pot of tea, she filled a cup. She gently blew on it before bringing it to Jing Xian's lips and said, Xian, have some tea. Jing Xian took the teacup and drank it all in one go. Nice tea, but compared to the top-grade tea that Mei Nyang uses, it's still quite lacking. There is a fat dog like a ball in the hall. Can I touch it? Jing Xian asked softly, while Mei Nyang poured herself a cup of tea and raised her beautiful eyes to look at Jing Xian. That look, without her saying a word, Jing Xian already understood it was hopeless. It's not that you can't, though. Jing Xian held his teacup and poured another cup for himself. Unless Xianer agrees to fulfill a little request of mine. Jing Xian's eyes flickered, thinking for a while. His little head nodded lightly, thinking it probably wasn't anything bad, right? My dear Xianer, the request is from now on, whenever we go out, you must call me mother. As soon as these words were spoken, Jing Xian spat out all the tea in his mouth. Is she addicted to this? This spit caused Mei Nyang to suffer, as most of the tea splashed onto her clothes. The warm tea followed the curve and slowly flowed down to her thigh, soaking her black stockings as well. Cough, cough, cough. I didn't mean to. Jing Xian looked at Mei Nyang helplessly. Mei Nyang, however, remained calm, extending her soft tongue to lick the tea from the corner of her mouth. Sorry, but this isn't my fault. Who told you to make such an unreasonable request? Then Xianer, you have to lick it all clean. What? Aren't you bullying an honest person? You choose. Mei Nyang's posture suggested she wasn't going to back down easily. With no other choice, Jing Xian had to agree to her unreasonable request. Mother, you must forgive Xianer this time, please. Mother, I know you're the best. Jing Xian clung to her smooth, black stocking thigh, twisting his body coquettishly, his voice soft. With such a pouty expression and weak demeanor, calling her mother, how could Mei Nyang resist? She only wanted to tease him in the first place. Then it's settled? Chapter 42. The highest mountain in the world, Yufeng Mountain. Suyu climbed up from the foot of the mountain, but as she walked halfway up, she suddenly noticed something behind her. When she turned to look, there was nothing there. Suyu, with sharp senses, noticed something was wrong. Kohlball also turned around and barked twice, when suddenly a creaking sound echoed. Suyu frowned, took out a sword from her storage space, drew it out, and the sword rang sharply. Roar! Low growls echoed, and several large-eyed white bugs with hanging foreheads slowly emerged from behind the trees and boulders. Suyu chuckled softly, thinking it was something serious, but it turned out to be just a few bugs that had begun to gain intelligence. The few tigers, seeing her disdainful look, bared their sharp teeth, wanting to intimidate her. What? I thought it was something serious, but it's just a few bugs. Seeing her contemptuous gaze, one of the tigers could no longer hold back, and lunged at her with its wide-open, blood-red mouth. Roar! If it were an ordinary person, they might have fainted from fear, but Suyu is the leader of a sect. Her cultivation was naturally not low. She chuckled, grabbed Kohlball by the neck from behind. Kohlball's 4 paws left the ground, and it closed its eyes, trembling hard. Stop it, brother. Suyu's gaze flashed, and she spun her sword, slashing at the lunging bug. With a splatter, blood sprayed everywhere, but Suyu didn't get a single drop on her. If you dirty my clothes, don't blame me for being ruthless. Strangely, even though she was just standing there, it felt like this woman was terrifyingly strong. The remaining bugs began to have second thoughts. How could they still fight? Today, they had finally encountered a living person on the mountain, so they brought their brothers to have a feast. But what happened? They didn't even get a chance to touch her, and the brother was directly decapitated. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Don't worry, it will be over soon. It won't hurt. Her voice was gentle and soft, but to the remaining tigers, it was terrifying beyond words. The screams echoed, and the people at the foot of the mountain quickly ran back to the village. Run! The big bugs are coming down. After a while, Suyu flicked the tiger blood off her sword and put down the trembling Kohlball. Its fearful appearance was quite amusing. After being placed on the ground, Kohlball dared to open its eyes. Woo-woo. What came into view was the corpse of a giant bug. Kohlball blinked its eyes and looked at Suyu. My master is wise and mighty. Just a few giant bugs. How dare they be arrogant? Kohlball excitedly barked, strutting with pride, as if the trembling dog from earlier was not at all. Kohlball, you little rascal, you actually know how to rely on your owner? Kohlball remained silent, just acting like an affectionate dog. After the little episode, Suyu packed all the tiger meat and stuffed it into the storage space. The storage space expands with the increase in cultivation. When reaching the God Transformation realm, one can obtain this method of storing items. In the God Transformation realm, it's only a tiny bit of space. As cultivation rises, the storage space grows larger. By the time Suyu reached this level, even stuffing all the tiger meat in, there was still extra space left. All done. Instead of letting it rot, it's better to pack it up and store it for future use. This tiger meat is a great supplement. When the time comes, it can be sold for silver, as the silver gathered in Yunzhou City had almost run out. Using too many spirit stones might invite unnecessary trouble. Most importantly, some can be saved for Jing Xian to restore his health later. In Yunzhou City, Jing Xian sneezed, then felt a sudden pain in his waist. He looked at Mei Yang, who looked at him in confusion. Have you caught a cold? No. No good. Quickly let mother check you properly. Aya, why are you doing this? No way. Suyu threw a piece of tiger meat in front of Coldball, and the little guy blinked its small black eyes. Woof woof. Can this really be eaten? Little Coldball can really have tiger meat to eat now? Eat up. You need to grow bigger, but you can't be too thin, or you won't be cute anymore. Coldball didn't understand, but when facing this piece of tiger meat, it gnawed and bit fiercely. After chewing it, it gobbled it down. Its teeth were truly impressive, and in no time, it had finished eating. All right, let's go. They continued upward, and along the way, they didn't encounter any wild beasts. Halfway up the mountain, however, there were many. There were many mysteries along the way. Shadowy figures flying, monsters halfway up the mountain, and the words of children about fireworks. Once they reached the mountaintop, the mysteries would be resolved. So, Suyu simply picked up Coldball. Woo woof! In Coldball's bewildered gaze, she leaped up and seemingly disappeared in an instant. The speed was so fast that not even a shadow could be seen, and Coldball was so scared that it folded its four paws tightly. At the top of Yufeng Mountain, the mountaintop was full of life. A small yard, a kitchen, chickens and ducks, as well as a lush vegetable garden. An ancient pavilion, beside which stood a guzheng. She remembered that Jing Xian could also play the guzheng. The scene before her made her heart race. There were heavy traces of life here. The turned-over vegetable garden. Could it be? Coo-coo. In the small yard, Kuin was leisurely pecking for bugs, and when it raised its head, it happened to see Suyu. Coo-coo-coo. Kuin immediately called out. It really was right about that little demon. It quickly gathered the team. This novel scene naturally caught Suyu's attention. She saw a dozen or so chickens lining up aggressively, like a well-trained army. Coldball squatted to the side, feeling queasy. It thought it was going to die on the bumpy road. Suyu took a step forward, intending to enter the small yard, but suddenly a strong chill swept over her. Suyu exclaimed, "A formation?" Before she could retreat, a sword formation pattern appeared, and dozens of swords hovered in the air, aiming at Suyu. Still the sword formation? Without giving her time to react, all the swords shot towards her, exuding a chilling aura, directly targeting her forehead. Suyu hurriedly drew her treasured sword and lifted Coldball, retreating while struggling to defend herself. But strangely, when she retreated outside the small yard's boundary, those swords returned. Haha! Putting down Coldball, Suyu covered her chest. If she had reacted even a bit slower, she wasn't sure she could have escaped unscathed. Fortunately, this formation has a distance limit. In the small courtyard, Kunkin was dumbfounded, forgetting that there was still a formation in place. As soon as the formation appeared, the woman was forced back repeatedly, and they were just chicken scratch matters. The leading Kunkin waved its wings, saying, "Scatter, scatter!" Now it had nothing to do with them, lowering its head to search for vegetable worms, which they had initially refused to eat. But after trying, it turned out to be quite good. In human words, it meant to eat more while still alive. Suyu put down the sword in her hand trembling badly, while Meichio was clueless about what was happening. Everything happened too quickly. It couldn't react in time. After resting for a moment, Suyu sat down in place, realizing that forcing entry wouldn't work. Since that's the case, all she could do now was wait, and she scanned the surrounding poultry. The chickens in the courtyard were so fat, and there was that pig. It couldn't possibly have grown by eating dirt, right? Someone would eventually come. When they did, she could ask that person for clarification. Just now, she had been too anxious and hadn't carefully observed the small courtyard. Looking around the small courtyard, she noticed next to the ancient pavilion, clothes hanging out to dry, seeming like they belonged to a man. This discovery made her heart race even faster. Please let it be you. Suyu prayed with her hands clasped together. Clearly a practitioner of evil. Yet at this moment, she found herself praying. Meichio, don't run around. We'll die. This statement scared the restless Meichio. It instantly became obedient, squatting beside Suyu, its round belly almost emptied out. Within Yunzhou City, at the first guest house, the formation was triggered, and Mei Nyang felt it too. She sat up and walked to the window, looking towards Yufeng Mountain, where the two lived at the peak. What's wrong? Jing Xian also leaned over, tiptoeing, wanting to see what had caught her attention. The formation at home has been triggered. Formation? Jing Xian recalled some embarrassing matters. Maybe it was some wild beast that triggered it. Indeed, there were cases where starving wolves and leopards climbed to the peak wanting to eat the chickens and ducks in the courtyard. But upon entering the small courtyard, they triggered the formation and instantly became minced meat. This time, the triggering time was very short, and Meng Yang thought for a moment but didn't take it to heart. Maybe so. Anyway, your poultry guard team is still around, right? Saying it herself was fine, but hearing it from others felt a bit shameful. Just let you see their training results. I trained them myself. Wow, Xiener, his amazing mother likes it very much. Chapter 43, Yunzhou City. As night fell, the lights in Yunzhou City gradually lit up. In the morning, the city didn't seem too stunning. But at night, when all the lights were on, sitting by the window and watching the bustling city, it had a unique flavor. Jing Xian leaned on the windowsill, gazing at the prosperous Yunzhou City, filled with countless feelings. He remembered that this used to be just a small place. Now it had developed to rival the eternal Chang'an. Without realizing it, he felt a bit sleepy. But having finally come down from the mountain, how could he waste time like this? Jing Xian jumped down from the cushion. He remembered seeing a hot spring when they arrived. Mother. What's wrong, Xiener? Meng Yang was sitting beside him, weaving something, and hearing Jing Xian called her maid put down her needlework. I'm so bored. Why don't we go soak in a hot spring? Hot spring. They had soaked before on the mountain, but he mostly just acted as a pillow, lacking any freedom. Sure, if Xiener wants to go. Packing up their things, Meng Yang stood up, took his hand, and led him out of the room. Reaching the counter, she reminded the waiter to watch the room, and the waiter patted his chest to assure her. Guest, you can rest easy. It definitely won't happen. At Yixian residence, looking at the familiar name, Jing Xian blinked. When did this Yixian residence open here? Seeing Jing Xian's expression was a bit strange. Meng Yang softly inquired, Xiena, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. I just think the name sounds nice. He couldn't possibly tell the truth. Could he? If Meng Yang knew he had his clothes stolen while bathing, given Meng Yang's nature, she would probably create a huge ruckus about it. As they walked into Yixianju, the boss lady came up to greet them, her appearance quite pleasant, her charm still intact. Welcome. May I ask who you two are? Jing Xian asked. Is this a new place you've opened? Did you come from Chang'an? Young master, how did you know? As you said, we indeed came from Chang'an. Isn't it all to expand a market? At that moment, Meng Yang discovered a blind spot, squatting down to pinch Jing Xian's little face for questioning. Xiano, are you a regular here? Jing Xian's cheeks were pinched, filled with 1,000 questions. Aren't you a bit jealous, sister? I used to come here often. He spoke the truth. It wasn't something to be ashamed about. He hadn't done anything wrong. All by yourself? Or with other women? Of course, I'm all alone. After staring at him for a bit, Meng Yang finally let go and kissed his forehead as an apology. Sorry, I overthought it. The way they interacted made the boss lady stare in surprise, but she didn't pay too much attention. Jing Xian sighed helplessly. Why did he always unknowingly step on her red lines? Since Jing Xian was a regular, the boss lady thought it would be better to ask him, so she squatted down and was just about to speak. But she was blocked by Meng Yang, whose eyes seemed to say, what do you want to do with him? Don't be nervous. I see the young master often comes here, so I wanted to ask about his plans. A private room. What do you mean, Is there a problem? No, please come in, guest. Following the principle of customer priority, the boss lady arranged a private bathing room for the two. The private bathing room was very private, with a bath in the middle, warm spring water bubbling softly. It had all kinds of entertainment facilities. Moreover, the surroundings were tightly shielded, with only a few small holes in the corners of the walls for air circulation. This is our private bathing room in Yixianju. I won't disturb you two further. After the boss lady left, Jing Xian walked to the edge of the spring and tested the temperature with his hands. Not too cold, not too hot, not bad. Then he dove into the spring, while Meng Yang sat at the tea table beside him, not joining in the bath. Jing Xian's head popped up from the spring. This long-absent feeling of comfort truly relaxed him. Meng Yang, sipping her tea, didn't like bathing, but came solely because of Jing Xian. Seeing him reveal a leisurely expression, a soft smile tugged at her lips, filled with affectionate warmth. If only time could stand still at this moment, forever sinking into beauty with him. So comfortable. Yufeng Mountain. On the mountaintop, Suyu hugged her legs sitting on a tree stump, glancing at Kunkin in the small yard, and then at the sky darkening. Woof woof. Meichio woke from a nap, her stomach growling pitifully as she looked at Suyu. Hungry again? All you do is eat and sleep. Though she said that, she still took out a piece of meat and tossed it to Meichio. Strange, it's almost dark. Why hasn't anyone come yet? Suyu had waited from dawn to dusk, and she was starting to lose patience. But what can she do about being restless? Currently, she had no clues. The only lead was this small yard, but she couldn't get in. Moreover, the chickens inside even looked at her with contempt. What are you looking at? Once I get in, I'll pluck all your feathers clean. Kunkin glanced at her, then looked away with disdain, as if saying she was absurd. Anyone would be furious in her place. Suyu gritted her teeth, sitting back on the tree stump. Chapter 44 Yinzhou City 2. After finishing the bath, Jing Xian shook his wet hair, and Meinyang put down her teacup upon seeing this. Slowly walked to Jing Xian's side, pulling him to sit in the chair, gently wiping his hair. After drying off the moisture, she waved her delicate hand, and a breeze blew through Jing Xian's hair. The hair, which was still wet just moments ago, was now clean and dry, and Jing Xian couldn't help but marvel at the benefits of magic. Magic is truly wonderful. After drying his hair, Jing Xian picked up a glass of milk, placed his hands on his hips, and guzzled it down. He let out a breath, revealing a satisfied expression as he murmured, "Indeed, it must be paired with milk." Putting down the cup, Jing Xian turned around and found Meinyang smiling brightly at him, looking at him with a gleam in her eyes. What's up? Oh, nothing, just feeling that Xianer seems very energetic. Of course, it's a rare chance to go out. Why would I wear a gloomy face? As he spoke, Jing Xian was about to move, but suddenly Meinyang grabbed his hand, pulling him over to the chairs beside the window. "Xianer, am I your first sword?" Jing Xian was taken aback for a moment. His first sword? He remembered that his first sword was an ordinary black iron sword. Before meeting Meinyang, he had always used that sword, but later it cracked, and since he had already acquired Feng Xian, he carelessly tossed it aside. The first one seems to be an ordinary black iron sword, but it cracked later, so I discarded it. So, is she his second sword? Thinking this, Meinyang felt a twinge of jealousy. Noticing her strange mood, Jing Xian quickly said, "But I really haven't had any other swords. The only other sword I used was your Ju Xian." Upon hearing this, Meinyang felt a sense of balance in her heart. She took out the Ju Xian sword from her spirit space. Ju Xian, Feng Xian sword, was a sword she had subdued back in the day, a sword without an owner. Its quality was slightly weaker than hers. Although not as good as Feng Xian, it was only second to it, and Jing Xian had used it in his early years. It was one of the best swords around. However, Jing Xian may have used it only a few times. After all, using it too much might stir up her jealousy again. Seeing her take out the Ju Xian sword, Jing Xian was even more confused, scratching his not-so-bright little head. "So what do you want to do? I was wondering, if we add Ju Xian, would there be a chance to take down a mighty emperor?" "Here we go again." Jing Xian shook his head, helpless against her persistent nature. "Didn't I say? I'm already very satisfied with this life. But don't you want revenge?" Those words made Jing Xian freeze in place. Revenge? He had thought about it, but now, what could he use for revenge? Relying on Feng Xian? He fell into deep thought. After a long while, Jing Xian finally spoke. "Those things are no longer important." Meinyang's eyes filled with concern as she released a spell on him. In that moment of daze, Jing Xian returned to his original appearance. Why did I change back? She stared at Jing Xian blankly. This very appearance had first walked in her heart, leaving an indelible mark in her soul. "I prefer you in this form." Looking at Meinyang, who was about the same height as him, he smiled, although he didn't know why she wanted it. But he still decided to give Meinyang a warm embrace in this form. Gently wrapping his arms around her, Jing Xian whispered, "If you like it, then don't change back." For a long time, Meinyang leaned into his embrace, resting her shoulder against him as she slowly closed her eyes. "I like every version of you. Just for today, let me spend time with you as you wish." In Yinzhou City, Jing Xian held Meinyang's hand. The two of them walked like childhood sweethearts in love, strolling down the brightly lit streets with gentle smiles lingering on their lips. Jing Xian curiously looked around, enchanted by the mundane world, his eyes full of wonder. While Meinyang, with eyes only for him, gazed at his back, unable to take her eyes away. The street vendors saw their close interactions and enthusiastically waved at them, catching their attention. "This young master. Look at you two, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Aren't you planning to buy a gift for your wife?" Hearing this, Meinyang's face turned red, and Jing Xian covered his mouth and chuckled, not expecting her to have a shy day. "Hey, why are you laughing?" "It's nothing, I just think Meinyang, you're really cute." "Cute? What do you mean by cute?" If no one were around, she would have definitely lost control after Jing Xian's words. Jing Xian held her hand and walked to the stall in front, where the vendor sold small items, sachets, and some jade pendants. Sir, take a look. These are all good materials. The vendor patted his chest to assure, showcasing various jade pendants, with vivid carvings, everything available. Jing Xian carefully selected among the goods and finally picked up a bracelet of excellent quality, taking Mei Niao's hand to put it on her. Do you like it? Mei Niao looked at the jade bracelet on her wrist, happily nodded. As long as it was given by Jing Xian, even if it were worthless, it was a treasure to her. Sir, you have a good eye. After paying, Jing Xian pulled Mei Niao's hand and left the stall. All the way, Mei Niao kept looking at the jade pendant on her hand, a smile on her lips. The night market in Yinzhou City was bustling, filled with the warmth of human life, the most comforting to ordinary hearts. Tonight was destined to be an unforgettable night. Jing Xian's face was full of smiles, a smile that came from the heart. Perhaps only this way could he forget the pain of the past. By the riverside, Jing Xian bought a few lantern flowers and squatted down with Mei Niao by the river, lighting the lantern flowers and placing them on the water surface. Mei Niao, make a wish. Mei Niao clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and said, Mei Niao and Jing Xian be happy forever. But if you say it out loud, it won't come true. Who cares? Whether it comes true or not is not for it to decide. Fate is in our own hands. Or is it that Xianer doesn't think so? Mei Niao stared intently at him, hoping for his response. Jing Xian raised his hand and shouted by the riverbank, Jing Xian and Mei Niao will be happy forever. After saying this, Jing Xian turned around with a smile, while Mei Niao's eyes brimmed with tears. The next second, without warning, she kissed him. Jing Xian did not refuse, and after a long while, their lips parted. Liars are little dogs. All right. The night sky gradually darkened, and the busy vendors finished packing their stalls, closed their shops, and returned home. When the night returned to calm, everything fell silent. At the inn, Jing Xian sat in front of the guzheng, lifted his sleeves, his fingers danced on the guzheng. A melodious, captivating tune slowly pierced the night sky. With his eyes closed, enjoying the music, Mei Niao sat across from him, staring dreamily at him. In white garments, with ink-black hair, sharp brows, and starry eyes, his demeanor was grand, seemingly to etch him in her mind forever, unable to look away. As the song ended, Jing Xian smoothed the guzheng, and Mei Niao clapped enthusiastically, praising, Xianer is really amazing. Ha, it's just SOSO. It's really lovely. So I can't even begin to describe it. No matter what he did, Mei Niao would always support him, never shy from her praise. She really was wonderful. But this was only before her episodes. After her episodes, it was truly two extremes. After finishing playing the guzheng, Jing Xian sat by the window, while Mei Niao squeezed in beside him. Don't you feel cramped? Mei Niao tightly hugged his arm, as if he would suddenly disappear. Not at all, I feel very secure. As she spoke, Mei Niao rubbed against his arm like a clingy kitten, being affectionate and unwilling to pull away. Oh no, it was Jing Xian who simply didn't have the strength to pull away. Jing Xian helplessly moved a little, reached out, gently caressing Mei Niao's long hair, and she affectionately leaned closer. At this moment, at the top of Yufeng Mountain, until late at night, even the hen that looked down on her had gone to sleep. The master of the mountaintop courtyard was still missing. At night, there were many mosquitoes. Manhwa covered her head, curling her limbs together. Suyu, however, was not afraid. The mosquitoes could not approach at all. Feeling annoyed, she drew out her sword and slashed. The noisy sounds stopped abruptly, and Manhwa lifted her head, her watery eyes looking at her. Sleep, sleep, probably no one is coming tonight. Even though no one came for a long time, she had no intention of leaving, but waited stubbornly here. After getting permission from Suyu, the cold ball closed its eyes and turned over, sleeping in a carefree manner. Its funny sleeping position made Suyu laugh, which eased her original worries quite a bit. Today no one came, so she would wait until tomorrow. If no one came tomorrow, she would keep waiting, surely someone would come. Chapter 45. Lady Lu's One-Sided Love in Yinzhou City. At night, Jing Xian tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his eyes wide open, not knowing the reason. In contrast, Mei Niang slept very soundly, perhaps because she relaxed her guard. She only gently hugged Jing Xian, instead of using some small magic to bind his hands and feet like usual. Strange, why can't I sleep? Jing Xian slowly sat up, and beside him, Mei Niang seemed to be disturbed, her beautiful brows slightly frowning. After gently touching Mei Niang, her furrowed brow finally eased, but she still clung to his arm. He gently pulled his arm, then stopped, seeing that Mei Niang showed no sign of waking up. Jing Xian was secretly pleased, quickly withdrawing his arm and shaking it to relieve the soreness. He quietly got out of bed, glancing back at Mei Niang 3 times as he walked. Seeing she was still sleeping soundly, he relaxed his heart and slowly walked to the door. Turning back once again, he thought, yes, it's very safe. Mainyang wasn't awakened by his movements. Filled with joy, Jing Xian gently pushed open the door and slipped out into the night. "I, Kuhan-san, am free again," Jing Xian silently shouted inside himself as he tiptoed down the long corridor. The corridor was still lit. It wasn't dangerous to walk, but why did it feel a bit cold? Is it just my illusion? Jing Xian rubbed his hands and gradually quickened his pace. Meanwhile, in the room where Jing Xian had left, Mainyang slowly opened her eyes, her crimson pupils exuding a strong sense of pressure in the night. "Xian, you really never learn, do you?" Sitting up slowly from the bed, Mainyang raised her hand and lightly blew on her palm, a wisp of spirit light slipping through the crack of the door. Before long, it caught up with Jing Xian, clinging to his back and flickering a faint red light. She didn't rush to catch him back, but first marked him, so even if he ran away, she could catch him in less than half an hour. A disobedient child needs strict education. On the other hand, she also wanted to know if Jing Xian wanted to leave her again or had another reason. Twisting a strand of hair around her finger, Mainyang's eyes sparkled with dangerous red light as she muttered, "Just don't make the wrong choice, my good Xian. Otherwise, Before long, Jing Xian walked out of the inn, standing in front of the inn and stretching lazily. After a refreshing stretch, Jing Xian looked at the roadside. Was someone still selling noodles at this late hour? The reason he snuck out this time was also that he couldn't sleep, feeling both bored and hungry. "Old man, a bowl of Yangshan noodles, please." At the stall, the old man nodded slightly. Jing Xian noticed he looked quite old, and his health seemed poor. "Old man, why aren't you packing up and going home this late?" Hearing this, the old man sighed and shook his head slightly, saying, "My unfilial son is gambling, lost money, and can't pay it back, so I have to go out to buy noodles." But after selling all day, he hadn't made much, and going back would mean being tormented by that unfilial son. Jing Xian remained silent. He had seen many aspects of life and knew that every family has its difficulties. He wanted to lend a helping hand, but he was powerless. If it were the old him, he could have helped others. But now, he didn't even have his own freedom. And how could he talk about great love? After a long time, a steaming bowl of Yangshan noodles was ready. Jing Xian took the bowl and chopsticks and sat down in a nearby chair. "Here, I'll bring you a bowl of noodle soup. It should make you feel better." The old man placed the bowl of noodle soup on the table. "Thank you." Just after sitting down for a short while, perhaps because of the enticing aroma, a stray cat peeked out from around the corner. Running a little closer, it watched him eagerly, licking its lips. The old man, upon seeing it, smiled and said, "You little fellow, you came out when you smelled the delicious food." Jing Xian waved at it, and the kitten slowly walked over, sitting down at his feet. He picked up the noodles from the bowl and tossed them in front of it. The kitten had a big appetite, finishing them in just a few bites. Chang'an City. Within the Lu mansion, Lu Manyu sat upright in the main seat, her jade hand supporting half of her face, lazy yet charming. Lung Yin entered the hall and saluted her. Lu Manyu waved her hand and said, "No need for formalities. No, this is necessary. Oh, do as you wish." Lung Yin was a stubborn person. Lu Manyu did not want to be too distant with her. Yet Lung Yin believed that even with a good relationship, the original rules must be maintained. All right. How did your investigation on the little one go?" Lung Yin slowly stood up. For these days, the intelligence department of the Lu Mansion had been investigating all night and finally found more detailed information about Jing Xian. Jing Xian was born in Tianhai Yunzhou, in an ordinary family, but his parents have already passed away. It seems they were harmed by evil cultivators, and the entire village was destroyed in an instant. In his early years, when his sword body was not discovered, he was taken in by an unremarkable sect. But later, something happened. He left the sect, and not long after, he awakened his sword body. It's strange, clearly just a small household, yet they bore a talent like Jing Xian. Upon hearing this, Lu Manyu narrowed her beautiful eyes. Logically, with such astonishing talent and possessing a sword body, how could his parents be ordinary people? After Jing Xian rose to prominence, he carved a path, blinded perhaps by hatred in his heart. He would kill upon seeing evil cultivators, and evil cultivators would run upon seeing him, leaving an indelible shadow in many of their hearts. It was precisely because of him that no evil cultivators dared to show their faces in Tianhai for years, allowing the people to live in peace and contentment. But with time changing, without Jing Xian, those evil cultivators gradually revealed their inner ambitions. He is undoubtedly a savior, but he was harmed by treacherous individuals, and his cultivation became a joke. As she spoke, Lu Manyu's motherly expression was filled with tenderness for Jing Xian's plight, along with a desire to offer him warmth and love. Can we find out who harmed him? When Lu Manyu said this, her eyes revealed a chilling intent. Yet Lung Yin sighed and shook her head. I had someone investigate, but those who besieged Jingxian back then are either dead or were killed by that Phoenix Fairy. By now, those who know about that incident from back then are probably only the guys from the demonic cave who did not perish. After hearing Lung Yan's report, Lu Manyu clenched her delicate fists, wishing she could personally kill the vile person who harmed Jingxian. How is it on the Tian Hai side? Our people have already started to develop. I specifically had someone stationed near Jingxian's hometown, and if anything is discovered, they will report to you immediately. Though she liked Jingxian very much, he had never shown her affection. All of this was merely her one-sided love. But she was not someone who liked to force things. She needed to do something to make him like her. But what should she do? Now, she didn't even know where he was. How could she cater to his interests? Seeing her master's expression, Lung Yin knew it was most likely that love troubles were causing this. So why did it have to be love? Lu Manyu looked at Lung Yin and asked, what do you think I should do for Jingxian to like me? Helplessness, deep helplessness. Lu Manyu could have countless people around her just by beckoning with her finger. Yet it had no effect on Jingxian. He seemed to be detached from the mundane world. Well, I'm not too sure either. Lu Manyu stared blankly out the window as drinking only beast milk also attracted the attention of many people. Running to the tavern to drink beast milk was indeed the first person to do so, and this strange act caught her attention. You don't drink wine in the tavern, but instead drink beast milk? That day, she was discussing business with her partner in the tavern. Unintentionally, she glanced over, and that glance made her unable to regain her senses for a long time. It's strange, isn't it? Clearly, so many outstanding young men in the past couldn't catch her eye. But for some reason, Jingxian, just a glance, was enough to linger in her mind. The most difficult thing to decipher in this world is love at first sight. You can't explain it, you can't define it. Jingxian sat there, his eyes lonely, with a sense of brokenness following. She instinctively wanted to understand him. So, she paused the conversation, went downstairs, and walked in front of him, offering him a jug of wine. How can you come to a tavern without drinking wine? Isn't that boring? Jingxian looked up at her for a moment. Very beautiful, more beautiful than most women he had seen. Does the wine taste good? Wine is a very strange thing. It can suppress the things in your heart, and it can also make people more straightforward. Lu Manyu couldn't see the desire others saw in his gaze, but instead, she saw loneliness and brokenness. After hearing her words, Jingxian picked up the jug, poured himself a full cup, then raised his glass and drank it in one go. The strong wine went down his throat, burning his throat, and Jingxian covered his mouth, almost throwing up. His embarrassed appearance made him wish he could flee on the spot. Lu Manyu lightly smiled and said, it's normal to choke on your first drink. It doesn't taste good at all. You're lying to me. Jingxian raised his head, like a child. Even his anger had no intimidation. Lu Manyu, hearing this, raised her hand and called for the waiter. The waiter hurried over when he saw her. Madam, how may I assist you? Lu Manyu stood up, smiled slightly. Her dignified aura drew the attention of all the guests in the tavern. Would you be interested in chatting with me? No. After saying this, Jingxian gathered his beast milk and quickly left the tavern, as if he would be swindled out of everything if he stayed even a second longer. Lu Manyu, the waiter, and the guests inside the tavern were all left stunned. What the hell? He rejected Madame Lu's invitation? Someone among the guests screamed in disbelief. Quick, slap me, I must be dreaming, right? All the guests in the tavern looked incredulously. Madame Lu, who everyone in Chang'an City liked, was actually rejected. And it was a man. A group of people all thought they had drunk too much. How strange. How could this happen? How could Madame Lu be rejected? Isn't it always her rejecting others? Lu Manyu watched his departing figure. A faint smile curled on her lips, her gaze as if she had seen something she liked. If he had agreed, she would have thought he was like the usual wealthy young man. But now it seems he may not be. This contrast only piqued her interest more. Interesting. Lu Manyu returned to the private room, called for her maid Lung Yin, and said, go investigate his background. Lung Yin nodded lightly, and then left the room. Lu Manyu played with the jade in her hand, the corners of her mouth slightly curling. Meanwhile, Jingxian, after leaving, arrived at a forest, leaned against a tree, and sat on the ground, the sky as his blanket, the earth as his bed. Late night, in Lu Manor, Lu Manyu sat in the study, her index finger tapping gently, quietly waiting for Lung Yan's news. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Lu Manyu stopped fiddling with the jade in her hand and softly said, come in. After receiving permission, Lung Yan gently pushed open the study door, walked in, and then turned to close the door. How's the investigation going? Lung Yan shook her head and said, I couldn't find anything. No one knows his identity. He seems to have just arrived in Chang'an recently. Oh, this piqued her interest. He had just arrived in Chang'an, yet there was no information about him. Her index finger gently touched her red lips, her eyes narrowing slightly as she thought. Then she asked, "Can you find out his recent whereabouts?" Of course, during these days in the city, he didn't do anything bad, just eating, drinking, and having fun, simple and harmless. He also fed those little stray animals, providing food and water. In this turbulent time, such kindness is rare. As she finished speaking, Lu Manyu slightly nodded. Indeed, a caring little fellow. At night, under the bustling lights of Chang'an City, Jing Xian's lonely and desolate figure was stretched long. This brightly lit, song-filled, dancing city of nights seemed to isolate him, creating two extremes. Sitting on a stone bench by the roadside, Jing Xian blankly gazed at the moon, the bright moon shining in the sky. Wanted to buy osmanthus flowers and carry wine. It is never like youth's carefree days. Looking back at the past, only his sword accompanied him. But now he cruelly left her behind. Would she blame him? Thinking about drifting through life, a talent in the eyes of the world, yet having never met a good teacher to guide his path. In his life, he had never done anything wrong, wholeheartedly for the people, wanting to create his inner peace and prosperous world. He thought if he were strong enough and worked a little harder, he could bring this turbulent world back to peace. But now, where were the talents, the number one in swordsmanship, just a fleeting dream? He had thought he might die at the hands of a demon cultivator or perhaps be buried in the mouth of a beast. But he never thought he would be harmed by his own kind, even by fellow sword cultivators. Seeing the coldness and jealousy in the opponent's eyes, he realized that in this world, human hearts are more terrifying than demons and beasts. He didn't understand why the other party would strike at him, even willing to join forces with those demon cultivators and monsters. Aren't we all cultivators supposed to protect the living, to guard the weak? What wrong did he do? Is the world sick? Or has it always been like this? This was just his first encounter with the malice of human hearts. If you want to blame, then blame yourself for blocking my way. As the cold sword fell, the once lofty talent, looking down upon the 9 provinces, became a piece of trash, suffering humiliation. Get up? Aren't you supposed to be very strong? The so-called talent. Who cares about your fake sentiments? A self-deluded fellow. They all laughed, mercilessly mocking him. That day, he couldn't remember how many harsh words he had heard. If Yang was there, seeing him in such a miserable state, she would probably cry again. But, at that time, Yang had also created a barrier with him, no matter how he called her in his heart. She pretended not to hear, and he did not blame her. She didn't know what he had gone through at that time. He once thought he was about to die, could go to reunite with his parents, whose faces had long blurred in his memory. But it didn't happen. After suffering so much humiliation, they did not take his life. Supported by his crimson chest, he slowly stood up. At this moment, what was his state of mind? The people he had once helped, the ones he had guided, actually joined forces to harm him. After experiencing such things firsthand, he didn't know how to face it. Someone once said, hardships are essential on the path of cultivation. But such a tragic encounter? Thinking of this, Jing Xian clenched his fists, and a layer of gloom gradually covered his face. He was trying hard to control himself. Even now, in such a miserable state, he did not want to be blinded by hatred. Little fellow, sleeping on the ground isn't good, you know? A soft voice interrupted his thoughts, and the gloom on Jing Xian's face gradually faded. Looking up, it was the woman from the restaurant at noon. She extended her hand, as white as jade. My name is Lu Manyu, a local of Chang'an. How does the little fellow call himself? The moonlight merged with her figure, radiating a maternal glow that left him momentarily dumbfounded. Little fellow, am I pretty? Seeing him captivated, Lu Manyu covered her mouth and chuckled, every smile moving the heart. Jing Xian hurriedly sat up, coughed twice to explain. Sorry, I was lost in thought just now. Lu Manyu covered her mouth and laughed, not revealing his embarrassment. Jing Xian dusted off his clothes and introduced himself. My name is Jing Xian. It's a beautiful name. Even if you praise me, I have nothing to give you. Jing Xian's blunt words did not offend her. Instead, they made her giggle, covering her lips. Her voluptuous figure quivered with laughter, and Jing Xian awkwardly scratched his head, feeling lost. Why are you more troubled since we parted at the tavern? I remember some bad things. Jing Xian sat back down, giving a half-hearted reply to Lu Manyu's question. Seeing he seemed unwilling to engage, Lu Manyu wiped the chair with her handkerchief and sat beside him. Want to talk to me? Maybe I can help you with your troubles. Jing Xian hugged his legs, resting his head on his hands. Help him? She was just a stranger, yet willing to help. Is there such good fortune? Those he had helped before wanted to kill him. No need. Noticing his defensive,ness, Lu Manyu remained calm. slowly trying to understand him like a caring older sister. Can I call you Xiao Xian? Do as you wish. Then Xiao Xian, it seems this is your first time here? Why aren't you at the inn so late? Is it because you have no money? This question struck him like a sharp sword, hitting a painful point. He truly was broke, too poor to even manage a dime. But as a man, how could he say he had no money in front of a woman? I just went out to stroll because I was bored. Though he said that, his lack of confidence did not escape her notice. The little guy had some pride. However, not long after he spoke, a rumbling sound broke the quiet night sky. In an instant, Jing Xian's face turned as red as a cherry, and Lu Manyu softly said, "Are you hungry? How about I treat you to a meal? Don't feel pressured. Think of it as compensation for the trouble at the tavern, for making you choke." As she offered to help him, Jing Xian accepted, realizing he could care less about anything else. Food came first. "Thank you." It's the older sister who should apologize to Xiao Xian. Staying out too long in the cold wind can lead to the flu, you know? The night wind played tricks, lifting her hair, disrupting her sight mischievously. But in his eyes, she radiated maternal warmth, bringing light into his chaotic heart. Lu Manyu rolled up her sleeves, extending her fragrant hand, her gentle smile like a starry sky, soothing and warm. "Shall we go?" Jing Xian didn't reach for her hand, standing and saying, "Don't treat me like a child." Then Xiao Xian must be careful walking at night, okay? Don't fall. Chapter 47. Confused Jing Xian in the night of Chang'an. Even though it was dark, it couldn't block the joy radiating from everyone. Cheerful sounds echoed everywhere, and Jing Xian observed his surroundings. Everyone wore smiles on their faces, carefree, without worrying about being eaten by monsters or struggling to make a living. It turned out that this world was not just about fighting and killing. There was also such a prosperous and joyful place. While others worried about their daily meals, here, it was filled with songs and dances, a place of revelry. Lu Manyu led him through building after building, finally arriving at Yishan Pavilion, which was spectacularly grand. At the entrance stood 2 rows of maidens, beautiful and graceful, who saw Lu Manyu and bowed in unison, saying, "Welcome, madam." Head of the family? Jing Xian looked surprised. Indeed, her noble demeanor did not seem ordinary. Upon hearing the words head of the family, the innkeeper, who was greeting guests in the hall of Yishan Pavilion, hurriedly ran out. With their own boss present, who cared about the customers? The most important thing was to serve the boss well. The innkeeper hurriedly came out, grinning widely, brighter than a blooming flower. "Your presence graces us. I deeply apologize for not welcoming you." Disinterested in flattery, Lu Manyu directly extended her hand, silencing him with her emotionless voice. "Private room, less talking." The innkeeper quickly cleared the way ahead. Lu Manyu turned back and softly asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Xian?" Hearing that, Jing Xian followed closely, not expecting such grandeur at Yishan Pavilion. "It unexpectedly belongs to Lu Manyu in front of me." In the grand hall, there are many customers lining up. The Yishan Pavilion is always crowded every day, and to dine here, one must make a reservation and wait. And there is a room that is always kept empty, so Lu Manyu can conveniently entertain guests or have a meal. The shopkeeper is leading the way up front, and this grand display has caught the attention of many diners. Especially upon seeing Lu Manyu, everyone becomes restless. After all, dining here not only means exquisite taste. Another reason is the chance to see Lu Manyu. Being able to glimpse her beauty is very satisfying. "Wow, is that Lady Lu?" "It must be. Didn't you see shopkeeper Li leading the way?" "This is my first time seeing her in person. She is so beautiful and gentle." The two in line are mesmerized. When they see Jing Xian next to Lu Manyu, their expressions change, and they blink. Looking at each other again, confirming they are not seeing things, they ask in unison, "Is there a man next to Lady Lu?" "Wow, didn't they say Lady Lu isn't close to men? So why is this happening?" "I don't know. What happened to my gentle and elegant Lady Lu, who keeps a distance from men?" In the private room, the shopkeeper bends down and stands to the side, like a lackey, handing the menu to Lu Manyu. Lu Manyu is very close to Jing Xian. That fragrance becomes even more intense, swirling around the tip of her nose and hard to shake off. What does Xiao Xian like to eat? Lu Manyu opens the menu and continues to order, drawing closer to Jing Xian until they seem to be almost touching. And this scene has left the shopkeeper dumbfounded. Did he not wake up today? Why is the lady so close to that man? Moreover, it seems the lady has affection for him. So many questions in his heart, but he can only keep them buried. No one dare to speak too much about her matters. Jing Xian is suddenly caught off guard by her onslaught. His little face flushes red, feeling very inexperienced. Additionally, Lu Manyu's gaze is simply unbearable, leaving Jing Xian feeling like he's on pins and needles. Why hadn't he experienced this while being with Suyu before? Clearly, Lu Manyu knows better how to play with people's hearts. Just a few small actions scare Jing Xian like a rookie soldier, and he stammers, "I'm not picky." Lu Manyu notices his flushed little face. It's really interesting, like a fresh apple. "All right, let me handle it." After teasing Jing Xian, Lu Manyu waves her hand, and the shopkeeper, who is waiting at the side, receives the command. He quickly smiles and bends forward as Lu Manyu scans around the menu and says, "Braised sea cucumber, dong and chicken." Buddha jumps over the wall. "Osmanthus fish fin." Seeing that Lu Manyu is about to continue, Jing Xian quickly speaks up. "Enough, enough. That's too much. We can't finish it, and it'd be a waste. Then, let's have a pot of milk wine." Upon hearing this, Jing Xian is about to speak up, but Lu Manyu seems to have anticipated him, stating before him, "The milk wine isn't strong. It has a milky flavor, you know? In a restaurant, I see Xiao Xian seems to really enjoy drinking beast milk, right? Wouldn't you want to try it?" Upon hearing this, Jing Xian retracts his unspoken words. After all, she is the host, and it's not good to refuse. If it's not good, he can just not drink it. The shopkeeper takes the menu and then respectfully says, "Then, madam, I'll take my leave." "Go ahead." The shopkeeper nods, and then, holding the menu, bends and retreats from the private room, facing the two. Jing Xian then speaks. "He calls you madam? Doesn't that mean you have a husband?" He. Xiao Xian is very humorous. "I have no husband at all, okay? Are you very concerned?" After saying this, she looks at him intentionally or unintentionally. Jing Xian awkwardly turns away and says, "I'm just curious." After a while, Lu Manyu picks up the teacup in front of her, tilts her head, and drinks it all, saying, "However, my father indeed has the idea of finding me a husband. I wonder, what does Xiao Xian think of arranged marriages?" Jing Xian hears, "Isn't this entirely about arranged marriages?" He feels a bit disgusted, and his expression becomes somewhat unsightly. In the past in the village, he has seen far too many arranged marriages, and most people are not happy after marriage. Their faces do not show any joy. Even more so, for a cow, a father married off his daughter, who he had raised for many years, to a gambler, causing her unbearable pain that drove her to seek death. Such situations were frequent in this feudal era, and Jing Xian's thoughts were quite advanced. Stabilizing business relations, marriage is not the only option, not to mention you're not a commodity, but a person. Everyone is free and should not be bound by anything. After saying this, layers of waves surged in Lu Manyu's heart, as she also disliked arranged marriages by her family. To be with an unfamiliar person for a lifetime, how tragic that would be. Moreover, her father taught her from a young age to avoid contact with boys, treating her as a tool for marriage. However, fortunately, her status was now very high, and the past shackles were gradually being broken by her. Xiao Xian is really amazing, able to say such words. If possible, why not marry my sister? Xiao Xian is so gentle and kind-hearted. Rather than marrying a stranger, it will be better to marry you. Half joking and half serious. This stunning statement startled Jing Xian, and he spat out the tea he had just sipped. No, no, no. If this gets out, it could harm your reputation. That wouldn't be good." Lu Manyu said nothing, only took out a handkerchief, gently and tenderly wiping the tea from the corner of his mouth. "Little fool, I'm just teasing you." To be honest, Lu Manyu was very suitable to be a wife. Her character was gentle, and she wouldn't make unreasonable demands. Her jokes were always on point. Her figure and beauty were like the finest flowers, belonging to that kind of wife overflowing with maternal love. Marrying her would make happiness inevitable. After wiping the tea water from his mouth, Lu Manyu put away the handkerchief, liking Jing Xian more and more. But Jing Xian felt a chill seeing her, as if he was at risk of being swallowed alive at any moment. Moreover, from her eyes, it seemed that her words weren't entirely a joke. "Little one, can you tell me about yourself now? You didn't seem happy earlier. Did something happen that hurt you?" Hearing this, Jing Xian chuckled lightly and said, "My affairs? Just a bit of hardship." He didn't elaborate, but Lu Manyu, having seen countless people, could see hints of his feelings in his eyes. Betrayed by someone? Or perhaps someone had broken his heart. Lu Manyu pondered within herself. If Xiao Xian doesn't want to talk, I won't pry further. Then what's Xiao Xian's plan next? His plan? He didn't even know where to go. Back to Yufeng Mountain? But who was there? Just an empty little house with nothing inside. Now alone, he felt lost, unsure where to go next. Seeing his thoughts, Lu Manyu spoke. "If you don't know where to go, why not stay in Chang'an for a while? Chang'an City is said to be a paradise that allows one to forget everything. Perhaps it can help you forget the painful past." Jing Xian also had this thought, but he was short on money, and he might have to work like a beast for a living. Plus, Living in Chang'an could be expensive, and he could easily end up in heavy debt. Don't worry about money, Xiao Xian. Just consider me your first friend in Chang'an. And as a friend, isn't it only right to treat you, a newcomer? Under Lu Manyu's persuasion, Jing Xian decided to settle in Chang'an, hoping to forget his pain, which would be a blessing. Then I will trouble you. I will pay you back. Little fool, what do you mean by pay back? We are friends, are we not? Chapter 48, The Prodigal Son. After a while, dishes began to arrive on the table. Jing Xian was already so hungry his stomach was rumbling, and when he saw the delicious food, he eagerly grabbed his chopsticks. He picked up a portion and brought it to his mouth. The taste was unforgettable. Indeed, there's a reason for the price. As he ate and sighed, his relaxed posture intrigued Lu Manyu, as everyone before had been polite to her. She did not move her chopsticks, and no one dared to move either, but unexpectedly, this little one turned out to be so special. If it's delicious, eat more. Are you starving? Seeing him eat like a wolf, Lu Manyu did not feel disgusted. Instead, she acted as a server. Here, try this. I highly recommend it. This shark fin is very delicious. Try more. She picked up delicacies one after another and placed them into Jing Xian's bowl, which was already half empty. He was indeed hungry. Those people earlier said they were eating, but she understood their little thoughts very well. Jing Xian was surprised and nodded repeatedly. He himself had a great interest in gourmet food. Watching him eat so earnestly, Lu Manyu's eyes curved into crescent moons, and she unconsciously showed a happy smile. Ahem. Eating too fast and having gone a long time without food, Jing Xian was unsurprisingly choked. Lu Manyu took the opportunity to pour a glass of milk wine and handed it to him, then took out a handkerchief she carried with her. Like she was taking care of a young child, she gently smiled and wiped the rice grains from the corner of his mouth. Seeing him looking so helpless and not quite understanding anything, her desire to know him grew even stronger. Unknowingly, it seemed like something strange had awakened. After wiping away the rice grains, Lu Manyu spoke. Try the milk wine. I wonder if it suits your taste. Jing Xian also seemed to have gotten used to this motherly care, gradually letting down his guard. After all, he was alone now and had nothing to lose. Okay, thank you. He picked up the wine glass, brought it to his lips, and took a gentle sip. It was slightly sweet, but had a hint of alcoholic fragrance, and if savored, one could taste the milky aroma. The liquid was milky white, exuding a captivating fragrance. A great brew. It was a perfect choice for someone like him who was just getting acquainted with alcohol. Delicious. Madam Lu, you truly have good taste. Lu Manyu also tilted her head and slowly drank a glass, though this milk wine was not as strong as others. Its flavor, reminiscent of milk with a slight alcoholic taste, could easily make a newcomer to drinking end up tipsy after just a few glasses. As long as Xiao Xian likes it. Also, no need to be formal. You can call me Manyu or Sister Lu. Then I will call you Sister Lu. After all, you are older than me. Hee. As long as Xiao Xian is happy. After 3 rounds of drinks, Jing Xian's face began to flush. He could not recall how many glasses of milk wine he had consumed. He only remembered that Lu Manyu poured for him, and he just drank. At first, he thought it wouldn't be too strong. But as he drank more, he realized he really couldn't drink too much. In comparison, Lu Manyu showed no signs of redness in her complexion, in stark contrast to Jing Xian's drunken appearance. Xiao Xian, how do you feel? I feel, my head is dizzy. It's normal to feel dizzy for the first time drinking. If Mingyang were here, seeing him so drunk, she would probably lecture him again. However, now he was alone, his parents were gone, and no one would care for him anymore. Seeing the loneliness in Jing Xian's eyes, Lu Manyu brushed aside his messy hair and softly said, What's wrong? I miss home. He remembered scenes from his childhood, as if everything happened just yesterday. Everything felt timely, yet everything felt too late. Missing home, huh? After speaking, she slowly stood up, took a pipa made of white jade, which was clearly of great value just by looking at the fine strings. Music can calm people down. If you don't mind, can I play a song for you? Jing Xian dazedly nodded, and Lu Manyu set the pipa down and lightly touched the strings with her slender fingers. A long and heart-stirring melody gradually emerged, a music that calmed the heart, whether for the performer or the audience. The music slipped out of the elegant room, and the originally noisy hall gradually quieted down. Everyone closed their eyes and calmed their minds to feel the music, which sounded like heavenly melodies, immersing people in infinite beauty. A sleepless Chang'an, Yixiang Pavilion. Several people stormed to the entrance of Yixiang Pavilion, led by a young man. Are you here to dine at Yixiang Pavilion? Outside the pavilion, the waiter saw the arrivals and immediately bent down, showing great humility as he asked, but the leading man did not spare him a glance. Get lost. After saying this, he pushed the waiter aside and walked in. Seeing the aggressive stance of the group, the waiter felt a sense of foreboding. This guy was infamous in Chang'an City, known for causing trouble rather than doing anything meaningful. In Chang'an City, everyone knew this young master, who relied on his distinguished background to act arrogantly and disdainfully. The waiter hurried into the hall and rushed to the manager, his expression filled with worry. "Manager, that man is here again." Upon hearing this, the manager, who had just been smiling, instantly cooled his expression. TSK, who leaked the news? Without much thought, he understood the man was here for Lu Manyu, since the two families had a partnership. The family head's father had even tried to matchmake them, but in his eyes, this man was simply unworthy, a guy whose virtues did not match his status. However, for the sake of the relationship between the two families, he could only bear with his emotions. "Young Masterly, may I ask why you are here today? You have quite the nerve." Young Masterly sent you to inform him if Lu Madam appeared in Yixiang Pavilion. You seem completely unconcerned. Before young Masterly could speak, two of his sycophants immediately targeted the manager, as if he had done something terribly wrong. Mainly today, Madam specifically instructed that no one is to disturb her. Upon hearing this, young Masterly frowned tightly. He had heard from his informers that Lu Manyu was dining at Yixiang Pavilion with a man. This made young Masterly, who had been rejected countless times, feel utterly humiliated. He wanted to see who dared to interfere with his woman. The sound of the zither. Hearing this familiar sound, his curiosity grew. What kind of person could make Lu Manyu play the zither? "Young Masterly, today really isn't a good time. How about you come another day?" However, young Masterly shoved him away, glaring fiercely, and then said, "Come another day? I want to see today. Who dares to take what belongs to me, Liu?" It seemed he was a man who didn't appreciate kindness. From Lu Manyu's regard for that young man and their intimate way of speaking, their relationship was definitely not simple. If this hot-headed youth insisted on disturbing Lu Madam, even if you were a noble, before Lu's family, you would be easily crushed. But still, he had to put on a show. Otherwise, if he sought out trouble, it would be bad. "Young Masterly, really it's not possible." The madam specifically instructed, "You cannot disturb her in the private room. You mustn't go. You mustn't go to the private room." After his words, as expected, Liu was determined to check on the private room. Everyone saw it. It was his own choice to go, not someone pushing him to go. "Go!" With a wave of his hand, Liu led his sycophants, ignoring the disdainful and disgusted crowd, and strode angrily toward the private room. The manager hurriedly followed. As a wise man, even if he could not stop them, he had to let Lu Madam know he had tried to stop them, instead of standing there foolishly, doing nothing.